Chapter 1. Entering the Apocalyptic Novel. As dawn broke, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, causing a corner of the sheer, white curtain to flutter gracefully. The young girl on the bed stirred, her sleepy eyes blinking open as she let out a delicate yawn, casually tossing aside the covers to sit up. Her gaze fell upon the lace camisole dress adorning her figure and the silk quilt, which felt slightly cool against her skin. Her pupils dilated in shock as she suddenly awoke, her astonished eyes scanning the room. The round, crystal chandeliers sparkled above, the opulent decor radiated luxury, and the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows provided a view of the villa's enchanting fountain garden. A sense of disbelief washed over her. Wasn't this the very house that the female supporting character resided in within the novel Hell on Earth that she had read before bed? How did I end up here? With a mind swirling in confusion, when Urao hurriedly leapt from the bed and dashed to the bathroom. When she caught sight of the reflection in the full-length mirror, she paused, realizing the girl before her bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. The figure in the mirror was curvaceous, with fair, delicate skin that seemed almost translucent. Her face was as tender as a freshly shelled egg, framed by a heart-shaped visage and cascading, lustrous black hair that tumbled down to her waist, appearing slightly tousled from sleep in a charmingly disheveled manner. Her light purple eyes, accentuated by a beauty mark at the corner, rendered her even more enchanting and alluring. Though she appeared a few years younger than her original self, the combination of her figure and features bestowed upon her a captivating charm that surpassed her former appearance. Gently caressing her visage, her eyes glazed with wonder, she murmured, "Is this truly me? It seems just as described in the book. I have actually transmigrated into a novel." Her thoughts drifted back to the tragedy of losing her parents in a car accident at the age of 18. Though she was now 23, she found herself with nothing, while this girl, despite being orphaned, was undoubtedly a wealthy heiress. A smile crept onto Urao's lips at the thought. She couldn't help but wonder what other opportunities might await her in the skin of this similarly named and stunningly alluring girl. Just as she basked in this newfound joy, a sudden realization struck her, transforming her expression into one of sheer terror as she sank to the floor, leaning against the mirror. "Oh my! This book is set in an apocalyptic world. This could cost me my life." When Urao lifted her slender arms and legs to examine them closely, pinching her delicate cheeks. With such a petite frame, she would surely be an easy target out there. A wave of despair engulfed her, her head drooping as she leaned against the full-length mirror. Sigh. Her rosy lips released a sigh. Her mind raced with thoughts as she desperately tried to recall the contents of the book. On the evening of June 10th, 2030, at 8:30 p.m., a myriad of shooting stars streaked across the sky, illuminating it as if it were daylight. Initially, many believed it to be merely a typical meteor shower, dismissing it without concern. However, that night, countless individuals experienced persistent fevers, and some awoke transformed into grotesque creatures, their faces twisted and reduced to mere monsters that could only bite. Others discovered their bodies had awakened latent abilities, and the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The balance of global order was shattered, giving rise not only to terrifying, flesh-eating zombies, but also to humanity's descent into chaos, marked by rampant looting and betrayal. The protagonist, Chun Kiki, awakened a rare healing ability, and upon reflecting on this, when Urao couldn't help but feel that indeed, she was the main character, the narrative solely featured her as a healer. Though lacking combat prowess, she served as an invaluable lifeline in collaborative efforts. Notably, she was characterized by her integrity and kindness. While initially somewhat naive, she became increasingly astute as the story progressed. As for the male lead, Yi Jinxiao, he awakened formidable fire abilities and led his classmates from school to a safe haven, becoming the captain of the most powerful ability team at the base. Crucially, the original character had a connection with both the male and female leads. The original character was infatuated with the male lead, having pursued him relentlessly since high school, bringing him water on sunny days and umbrellas on rainy ones. However, the male lead showed little interest, repeatedly rejecting her without leaving any glimmer of hope, causing him considerable distress. When the apocalypse erupted, the original character rushed to find him, only to encounter classmates turned into zombies. Before she could even exit the classroom, she was bitten, her delicate neck severed, sparing her the fate of becoming a grotesque zombie. As these thoughts flooded her mind, Wen Yurao tilted her head back, closing her eyes in frustration. I don't even know if I'm an ordinary person or an ability user. This is quite the predicament, and I certainly can't appear before the male and female leads, or that would be exceedingly awkward. Exhaling a deep breath, she wore a dejected expression. Struggling against her negative mindset, she resolved to encourage herself. Rather than wallowing in despair, I should actively seek survival if I can endure for a day. Then so be it. She recognized that her future depended on creating a list of essential items to procure. In this apocalyptic world, where extreme weather oscillated between bitter cold and scorching heat, those without abilities faced dire consequences. Gazing at her delicate and fragile form, she realized that without abilities, she would likely perish from bites or succumb to the elements. With her eyes closed, she silently prayed, "I don't seek powerful abilities. Just anything that can strengthen my body will suffice, please. Bless me, Mom and Dad." She jotted down a list of clothing, grains, cooking oil, high-calorie rations, knives, and a generator. Looking at the filled page, she furrowed her brow, slamming her palm onto the table in discontent. The sheer volume of supplies needed was overwhelming in this apocalypse. Not only were zombies a threat, but so too were the darker sides of human nature. The influence of the environment had given rise to thieves and murderers, and unscrupulous individuals were abundant. As she moved, the white jade bracelet on her arm chimed softly, its clear and melodic sound resonating. Wen Yurao stared at the translucent jade bracelet around her wrist, her eyes sparkling with realization. Suddenly, she recalled that the supporting character's family possessed a treasured white jade bracelet, which revealed itself to be a space when blood was spilled upon it at the moment of death. Her jade fingers brushed against the bracelet, feeling its cool, smooth surface. It seemed this was the one. In a flurry, she rushed to her vanity, rummaging through drawers. Finally, she seized an eyebrow razor, closed her eyes, and gritted her teeth as she made a small cut on her finger. Upon reopening her eyes, she saw the white jade bracelet absorbing her blood, and then, in an instant, it vanished before her eyes. Panicking, she felt around her empty wrist, closing her eyes. She focused on entering the space. Chapter 2. Possessing space. As she opened her eyes, she found herself in a veritable paradise. This what they call space. Within its confines stood 3 ancient, 2-story houses, exuding a charming antiquity. The interiors were eerily vacant, devoid of any furnishings. Although the structures bore the marks of age, the touch revealed they were crafted from exquisite wood, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Upon exiting the house, she was greeted by a vast expanse of countryside. With a river flowing endlessly beside her, in the distance lay a dense forest. To her astonishment, behind the house was a warm pool, gently steaming. When Yurao approached and dipped her legs into the water to test its temperature. Though not large, it was pleasantly warm. A satisfied expression crossed her face, and she nodded unconsciously. While spatial abilities had emerged post-apocalypse, they were typically limited to storing items and were rather small. The thought of significantly enhancing her chances of survival filled her with hope, and she promptly exited the space. With only a month until the end of the world, time was of the essence. She quickly unlocked her banking app using her fingerprint. To her astonishment, a string of zeros greeted her. She couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. With the seriousness of someone who had been impoverished for over 20 years, when Yurao raised her small hand and began counting. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. By the end, her little hand trembled with excitement, and her smile deepened, her emotions becoming increasingly animated. She was rich. In just a month, the money left behind by her deceased parents was more than she could ever spend. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure after the shock, she immediately began to plan for supplies. She dashed to the walk-in closet, opened the wardrobe, and was taken aback by the array of dresses before her. Without a moment to spare, she rummaged through the garments and finally unearthed a white sweatshirt and a pair of blue jeans. Looking in the mirror, even without makeup, this simple outfit did nothing to diminish her beauty. Although it concealed her figure, it radiated an aura of purity and vitality. Descending the stairs, she turned towards the garage and was met by a row of luxury cars. Wen Yurao casually selected one and drove to the supermarket. Upon arriving at Fushin Plaza, she headed straight for the supermarket. Finding the manager, she stated coolly, "I need 100 boxes of each item listed here, delivered to Shenyang Villa, Building 5, Unit 3." The manager, taken aback by her extravagant request, rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. "Of course, we can have it delivered this afternoon, but I will need a portion of the deposit." When Yurao glanced anxiously at her watch, noting it was already past 9 o'clock. "All right, make it quick," she replied urgently. After making the payment, she wandered the supermarket once more, spotting an abundance of fresh fruits and vegetables. Unsure whether time flowed differently inside her space, she pondered the potential for storing perishables. Excited by the thought, she requested a cup of hot water and hurried to the underground parking lot. Once inside the car, she checked the time, 9:30, and swiftly entered the space again. Upon stepping into the space, she noticed that the hands of her watch had stopped. Time was imperceptibly frozen. Holding the cup, she waited patiently, gripping it tightly while concentrating on the warmth of the water. After what felt like an eternity, she finally sensed that the temperature had not changed at all. With a sigh of relief, she exited the space. Scanning her watch, her eyes widened in disbelief. 0.3 minutes had passed. It seemed that in this pocket of existence, inanimate objects were suspended in time, while she experienced a much slower passage of time. Calming her racing heart, she rushed back to the supermarket, catching a glimpse of the manager's back as she approached. 50 boxes each of all fruits and vegetables," she exclaimed, her voice barely concealing her exhilaration. The manager turned in surprise, recognizing her as the same young woman from earlier. His face lit up with joy, his smile broadening. "Miss, may I ask what you intend to do with such a large quantity of goods?" When Yurao bit her lip, suppressing her excitement, and replied, "These will be donated to impoverished mountain areas that lack access to transportation. I plan to donate clothing and food on a regular basis, so please ensure you select the freshest items." The plump manager beamed like the Buddha, his face practically glowing with delight. "Rest assured, in light of your generous intentions, I will personally ensure everything is top-notch, that I can even offer you a collaborative discount. I hope we can continue working together in the future." When Yurao couldn't help but chuckle at his exuberance. "All right, as long as the quality is exceptional, I foresee a long-term partnership. Miss, if you need anything else, consider that there are many fertile lands in the mountains that we have a partner who specializes in selling seeds and provides technical guidance. Would you be interested?" When Yurao felt a surge of joy within, though she maintained her composure. How fortuitous that just as she contemplated how to cultivate the vast lands in her space, an expert appeared before her. "I'll take as many as you have. Money is no object. Just ensure the various seeds are delivered promptly, and send the planting methods via video." Chapter 3. Dismissing the servants once everything was set. When Yurao felt a gnawing hunger, dragging herself to the 5th floor, she picked up the menu and began ordering dishes. Kung Pao chicken, braised pork, shredded pork in Beijing sauce, sweet and sour tenderloin, plum spare ribs, and spicy diced chicken. The sweet waitress diligently noted her order, kindly asking, "How many servings, miss?" When Yurao, uninterested in small talk, replied coolly, "Just for me. Please pack 10 servings of each dish." The waitress was taken aback but quickly regained her composure, a smile growing on her face. "Very well, miss, that I'll prepare your current order first, and I'll do my utmost to have the rest packed for you after you finish." Without waiting for a response, she hurried off to the kitchen, eager to fulfill the order before When Yurao changed her mind. While waiting, When Yurao settled her bill and ventured to other restaurants, placing the same order of 10 servings at each. Dialing her home phone, her voice was cool, yet tinged with urgency as she instructed, "Arrange for a driver to collect all the meals I've ordered from the 5th floor." The housekeeper, incredulous, responded, "Miss, will you really be able to finish all this food?" When Yurao replied dismissively, "No questions. Once everything is delivered, I have an announcement to make this afternoon." Returning to the previous restaurant, she enjoyed her meal, then drove to the 4S dealership to request modifications for all her cars. With a flourish, she purchased 10 off-road vehicles, demanding they all be customized. The dealership had never encountered such a lavish client, and a swarm of salespeople followed When Yurao, eager to showcase their offerings. One salesman approached, his tone obsequious. "Please proceed with the payment. All vehicles will be customized within a month and delivered to your door." When Yurao replied coolly, "I'll give you 20 days, half the deposit up front. If they're not delivered on time, I will refuse all." After leaving her address and completing the transaction, when Yurao gracefully exited, stepping into the dealership's prepared luxury vehicle, returning home. Upon entering the door, she heard a flurry of whispers as all the servants gathered in the living room, speculating about the significant announcement she was about to make. Do you think she has something important to reveal? This is quite unusual, one murmured. Have you noticed that she ordered an excessive amount of food from various restaurants? Each dish in such large quantities, another remarked. When Yurao merely cast a fleeting glance around the room. In a world on the brink of collapse, it was impossible to discern friend from foe. If one of them were to mutate, it could spell disaster. In a cold, authoritative voice, she declared, I am dismissing all of you. Do not question my reasons. I will provide a severance payment of 300,000 that I hope you will leave willingly. The maids, upon hearing this, erupted in excitement, their hands flailing in joy. 300,000? I could never earn that in years. How fortunate. I've only worked for a year. With this money, I can retire comfortably. After collecting their payments, when Yurao ascended the stairs alone, sitting on the edge of her bed, she gazed out at the beautiful scenery, contemplating her next steps. During the day, she would find a master to hone her skills, and at night, return to her space for rest, making the most of the time difference to practice further. Eventually, she realized the house had fallen silent, the villa now enveloped in a profound stillness, stirring a sense of loneliness within her. It truly was just her now. She would have to rely solely on herself. Sighing in resignation, she stood up, descending the stairs. Just as she reached the corner of the staircase, she spotted a middle-aged maid gazing at her with reddened eyes. The woman slowly spoke, You seem so different now. Almost like a stranger. This individual is likely the caretaker mentioned in the book, who has attended to the original owner for over a decade. With a tone of resignation, she expresses her gratitude, saying, Thank you for taking care of me for so long that I truly have reasons I cannot disclose. So please refrain from asking further. Oh heavens, she is at a loss for words, having just arrived in this world. Her mind is still muddled, and she knows only that the supplies for survival are of utmost importance. A tempest of tears swells within when Yurao, Sister Chun, recognizing the futility of further inquiry, gathers her suitcase and slowly departs. Once the caretaker leaves, when Yurao collects all the meals in the vehicle into her space. Just then, the items from Fushin Plaza arrive. After dismissing everyone, she also directly stores them in her space. Gazing at the mountainous pile of goods, a profound sense of satisfaction washes over her, sweeping away the earlier feelings of loneliness. She drives back to Fushin Plaza, heads to the second floor, and instructs all the shops to procure clothing in her size, purchasing everything that fits her requirements. Chapter 4. Preparing for the apocalypse, observing that all the stores are filled with summer attire, when Yurao realizes this will not suffice in the face of an impending apocalypse. She addresses the manager, stating, I require all winter clothing and related items. Please procure them for me. The garments must be suitable for warmth and thicker in fabric. The same goes for blankets. They must also be thick. Please send all newly designed clothing from this year that meets my conditions to my home. Last year's out-of-season items that fit these criteria will also do. However, the manager explains that retrieving such a vast quantity of goods from various brand headquarters will take time. It will take 15 days to deliver, and the shipping costs will be charged to me, she assures. The manager's face lights up with a smile, exclaiming, No problem. I guarantee your satisfaction. Once when Yurao has arranged everything, she follows her navigation to an antique shop. Upon entering, she is greeted by an array of tang swords and daggers, exuding a chilling aura. The sight sends shivers down her spine, and she rubs her arms for warmth. Addressing the shopkeeper, who is lounging in a rocking chair engrossed in his phone, she proclaims, Boss, please wrap up all the tang swords, daggers, and sharp objects for me. Upon hearing her, the shopkeeper pauses, looks up, and sees a charming young lady surveying the store. He stands, his eyes widening in shock as he cautiously inquires, May I ask what you intend to do with these? When Yurao beams a sweet smile and replies, My boyfriend enjoys collecting, so I'm buying these to create a collection room for him. It will be a surprise. The shopkeeper's expression softens, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarks, What a thoughtful young lady. You truly care for your boyfriend. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, when Yurao instructs the items to be delivered to her designated address before departing, she then spots a martial arts studio nearby and enters, where a muscular man approaches her. What would you like to learn? Young lady, he asks. When Yurao sizes him up, her expression curious as she replies, self-defense and martial arts that I have only 20 days. I hope you have the capability to teach me the basics, the instructor. Noticing her scrutinizing gaze, puffs his chest confidently, assuring her, the basics are quite simple. You can trust me. When Yurao scans the environment and nods, her tone urgent as she insists, there is no time to waste. Let us begin immediately. Thus, when Yurao dedicates her days to intense training, returning to her space each night to continue her practice, this tranquil existence persists for several days. Suddenly, an unfamiliar phone call interrupts her. Glancing at her phone, she sees the contact labeled Shinkiki, her mind swirling with questions. Is this the heroine? She muses before answering in a neutral tone. What can I do for you? A soft voice responds. The homeroom teacher asked me to call and check why you haven't come to school yet. When Yurao feigns weakness, saying in a feeble voice, I'm still unwell. The doctor said I should be able to return to school in a few days. She cannot be blamed for lying. The original owner had taken leave due to a fever that had struck just as she arrived, and she is merely extending the timeline by a few days. The voice on the other end expresses concern. Perhaps I should visit you with some classmates tomorrow? When Yurao, sensing the urgency, replies anxiously, no need. Please don't come. The voice sighs in resignation. Very well. Then take care of yourself. When Yurao hangs up, exhaling deeply. The original text mentioned that once when Yurao recovered from her fever, she would return to school, only to encounter her classmates transformed into monstrous creatures, causing her to flee in terror. Reflecting on this, she mutters with frustration, who would willingly go to school? That would be courting death. However, as the supporting character, she knows associating with the original heroine would inevitably lead her to the male lead. An undoubtedly awkward situation. Thus, she resolves to maintain her distance. Stepping into her space, she is greeted by a comforting sight, her face lighting up with a smile. This truly offers a profound sense of security. Observing the lush vegetables thriving in her space and the fruit trees adorned with delicate pink blossoms fills her with joy. She then turns to the pool behind the house, where bubbles rise to the surface, and wisps of steam waft gently into the air. When Yurao sheds her clothes and steps into the warm waters, sighing contentedly as her toes touch the soothing liquid. Leaning her long neck against the edge of the pool, she closes her eyes, scooping water to sprinkle over herself. After her bath, when Yurao feels rejuvenated, her skin silky smooth and her complexion radiantly rosy, exuding an enchanting charm. Upon exiting her space, she prepares to store the food items delivered by the Fushin Plaza manager that day. It is surprising how efficiently this seemingly plump individual has managed to deliver items consistently since the first day of procurement. With 3 shipments received thus FARS, they have become familiar with each other through regular interactions. The delivery personnel now drive directly through the main gate and unload their goods in the warehouse without needing to announce their arrival. Reflecting on the abundance of supplies she has prepared. When Yurao collapses onto the sofa, laughter bubbling forth. Although she could easily hide away in her space for a lifetime, she recognizes that humans are social beings. Remaining isolated would be akin to imprisonment. And as time passes, the zombie's abilities will only escalate. Thus, she must continually engage in real-world practice. Chapter 5. The premature apocalypse. As dusk falls, the sky is streaked with numerous shooting stars, their brilliance blinding when Yurao. A sense of foreboding washes over her. This is bad. Such a phenomenon only occurs on the day of the apocalypse, yet that day is still 3 days away. Has it arrived early, with no time to ponder further? She begins to feel her limbs weaken, her head spinning. Touching her forehead, she detects a feverish heat. With great effort, when Yurao manages to sit up, unsteadily locking the door, she struggles to return to her room. Locking the door behind her as she collapses on her bed, gasping for the days to come. Whether one transforms into a zombie or gains superpowers, it will rely on the mysterious substances carried in the air during this meteor shower. Only by absorbing the energy in the air can one obtain powers. With this thought, when Yurao endures the discomfort, trembling as she opens the window, allowing fresh air to flood in, she then lies back on her bed, weakly reaching for her phone to call the instructor. After confirming everything, she succumbs to a deep slumber. After all, the instructor is her only acquaintance in this world. After tonight, the world will undergo a tremendous transformation. The following day, when Yurao awakens with a start, closing her eyes to quietly assess every part of her body, she soon feels a surge of energy coursing through her, gathering in her palms. And when she opens her hands, she discovers a layer of ice forming. Her face lights up with joy as she realizes she has awakened ice powers, an additional layer of protection for her life. Just then, a ghastly figure appears at her door, its face a sickly shade of blue, its abdomen torn open, intestines trailing behind, and its innards visible. The creature's arms and legs bear jagged bites, twisted as it seeks sustenance. Upon witnessing this horrific sight, when Yurao is overwhelmed and retches until her stomach is empty. After a moment, she regains her composure, despite her mental preparations over the past few days. The sight of a zombie still sends chills down her spine and makes her feel nauseous, causing her hands to tremble. Steeling herself against the tremors, she retrieves a tang sword from her space and cautiously steps outside. As the zombie spots her, it contorts its body, opening its rancid mouth wide. Seizing the moment while it leans towards the iron gate, when Yurao swiftly strikes with her sword, furrowing her brow and pinching her nose. She turns her head away, refusing to look at it as she thrusts the sword repeatedly into its skull. She knows that enhancing her powers and regaining control depends entirely on the contents of the creature's brain. It is only after thoroughly mangling the zombie's head that she finally discovers a transparent crystal. Gazing at the crystalline object in her hand, she marvels at its clarity, completely astonished that such beauty could originate from the repugnant zombie's body. This must be the source of all superpowers. Forcing down her revulsion, she kicks the zombie's head away, splattering blood onto her white shoes. Returning to her room, she swiftly enters her space and begins to absorb the crystal's energy. With her newly awakened powers, she can only utilize them 5 times before they fade. After absorbing one crystal and training a few more times, she finally manages to control her powers without freezing her hands. Emerging from her space, she recalls the instructor and pulls out her phone. Beep, beep, beep. After a series of unanswered phone calls, it seemed that he too had fallen victim to misfortune. When Yurao murmured repeatedly, "I am sorry, I lack the capacity to save everyone. Had I forewarned everyone about the impending apocalypse, I would undoubtedly have been deemed a madwoman, or worse, seized for experimentation." With a resigned sigh, she attempted to compose her desolate spirits. Just as she was preparing to enter her space for another attempt at communication. Ding, ding, ding. The sudden ringing of the doorbell interrupted her thoughts. When Yurao furrowed her brow, her face a mask of displeasure. Who would dare ring the bell at such a perilous time? Are they seeking death? Furious, she approached the window to peer outside at a group of burly, menacing men stood at her door, each bearing a fierce countenance. As the apocalypse loomed, while zombies were indeed terrifying, human malice proved far more daunting. When Yurao recalled a phrase from her readings, the men outside banged on the door, shouting, "Open up! I know someone's inside. If you don't let us in, I'll smash the door down." After waiting in vain for a response, the leader of the group effortlessly lifted the heavy iron door with his bare hands. When Yurao felt a jolt of shock at this display of brute strength, it appeared he possessed abilities of a power-based type that a lascivious man leered at the leader, saying, "Boss, you're magnificent. Look at where that little lady thinks she can run." With a wicked grin, the leader waved his arm, and the group entered the living room. Terrified, when Yurao quickly locked the door and retreated into her space, keenly attuning herself to the situation outside. The zombie infection had only just begun to spread, yet these men were brazenly committing acts of violence, indicating their considerable power. It seemed that the onset of the apocalypse would only embolden such scoundrels. Once hidden in her space, when Yurao grasped her Tang Dao, trembling with a mixture of fear and the unfamiliarity of the situation, that it was her first encounter with such a scenario, and anxiety coursed through her. After forcing herself to regain composure, she concealed the corpse under the bed, wiping away the bloodstains, and crept behind the door of the cloakroom, waiting for another opportunity to strike at "Where's Ming? Why isn't he here?" The power-wielding man grumbled as he searched through the ransacked room. After calling out several times without a response, he cursed in frustration. "Where did that lazy bum go?" He rummaged through the cloakroom. Clothes and jewelry strewn haphazardly across the floor. "This little lady must be wealthy. I've never seen such treasures. Soon I'll have her beneath me, savoring her exquisite taste." When Yurao felt her breath quicken, her face flushing with indignation. Just then, the man heard a faint gasp from behind the door, and his lewd grin widened. Adopting a defensive posture, he slowly approached, pushed the door open, and was met with the sight of a beautiful girl with tearful eyes gazing up at him timidly. "Brother, could you please not harm me? I am willing to do anything," when Yurao pleaded, squeezing out a couple of tears. Men were typically accustomed to taking by force, and never having encountered such a scenario. The man softened his tone. "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." That he reached out to embrace Wen Yurao. Seizing the moment, she conjured her Tang Dao from thin air and plunged it into his heart. "Ah, you vile woman! I will kill you!" The man gasped, clutching his chest as he collapsed. Wen Yurao withdrew her blade, watching as blood flowed freely from the wound, staining the wooden floor, having already taken a life. She felt surprisingly calm this time, steadier than before. Hearing the commotion, the others rushed over, their expressions filled with terror upon witnessing the scene. Without hesitation, Wen Yurao unleashed her ice needles, piercing the neck of the nearest man. He fell, writhing in agony, and the others, realizing the danger, panicked and fled in different directions. Wen Yurao chose not to pursue them, but instead kicked the lifeless body, shivering at the memory of her earlier performance. Rubbing her arms to dispel the goosebumps, she descended the stairs. Downstairs, the refrigerator had been ransacked, remnants of half-eaten food littering the floor. Wen Yurao's face flushed with anger as she slammed the refrigerator door shut, feeling a pang of regret as she began to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, the men who were fleeing were still oblivious to the situation, muttering among themselves about their boss's demise and the unexpected power of the beautiful woman. A city is the national capital, where most of the armed forces are stationed. Later, a high-level lightning-based ability user will manage the entire city, establishing it as the safest zone. Yet, S-City is over 3,000 kilometers away, fraught with dangers from mutated zombies, plants, and animals along the long journey. When Yurao pondered this as she rested her chin on her hand, suddenly, an idea struck her. B-City lies between S-City and a city. Just over 1,000 kilometers from S-City, that I can rest and regroup there before continuing my journey. Although B-City may not have the same order as a city, its safety base was constructed in the mountains, making it less susceptible to zombies in the early days. However, as time progressed, the mutated flora and fauna would pose their own threats. Even the conclusion of the book left the fate of humanity versus zombies ambiguous. Determined, Wen Yurao promptly began packing her belongings, preparing to set off the following day. Upon entering her space, she discovered a corner piled high with leftover food. With the day free, she decided to prepare some convenient staple foods for her journey. After mixing a basin of flour and 2 pounds of pork, she chopped and seasoned the meat before crafting over 50 large meat buns. The steamed buns, plump and inviting, looked delectable. She also prepared several large bones, chopping them into smaller pieces to make a savory soup, adding 2 golden ears of corn for good measure. The creamy bone broth paired with the golden corn, topped off with a sprinkle of scallions, was simply mouth-watering. After indulging in 2 buns and a bowl of soup, she retrieved 10 thermal containers, layering them with buns, vegetables, and soup. Given the impracticality of revealing her space, she planned to disguise the food in her backpack, ensuring it remained warm when she retrieved it without causing alarm. When Yurao swiftly completed her tasks and then treated herself to a bath. Having soaked in hot springs daily, she had visibly grown more beautiful. Though such beauty in the apocalypse was hardly a blessing. Upon exiting the space, she donned a hat and a mask to conceal her identity, wary of potential threats, although she could retreat to her space in times of danger. She aimed to enhance her abilities along the way, reserving her escape for dire circumstances. Thus, it was essential to keep her appearance hidden. The next day, as when Yurao emerged from her space, a wave of scorching heat engulfed her. The sweltering temperature made breathing laborious, tightening her throat. With a distressed expression, she gasped for air. This was only the beginning of the apocalypse, and the weather was already so extreme. Were they not allowing anyone a chance to survive? She meticulously stored every item from her home into her space, filling it to the brim, yet maintaining the original arrangement of her villa within the confines. Gazing at her resplendent villa, when Yurao felt a pang of regret. If only I could fit you into my space. She swiftly retreated inside, where the solar-powered generator sustained the electricity for her entire space. The television, air conditioner, refrigerator, washing machine, and sofa, All manner of essentials were present in abundance. With a mere thought, she tidied the entire room, and upon gazing at the cozy and comfortable abode, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. Fully prepared, she made her way to the underground parking garage, where she loaded all the vehicles into the space and sped away in a modified black SUV. Roaring out of the villa, at the foot of the mountain, a small supermarket housed a dozen or so sluggish, low-level zombies presenting little challenge. Just 2 days into the apocalypse, people still had sufficient food and had no inclination to venture outside in search of supplies. The supermarket was devoid of any living souls. After disembarking, she donned a hat and mask. Wielding a Tang Dao .1 swift stroke per zombie made the task effortless. Having encountered the undead for 2 days, she had grown immune to even the most repulsive of them. Just as she began to sift through the crystals, a zombie emerged from behind, ready to sink its teeth into her. Reacting swiftly, she crouched down, rolled to the side, and scrambled to her feet, delivering a decisive slash to the zombie's neck. The blade struck with a sickening thud, splattering blood all over her, drenching her face as well. Disgusted, she spat, her expression one of disdain as she brushed her arm down to her feet, that a fleeting shiver of fear coursed through her as she trembled slightly. She had narrowly avoided becoming one of them, a harrowing thought. Indeed, even those with abilities could succumb to zombification, but only upon being bitten by a zombie of superior power. Once she steadied her nerves, she plunged her knife into the zombie's skull, deftly extracting the crystal. It was then that she surveyed the supermarket, nestled in a villa district filled with high-end goods. The shelves brimmed with essentials, toiletries, skincare products, undergarments, fruits, vegetables, meat, eggs, and frozen foods, all collected in her possession. She intentionally left other items untouched, hoping to leave a path for those who might later seek sustenance. Retreating to the restroom, she entered her space, changed in a clean attire, and set off once more. As she approached the entrance of a pharmacy on Huaran Road that day, the sharp sounds of gunfire erupted. Instantly, she ducked her head, halting her vehicle, and stealthily made her way to a corner of a nearby building. Chapter 8. Curiosity kills the cat. Cautiously peeking out, she observed a group of disheveled men battling a small horde of zombies. Among them were 4 with abilities, while the others wielded firearms, alternating their attacks against the undead. The 6 in the rear hoisted 3 large wooden crates, retreating towards the pharmacy to escape the onslaught. However, one fire-wielding zombie incessantly hurled fireballs at them. In an instant, flames engulfed them, causing the unfortunate souls to writhe in agony. The last of the crate bearers fell. Only the remaining ability users took shelter behind abandoned vehicles. Engaged in a desperate struggle against the zombies, the fire zombie unleashed a torrent of flames directed at the cars, igniting them in an inferno and billowing thick black smoke, prompting the survivors to flee. Yet, some of them bore singed patches, and a water-type ability user finally quelled the flames with a flow of water. Combining their powers, golden needles, earth spikes, water blades, and wooden vines, they finally vanquished the fire zombie. The remaining few appeared weary, their powers nearly depleted. Just as they thought the battle won and prepared to lift the crates, a cry erupted that a gold-type ability user collapsed, clutching his neck in agony. The others looked up to find a zombie nearly 3 meters away, its face grotesquely torn, hanging limply as it moved, blood-soaked, and with a gaping wound in its abdomen, exposing a void where organs once resided. Its agility was alarming, and in a flash, it dispatched a water-type ability user. The remaining 2 trembled, realizing they could not withstand the onslaught, and prepared to flee. But how could they outrun a speed-type zombie? Blood splattered everywhere as the zombie, extending its head, licked the crimson liquid before opening its gaping maw to bite down. The sickening crunch of bones echoed, and in terror, she recoiled, biting her lip with so many against her. She realized it was time to retreat. She deftly opened the car door. The speed-type zombie, alerted by the sound, charged towards her. Just as the gruesome visage of the zombie approached, she slammed the door shut. The impact reverberated as the creature collided with the glass. "Oh my God! How terrifying! A mere tremor could have sealed my fate," she gasped, her heart racing. The zombie pressed its face against the window, its mouth opening and closing in a futile attempt to bite her. The high-priced modified vehicle stood resilient, impervious to the zombie's attempts, and aside from its speed, the creature possessed no remarkable traits. Yet, with the previous gunfire and the incessant banging, she feared a horde of zombies might soon converge upon her position that in a flash. Myriad thoughts raced through her mind. Clutching her Tang Dao, a glimmer of determination ignited within her. Rather than slaying a multitude of zombies, she resolved to take down this one that lowering the window slightly. The zombie instinctively reached out with its skeletal, bloodied arm, grasping at the air. With deft reflexes, she executed a swift strike. Severing its arm, unlocking the door, she kicked it open, sending the zombie reeling. She sidled up to it, stabbing downwards, though her aim missed its vital point, inciting the creature's wrath that it retaliated with a fireball, forcing her to dodge. But her clothing still suffered burns. Quickly, she conjured ice to quell the flames that singed her attire. Despite multiple ice needles, she found herself unable to pierce its defenses. Frustrated, she decided to bide her time. Edging closer to the zombie, just as its head lunged forward to bite her, she delivered a swift kick, sending it stumbling backward. With a foul roar, the zombie emitted a rancid stench. Seizing the moment, she furrowed her brow and delivered a powerful downward slash to its head, cleaving it open. The yellowish-gray matter oozed from the gaping wound. With a twist of her Tang Dao, she extracted a pale yellow crystal. This, she realized, was a first-level speed-type crystal. Fortuitously, this zombie, though endowed with abilities, was not overly formidable, or else she might have met a dire fate. Resolving to elevate her level swiftly, she returned the car to her space and rushed to the site of the gunfight, extracting crystals from both the fire zombie and the ordinary undead. Approaching the 3 large crates, she scanned her surroundings before claiming them without hesitation. Chapter 9. Discovering firearms and ammunition, turning into the pharmacy nearby. She swiftly closed the door behind her. Cautiously peering from the second-floor window, she beheld a scene of horror below. A gathering of at least 50 to 60 zombies feeding ravenously on the corpses of the fallen. The sickening crunch of bones echoed in the air, blood dripping from their mouths like a macabre thread. Her countenance turned pale as she fought against the rising bile within her. It was then that she took stock of the pharmacy. The walls were lined with display cases. Though small, they contained an impressive array of medicinal supplies. With a flick of her fingers, she summoned all the medications along with their cabinets into her space. Just as she reached for the final cabinet, she gathered the majority of bandages and anti-inflammatory drugs, leaving behind a small portion of various other medications. Once in her space, she noticed the 3 large wooden crates standing on the grass. Anxiously, she approached, opening one to reveal a trove of crystals and 3 boxes of ammunition. "What luck!" she exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "That I can collect a plethora of crystals, and after the zombies disperse, I shall retrieve the firearms strewn about." With a cheerful tune on her lips, she savored her meal before commencing her training in the grassy expanse of her space. She unleashed her abilities repeatedly until she was utterly spent. Subsequently absorbing the crystals, after several cycles, beads of sweat formed on her brow, and at long last, she achieved the first level of power. Her abilities now manifested as ice spikes, which she launched into the ground with precision. Emerging from her space, she found a dozen zombies still wandering near the entrance. With clarity in her eyes, she brandished her knife and leaped down from the second floor. "Perfect. Time to practice," she declared, using her ice spikes to pierce the zombies' skulls, each strike creating a gaping hole in their foreheads. Once the last zombie fell, her abilities were spent. Weak and fatigued, she drank some water from her space and absorbed all the crystals before continuing on her journey. Ahead lay another supermarket, where it appeared many people and zombies mingled. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to disembark. Donning her mask and grabbing her backpack, she stepped inside. Upon entering, I was immediately struck by the sight of a couple. The boy, remarkably handsome, was wielding earthy abilities to fend off zombies. The supermarket was vast, filled with numerous individuals tirelessly battling the undead. Many timid souls huddled behind counters, trembling and casting red-eyed glances around. Turning my gaze, I noticed a girl with flushed cheeks and slightly parted pink lips, gasping for breath. She seemed on the verge of awakening her powers or succumbing to transformation into a zombie. The boy, protective as ever, held her tightly by the shoulders, ensuring she did not collapse from weakness. Just as a zombie lunged to bite the girl, when Yurao thrust an ice spike, causing the creature to fall instantly. The boy, his voice trembling, stammered, "Thank you for saving us. I am Li Zile, and this is my girlfriend, Wang Lulu." When Yurao adopted a nonchalant demeanor and replied in a flat tone, "No problem, but it seems your girlfriend has a fever." Panic spread across Li Zile's delicate features as he voiced his concern. "It just started this morning. When the zombie outbreak began, she cared for me while I was sick." When Yurao nodded knowingly. Remaining silent, Zile declared with unwavering resolve, "No matter what she becomes, I will not leave her." When Yurao expressed subtle admiration, nodding slightly, and stated in an even tone, "You have many injuries. The crystals found in zombie heads can replenish energy." A flicker of surprise crossed Li Zile's face, his voice brightening. "Thank you for telling me so much. The safe zone had already notified us. I heard it over the radio." When Yurao scanned the first floor, where various skincare products were displayed, and collected several sets of Estee Lauder skincare and cosmetics before heading to the second floor. Many onlookers scoffed at when Yurao's choice of items, exclaiming, "What a strange person, thinking of such things at a time like this." The second floor was particularly deserted, as it housed only clothing, and no one was inclined to take anything. When Yurao entered the warehouses of various clothing stores, gathering all the garments she desired, she was cautious not to create panic by taking all the displayed clothes, so she selected just a few suitable outfits before departing. Upon reaching the top floor, she performed the same operation, collecting all the essentials. Back on the first floor, she lamented the abundance of skincare products left behind, shaking her head in regret at having to leave them behind. The basement was filled with zombies, and both the living and the undead rushed to descend. Chapter 10. Is there such handsomeness? After dispatching several zombies, when Yurao finally entered the supermarket, navigating her way through the chaos, she became increasingly frantic, realizing that she could not locate the warehouse. Sighing, she resigned herself to first gathering some vacuum-sealed cooked foods. She stuffed her backpack with pig trotters, pristine chicken feet, Russian sausages, and aromatic marinated beef. With her backpack brimming, she also carried a bag filled with beef sauce, chili sauce, and mushroom sauce in one hand. Panting, when Yurao thought about how much more troublesome it was without her spatial abilities. It was more exhausting than battling zombies. After trudging for several minutes, her arms felt as though they might break. Turning a corner, she discovered a hidden door. Her spirits lifted. She attempted to push it open, only to find it locked. However, this posed no challenge for her. With a deft motion, she fashioned an ice key from the lock's crevice and stealthily glanced around. When no one was watching, she slipped inside and gently closed the door behind her. Before she could assess her surroundings, a female zombie in work attire lunged to bite her. When Yurao instinctively dodged to the side, launching an ice spike directly into its forehead. Breathless with fear, she patted her chest and took a deep breath. At her side lay two skeletal remains, unrecognizable as male or female, clearly victims who had sought refuge in the warehouse during the chaos, only to be bitten by the now mutated woman. Before her lay a warehouse of over 100 square meters, stacked high with boxes of food and snacks. With a flick of her fingers, she rendered it entirely bare. Stealthily exiting, she encountered Li Zile, who was gathering supplies with his girlfriend at the door. When Yurao steadied herself and spoke in a calm tone, "I happened to look inside." But it was completely empty. Li Zile's eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration, his lips curving into a smile. "Perfect. Lulu and I can hide there until her fever passes." When Yurao concealed her delight, maintaining an impassive expression as she waved her hand nonchalantly, "I've already dealt with the zombies inside. You may go." With that, she exited the mall and casually drove away. As dusk fell, when Yurao arrived at a dilapidated gas station just as the last glimmers of daylight faded. The area was desolate, the landscape barren, while the distant woods rustled ominously in the wind. It appeared to be quite safe, so she halted her vehicle, just in time to hear the sounds of someone eating inside the gas station. Without a second thought, she filled her car with fuel. Then, retreating to her vehicle, she retrieved a fuel barrel from her spatial storage and filled it up, returning it to the space. Once all empty barrels were filled, she placed one on the car to obscure its presence. Little did she know, a greater surprise awaited her inside the gas station. As she prepared to enter, she spotted 4 disheveled students in uniforms on the left side of the main room, and a somewhat provocatively dressed woman leaning against the wall. A cursory glance to the right revealed 3 impeccably dressed individuals, and upon seeing the man at the center, She couldn't help but wonder if such handsomeness truly existed. Wen Yurao maintained a stoic expression, yet her heart raced as her gaze swept over him. The trio exuded a mature and composed charm, qualities that unmistakably marked them as noble figures from before the apocalypse. As Wen Yurao approached the room, she was abruptly met with muffled sounds of suppressed moans and gasps emanating from the adjacent room. Without needing to look, she understood the nature of the situation. How scandalous, her face flushed with embarrassment, and her eyes flickered nervously as she stood aside, feeling parched and uneasy. After taking a sip of water to mask her anxiety, she continued to observe her surroundings. The gas station was modest, consisting of only 2 rooms. The adjacent one was monopolized by a man and a woman, while everyone else crowded into the remaining space, which was filled with food but felt overwhelmingly cramped. Chapter 11. A hit below the belt, unable to resist. When Yurao glanced back at the handsome man leading the trio. Despite the apocalypse, he bore no trace of weakness. His fair skin paired with sensuous lips and a chiseled jaw created an exquisitely cold visage. Stray strands of hair fell across his forehead, yet he remained unaffected by the ruckus from the adjacent room. His closed eyes emanated an aura that discouraged approach, although he sat against the wall. Slightly stained with blood, his presence was impossible to ignore, reminiscent of a character from a novel she had read. Suddenly, the noise from the adjoining room ceased, followed by the sound of clothing rustling as 2 individuals emerged. The woman, flushed and alluring, pressed herself against the man, who had narrow eyes, a flattened nose, and full, pouting lips that he was short and stocky, groping the woman at the door in a crude display. This pairing appeared exceedingly mismatched. Before the apocalypse, such a woman would never have given a second glance to a man like him. However, in this new world, strength reigned supreme, and wealth, status, and appearance had become irrelevant in the face of raw power. Wen Yurao averted her gaze, unwilling to witness the scene any longer. Upon noticing Wen Yurao standing alone, the man's face lit up with surprise. "Beautiful lady, all by yourself. How dangerous. Come, join me in the next room for some fun," he said, reaching out with a lewd gesture. Upon seeing his lascivious demeanor, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Suppressing the nausea within, she smiled alluringly as she extended her arm towards him, beckoning with her fingers and gazing at him with a bewitching look. The man instantly inhaled sharply, his eyes greedily fixating on Wen Yurao's bosom, just as he was about to reach out. In a swift motion, Wen Yurao drew a handgun from her bag and pressed it against the man's groin. Terrified, he trembled uncontrollably, preparing to plead for mercy. Wen Yurao revealed a captivating yet perilous smile reminiscent of an ordinary reaper, squeezing the trigger and firing a shot. With a resounding bang, the man clutched his bleeding lower half, collapsing against the food cart, his face contorted in agony as he raised his hand to conjure an earthen spike. Wen Yurao's gaze turned icy, and she fired another shot into his chest. The half-formed earthen spike crumbled to the ground with a resounding crash, plunging the entire space into sudden silence, observing the pool of blood. Wen Yurao's delicate brows furrowed in disdain as she unleashed 2 ice spikes, forcefully embedding them into the man's wounds, encasing the bloodied areas in a thick layer of ice. The sight left the woman nearby momentarily stunned, before she let out a piercing scream that grated on the nerves in response. When Yurao slowly aimed her gun at the woman's chest, her cold eyes threatening, "If you dare to scream again, I shall grant you a bullet as well." The woman turned pale with fright, hurriedly covering her mouth and collapsing against the wall. Terror filled her eyes, her body trembling as an unknown liquid pooled on the ground. Noticing 2 students staring at her in horror, she recoiled slightly, while when Yurao feigned innocence, shrugging her shoulders. Turning her gaze, she spotted a man among 3, coldly observing the scene, silent and devoid of expression. When Yurao met his gaze, she discerned a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Dada, it seems my earlier actions were rather ruthless. Before such a handsome man, it appears I have left no good impression. Alas, what could I do when constantly encountering such scum?" When Yurao slightly furrowed her brows, pressing her lips together in a semblance of helplessness, her eyes drifted to the 2 individuals beside him, a youthful, innocent boy with his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit inside, and a mature, steadfast young man with wide eyes, both instinctively covering their groins, gazing at her in shock. Strangely, she found the situation somewhat amusing. lowering her head to suppress a laugh. Her trembling shoulders betrayed her amusement. Chapter 12. Encountering the male and female leads suddenly. A voice of surprise broke the tension. "Are you Wen Yurao?" Hearing her name, she turned to the source of the voice. As her gaze descended, she spotted a striking pair standing at the back, the young man wearing a puzzled frown, while the young woman looked at her in astonishment. Recognizing their school uniforms and familiar voices, she realized they were the protagonists of the story. A flush of embarrassment colored Wen Yurao's face, as her mind churned with the backstory detailed in the book. The text had never mentioned the protagonist would spend the night at a gas station. What an awkward encounter. She felt too embarrassed to meet the male lead's gaze, fearing he might think she had followed him. Lingering on unresolved feelings, her eyes flickered, and although her face betrayed no emotion, her inner turmoil was hard to conceal. "I'm so relieved to see you're all right. I thought something had happened to you. I am sorry I didn't recognize you earlier. Otherwise, we would have helped you. You handled it brilliantly," Chinkiki exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy. Wen Yurao met Chinkiki's bright gaze with a detached expression. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but managing a slight smile, her voice soft as she replied, "I've encountered too many situations like this along the way. I've long since grown accustomed to it." The male lead remained silent, having only glanced at her in confusion before turning his gaze tenderly toward the female lead. "Perhaps he did not wish to see me," Wen Yurao mused, tilting her head as she considered him. It was no wonder the original owner had pursued the male lead relentlessly. Standing over 180 centimeters tall with a striking nose and a youthful face, he exuded a puppy-like charm, not to mention being the campus heartthrob. Had she not already adapted to the myriad types of handsome men she encountered, she might have found herself utterly flustered upon seeing him. Suddenly, she felt the original owner's infatuation was not without reason. Observing Wen Yurao's deep contemplation, Chinkiki stepped slightly in front of her, beaming sweetly. "Thanks to Jin Xiao's protection along the way, we managed to survive." Suddenly recalling something, her expression shifted to one of seriousness as she looked at Wen Yurao. "Oh, I awakened a healing ability. If you have any injuries, I can treat you." In this apocalyptic world, where self-preservation often led to betrayal and violence, Chinkiki's offer of healing touched Wen Yurao deeply. Staring at her, Wen Yurao recognized that the book's female lead was inherently kind-hearted, even a bit naive at times, yet the unexpected concern still left her slightly shaken. Her pupils constricted ever so slightly, her face adorned with a genuine, innocent smile. Chinkiki sighed dejectedly, lowering her fluffy little head. "My ability only heals. I can't fight zombies. We owe our survival to Jin Xiao and Zhang Tianlin." Nearby, a dusty young man chimed in with a clear voice. "We're classmates. Now that we've gathered, let us head to the B City's safe zone together." Wen Yurao's peach blossom eyes flickered, her gaze scrutinizing him, and she surmised this must be Zhang Tianlin, who seemed to be familiar with the original owner. However, she was still left wondering who the other female student was. Although her heart brimmed with curiosity, she maintained a gentle smile, slightly nodding at the group. As her lips parted to refuse, Chinkiki approached, clinging to her arm with sincere eyes, her bright smile radiant. "Yes, Yurao, let's look out for each other." With that, she tugged at Wen Yurao's arm, shaking it playfully. As if to say, "You can't refuse," Wen Yurao chuckled softly, her brows arching with a playful glimmer in her eyes, complemented by a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, exuding an enchanting allure. "Well, I'm heading to City A, and it seems we'll be traveling together for a while." With that, she removed her mask, revealing her fair complexion and delicate cherry lips, her fitted overalls accentuating her figure. Zhang Tianlin, leaning against the wall, blushed a dull gray, his eyes darting away, unwilling to meet her gaze that he awkwardly stammered. "How is it that after just over a month, you've become even more beautiful?" His voice dwindled, and he lowered his gaze, appearing innocent and harmless. Wen Yurao beamed a radiant smile, her heart fluttering at the sight of this adorable boy's bashfulness. Slowing her pace, she approached Zhang Tianlin. Crouching down to meet his gaze, her bright peach blossom eyes blinking innocently. "Then, take a closer look and tell me what makes me more beautiful." Zhang Tianlin's face turned crimson, his shock evident as he took a step back. Utterly speechless, quickly rising, Wen Yurao's tone shifted to one of cheerfulness. "I one tea bite." The others struggled to suppress their laughter. Soon, their banter echoed the playful atmosphere of school days, providing a brief respite from the terror of the apocalypse. Chapter 13. an unexpected fiancé, as the last sliver of daylight succumbed to darkness. It felt as though the entire world was being swallowed by shadows. Inside the gas station, an abundance of food remained, and everyone continued to eat and drink with a somber determination, as if each meal could be their last. Observing Yi Jinxiao politely smile at the three striking men, he inquired, "May I ask where you are headed? If it's on our way, we could travel together. Safety in numbers, after all. That would give us 5 ability users." The seemingly innocent man spoke slowly. "I'm Han Lung, a metal ability user. This is Hu Jiheng, our leader, who possesses lightning abilities, and Zhang Lu, who wields earth powers. That we're heading to City A and will pass through City B for a short stay, so we can travel together." It dawned on Wen Yurao that Hu Jiheng must be the one she recognized. He was the future lord of City A, whose parents had arranged a marriage with the original owner. Hu Jiheng hailed from a prominent military family, and it was only due to the original owner's grandfather saving his family that such a connection was possible. They had only exchanged photographs, as their parents had arranged the engagement without their knowledge, resulting in minimal interaction. Zhang Lu spoke blandly, "Pleasure to meet you." Throughout the encounter, the nominal fiancé remained silent, and no wonder he had looked so surprised earlier. He must have recognized her long ago. However, since he chose not to speak, she would not initiate any connection either. When Yurao retrieved a thermos from her bag, intending to eat, all eyes were suddenly upon her, including that of her fiancé, whose gaze, though still cold, flickered with a hint of amusement. There's something on my face?" When Yurao gently caressed her delicate face, wiping it with her hand, and examined her fingers, which were pristine white, in an earnest attempt to identify any dirt. Just then, Hu Jiheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting with a magnetic yet deep voice that slowly began to speak. "That I traversed mountains and crossed valleys to come for you. Had I known you were faring so well, displaying both courage and wisdom, I would not have had to endure this torment for your sake." He paused, his tone shifting. "My fiancé." The last word was elongated, delivered with a rhythmic cadence of 5 distinct syllables. The onlookers expressed their astonishment at the nature of their relationship, when Yurao merely widened her eyes slightly, pointing to herself with an incredulous expression. "You came to fetch me?" Hu Jiheng nodded nonchalantly, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. "That we visited your home, only to find it utterly vacant, and fearing the worst, we decided to return to City A." When Yurao stammered momentarily, swallowing hard before her soft voice emerged, "Then why did you not intervene when I was in danger?" Hu Jiheng replied with a smile in his eyes, glancing downwards with a casual demeanor. "I only noticed after you had taken action, and besides, you managed quite well on your own just now." Han Lung, displaying an expression of realization, excitedly interjected, "The old man specifically dispatched us to retrieve you. You have no idea of the hardships we endured along the way, starving, shivering in the cold, and we haven't had a proper meal." He feigned wiping away non-existent tears while casting furtive glances at Wen Yurao's meal. "Indeed, it is a relief to finally find you. Otherwise, we would have returned with nothing but dismal outcomes." Zhang Lu's eager gaze was also fixated on the food, when Yurao felt a sudden pang of discomfort, her chopsticks trembling slightly, and she realized their eyes followed the movement. With a resigned sigh, she set down her chopsticks and pushed the food towards them, her tone slightly awkward. "Perhaps you should eat this, as I find myself less inclined to dine at the moment." Han Lung was quick to seize the opportunity, and soon the 3 of them were indulging, each devouring a bun, savoring the vegetables, and sipping the bone broth. When Yurao observed, her brow furrowing slightly, they truly appeared as if they had not enjoyed a decent meal in ages. She surveyed the gas station, stepping over a corpse, and approached the shelves, grabbing a loaf of bread. She tore it into small pieces, her red lips parting gracefully as she began to eat. Coincidentally, she noticed the 2 of them squabbling over the last piece of rib. Zhang Lu shot a warning glare at Han Lung, who responded defiantly, eyes wide open and fingers pointing forcefully, as they engaged in a playful tug-of-war. Finally, they extended their chopsticks simultaneously, but Hu Jiheng narrowed his eyes, his expression impassive, and with a cold gaze, he overshadowed the other 2 if they relinquished their chopsticks at once, and Hu Jiheng elegantly consumed the food in front of them. Han Lung looked at her with a pitiful expression, extending his bowl as if it bore the words "please" written on his face. When Yurao shook her head, unable to suppress a smile, her bright grin caught Hu Jiheng's attention, prompting him to scrutinize her closely. She appeared impeccably clean, her hair tousled, save for the bloodstains from the Tang Dao. Her exquisite features betrayed no fear. Indeed, she had swiftly dealt with an ability user upon entering, with ice-based powers at her disposal. It was clear she was a remarkable talent that in every aspect. She was undoubtedly a person of strength, and it was astonishing that a girl from such a family could possess such culinary skills, turning simple home-cooked meals into something unforgettable. This led him to recall the information Biao had uncovered earlier. She was infatuated with a boy named Yi Jinxiao, lacking any sense of shame, and appeared to be feeble and timid. Such a woman would not even be worthy of serving his elder brother, but Biao, filled with rage, seemed to feel as if Hu Jiheng had been sullied, defending him vehemently. Yet now, even the real person bore some discrepancies from the photographs. While the images exuded beauty, they also conveyed a meek and submissive aura that in reality, she was even fairer than in the pictures. Her skin flawless, but her demeanor was entirely different. She was alluring and captivating, bold yet not overbearing, both wise and courageous. Like a thorny rose, she was vibrant and colorful, yet capable of protecting herself, rendering her utterly captivating. Were it not for the slightly violet hue of her pupils and the tear mole at the corner of her eye, he would never have recognized her upon their gaze meeting. Regardless, he was grateful that his grandfather had insisted he come, for he had no idea such a delightful surprise awaited him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a flicker of intrigue danced in his eyes, and a cryptic smile graced his lips that moment. When Yurao finished her bread and squatted to the side, glancing at a girl dressed provocatively, whose disheveled appearance starkly contrasted with a student seated nearby. The woman noticed her scrutiny and immediately displayed a terrified expression, timidly glancing at Wen Yurao. Chinkiki approached Wen Yurao, leaning in to whisper, "She is the water ability user we rescued on our journey, named Li Tian. Previously, she was with the leader of a small team, but after suffering a horrific ordeal, her team encountered zombies. Leaving her as the sole survivor, we felt pity for her and decided to take her in." Wen Yurao maintained her calm demeanor, her voice steady as she replied, "In this apocalypse, strength reigns supreme that a weak woman, unable to fend for herself, must rely on powerful men, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. The same applies to men. Those lacking ability must submit to women." Chinkiki lifted her adorable face, a hint of indignation flashing across her features. Those men could be her fathers. The horrors of gang rape and sexual violence are utterly terrifying. Wen Yurao regarded her animated expression, a smile creeping onto her face, and shrugged lightly, dismissively stating, "If one desires to avoid such a fate, one must strive to become strong that in this apocalypse, weak women abound. For survival, they can endure anything. Look at her. After days in this world, she remains fair and unblemished, and though her clothes are disheveled, she bears not a drop of blood. Clearly, one must sacrifice something to gain something." Chun Keek's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Wen Yurao, her lips moving as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Finally, she pursed her lips and, with a resigned demeanor, shifted next to Yi Jinxiao. Yi Jinxiao, however, was astounded. He could hardly fathom that the formerly timid girl now possessed such agility and ruthlessness, coupled with a remarkably rational mind. Hu Jiheng, intrigued by Wen Yurao's words, wondered what had transformed this once cowardly and dim-witted rich girl into someone so resilient and wise. His brows lifted in interest as he smirked at her with a charming smile. When Yurao met his enchanting gaze, her face flushing as she instinctively turned away, her ears tinged with red. Feeling a momentary pause in her breath, he was truly mesmerizing. Not daring to linger, she turned to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Hu Jiheng, noticing her flustered expression, found himself even more amused. As when Yurao tidied up a section of the area and retrieved a sleeping bag from the vehicle, she had just laid it out when, suddenly, two figures darted past her. Upon closer inspection, she found Han Lung and Jiang Lu had already nestled inside. When Yurao's face registered disbelief, momentarily stunned into silence, Han Lung spoke slowly, his tone laced with fatigue, that "We have gone countless nights without rest to come for you. Thank you, sister-in-law, for the warm sleeping bag. We can finally get a good night's sleep." That he then promptly closed his eyes, feigning a yawn. When Yurao's mind raced with an array of expletives, after taking a deep breath, she closed her slightly irritated eyes to collect herself. Considering they would need their assistance on the way to City A, She silently chanted to herself not to be angry, as she had plenty of sleeping bags. After calming her thoughts, she reopened her eyes, clarity returning. Yet, she shot a glare at Huijing. Mind your people that he merely raised an eyebrow, a smile blooming on his face as he addressed Han Lung. Your sister-in-law isn't one to hold grudges. When Yu Rao felt her irritation flare up again, her previously quelled anger resurfacing. Who is your sister-in-law? Don't make unfounded connections. Hu Jihing's face lit up with even more amusement. His smile broadening. We are already engaged. Who else could it be? When Yu Rao, disinterested in further debate, resignedly turned back to the vehicle to retrieve another sleeping bag. Just as she had organized everything, Hu Jihing swiftly shed his outerwear and slipped inside, leaving Wen Yurao utterly exasperated. With a hint of annoyance on her face, she tugged at him, her tone displeased. Get out. Where am I supposed to sleep? Hu Jihing remained unfazed, a wicked smile adorning his face. With such a large sleeping bag, where do you intend to sleep? Wen Yurao discovered that no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't budge it, and his expression seemed to convey, Are you a fool? Her delicate face flushed with anger, caught in a dilemma of whether to sleep or not to sleep. Perhaps I should retrieve another one from the car, she pondered, but quickly dismissed the idea, realizing it would expose their limited space. With a vehicle so small, filled with gasoline, food, clothes, and cooking utensils, adding another sleeping bag would be rather implausible. That I in a fleeting moment, when Yurao's thoughts raced, and after pacing back and forth at the door several times, she finally turned back into the room. Forget it, I'll just sit here for the night. Leaning her head against the wall, she closed her eyes partially, still harboring traces of anger. Hu Jihing gazed at Wen Yurao, a knowing smile playing on his lips, and tugged at her clothing, pulling her into the sleeping bag. Wen Yurao gasped, her pupils dilating, breath quickening. Hu Jihing had already closed his eyes, his voice low and magnetic. If you sleep through the night, I fear we might have to carry you and the sleeping bag to the car come morning. The warm breath that brushed against her face and occasionally grazed her ear sent her heart racing uncontrollably, her cheeks flushing to the roots of her ears. Wen Yurao struggled for a moment, observing how he firmly held onto her clothing while she found herself unable to move. Despite the considerable distance between them, she could still hear the powerful thrum of his heartbeat. Her heart raced in tandem. Oh well, we're not really touching, and everyone else is sleeping on the same blanket, so it's not a big deal. In this apocalyptic world, who can afford to be picky? Continuously adjusting her breathing to calm herself, she glanced at him again, unable to suppress her admiration for his striking looks. So handsome. I'm not at a loss, she thought, inadvertently letting her gaze wander down, contemplating how many abdominal muscles he might possess. Suddenly, she was startled by her own bold thoughts, feeling quite uncomfortable as she pushed against his arm. She shifted to the side, curling up, contemplating how she could be so decisive in facing the harassment of so many men, yet feel at a loss in confronting his impoliteness. Then, as if struck by a revelation, she nodded to herself, thinking it must be because harassment stems from ugliness, while similar actions from someone so handsome feel like flirtation, so there was no need to be overly harsh, finding herself a reasonable justification. She drifted off into slumber. Hu Jihing had already opened his eyes when she pushed his arm, observing the person in the sleeping bag. One moment, he was covering his face in annoyance. The next he was nodding, followed by the soft sounds of her slumber. It was quite amusing to him that a smile crept across Hu Jihing's lips as he chuckled softly and closed his eyes again. The next morning, when Yurao awoke under Hu Jihing's watchful gaze, her eyes bleary with sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she asked in a soft voice, What time is it? Hu Jihing leaned closer, his breath warm against her cheek as he said, If you sleep any longer, I fear I might have to bundle you and the sleeping bag together to carry you to the car. Feeling the warmth on her face, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. There he was, a devilish smile gracing his lips, his gaze fixed intently upon her. She caught her breath, instinctively retreating slightly before sitting up, her eyes darting away in discomfort. Such a rogue, flirting so early in the morning. At that moment, Han Lung burst in from outside, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, I'm so hungry. When Yurao gritted her teeth, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes as she warned, If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make sure you don't die of hunger, but rather from my fists. Han Lung feigned innocence, changing the subject. But I'm really starving. When Yurao sighed, Fine, I want to keep arguing. I'll go prepare something. Han Lung swiftly gathered the pots and pans, igniting the fire. When Yurao discreetly retrieved the beef, ribs, and vermicelli she had prepared in her space, along with fresh greens she had plucked. Soon, she had a pot of beef soup, braised ribs, and 2 plates of vegetables ready. Zhang Tianlin, with his eyes glued to the food, approached eagerly. Yurao, I didn't know you had such culinary skills, seeing his pitiful expression. She suggested, let us all eat together to we'll need our strength for the battles ahead. The dish in her hands was promptly seized by Zhang Tianlin. Yurao is the best. You sit. I'll serve. No need to be so polite, when Yurao said, passing the dishes to Chen Kiki. Each person filled their bowls with hearty beef soup, ribs, and vegetables, except for Li Tian, who piled her bowl high with just beef and ribs. Neglecting the vegetables and vermicelli entirely, that if the bowl were any bigger, I fear she'd take the whole pot. She thought but kept her silence. Hu Jihing approached with 2 bowls of food, directly placing one into Wen Yurao's arms. Hurry and eat. There's none left in the pot. Wen Yurao accepted the bowl, lowering her head slightly, murmuring a soft thank you before digging in. Hu Jihing smirked, watching her rosy lips slurp the vermicelli, producing delightful sounds that made his gaze turn heated. Sensing his own breath becoming uneven, he quickly averted his eyes. Wen Yurao, oblivious to all this, continued munching on a rib. The sound crisp and loud, completely unaware of the attention she was drawing as she observed her companions devouring the simple meal with fervor, tears glistening in their eyes. She couldn't help but frown. These people must have gone a long time without a proper meal since the apocalypse began. Sigh, living isn't much better than being dead. The following days passed in a blur, with minor encounters with zombies along the way, easily resolved without needing to leave the vehicle. Han Lung, yawning and stretching his stiff neck, remarked, at this pace, we might reach the base by tomorrow night. Hu Jiheng, gazing ahead with a calm demeanor, replied, we'll only stay at this base for 3 days. We'll gather the supplies we need and head back to City A immediately. Chapter 16. A minor zombie tide on a sultry afternoon. 2 vehicles traversed the barren dirt road. The ground cracked under the relentless sun. The myriad of fissures seemed endless. Han Lung lifted his shirt to wipe his neck, cursing in a manner that was utterly incongruous with his appearance. Damn, this heat is unbearable. Sister-in-law, aren't you ice type? Couldn't you conjure up some ice to cool us down? Jiang Lu, with a damp towel draped around his neck, added, sister-in-law, could you spare me some ice water with this towel? Wen Yurao weakly rubbed her forehead, choosing to ignore the two who couldn't seem to amend their ways. It's only a little past 10. It's not even the hottest part of the day, yet if we use ice now, I want to be able to save my powers for the zombies, and there are ordinary people in the vehicles behind us that we can't have them dying of heat. She feigned helplessness. Han Lung swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Sister-in-law, look at how sunburned Jiang Lu and I are. He turned to show her just how badly they were suffering. Their pale faces were flushed crimson, sweat pouring down, and their lips parched, an image of severe dehydration. Here, have some ice cubes to shield you from the sun. He tossed 2 ice cubes onto the windshield, sounding slightly embarrassed. Wen Yurao then produced 2 bottles of water, their icy surfaces glistening with frost, and handed them to the two. With audible gulps, they drank deeply, feeling the oppressive heat dissipate somewhat, their spirits lifting a little. Wen Yurao watched them with a weary gaze, realizing her supply of water was dwindling while the endless expanse of land lay before them. After a bumpy ride, just as everyone began to feel listless, Han Lung noticed a dark mass ahead. Squinting his eyes in disbelief, assuming it was a shaded area, he excitedly pressed the accelerator, speeding towards it. The others, sensing a change, felt their weariness lift as they peered eagerly ahead. As they approached, alarm bells rang. Oh no, a massive horde of zombies. Han Lung exclaimed, his face turning anxious. Looks like we've stumbled upon a minor zombie tide. Hu Jiheng remarked calmly that if Wen Yurao hadn't seen him gripping the seat with white-knuckled hands, she would have praised him for his composure. What should we do, boss? There are too many zombies. Jiang Lu's voice trembled with fear. Charge through. The zombies are of a lower level. Our modified vehicles can handle a few. Wen Yurao feigned calmness as she spoke, her heart racing with anxiety. Han Lung immediately accelerated, crashing through several zombies. The vehicle spun in a thrilling 360-degree drift, the rear sweeping away a dozen zombies. Meanwhile, the others showcase their powers from within the vehicle. Watch out. It's a strength-type zombie smashing against the car. All disembark and form a circle. Commence the assault. Ho Jiheng shouted as he opened the door to the crowd. Those with water abilities hurried to douse the ground, while Rao Rao took charge of freezing the area. As Ho Jiheng spoke, everyone instinctively complied. It was evident that he possessed the aura of a leader. The feet of the zombies were visibly encased in ice, causing their movements to slow. With tremendous force, Ho Jiheng manipulated water and ice to conduct electricity, incinerating dozens of ordinary zombies, while the ability-wielding zombies convulsed under the electric shock. Yi Jinxiao immediately unleashed 2 fire dragons, sending several zombies ablaze as they scurried about in chaos. When Yurao watched in awe, her eyes widening, and no wonder he's the male lead. He truly is formidable. It seemed that only a few ability-wielding zombies remained. Noticing that everyone was nearing exhaustion and their abilities nearly depleted, Ho Jiheng found himself struck by a strength-based zombie in a critical moment. Han Lung transformed his body into metal and charged forward to block a powerful blow, spitting out blood as he did so. Ho Jiheng cradled Han Lung, coldly admonishing him. Why did you rush over? Are you seeking death? Infuriated, Ho Jiheng summoned the last remnants of his powers and struck the zombie's forehead, instantly reducing it to ashes. He then drew his knife and approached Jiang Lu, instructing him to take care of Han Lung before immersing himself back into the fray. The female lead, Chen Kiki, witnessing Han Lung's severe injuries, dodged and weaved her way to his side. Hold on, I will assist you with your treatment, she urged. Han Lung's weak voice responded, Thank you. Jiang Ren shot earth spikes that pierced through the skulls of nearby zombies. Once the immediate threat surrounding Chen Kiki was neutralized, he assured her, Focus on treating him. I will keep watch. Chapter 17. The battle concludes as the last few ability-wielding zombies remained. Everyone found themselves devoid of powers, forced to rely on sheer physical strength. Were they truly fated to perish here? Chen Kiki battled fiercely against the zombies with her blade. When Yurao's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart racing with anxiety. Exhausted and clutching her chest, she seemed to remember something and reached into her bag, retrieving a few handguns from her spatial storage. Those who can use them, come and take one. Ho Jiheng, astonished, silently accepted one, as did Yi Jinxiao. With no time to waste, when Yurao declared, Let us end this battle, she swiftly fired a shot at a wooden ability-wielding zombie's head. Yet, the zombies proved to be elusive targets. As she ran and shot, her attempts either missed or landed harmlessly. The zombie pounded its chest, letting out a menacing growl, frustrated, when Yurao ceased her flight, casting aside her gun and drawing her tang knife, prepared to confront the zombie head-on. Just as the zombie lunged to bite her, she kicked out fiercely. However, the evolving zombies now possessed increasingly hardened bones, causing her leg to tremble from the impact. Wincing in pain, she disregarded the discomfort and delivered several more kicks, pushing the zombie back. Rubbing her leg, she paid no heed to the pain as she swung her tang knife, only for the zombie to ensnare her with its abilities. With a swift slice, she severed the vines, executing a perfect flip in mid-air to land gracefully. Yet, this approach was unsustainable. Risking her life, she drew closer to the zombie, which bit into her left shoulder, eliciting a cold sweat from her. Without overthinking, she raised her knife and struck down, separating the zombie's head from its body, even as its teeth remained latched onto her shoulder. Gritting her teeth against the nausea, she pried the teeth away and discarded the severed head. Meanwhile, Ho Jiheng displayed remarkable marksmanship, easily dispatching a zombie with a single shot to the head. Turning, he spotted Wen Yurao, who sat on the ground, clutching her shoulder in agony. How could this happen? Hold on, Rao Rao. He called out loudly for Chen Kiki to come aid her. Chen Kiki, her pale face betraying her fatigue, approached with great difficulty. I've nearly exhausted my abilities. I need to replenish my energy. First, a zombie launched an ice spike towards them. Yi Jinxiao fired several rounds, finally eliminating the threat before his ammunition ran out. At last, all the zombies were vanquished, and everyone collapsed onto the ground. When Yurao retrieved bandages and anti-inflammatory medicine from her backpack, preparing to dress her wounds, Ho Jiheng tore away the fabric from her shoulder. And no need to be stubborn now. I'll bandage it for you. It will hurt a bit, so bear with it. He accepted the item she handed him with the right hand. If you can't handle it, why not run to my side instead of putting yourself in this position? Ho Jihing reproached her gently, his expression filled with concern. Make sure to tend to Han Lung as well. Han Lung, leaning against Jiang Lu, chuckled softly. Sister-in-law, are you Doryman? How come your backpack has everything, including guns and medicine? He glanced at Wen Yuao's backpack, curiosity evident in his eyes that there's nothing much. It's just what I collected from passers-by. She replied that Li Tian had vanished, and their vehicle was missing too. That woman must have taken advantage of our distraction to flee. She fumed, cursing under her breath. Nearby, Zhang Tianlin could be heard venting his frustrations, slamming his fists against his chest in anger. Chapter 18. Seeds of Doubt after extracting all the zombie crystal stones. The group replenished their energy and continued on their journey as evening approached. The temperature cooled slightly, and upon opening the car windows, they spotted a village ahead, its houses neatly arranged in silence, devoid of even the sound of barking dogs. The group disembarked to inspect each house for danger while gathering supplies. It was clear that in the pre-apocalyptic world, all the village's young people had likely gone off to work, leaving behind only elderly and child zombies wandering in twos and threes. Wen Yuao ventured into an old building alone and was immediately confronted by two elderly zombies and a child zombie, their faces twisted in grotesque expressions. With her tang knife, she dispatched them swiftly, collecting crystal stones afterward and inspecting the residence. Finding a room to hide in, she closed the door and entered her spatial storage. Inside, all the food had ripened, and the fruit trees were laden with harvest. A smile blossomed on her delicate face as she surveyed the bountiful scene. Using her mind, she categorized and harvested all the fruits and vegetables, filling empty bottles with water. Noticing Wen Yuao had entered the house alone, Ho Jihing's expression grew solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he followed her inside. Observing the slain zombies, each killed with a single strike, he began searching both upstairs and downstairs. Yet after thoroughly scouring the house without finding her, he furrowed his brow in thought. Could something have gone wrong? He spun around to inform Jiang Lu, find out where Rao Rao is. Returning to the house, Ho Jihing began a meticulous search, still finding nothing amiss. He stepped outside. Did you find any useful supplies? Wen Yuao approached, her face beaming with a carefree smile. That Ho Jihing's rigid body turned slightly, his expression serious. Have you been here the whole time? Wen Yuao looked puzzled. Yes, what's wrong? Do you need something? Ho Jihing scanned her from head to toe, then surveyed the surroundings, yet said nothing. Finally, he spoke in a low tone. Everyone found quite a bit of dry goods. I wanted you to cook. Wen Yuao gave an okay gesture and blinked, replying, no problem. The two walked to a newly constructed house, clearly indicating that the owners had lived comfortably before the apocalypse compared to the dilapidated homes surrounding it. Chen Kiki was busy soaking dried vegetables, explaining, Yuao, I can't cook, but I can assist you. We found a lot of ingredients, but only 2 bags of rice, so we can feast tonight. Her charming face radiated joy as she animatedly gestured. Wen Yuao, with a gentle smile, listened quietly to Chen Kiki's enthusiastic chatter. It's no wonder the male lead is fond of her. Even I like her. She has a gentle temperament, a kind heart, and is adorably modest and courteous. Without wasting time, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair and delicate arms, and began to prepare the meal that I'll make a little extra. We can eat it on the way tomorrow, allowing us to reach our destination sooner. That evening, Wen Yuao prepared a feast consisting of pork and corn soup, stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, stir-fried dried beans with cured meat, spicy cabbage, braised pork, braised chicken, spicy shredded potatoes, sauteed baby bok choy, and spicy meat dishes. That I also made a large pot of red bean porridge for breakfast tomorrow. Han Lung approached Wen Yuao eagerly. Sister-in-law, is dinner ready yet? Without replying, she placed the dishes against his chest, causing him to jump back, exclaiming, hot, 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 as he gingerly adjusted the dishes. After distributing the food, everyone gathered around a table, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Yi Jinxiao picked up a piece of baby bok choy, curiosity evident on his face. After so many days in the apocalypse, and with such hot weather, where did these fresh vegetables and chili peppers come from? Wen Yuao appeared slightly anxious, her eyes flickering as she hurriedly explained that her extraordinary abilities had allowed her to preserve a considerable amount of vegetables, which she had stored in an insulated box with ice. However, her supply was dwindling, and she lamented that their meals were becoming increasingly scarce. To alleviate any doubts among the group, she conjured a small ice orb with her powers. And upon seeing the nods of acknowledgement from everyone, she felt somewhat relieved. Chapter 19. Zombie bats. Only Huijing had, since the evening, been casting inquisitive glances at Wen Yurao, making her feel as if her secret was at risk of being exposed. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of parting ways cleanly upon reaching city, and after they finished their meal, Sun Yuyin wiped her mouth and reached for the dishes, which the others did not refuse. Considering the fatigue that weighed heavily on them after a day of battle, as night fell and the moon ascended the branches, the world seemed to pause in an eerie stillness, yet no one had the energy to notice. Exhausted, they quickly succumbed to slumber, except for Hui Jiheng and Yi Jinxiao, who remained vigilant and discussed taking turns to keep watch. The night was punctuated by the incessant chirping of bats, leaning against the wall. Yi Jinxiao stifled a yawn, but suddenly his eyes sharpened with clarity as he sensed a disturbance. Hui Jiheng opened his eyes wide, alarmed that in the distance, a dark mass of indistinct shapes was flapping its wings and approaching rapidly. Hui Jiheng's voice was icy as he exclaimed, "This is bad. Wake them up!" Yi Jinxiao rushed over, waking the others one by one. As they looked on, bewildered at the tattered bodies flapping their wings and baring their red eyes and fangs. Yi Jinxiao shouted, "Bats are coming!" Hurry, startled, the group sprang into action, disregarding their shoes as they unleashed their powers against the bats, only to find themselves swarmed by even more. Unbeknownst to them, several zombie bats had already infiltrated the room. Preparing to strike, Chen Kiki hid behind Yi Jinxiao, relentlessly attacking the bats. Sun Yuyin cried out in agony. What happened? Wen Yurao asked, her eyes fixed on the bats as she utilized her powers to strike them down. Sun Yun's face contorted in pain, tears welling in her eyes as she choked out, "I've been bitten. It hurts so much. Sun Yun has been bitten. We need to help her." Just as she turned to speak, a bat seized the opportunity and lunged at Wen Yurao, biting her. Chen Kiki, wielding her knife, approached Sun Yuyin. Upon seeing the 2 puncture wounds on her neck oozing blood, she lamented, "A normal person bitten is doomed beyond salvation." Wen Yurao addressed the group, "If this continues, we will all perish here. There are too many of them. We cannot kill them all, though we must think of a solution quickly." Hui Jiheng activated a lightning strike. Taking down a few bats, furrowing his brow, he scanned the surroundings in haste. When his gaze fell upon a pile of firewood, his eyes brightened, and he urgently commanded, "Yi Jinxiao, ignite that pile of firewood." The bats fear fire. Yi Jinxiao instantly comprehended and unleashed his fire dragon ability, sending flames roaring into the wood. Crackling sounds echoed as the wood ignited, flames leaping high and radiating heat that scorched everyone. The zombie bats, upon witnessing the fierce blaze, dared not approach, flapping their wings a few times before swiftly retreating, leaving behind a ground littered with bat carcasses. Hui Jiheng appeared disheveled, his body riddled with bite marks and scratches. Wen Yurao quietly observed as Chen Kiki tended to the wounds. Once the chaos subsided, the group gazed somberly at Sun Yuyin's lifeless body. After spending several days together, it was evident that she was a sincere and quiet individual, contributing silently to the team despite lacking any extraordinary abilities. With teary eyes, Chen Kiki turned to Yi Jinxiao and said, "Jinxiao, let us burn her body, that I'm sure Sun Yuyin wouldn't want to become a hideous, mindless corpse." Agreed. Yi Jinxiao summoned his powers, and in an instant, Sun Yuyin's body was engulfed in flames. There was little time for mourning, as no one could predict what dangers lurked in the next moment. The group immediately began to absorb crystal cores. Hui Jiheng and the others did not dwell on Sun Yuyin's death. After all, in this apocalyptic world, they had grown accustomed to loss. For ordinary people without powers, survival was hardly preferable to death. Chapter 20. Advancement. Wen Yurao was pleasantly surprised to find that she had advanced to the 2nd tier of her abilities. Hui Jiheng's powers were so formidable that he must have already reached the 2nd tier long ago. It seemed that the male and female leads were also on the verge of breaking through. Wen Yurao resolved to strive harder. After the battle, the dawn broke, illuminating the land with warm light, heralding the start of a new day. The group served up the red bean porridge they had simmered overnight, soft and fragrant. After hours of intense fighting, their appetites surged, once they had eaten their fill. Wen Yurao excused herself to use the restroom, retreating into her space to enjoy a hot spring and change into clean clothes, preparing fresh attire for the others as well. Han Lung received 2 pairs of gray shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, exclaiming, "I told you, sister-in-law is a real-life Doryman. There is nothing she can't do." Though the words were spoken casually, they struck a chord, yet when Yurao chose not to explain, she merely noticed Huijing gazing intently at the clothes she had given him, lost in thought. Over the course of these days, Yi Jinxiao had also altered his perception of Wen Yurao, but he walked directly to her side and said, "Thank you for the food and clothes. You truly are different from before." His face flushed slightly as he remarked, "This sudden change feels somewhat unfamiliar." Wen Yurao, feeling at ease, replied, "We're merely helping one another for now. It's nothing special." With that, they set off once more. The temperature fluctuated drastically between day and night, and after a short while, they were all drenched in sweat. When Yurao conjured 2 large blocks of ice, and while their vehicle traveled alongside Yi Jinxiao's, she shot 2 blocks inside. Since advancing to the second tier, her abilities had become more durable, providing a glimmer of hope against the scorching sun. She believed that as her powers continued to grow, she would adapt even better to such conditions. Han Lung, hugging the ice block through his clothes, exclaimed joyfully, "Sister-in-law, what tier are your powers at? This ice feels bone-chilling, and it hardly melts." "Second tier," when Yurao replied absently. Glancing out the window, the 3 exchanged knowing glances. Huijing remained outwardly calm, yet internally he was astounded. His gaze toward Wen Yurao sparkled with admiration. Hanlon quickly gave a thumbs up, praising, "I thought Big Brother was impressive enough. But who knew you'd be just as formidable? No wonder Big Brother has his eyes on you. With the apocalypse barely underway, how come both of you are so incredible? How are we ever going to catch up?" Zhang Lu sighed, leaning back in his seat. Ahead loomed a red-brick fortified city. The safe base of City Beach. The 2 vehicles raced forward, eager to reach their destination. At the entrance, 2 passageways awaited. One for those with abilities, and the other for ordinary people. Those with powers could enter without scrutiny, as the base was currently recruiting ability users without requiring food contributions. For ordinary individuals, however, the process was much more arduous, requiring them to submit food and undergo a thorough inspection before being monitored for a day. This was due to the fact that if a person with abilities were bitten, they would instantly transform into a zombie. Whereas ordinary people had an incubation period, with the longest mutation time being 1 day. When it came time for their group to pass through, they were handed a form to fill out, primarily indicating their ability tier. In a world where most were at 0 tier and few reached the 1st tier, they all marked their powers as 0 to avoid inciting unnecessary panic. Upon seeing that they were all ability users, the gatekeeper immediately bent to open the door and ushered them inside. After all, in this apocalyptic era, possessing abilities granted one certain privileges. Upon entering, they found that this safe zone was merely a rudimentary enclosure of an entire rural area, giving off an impression of fragility. Inside, the environment was chaotic and unsanitary. Everyone appeared either starved or deeply traumatized, their spirits visibly low. Chapter 21. Arrival at the base. The surroundings were in a state of utter disrepair. The walls seemed far from sturdy, and even the basic security personnel were ordinary people. And no wonder they struggled to fend off mutated animals and plants. When Yurao recalled from the book, Chin Kiki suddenly approached. "Yurao, are you planning to go to City A in a few days?" "Yes," she replied. "City B cannot compare to the safety and stability of City A if we're to choose a safe and stable location. City A is undoubtedly the first option, especially since the zombies are becoming increasingly formidable. This small base could fall at any moment." Chin Kiki dashed over to Yi Jinxiao, whispered something to him, and then returned, brimming with excitement. "Since we can go anywhere, why don't we head to City A together? It would be great to look out for each other. That I don't feel this place is very reliable." True to her nature, the female lead's intuition was spot on. Thinking to herself, she replied, "Of course, that sounds wonderful." Upon arriving at the rental property, they expended 15 low-grade crystal stones to secure a grand villa for 3 days. Once inside, they were struck by the opulent decor and the pristine condition of the furnishings, which seemed untouched, as if seldom inhabited. The place had been meticulously cleaned, ready for immediate occupancy, leaving them quite satisfied. It was evident that the previous owner had been engaged in commerce before the apocalypse, and this villa, never lived in, had now become a lifeline. A means of survival as currency had turned to mere paper. Wu Jihing took Wen Yurao's hand and led her to the trading post to exchange for supplies, with Wen Yurao passively following his lead. Upon reaching the trading area, chaos reigned. surpassing even the bustling markets. Hua Jiheng approached a vendor selling gasoline and requested 10 barrels to be delivered to Villa District 5, number 1. The vendor questioned, "How will you transport so much?" Hua Jiheng placed a hand on her shoulder. Leaning in with a serious gaze, his cool voice measured as he stated, "I know you will find a way. I won't press you if you choose not to share. However, this gasoline is essential for our journey to City A." When Yurao felt cornered under his scrutinizing gaze, her eyes darting as she muttered, "I will think of a solution." They then proceeded to a fruit stall, purchasing a variety of fruits, all nurtured by wood-type ability users, which imbued them with energy-restoring properties, albeit at exorbitant prices. After acquiring watermelons, strawberries, apples, and dragon fruits, they continued to procure various vegetables. Observing Hua Jiheng's lavish spending, other vendors eagerly called out, vying for his attention. Hua Jiheng approached a stall selling rings and picked up a diamond ring. Discarding a crystal stone in exchange, in a world where such a treasure would have fetched an astronomical price before the apocalypse. Now it could be traded for a mere handful of stones. How fickle is fate, he mused. By the way, why do you need a diamond ring? When Yurao questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Hua Jiheng responded with a knowing smile, "It's useful." Just then a woman, nearly bare, approached entwined with a robust man, occasionally teasing him. When Yurao squinted, realizing it was the infuriating Tian. The man, undeterred, grinned broadly as Tian playfully chided, "Are you in such a hurry? We're almost home." "Do as you please." As they were about to pass, Hua Jiheng firmly grasped Wen Yurao's arm, his tone low and serious. "This can be resolved privately." Tian, casting a provocative glance in their direction, sauntered away, closing the door behind her. Upon their return home, Zhang Tianlin erupted in anger, exclaiming, "That wretched Tian! If I don't teach her a lesson, I'll change my surname." When Yurao, engaged in conversation with Zhang Tianlin and Chen Kiki about the day's events, plotted how to deal with her. She ascended the stairs, casually choosing a room decorated in a European style. From this vantage point, she could see the garden, though the fountain lay dry, lacking power. With no time for leisurely contemplation, she entered her space, where seeds had already sprouted into vibrant green leaves, teeming with life. After a refreshing bath, she stepped out and instinctively leaped onto the bed, unaware that Hua Jiheng stood silently by, watching her. Startled upon seeing him, she exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Hua Jiheng shrugged, reclining on the bed, "I'm here to sleep with you and see your performance." When Yurao lowered her gaze, contemplating before fixing her stare upon him, biting her lip. After weighing her thoughts, she softly confessed, "I've awakened a space-type ability, though it's somewhat unique that I prefer to keep it hidden to avoid causing alarm." Hua Jiheng, unfazed, pulled her down beside him, casually remarking, "I already knew, now sleep." When Yurao, taken aback by his nonchalance, felt a flicker of awkwardness and concern. How could he know? She hadn't behaved unusually in his presence. Her mind raced, but she ultimately dismissed it. Recognizing that such a remarkable person would likely discern her secrets, she watched him recline on the bed. She knelt beside him and pushed him gently, her tone awkward. You should sleep in another room. This is mine." With a mischievous glint in his eye, Hua Jiheng ignored her protest, swiftly tucking her under the covers and wrapping his strong arms around her. When Yurao felt breathless, struggling to break free, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. Yet, she reasoned that his presence provided some safety amidst the tumultuous world they inhabited. Exhausted from their recent trials, when Yurao finally allowed herself to relax and drift into sleep, unaware that Hua Jiheng, upon sensing her slumber, opened his clear eyes, captivated by her peaceful visage. His fingers gently caressed her face, playfully pinching her delicate nose as he chuckled softly, "You look rather adorable when asleep." When Yurao awoke to sunlight flooding the room, groggily rubbing her eyes to find it past 9 o'clock. After wiping the sweat from her brow, she hastily rose, stretching languidly like a cat, reflecting on the comfort of finally sleeping soundly after days of hardship. Dressing in a fitted red dress that accentuated her curves, she admired her reflection in the mirror, pleased with her appearance. With rosy lips, a fair oval face, and a figure that was both enticing and graceful, she considered herself a captivating beauty. Descending the stairs, she found Jiang Lu, apron-clad, dutifully wiping down the table, embodying the image of a devoted husband, sister-in-law. "I saved some food for you. How does it suit your taste?" he asked, turning to see her descending in her alluring red dress. His face flushed as he quickly averted his gaze, feeling guilty for staring at his brother's wife. "Are you feeling unwell?" Wen Yurao teased, biting into a succulent meat bun, her innocent eyes glancing at him. Jiang Lu, caught off guard, stammered incoherently, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Just kidding. Where is everyone?" Wen Yurao smiled brightly that they've gone to the task hall. The boss mentioned a mission to gather supplies for the journey in 2 days. Jiang Lu replied, attempting to keep his composure while discreetly wiping away the blood trickling from his nose. Turning away, he went outside, settling into a wrought-tan chair in the garden, swaying gently. Not far off, he appeared like a celestial being amidst the earthly realm, evoking a sense of wonder that a series of footsteps approached. And when Yurao turned to see the man Li Tian had been with yesterday, that he seemed to be on patrol, likely a minor manager within the base. Upon spotting Wen Yurao, his eyes widened, and his breath quickened as he approached with a greasy smile. "Hello there, beautiful." Wen Yurao grimaced at his repulsive demeanor, deciding it best to retreat to her room. However, the patrolman quickly encircled her, brazenly declaring, "You should consider it a privilege that our boss has set his sights on you, that don't be ungrateful." Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Lu emerged, rushing forward, ready to defend her. "My sister-in-law is not someone like you can covet." When Yurao crossed her arms, her expression stern, "I don't care who he is. It's irrelevant to me." The greasy man barked back at the patrol, "We must treat a beauty well. We can't frighten my little darling." He then turned back to Wen Yurao, introducing himself with a false charm. "I'm Li Xian, known as Boss Xian, a power-type ability user that if you're interested, you're welcome to visit my home." Wen Yurao, appalled, replied coldly, "No, thank you," and turned to leave. That Li Xian's smile faltered as he swiftly blocked her path, his tone menacing, "Don't be foolish, girl. It's a favor I'm doing by inviting you home." Upon finishing his words, he swiftly reached out to seize her. Just as his hand was about to make contact with Wen Yuro's arm, Jiang Lu conjured a soil shield to separate them. However, it was futile against the forceful attack. Li Xian exerted his strength, shattering the earth barrier as he prepared to grasp Wen Yuro once more. A chilling glint surged in her eyes, and she launched an ice spear that pierced directly into Li Xian's palm. In agony, he grimaced and raised his hand, intending to strike Wen Yuro across the face. She deftly bent down and sidestepped, narrowly evading his assault. In an instant, Li Xian's hand was ensnared, feeling the pain radiating through his arm. His face contorted as he cursed, "Damn it! Who is it?" Turning his head, he was met with a gaze so frigid it could pierce steel. That a tremor coursed through him, his heart racing. He realized that even as a wielder of strength, he could not extricate his arm from her grip. Her abilities were undoubtedly superior to his. With a visage as grim as the Reaper, he spoke slowly, "My woman is not someone you can bully." "Are you courting death?" Li Xian, sensing the dire situation, immediately adjusted his tone, saying, "I am but a petty man who fails to recognize the mountain of a giant. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your refined gathering." As he spoke, he bowed and retreated, a throng of people scuttling away in disarray. Hu Jiheng cast a disdainful glance at their hasty exit, his face a mask of contempt. He took Wen Yuro's hand and led her to a room. Scrutinizing her closely, clad in a red dress that accentuated her alluring figure, the tear-streaked beauty mark on her face rendered her irresistibly enchanting. Hu Jiheng couldn't help but feel his breath quicken. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, with an air of resignation, he remarked, "Why are you dressed like this? I had no idea that wearing a simple dress at home would cause such a commotion." Wen Yuro replied innocently, shrugging her shoulders. He cradled her chin, resting his head on her shoulder, and said, "Fortunately, I was home today. Otherwise, what would you have done if you encountered a high-level ability user?" Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Wen Yuro gently pushed away, shrugged her shoulders, and yawned nonchalantly. "I could just retreat into my space." Hu Jiheng, noticing her apparent lack of fear, adopted a serious expression and warned, "If it becomes known that you can enter your own space, it will attract far more attention. Unless you intend to remain inside for a lifetime, it is only a matter of time before they capture you for research." When Yuro's face flickered between pale and flushed, her eyes wide with innocence as she gazed at him. Sensing that his aim had been achieved, Hu Jiheng smiled, his voice low and magnetic. "Ru, do not fear. I will always protect you." Seizing the moment while she was still dazed, he pressed a kiss to her delicate cheek. When she regained her senses, she found him exuding confidence, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze laced with flirtation. Goodness, such blatant seduction. Who could possibly withstand it? Truly an unfair game. Hua Jiheng, observing her flustered expression and discomfort, refrained from further advances. Chapter 24. Uninvited guests. Upon returning home, Li Xian spotted a dossier on the table detailing the investigation into Wen Yuro and Hua Jiheng's entry into the base. Infuriated, he smashed the table with a forceful blow, exclaiming, "Damn it! They're all at the initial stage. What do I have to fear?" Li Tian, noticing Li Xian seated there, gracefully draped herself over his neck and inquired, "Darling, what's the matter?" As she casually glanced at the dossier, she added, "Why are you interested in them?" Li Xian's curiosity piqued. He planted a kiss on her ruby lips, playing with her bosom as he lazily replied, "Oh, do you know them, sweetheart?" Li Tian's voice took on a teasing lilt as she replied, "We traveled together for a few days. Their combat prowess is impressive, and their abilities are quite strong." Then, with a hint of jealousy, she added, "What's this? Have you taken a liking to them?" She shot him a reproachful glance, her fingers tracing his thick lips, revealing a seductive glimmer in her eyes as she leaned in for a kiss. Li Xian was immediately ignited with desire. His eyes narrowed as he recalled the frustrations he had endured earlier in the day, and he said, "Where could you possibly compare? But if you could lure that girl out, wouldn't it be even better for the brothers to have some fun?" A glint of malice flashed in Li Tian's eyes as she internally recoiled at the thought, realizing that it was he who desired to play, not the brothers. Yet, she dared not offend him, forcing a smile as she replied, "I'll wait for you at home tomorrow." Hearing her satisfactory answer, Li Xian promptly embraced Li Tian and retreated into the room, tearing at her clothing as they became entwined. Early the next morning, Li Tian slipped from Li Xian's embrace, gathered her scattered clothes, and exited. Li Xian smirked wickedly and rolled over, continuing to sleep. When Yuro was awakened by the sounds of an argument at the door. After dressing, she descended the stairs to find Zhang Tianlin and Li Tian in a heated exchange, each equally agitated. Finally, Li Tian, tears streaming down her face, lamented, "It was beyond my control. I'm but a woman, and as a water ability user, I couldn't do much. That I, in my panic, I fled. That I came here to apologize. See, I brought these fruits as gifts." Zhang Tianlin was about to shove her, when Yuro, standing at the stairway, coldly interjected, "Since you're already here, might as well come in and sit for a while." As Li Tian entered, sniffling and sobbing, she said, "It's all my fault. Truly, I regret it. I hope you can forgive me." When Yuro regarded her with an expression devoid of warmth and replied, "In the face of imminent death, one's instinct is to flee. It is understandable." With a smile, Li Tian responded, "Thank you for your understanding. As a token of gratitude, why don't you join us for dinner at my home tonight? I will prepare a feast to treat you well." Chen Kiki was about to decline when Yuro interjected, "No problem. We must go since we leave tomorrow." Li Tian's face lit up with gratitude as she urged, "You must come. I'll be waiting for you." Chen Kiki approached Yuro, irate, and said, "Why are you still associating with someone like her?" Yuro regarded her with a mysterious smile, cheeks flushed with anger. "Didn't we agree to teach her a lesson? I certainly won't let her off easily. Just wait for the show tonight." Soon, that evening, Hua Jiheng and Yi Jinxiao returned from their mission, carrying the spoils of their labor. Surveying the desolate surroundings, Hua Jiheng felt a tinge of confusion. Yi Jinxiao remarked, "I wonder where those few people have gone." Just then, Chen Kiki, Yuro, and Zhang Tianlin returned, all wearing smiles as if something monumental had occurred. Han Lung, ever the gossip, sidled over and asked, "What's the occasion?" "Why the joyous expressions?" Yuro, with a mysterious grin, replied, "It's a secret." The group then dispersed to their respective rooms, unaware that the following day, the entire trading base would be embroiled in a scandalous affair. Yuro slipped into her space to cultivate her abilities. Eventually, she set aside the ripe vegetables and fruits, luxuriating in a hot spring while savoring the delectable treats. Chapter 25. A teasing encounter. Upon returning to her bed, Yuro found Hua Jiheng clad only in a towel around his waist. His damp hair dripped water, tracing a path down his chiseled abdomen, until absorbed by the towel. Yuro felt her eyelids flutter, her head instinctively turning away. The display was rather provocative. One must be cautious with their principles. Hua Jiheng approached her with a devilish smile, his gaze laden with allure, his voice deep and magnetic. There are even more enticing sights. Would you care to indulge? When Euro's cheeks flushed crimson as she dove under the covers, covering her eyes and frantically waving her hands. Such inappropriate imagery. You should enjoy it at your leisure. I'm going to sleep. Hu Jiheng feigned disappointment. You'll be missing out on a rare opportunity, but he then shifted his tone to a teasing one. But sooner or later, you will experience it firsthand. When Euro pulled the covers over her head, her heart racing as she pondered his audacious words. What scandalous talk! How improper! Hu Jiheng observed her snugly cocooned in the blankets. A smile tugging at his lips that if he pushed further, she might just flee. The following morning, Jiang Lu tallied the supplies collected on their recent outing, while others busied themselves with packing. Han Lung bounded in, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Do you know what I heard at the trading market this morning?" Jiang Lu shot him a dismissive glance. Uninterested, what could possibly be of significance, with exuberance? Han Lung replied, "This morning, everyone at the trading market witnessed Patrol Captain Li Xian and Li Tian stripped bare and left exposed." The crowd gathered around, pointing and gossiping, until the patrol team came to their rescue. Li Tian has suddenly become quite the sensation at the base. Jiang Lu couldn't help but chuckle, the amusement escaping his lips. No wonder the sisters were wearing those mischievous smiles last night. It all makes sense now. When Euro stifled a laugh, while Hu Jiheng raised an eyebrow, a roguish glint in his eyes as he regarded her. When Euro felt a warning bell ring in her mind. Why was he always so flirtatious? Admittedly, it was rather captivating. Hu Jiheng, noting her momentary distraction, averted his gaze. Zhang Tonlin, comfortably nestled in a massage chair, squinted his eyes in relaxation. Yesterday, Li Tian invited us to her home for dinner. How could someone like her possibly have good intentions? As expected, he opened his eyes, a mocking smile gracing his lips. She spiked the drinks that Licien kept urging everyone to drink, no matter what was said. His acting was abysmal, that a discerning eye could easily perceive that the wine was tainted. Seizing the moment of his laughter, I swiftly poured the drink into his mouth, provoking him to thrash about in anger. With a disdainful sneer, I remarked that when Li Xian fell, Li Tian was so frightened she screamed, only to be similarly incapacitated, that it would be a mercy for them to be discarded at the trading market. They ought to be thrown directly into the horde of zombies to be fed to the undead. Zhang Tianlin exuded a faint sense of regret. Han Lung raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive, you all." Meanwhile, Li Xian and Li Tian had returned home. Li Xian, raising his hand, delivered a slap to Li Tian, furiously cursing, "Damn it, it's all your fault for insisting on using that sleeping drug. If not for that, this wouldn't have happened, that we could have simply tied them up when we arrived, saving us all this trouble." That Li Tian, having been knocked to the ground, groggily propped herself up, clutching her bleeding cheek, and retorted, "If you could have beaten them, would I have needed to deceive you into bringing me home?" Realizing her tone was inappropriate upon witnessing Li Xian's increasingly furious expression, she hastily scrambled to his side, tugging at her blood-stained lip, and ingratiatingly said, "As long as they remain at the base, Xianji, your capabilities are unparalleled. Surely you can retrieve them." This momentarily quelled Li Xian's ire. And with a cold smirk, he declared with a sinister air, "If I catch them, the women will face gang rape, and the men will be fed to the zombies." That a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Li Tian's eyes. At that moment, one of their subordinates rushed over, breathless with urgency, exclaiming, "Not good. They've all escaped. They're no longer at the base. That we investigated at the gate and found that they all fled early this morning under the pretense of gathering supplies." Li Xian, infuriated, smashed the table to pieces and delivered a fierce kick, cursing, "Damn it. They've escaped too swiftly. I hope they never show their faces at the Beast City base again. Otherwise, I will make them pay dearly." Meanwhile, when Yu Rao and her group, singing heartily, advanced unhindered along the highway, occasionally encountering a few zombies, which they disregarded, speeding past them effortlessly. Chapter 26. Encountering ice-type zombies at noon. Under the blazing sun, Han Lu squinted against the sunlight, urging, "Sister-in-law, hurry and conjure some ice that I can't bear the heat." When Yu Rao extended her hand and patted Han Lung's head, saying, "Every time I hear you complain about the heat, I've yet to hear anyone else say a word. Look at those ordinary folks on the road. Their lives are likely much harsher than yours." Although she spoke thus, she conjured 2 large ice blocks and tossed them into Han Lung's embrace. Han Lung chuckled in response, That's because they lack the conditions we have. We have you, sister-in-law, our natural ice machine. How could we waste that? When Yurao smiled, turning her gaze away without further comment. Hua Jiheng had been silently observing Wen Yurao, not uttering a word, which made her feel particularly uneasy. Did I know I'm beautiful? She remarked, but your unwavering gaze is quite perplexing. What are you thinking? Hua Jiheng pulled her into his arms, expressing, it's a stroke of fortune to have encountered you in this lifetime. Surprised by this sudden confession, Wen Yurao stared wide-eyed, mechanically nodding her head, though you speak the truth. Your sudden change in demeanor makes me suspect you harbor ulterior motives. Hua Jiheng smiled, taking her hand and kissing it gently. My only intention is you. Wen Yurao, feeling particularly uncomfortable under Hua Jiheng's fervent gaze, turned her attention to the window, attempting to hide her flushed face, though her pink ears betrayed her. Hua Jiheng, typically not one for words, had made it abundantly clear through his actions how significant Wen Yurao was to him. Jiang Lu, unable to bear the silence any longer, quietly inquired, there's a shopping mall up ahead. Should we go in? Upon hearing the prospect of gathering supplies, Wen Yurao immediately perked up, exclaiming, of course we should. If there are items to collect, we mustn't miss the opportunity. Hua Jiheng observed Wen Yurao's eager expression with a resigned shake of his head. Let us park ahead. We'll disembark. After stopping the vehicle, they beheld a city in ruins, strewn with remnants of blood, severed limbs, and the bodies of the undead. The inside of the mall was eerily quiet, and astonishingly, all the items appeared intact from this vantage point. Not a single zombie was in sight. This situation is unusual, Yi Jinxiao exclaimed, his expression vigilant. The group fell into a state of alert. When Yurao racked her brain, recalling the storyline, it seemed that ever since the male and female leads had encountered each other at the gas station, the subsequent events had diverged wildly. Unable to conjure any useful plot points, she shook her head and fell in line behind the others. Suddenly, Hua Jiheng grasped Wen Yurao's hand, instructing, stay close to me. The absence of zombies around us can only mean one of two things. Either they are all upstairs, and we have yet to see them, or there is a singularly powerful zombie here. Its level suppressing the lower-tier zombies from approaching. Regardless of the reason, we must remain vigilant. Startled, Chinkiki immediately clung to Yi Jinxiao's arm, to which he comfortingly replied, I will protect you. Don't worry. The group approached the mall cautiously. Just as they reached the railing to push open the door, a chilling breeze swept through, followed by a barrage of ice spikes. Jiang Lu quickly summoned an earthen shield, which was shattered in an instant, and the ice spikes surged toward them like an unstoppable force. When Yurao conjured an ice shield to block most of the projectiles, yet some still got through. Han Lung fully transformed his body into gold, enduring one of the spikes. Yi Jinxiao unleashed a fire dragon, managing to deflect one, demonstrating the immense power of this ice-type zombie. At the service counter stood a zombie with darkened skin, pale lips, a high nose, and deep-set eyes clad in a suit. Even in its undead form, one could discern the extraordinary features this individual possessed in life. Chapter 27. Thoughts unfit for children. The zombie, having fired ice spikes that failed to fell anyone, pressed down on the ground, causing the ice-encased area to extend toward Wen Yurao and the others. Seeing the dire situation, Hua Jiheng immediately unleashed a lightning storm, using it to conduct electricity through the ice array. The ice-type zombie's hair stood on end, and it emitted clouds of black smoke. Infuriated, it retaliated with multiple ice spikes, followed by a series of ice blades aimed at the group. Realizing evasion was impossible, they scattered, surrounding the zombie and launching a collective assault, while Wen Yurao also hurled ice spikes at it. The zombie fixated on Wen Yurao, seemingly surprised to find a human with the same elemental affinity, which only intensified its pursuit, emitting a hissing sound. While the battle raged on, Yi Jinxiao, with a serious expression, urgently called out, douse it with water. When Yurao contemplated whether she could freeze it, Zhang Tianlin halted his movements, activating his powers as instructed. Every time when Yurao unleashed her abilities, the zombie deftly evaded. Hua Jiheng pulled Wen Yurao to safety, crouching behind a counter, waiting for the opportune moment when a bolt of lightning struck down directly onto the zombie's forehead. Yi Jinxiao's fire dragon surged forth, enveloping the zombie in thick smoke, reducing it to ash in an instant. Clang! a crystal dropped to the ground, producing a clear sound as it rolled a few times. Yi Jinxiao picked up the blue second-tier crystal and handed it to Wen Yurao, stating in a calm tone, "While all zombie crystals can be absorbed, those of the same attribute yield better effects." Wen Yurao accepted it, lifting it above her head for examination. She discovered it was slightly larger than a first-tier crystal, her voice tinged with excitement. "It's actually a second-tier zombie crystal. No wonder it was so challenging to deal with." Han Lung coughed lightly, maintaining a facade of composure. "No wonder I could still be pierced through even after fully transforming." Zhang Luo's earthen shield was completely shattered. Wen Yurao regarded him, showing no signs of shame for her inadequacies, causing a few beads of sweat to trickle down her forehead. Chen Kiki approached to tend to his wounds, while the others hurriedly gathered supplies while the zombie was incapacitated. "There's no high-tier zombie suppressing us in this area. Lower-tier zombies will gradually approach soon, but we must seize the moment," Hu Jihing's cool voice urged. The first floor was filled with various skincare counters, the basement housed the supermarket, while the second floor featured women's apparel. The third floor men's, the fourth floor children's, and the fifth and sixth floors were dedicated to snacks and dining. As the others headed towards the supermarket, Hu Jihing abruptly pulled Wen Yurao towards the second floor. "While everyone goes to the basement, let us gather all the supplies upstairs." The first stop was a women's lingerie store. Under Hu Jing's eager gaze, Wen Yurao wasted no time, clearing the shelves without hesitation, followed by a similar approach in subsequent stores. Upon reaching the third floor, she entered the men's clothing section, collecting everything without a second thought, except for a brief blush when gathering men's underwear. But the task was nearly complete as she prepared to head downstairs. Hu Jihing insisted on continuing upward. Wen Yurao, puzzled, asked, "Why are we going up?" "The upper floor is for children's clothes." Hu Jihing flashed a charming smile. "Why would our child grow up without clothes?" Wen Yurao paused, her face shifting through shades of red and white, responding awkwardly. "Who will want to have a child with you? I certainly don't." Hu Jihing pressed her onward to the third floor, his tone suggestively ambiguous. "If you want to have a child with me, who do you plan to have one with? This is enough for our child to wear for several generations." Wen Yurao protested, claiming reluctance while also fearing that further argument would waste time, ultimately acquiescing to gather everything. Hu Jihing then led her downstairs, and as they prepared to descend to the basement, Wen Yurao casually collected all the skincare products from a high-end counter, gleefully clapping her hands, exclaiming, "What woman in the world doesn't love beauty?" Hu Jihing merely cast her a sly glance, arching an eyebrow. Upon reaching the basement, they found Zhang Lu, who was struggling with a self-heating hot pot, his face red and teary from the spice, exclaiming, "Where have you all been? I didn't see any of you." "In a situation like this, what do you think we could be doing?" Han Lung chewed on his chips with a mischievous grin as he approached. Wen Yurao, her expression filled with exasperation, said helplessly, "Just eat your snacks. You can't seem to keep your mouth shut even while eating. Your thoughts are utterly inappropriate." Chapter 28. A journey together. Chen Kiki took a drink, opened it, and handed it to Wen Yurao and Hu Jihing, her face reflecting regret as she spoke with a hint of resignation. "Such a delicious drink. It will be hard to find something like this again." Wen Yurao thought of the myriad beverages stacked like mountains in her space, and couldn't help but smile. After accepting the drink, she said in a calm voice, "Once we gather everything, let us hasten our departure. From above, I can see numerous low-tier zombies approaching, and they are drawing nearer. Then let us hurry." Chen Kiki exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. "You all get in the vehicle and wait. Hu Jihing and I will join you shortly," Wen Yurao instructed as she placed the snacks beside her into her backpack. "Oh, do be careful." After everyone had departed, Wen Yurao remained behind to gather all the supplies. She turned to survey her surroundings but could not find Hu Jihing. "Hu Jihing, where are you?" she called out loudly. But after a lengthy silence with no response, she continued her task, scouring each shelf. It was only then that Hu Jihing slowly approached, a frown etched on his face as he struggled to suppress his disgust while selecting usable frozen items. "Where have you been? I've called for you for ages to prevent your space from being exposed. I destroyed the entire supermarket's power system." He replied that when Yurao collected the few remaining usable frozen foods. She teased, as expected, "The boss is always so considerate." Afterward, the two of them disguised their departure with a couple of bags of snacks and climbed into the vehicle. That moment, the zombies in the distance were shuffling closer at a leisurely pace. With the press of the accelerator, they sped away, watching as the zombies behind them grew increasingly indistinct. When they reached an area where the urban met the rural, they spotted a large group of humans moving forward. Han Lung alighted and, employing his innocent demeanor coupled with his silver tongue, inquired about their destination. It turned out that everyone was heading to the safe base and city, but the journey was long. And he learned that many roads ahead had been destroyed, necessitating travel on foot. Hu Jihing addressed Han Lung and Jiang Lu, saying, "Get out of the vehicle. Let us proceed together." The leading ability user approached Hu Jihing and asked, "Are you also heading to City A?" Han Lung, with a playful smile, answered, "Yes, might we join you?" "Of course. Since we are traveling together, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Yin." After everyone introduced themselves, they discovered that the group comprised several ability users. Su Yin, with a slightly plump face adorned with a beaming smile, said, "Originally, our group had 20 ability users and over 100 ordinary people. Along the way, we have suffered losses, leaving only 12 ability users and more than 50 ordinary people. Your addition will make those ordinary folks considerably safer." Once their conversation concluded, the group set off. Many eyes among the crowd were fixed on them, whispering amongst themselves that an elderly man bent over and remarked to a companion, "Dressed so neatly, they must possess considerable skills. Just look at them. They are definitely ability users. Otherwise, how could Su Yin be so polite, running back and forth?" Indeed, in these times, only ability users can manage to thrive anywhere. At that moment, a girl dashed to Wen Yurao's side, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Sister, you're so beautiful." Wen Yurao bent down, gently ruffling the girl's hair, though it was matted and unkempt, appearing quite disheveled. Yet she showed no sign of disdain, smiling warmly as she replied, "You are very adorable too." The girl, although pale and thin, had bright, innocent eyes that betrayed the hardships of life in this apocalyptic world. Looking around, Wen Yurao noted that everyone here was enduring immense difficulties. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the girl's clumsy movements and spoke softly, "I may not be able to help you, but another sister can heal you." Meanwhile, Chen Kiki was using her powers to treat the injured. Yi Jinxiao helped Chen Kiki sit down, his face etched with concern. "Kiki, you should rest for a while. There are too many injured people. Take care of yourself first. We can treat them gradually as we travel together." Chen Kiki, inherently kind-hearted, couldn't resist wanting to help the multitude of injured individuals. Yet, fearing Yi Jinxiao's worry, she resignedly said, "All right then. I'll absorb a few crystal stones to restore my abilities." Upon hearing this, Yi Jinxiao smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Wen Yurao, bringing the girl to Chen Kiki's side, inquired, "Kiki, could you heal this girl? Her wound is still bleeding." Chen Kiki looked at the dusty little girl and, filled with compassion, gently patted her head. She then activated her powers to heal the child. Finally, Wen Yurao handed the girl a piece of ice. The girl held it in her hands, grinning broadly, then joyfully skipped back to her mother, pointing at Wen Yurao and exclaiming with her childlike voice, "It was that beautiful sister who gave it to me. And the other beautiful sister healed my arm." She lifted her injured arm for her mother to see. Observing the mother's weathered face, which bore the marks of hardship, Wen Yurao witnessed her struggle to smile as she nodded gratefully before continuing her weary march forward. Chapter 29. Growing fonder, the group moved steadily through a desolate wilderness. That Su Yin raised his hand, addressing everyone with seriousness. "We shall rest here tonight and depart again at dawn. Everyone, take this time to recuperate." Yi Jinxiao lay on the ground, commenting, "At this pace, we are moving too slowly, and with so many people, we are an easy target for zombies that we might be devoured before we even reach City A." Hu Jiheng, his expression cold, spoke in a measured tone. "Though most here are ordinary people, the few responsible and capable ability users among them are quite rare. We too will be traveling on foot. Whether we go together or separately makes little difference. Moreover, the space-type ability user among them will be of great assistance to us moving forward." After a moment of silence, Yi Jinxiao chose not to respond further. Hu Jiheng observed the twilight casting a golden hue over the land. It seemed to envelop everyone in a warm glow, tender and beautiful. His gaze was drawn to Wen Yurao, who was resting against a gnarled tree, seemingly lost in thought. From this angle, her graceful neck leaned against the trunk. Lips slightly parted, eyes closed in serene contemplation, exuding a languid charm. She appeared as if she had stepped straight out of a painting, ethereal and surreal, with the entire world serving as her backdrop. Making her the enchanting muse of his dreams, Das Wajihing pondered this. A gentle smile spread across his face as he moved closer to Wenuro, that moment. Wenuro languidly opened her eyes, only to find Wajihing gazing at her with an intensity that made her heart race. With his striking eyebrows and captivating smile, he approached with an air of confidence that rendered her momentarily speechless. Thump, thump. Wenuro suppressed her racing heart, feeling as if it might leap from her chest as he drew nearer. Her heart clenched with anticipation. Wajihing settled beside her, leaning in to whisper softly, "What should I do? It seems I am growing fonder of you, almost wishing to devour you right now." Wenuro felt a wave of discomfort wash over her from his suggestive tone. Pretending not to hear him, she turned her head away in silence. Yet the atmosphere remained palpably charged. "Ha ha." Wajihing chuckled softly, noticing the faint blush creeping onto her ears, his voice a low, magnetic timbre as she listened to his deep, melodic voice. It felt like a celestial serenade, causing her to feel increasingly flustered. Her ears were not the only things reddening. Her cheeks had begun to flush as well. Wajihing, noticing her reaction, decided to retreat, choosing not to provoke her further. She gazed out at the scenery, while he remained fixated on her. To outsiders, they appeared as a pair of celestial lovers, their exquisite features and refined demeanor untouched by the ravages of the apocalypse, living as though they were still in a world of peace and tranquility. Their extraordinary abilities were evident that a group of people watched them with envy. After a few of them absorbed crystal stones to replenish their energy. Chun Kiki approached Wenuro, squatting beside her with a playful grin. "Sister, what are we having for dinner tonight? I miss your cooking. Tonight we shall have beef noodles. You can help me prepare," Wenuro replied, rummaging through her backpack and retrieving chili sauce and beef sauce to hand to her. "I'll lend a hand," Wajihing said as he stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, extending his hand to help Wenuro rise. Upon hearing this, Wenuro paused, startled. "Are you sure it's helping and not causing trouble?" After Wajihing pulled her up, he took the backpack from her hands, grinning mischievously. "Don't underestimate your man. The more you do, the more people we'll have tonight." Wenuro was momentarily stunned, thinking, how shameless. After receiving the noodles and vacuum-packed beef from Wajihing, Wenuro reached into her space and retrieved a generous handful of greens. Hanlong swiftly set up a large pot and chopped down the only dead tree in the wilderness to make firewood. When it came to preparing meals, Hanlong was always the most enthusiastic. Aside from not cooking, he was willing to do nearly everything else. Meanwhile, Wajihing continually added firewood, nearly singeing his hair and clothes in the process. Wenuro watched in speechless amazement, ultimately resigning to having him wash and chop the vegetables. The beef broth simmered to a milky white, its rich base enveloping the thick slices of beef that rolled about as the ladle stirred, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma that made mouths water. 5 pounds of noodles were added, and all the chopped greens were tossed in. During this time, many people gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation, swallowing hard that it was noteworthy that these individuals, preoccupied with their escape, had not savored a proper meal in quite some time, let alone a beef noodle dish replete with meat and vegetables. Su Yin approached slowly, holding several packets of instant noodles, his expression awkward as he shyly remarked, "The food that the young lady is preparing smells delightful. Might I trade you for a small bowl? I can hardly endure another day of just instant noodles." Behind him trailed several other ability users, each clutching their share of instant noodles. Wajihing pushed the instant noodles back, his tone nonchalant as he replied, "There's plenty made. You all can eat here." The group of ability users resolutely returned the noodles to Wajihing, firmly stating, "We cannot accept your generosity without offering something in return. Please do not decline." Wajihing regarded them with a profound gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. It seemed he had indeed made the right choice. Accepting dozens of packets of instant noodles, he turned and instructed Hanlong to distribute them among all the ordinary people that in the end. There was even a shortage, and the last few individuals, hands outstretched, had eyes brimming with desperation. Hanlong grimaced, exuding a sense of helplessness. "Wait, I will go back and fetch more for you." The individuals watched his retreating figure anxiously, fearing he might change his mind. They finally breathed a sigh of relief when he returned with additional instant noodles. Chapter 30. The attack of the mutant wolves. Once everyone was well fed and satisfied, The ability users expressed their contentment, reminiscing about how long it had been since they had enjoyed such comforting food. Indeed, Su Yin burped contentedly, a look of satisfaction on his face as he picked up a twig to clean his teeth. Puzzled as he asked, "You all look so remarkable and possess such abilities. Why do you choose to travel with us? Are you not worried about being held back?" Hu Jihing's lips parted slightly as he replied earnestly. In this apocalyptic world, all humanity should stand together and support one another. Su Yan's expression grew animated, his sincerity shining through as he declared, "People like you, with such awareness, are far too rare. That am why brothers, and I wish to help more individuals. Which is why we lead everyone together. However, our abilities are not high. Although there are a dozen of us with powers, only Lin Feng and I are at the first level. The others have only recently awakened and are not much stronger than ordinary people. We have invited other ability teams to join us along the way, but they have mostly declined due to our perceived weakness." That he then anxiously inquired, "What level is your ability? With such fine cuisine, it must be quite high." "Third level," Hu Jihing stated, his expression unchanged, his tone indifferent. But Su Yan's pupils widened in shock, his lips moving silently as he struggled to articulate a response. After a moment of contemplation, he excitedly proposed, "You should lead us from now on, as long as you can guide us to a safe base. My brothers and I will follow your orders without question." Hu Jihing shook his head, casting a cool glance at him. "You will continue to lead. Simply heed my directions when danger arises." After their agreement, they each returned to their respective areas to rest. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a hazy glow over the silent wilderness. Hu Jihing sat beside Wen Yurao, vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, a series of howls pierced the night. "Not good. Wolves are approaching. Everyone, be cautious." Hu Jihing shook Wen Yurao awake and called out to the sleeping individuals around them. Instantly, a significant portion of the group sprang upright, spotting a multitude of green eyes racing towards them. Upon closer inspection, they realized at least a dozen wolves were charging forward. The crowd gasped in fright, their faces turning pale as they shrieked. The Wei Jinxiao instinctively pulled Shinkiki into his embrace to shield her from the imminent attack. In the blink of an eye, the lead wolf was upon them, a silver blur that struck down an ordinary person before anyone could react. Its speed was astonishing. To be careful. This is a mutant animal with speed abilities. Wen Yurao warned coldly as she unleashed ice spikes. That Su Yin raised his chubby hand, shooting forth a vine that fortuitously ensnared the wolf's body. Only then did they see the creature's massive frame. Larger than an adult male, adorned with sleek, silver fur that shimmered under the moonlight, indicating its ample sustenance. That a chill ran through the crowd, with the more timid trembling in fear. Before anyone could properly react, the wolf effortlessly lifted its paw, scattering the wooden vines. Just as it seemed poised to strike Su Yin, Wen Yurao launched an ice spike directly into its forehead. That Su Yan's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat beading on his brow as he gasped in relief. But he was about to express his gratitude when he witnessed Wen Yurao swiftly eliminate several more mutant wolves, leaving him astounded, his eyes wide. That he had not anticipated her beauty to be matched by such formidable strength. With no time to ponder further, he activated his abilities to battle the mutant wolves. Hu Jihing was still engaged in combat with the lead mutant wolf, which darted about, evading his lightning strikes. Frustrated, Hu Jihing ceased using his abilities and called for Han Lung to join him. Han Lung, having hardened his body, unleashed golden needles that relentlessly struck towards the lead wolf. "Boss, its speed is too fast. I can't hit it," Han Lung exclaimed, exasperated. "Just keep attacking. It will tire eventually." Hu Jihing replied coldly from his position. It hurts, Mommy," cried a small girl. Upon hearing this, Wen Yurao's heart sank, and she urgently cast an ice barrier to freeze 3 wolves, then fired ice spikes towards the direction of the girl, shouting, "Are you okay? Can you hold on?" In a world that often showed kindness to innocent children, she was no exception. Wen Yurao continued her assault while moving towards the girl. She soon saw a small body on the ground, its neck gruesomely torn, the head hanging precariously, blood pooling around, the bright eyes wide open in terror. Having witnessed countless gruesome sights, Wen Yurao believed she had grown accustomed to such horrors, yet this scene still left her deeply shaken. The girl's mother sat in stunned silence, as if unable to grasp the reality of her loss. Finally, trembling, she clutched her daughter's lifeless body, weeping inconsolably. "Hua, please don't leave Mommy all alone." Hua, no matter how she called, there was no response. The mother's anguished cries resonated with the crowd, yet no one had the time to attend to the grieving mother. After all, the battle was not yet over, and there was no room for complacency. Chapter 31. A sense of security as when Yurao rushed to protect Shinkiki, she cast a glance at the mother. She noticed the woman had lost all will to survive, her expression devoid of life as she sat there, cradling her. In an instant, a wolf lunged at her. With no time to react, Wen Yurao instinctively shot an ice spike. Although the wolf was struck down, it was too late. The mother maintained a serene expression, holding her child, both of them lifeless together. Perhaps this was the best outcome for the mother and daughter. With a crackling sound, Wen Yurao suddenly turned to see the wolf's body disintegrate into ashes, mere steps away from her. Hu Jihing's voice boomed. Now is not the time for distractions, but before he could finish, a grunt escaped him as the lead mutant wolf seized the opportunity, clawing him with a savage swipe. Wen Yurao's heart raced as she saw 5 deep gashes on his clothing, her eyes moistening with urgency as she refocused all her attention on the battle. The lead wolf, seemingly enraged, ceased its evasive tactics and began to attack aggressively. The Yi Jinxiao unleashed his second-tier skill, a fiery pillar that obliterated 3 wolves. Soon, others joined in, eliminating several more, until the lead wolf was surrounded by the group. Wen Yurao activated her ice array, freezing the ground. Su Yin attempted to ensnare its limbs with wooden vines, but the wolf shattered them effortlessly with a single swipe. Lin Feng used his wind blades to inflict a wound on the wolf's belly. Blood dripped onto the icy surface, blossoming into a myriad of crimson flowers. Jiang Lu struck the ground, causing a sharpened stake to pierce the wolf's belly, observing the blood gushing down like a waterfall. The creature let out a low, mournful howl before succumbing to its fate. At long last, this battle had drawn to a close. The group surveyed the battlefield and discovered that the casualties among ordinary people exceeded half. 3 of the ability users had also perished. There was no time for mourning. After tending to the severely wounded, Shinkiki began to feel the toll of exhaustion, following a replenishment of energy. When Yurao approached Hua and her daughter, casting a final glance at them, despite the brutal nature of their demise, the mother bore no trace of regret on her face. Indeed, what was there to reminisce about in this apocalyptic world? When Yurao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she had only just begun to grasp the harsh realities depicted in her books. Ultimately, as Yi Jinxiao's roaring flames consumed the bodies, thick black smoke billowed into the air, leaving nothing but a pile of ashes behind. Furthermore, the text had indicated that the flesh of mutated animals was also consumable, capable of replenishing the abilities of the users who partook. Once when Yurao regained her composure, she relayed this information to everyone. Su Yin instructed a spatial ability user to collect all the animal corpses for future consumption. Following this battle, the sky began to brighten, heralding the arrival of a pleasantly tempered dawn. As Jiang Lu sat on the ground, poring over a map with Han Lung, a steady-footed Hu Jihing approached, his tone cool and composed. Although the military had cleared all potential dangers within a 100-kilometer radius when the city safe base was established, one could not afford to let their guard down. Realizing that his injury was a result of his efforts to protect her, when Yurao gazed at him with guilt-ridden eyes, sensing her self-reproachful gaze, Hu Jihing flashed a roguish smile and reassured her, "It is my duty to protect you. You need not feel guilty on my account." When Yurao stood transfixed, softly inquiring, "Does your wound still ache?" Hu Jihing stepped closer, gently ruffling her hair. He pulled her into his embrace and murmured, "She has already treated it. It's nothing serious. Besides, you look undeniably adorable like this," for the first time as she rested in his arms. When Yurao felt a blend of guilt and solace. Observing their surroundings, she noted a few buildings and metal shanties nestled in the lush green grass, with a gentle breeze caressed the blades, creating ripples akin to those on the ocean's surface. Lifting her spirits as she approached the grassy area, she discovered the grass was almost waist-high, accompanied by various rustling sounds emanating from the foliage. Without hesitation, when Yurao concealed herself within the grass, retreating into her spatial realm. After several days of absence, the interior had transformed remarkably. Ripened fruits hung from the branches, threatening to snap the limbs under their weight, while the vegetables stood in neat rows, glistening with vitality. With a mere thought, she gathered all the fruits and vegetables, then sowed new seeds. She shed her soiled garments and stepped into the hot spring, leaning against the edge and closing her eyes in bliss, as if all her discomfort and fatigue melted away. Chapter 32. Developing affections for him, gazing at her increasingly fair and supple skin. Wen Yurao couldn't help but caress herself, marveling at how her body had become ever more alluring. She was captivated by the two burgeoning curves before her, her expression brimming with enchantment. Wiping away the moisture, she walked barefoot to the mirror, her slender waist barely fitting in her grasp, her straight legs adorned with glistening droplets, and her damp hair clinging to her form, exuding an irresistible allure, transforming her into a veritable enchantress. Wen Yurao, enamored with her reflection, reluctantly donned her clothing and exited the spatial realm, disdainfully picking up her dirty backpack to cover her departure from the grass. "Hey girl, my hair just got washed. Ice abilities are truly remarkable. Could you spare me a bottle so I can wash my hair too?" Su Yin, seemingly afflicted with an itch, scratched his head in earnest, observing Su Yin's bashful demeanor as he awkwardly extended his chubby hand. Wen Yurao chuckled, retrieving a bottle of water from her backpack. "That don't be shy. My abilities can provide an endless supply for your bathing needs." That Su Yin dashed to the side with the bottle in hand. Watching him run, his body jiggling, Wen Yurao couldn't suppress her laughter. "Is it really that amusing? I've never seen you smile so joyfully at me before." Wen Yurao heard Hua Jiheng whisper in her ear. As she turned her head, their lips brushed against each other, and seeing the blush on Wen Yurao's freshly washed face and her lips glistening like ripe fruit, Hua Jiheng's heated gaze intensified as he cupped her face, deepening the kiss. "Once this kiss concludes, you are forbidden from smiling at any other man. That if I catch you doing so, I shall bite you each time we meet." Hua Jiheng emphasized the last word, causing Wen Yurao's heart to race as she pondered whether he was indeed jealous. How charming! Noticing Wen Yurao's silence, Hua Jiheng tightened his embrace, his gaze firmly fixed on her, exuding an air of possessiveness that suggested he would not relent until she agreed. Wen Yurao struggled to catch her breath, pushing against his chest. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "I simply adore seeing you in a jealous state." Her lips brushed against Hua Jiheng's ear as she spoke. Hua Jiheng's entire body tensed, his mind momentarily blanked, rendered speechless by her teasing, as he could only watch helplessly as she playfully bolted away after igniting the flames of desire. Sighing, he mused that he was utterly helpless in her presence. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he closed his eyes for a moment to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Wen Yurao sat on the ground, staring off into the distance, realizing that she had likely developed feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she not resent his touch, even harboring a vague anticipation for what would come next? What a predicament! She suddenly recognized her own lasciviousness, torn between frustration and sweetness. Chinkiki observed Wen Yurao's conflicting emotions, exclaiming, "Yurao, why do you alternate between looking distressed and smiling sweetly? Your face is flushed. Are you unwell?" The others turned their attention to Wen Yurao, who glanced at them, her cheeks reddening further. She then caught sight of Hua Jiheng's exceptionally handsome face, which radiated warmth, his eyes sparkling with joy. Her reflection stared back at her, and as he approached, each step felt as if it resonated within her heart, causing it to leap in rhythm with his movements. Hua Jiheng teased, "It seems that I'm not the only one whose heart is in disarray. Someone appears to be even more flustered than I am." When Yurao met his gaze earnestly, replying, "Perhaps that's true." With that, they embraced and shared a laugh, leaving the others feeling somewhat awkward as they glanced around. Zhang Tianlin, racing towards them on a tricycle, shouted, "Look what I've found." Su Yin laughed heartily. "Well done, you little rascal. But why does it smell like chicken manure?" Hua Jiheng wrinkled his nose in distaste. Zhang Tianlin sheepishly scratched his head, explaining, "There is a small chicken farm nearby, and I think this vehicle was used to transport the waste." He added excitedly, "But this tricycle is the cleanest one, and I even used my abilities to give it a wash that it's compact and convenient, saving us a lot of travel time. And when it runs out of power, it can be charged with your abilities." Hung Ge. Hua Jiheng frowned but remained silent, his expression betraying his reluctance. Lin Feng, observing the situation, opted to ride an even more dilapidated and dirtier vehicle. Chapter 33. The disdained old tricycle after everyone had mapped out their route and taken their positions. They noticed that only Hua Jihing stood awkwardly in the center of the vehicle, unsure whether to hold on or let go. His expression of indecision was quite comical. That it was amusing to see the typically proud and aloof Hua Jihing in such a predicament. Unable to contain her laughter, when Yurao chuckled, "I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. You look so adorable like this," she winked at him. Hua Jihing gritted his teeth and abruptly pulled Wen Yurao into his embrace, declaring, "Then I shall just hold you." He nuzzled his head against her neck, drawing her closer. Wen Yurao felt a surge of warmth and quickly turned her head away, realizing she had ignited a fire within herself and dared not provoke further. Yi Jinxiao and Chen Qixi sat at the back of the vehicle, their legs dangling outside, marveling at the scenery as if they had never seen such sights before. Zhang Tianlin piloted the tricycle, while Su Yin sat beside him, playfully pushing and shoving each other, exchanging complaints about needing to lose weight and how they were squished together. "You need to slim down. You're too heavy. It's your big but taking up all the space. If a zombie bit you, it would probably choke on all that fat. Can you even talk? Just drive your old tricycle." Thus, amidst their banter, the group rode off on the bumpy tricycle, gradually fading into the distance. "Hung Guo, the vehicle has run out of power," Zhang Tianlin announced, turning to face Hua Jihing. In a single leap, Hua Jihing dismounted, approaching the charging port with a calm demeanor as he began to channel his abilities. Who could have imagined that our formidable leader would end up playing the role of a charging worker? Han Lung laughed heartily, slapping the vehicle in amusement. The group erupted into laughter, but when Hua Jihing shot them a glare, an icy chill ran down their spines, and they quickly stifled their mirth. Han Lung, feeling a bit intimidated, retreated slightly, muttering, "Your abilities are truly impressive, big brother." During the wait for the vehicle to charge, Yi Jinxiao and Chen Qixi prepared several boxes of self-heating hot pot and rice, suggesting, "Let's eat first." After this journey, only a handful of them had made it to this point, while the sun hung high in the sky, radiating heat that made one feel restless. As they drew closer to the base, they began to see more people grouped together, embarking on various missions. Han Lung grasped a team member and inquired, "What mission are you embarking on?" The path we traversed was desolate and devoid of any issues. The mission log indicates an expansive meadow ahead, concealing numerous extraordinary chickens, that we are all here to capture these fouled. It is said that extraordinary chickens are exceptionally delectable. The team member, drooling at the prospect, continued on. Han Lung displayed an expression of heartache, as if mourning a great loss, and pitifully addressed Wen Yurao, "Sister-in-law, shall we return? I have yet to savor the taste of extraordinary chicken." Upon hearing that they would be returning in the chicken manure truck, Hua Jihing immediately furrowed his brows, neither agreeing nor refusing. That he turned to a group driving a pickup truck and declared, 100 first-tier crystal stones for your vehicle." The burly man immediately responded with a smile, eagerly accepting the offer. "Absolutely. That's more than acceptable." The trio inside the truck disembarked. "How shall we reach the meadow?" "We won't go. With these crystal stones, what can't we procure? I was merely contemplating capturing some to sell at the trading market for a good price," he said, greed glistening in his eyes as he clutched the crystals. "That won't do. Shan adores chicken. If we don't go, she might throw a tantrum for days," the disheveled youth grumbled. "Hey, we were only passing by together in the first place. The car is mine. If I'm not going, you all can go on your own." When Yurao tossed the electric scooter keys into the youth's hands, "Consider it a gift." Hua Jihing and his companions settled into the pickup truck, closing their eyes to rest. After such back and forth, it was now past 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Lu gazed out the window and remarked, "It seems we'll have to spend the night there." Outside, a steady stream of people headed towards the meadow. Chapter 34. Someone already has a man. The youth was captivated by a stunning woman amidst a group of men, smiling and conversing with him. "Heavens, am I encountering a fairy?" he muttered, his eyes fixed unabashedly on her. Hua Jihing noticed the youth's eyes nearly falling from their sockets and stepped out to obstruct his view. The young man slowly leaned to the side, continuing to gaze at the beauty, unfazed by Hua Jihing's attempt to block his sight. Meanwhile, Yi Jinxiao strolled over with Chen Qixi, laughing and chatting. Upon seeing another sweet-faced, adorable girl, the youth was immediately exhilarated, questioning if he was dreaming and requesting his companions to slap him awake. A girl, dressed neatly and possessing a delicate appearance, indignantly remarked, "What are you staring at? When have you seen me so entranced?" The youth retorted, "You Shan, do you even count as a woman?" You have nothing to offer, and your temper is hotter than a man's. How dare you say that? Infuriated, Yu Shanshan grabbed his hair. Look at those men. Can your malnourished, scruffy self compete with them? Ah, that hurts. That's only because of you. All my crystal stones have gone to feed and clothe you, or else would I have turned out like this? He exclaimed, his face contorted in pain. Turning back, the blonde looked at Hua Jiheng and Yi Jinxiao, offering an apologetic smile. Sorry, I was just appreciating the view, nothing more. Look at you, thin as a monkey, and your stature is quite lacking. What do you have to compare with them? Yu Shanshan released her grip and pinched his cheek hard. Hey, I can be insulting, but don't demean my body, he declared, preparing to slide his hand down Yu Shanshan's pants. Zhao Li, you rogue, she exclaimed, kicking him in the groin unexpectedly. Ugh, you have a wicked heart. You want to make me childless. Zhao Li bent over, clutching his groin, his face flushed and gritting his teeth. Who told you to be a scoundrel? It's better to deal with you, Yu Shanshan retorted as she turned to leave. So, this is Zhao Li, recalling the book's description. Zhao Li transformed from an obscure wind ability user to the captain of the second-ranked extraordinary team in City A. Yet he has never been interested in women. Allegedly due to a girl. That girl died saving him. And from that moment, Zhao Li became taciturn, no longer seen smiling, only managing a bittersweet smile when he tasted chicken. Yet the youth before her, though disheveled and dirty, still bore an appealing countenance. In contrast, the girl was dressed simply, yet looked well cared for, her features animated and lively from her anger. When Yurao held a favorable impression of the Zhao Li from the book, though perhaps more out of sympathy, she wondered if this Zhao Li was indeed the one from the narrative. What is your ability? When Yurao approached Zhao Li and softly inquired, upon seeing the beauty approaching, Zhao Li instantly forgot his pain, straightening up and feigning nonchalance. Its wind ability, beautiful. What of it? When Yurao pondered, the power seemed fitting, but she still hesitated to confirm. Do you like that girl? She asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Like her? Don't joke. She's fiery, greedy, and especially gluttonous. Every time she sees food, she loses control. Last time, a zombie crushed her favorite drumstick, and she cried all day. Knowing there are extraordinary chickens here, she insisted on coming. Plus, she's incredibly vain, that I could list her flaws endlessly. Zhao Li remarked, glancing at Yu Shanshan, animatedly gesturing. When Yurao observed the adoration in his eyes when he mentioned Yu Shanshan, she realized the truth and chose not to comment further. It seemed increasingly likely. Chapter 35. Unaware of the sweetheart, my name is Wen Yurao. Pleased to meet you. She extended her hand for a handshake. Just as Zhao Li was about to clasp her hand, he noticed the fierce glare from Yu Shanshan, causing him to retract his hand and awkwardly scratch his head with an embarrassed smile. That aren't you supposed to have a man? Yu Shanshan frowned. Stepping forward, Wen Yurao couldn't help but chuckle at the whimsical, jealous girl before her. You two truly are a delightful pair. Let's continue this conversation at the meadow, she said with a laugh, waving as she turned back. As dusk approached, the temperature gradually dropped. The group donned their jackets and disembarked, gazing at the vast expanse of grass. With such a vast meadow, how do we find them, boss? Han Lung rubbed his hands together, expressing his frustration. Why not have Yi Jinxiao set it ablaze? Burn the whole place down. Zhang Tianlin suggested earnestly. Do you want to gorge on burnt chicken until you vomit? Yi Jinxiao replied, embracing Chen Kiki with a look of disbelief. You can scatter the corn we collected along the way. Su Duo, a spatial ability user, proposed. That I didn't expect it. Despite being plump and intimidating, your mind is quite sharp, Zhang Tianlin teased with a smile. When we catch them, I won't let you have any, Su Yan exclaimed, chasing after Zhang Tianlin in frustration. Hua Jiheng pulled Wen Yurao into the dense grass, spreading out a large patch. Such a beautiful moment. It would be a pity not to make the most of it, he said with a mischievous grin, gazing intently at Wen Yurao. Feeling his gaze, Wen Yurao's ears turned crimson, and she cautiously glanced around, shyly murmuring, Isn't that inappropriate? There are many extraordinary users nearby. It would be so awkward for the two of us. Hua Jiheng could no longer contain his laughter, chuckling heartily, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he observed Wen Yurao's flushed face. I meant to say we should lie down and rest together. Where did your mind wander? Or do you enjoy a thrill? Understanding his intention, Wen Yurao blushed deeply, hurriedly clarifying, I meant no offense. I was only thinking of resting. She turned her back to Hua Jiheng, lying down, biting her lip in embarrassment at her own thoughts. Hu Jihun continued to chuckle, his gaze filled with suggestive warmth, that don't be upset if you want something. I can certainly provide, he started, but when Yu Rao quickly covered his mouth, with a fierce look in her eyes, she warned him not to continue. The two lay embraced, gazing at the sky, since the apocalypse arrived. Factories and pollution had vanished, leaving the sky a brilliant blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting by that a gentle breeze swept past, and when Yu Rao contentedly squinted her eyes that I in the distance, a shout rang out. "Boss, come help!" The two sprang up from the grass. When Yu Rao pushed Hu Jihun away and dashed off, while he smiled affectionately at her retreating figure, he turned, his expression sobering. "What happened?" "The chickens are too elusive. We lured them with corn, but we can't catch any that they've devoured quite a bit, and only Yi Jinxiao managed to roast a few," Chinkiki said, examining the charred chickens with confusion, "that is this even edible?" Yi Jinxiao shrugged, sitting down helplessly. "There's no way to catch them without abilities. If I use mine, they just turn into roast chicken." Chinkiki stood up confidently, "Watch me." Subsequently, Jiang Lu utilized his earth-based abilities to excavate a sizable pit, which he then covered with grass and sprinkled with corn. Thus, a trap was ingeniously constructed. The group concealed themselves nearby, observing as the ability-infused chickens approached one after another, inevitably falling into the deep pit, flailing momentarily before failing to escape. "Look at them, and then look at you. Not a single one have you managed to catch after all this time. Utterly useless," Yu Shanshan incessantly admonished Zhao Li, who had manually dug the pit. "You talk too much. Hurry and help dig." Zhao Li grunted as he toiled away. Han Lung gazed hungrily at the glossy feathered ability chickens. Swallowing hard, Huj Hing unleashed a bolt of lightning towards a rustling patch, while Lin Feng parted the grass to reveal 3 chickens lying motionless. Han Lung sprinted over in delight, pulling them out triumphantly. That Yi Jinxiao emerged from the thicket, exclaiming, "Look what I've found." He approached Chen Kiki, seeking praise. "Wow, so many eggs. I haven't had eggs in ages. This is splendid. Jinxiao, you're simply amazing." Yi Jinxiao beamed with pride, his face alight with joy. "I just used my abilities to cook 2 eggs for you. Here." Chen Kiki peeled 1 egg, blew on it gently, and held it to Yi Jinxiao's lips. "You eat first. You two should stop flaunting your affection. At this rate, we won't have any chickens left to eat. I'll be full just on your dog food." Zhang Tenlin shot them an exasperated glance. The Yi Jinxiao took a bite and offered the rest to Chinkiki, retorting, "What is it to you? Who told you to be single and unaware of how delightful companionship can be? With only 2 girls in the entire group. Who do you expect me to find to experience the sweetness of love?" Zhang Tianlin lamented helplessly. Chapter 36. A Future in Construction. As night fell, the group arrived at the building site. Lin Feng opened all the windows and employed his wind-based powers to sweep away all the dust and debris within the rooms. This ability is quite impressive. Once the world regains order, all sanitation duties on the streets will fall to you wind manipulators. Han Lung remarked cheekily that if that's the case, once the zombies are gone, your elder brother could become an electrician. I could head to the health department. And Yi Jinxiao could run a barbecue stall. And what about you? Oh, you could work as a construction worker on site. Lin Feng laughed heartily. The group erupted into laughter. From now on, all national construction projects will be entrusted to you. The responsibility is immense and the journey long. Whoever wishes to work on construction sites can go. I certainly want tea. In the kitchen, when Euro instructed Su Duoduo to bring out one of the mutated wolves they had previously slain, while she inspected all the available seasonings. "Tonight, we shall feast on grilled wolf meat, roasted chicken, braised chicken, chicken soup, beggar's chicken, spicy stir-fried chicken offal, and spicy chicken. Do you need help?" Hu Jihun leaned against the kitchen doorframe, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Euro. She pointed, "Help me slice the wolf meat and evenly apply these seasonings." Chen Kiki observed as Yi Jinxiao expertly managed the fire, singeing the remaining feathers from the chicken. "Indeed, you have a talent for barbecuing." Hu Jihun placed the whole wolf, marinated for half an hour and wrapped in foil, onto the fire, instructing Yi Jinxiao to monitor it closely. "You really think of me as a barbecue expert?" Yi Jinxiao exclaimed in frustration. "Why don't you restore power to the whole room while I handle the grilling?" Hu Jihun waved his hand dismissively, turning his head with an air of resignation. "As for the power issue, that is best left to you. It's your forte, That I want to show off. When Euro tasted the chicken soup simmering in a clay pot, rich and golden, and found it enticingly fragrant. At that moment, Chinkiki added the boiled eggs into the almost finished braised chicken, stirring before covering it once more to let it simmer. When Euro approached the grilled wolf, uncovered the foil, brushed a thin layer of oil, and sprinkled a carefully prepared blend of seasonings, causing it to sizzle and emit a mouth-watering aroma. She instructed Yi Jinxiao to continue turning it, then moved to the grilled chickens in front of Han Lung, adding different seasonings that infused the air with a tantalizing cumin fragrance, leaving Han Lung salivating. Chinkiki asked Han Lung to conjure some metal skewers, threading several eggs, brushing them with oil, and sprinkling them with the same seasonings as the grilled chicken. She settled beside Yi Jinxiao to grill. She also had Jiang Lu manipulate the earth into a soft mud-like consistency, which she evenly spread over the chicken wrapped in foil. The entire room was filled with a delightful sense of various dishes, attracting curious glances from the occupants of the adjacent room. Could you spare some of the leftover barbecue seasonings for us? Don't worry, we can offer you some chickens in exchange. Zhao Li and Yu Shanshan peeked in at the door. Wen Yuro considered Zhao Li, pondering the potential of this individual for future alliances. Take it. We want to need the leftovers, that they're all yours, that as soon as Yu Shanshan entered and caught a whiff of the sumptuous aromas. She froze in her tracks. Zhao Li tugged at the seasonings for a long while, but Yu Shanshan clung to the doorframe, unwilling to budge. That I'll cook for you when we return. We have some too. No, your cooking isn't as good as hers. Yu Shanshan pouted, feeling aggrieved. Zhao Li looked helplessly at Wen Yuro. Can we share a table? We can give you our chickens. Let us dine together. Yu Shanshan exclaimed joyfully, pulling Zhao Li into the kitchen to assist. Chapter 37. A tumult of emotions. The braised chicken simmered to a thick, rich sauce, enveloping the eggs in a luscious layer. The grilled wolf was aromatic and spicy, while the spicy chicken mixed vibrant red chilies with tender chicken pieces, and the stir-fried offal whetted appetites immensely. The grilled chicken, golden and crispy on the outside, revealed tender meat within, with even the bones being delightfully crunchy. The beggar's chicken was tender and silky, with a fragrance that wafted pleasantly. The chicken soup was rich and flavorful. Dinner is served. Yu Shanshan could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed to the dining table. The group settled in a circle. The Huj Hing served a bowl of chicken soup to Wen Yuro. Thank you, she said, receiving it with both hands. Jiang Lu gnawed on a grilled chicken leg, astonished by the delectable flavor of the ability-infused meat. After finishing, he felt invigorated, as if brimming with endless energy. The Yi Jinxiao continuously served chicken to Chinkiki, urging her to eat more. Han Lung was never idle, munching on a grilled wolf leg while flattering. The key is still your sister-in-law's superb culinary skills. Without her, could you all possibly enjoy such deliciousness? Yu Shanshan kept her head down, devouring her food. Cough, cough. Zhao Li helplessly patted Yu Shanshan's back. Eat slowly. One might think you haven't eaten in 100 years. Su Duo retrieved several boxes of beer from his space. Tomorrow night, we will reach the safety base in a city. Who knows when we'll gather again? Let us enjoy tonight to the fullest. You should have brought out the good stuff earlier. The group indulged in merriment, becoming increasingly tipsy, with only Huj Hing and Yi Jinxiao remaining relatively sober. Han Lung was the first to rush to the dining table again, and everyone took their seats. The Huj Hing served a bowl of chicken soup to Wen Yuro. Thank you, she said, accepting it with both hands. Han Lung continued to eat, praising, the key is still your sister-in-law's superb culinary skills. Without her, could you all possibly enjoy such deliciousness? Su Duo brought out several boxes of beer. Tomorrow night we'll reach the safety base in a city. Who knows when we'll gather again? Let us enjoy tonight to the fullest. You should have brought out the good stuff earlier. The group indulged in merriment, becoming increasingly tipsy, with only Huj Hing and Yi Jinxiao remaining relatively sober. Embracing Wen Yuro, he laid her on the bed, preparing to remove her clothing. Don't think that just because I'm drunk, you can take advantage of me. If anyone is to take advantage, it should be me taking advantage of you. Come here, let me undress you. When Yuro mumbled, her face flushed with intoxication, she reached out, pulling Huj Hing towards her. Taken by surprise, he tumbled onto the bed, landing atop Wen Yuro, their noses nearly touching, their lips brushing against one another. When Yuro emitted soft sounds of discontent as her hand inadvertently brushed against Hu J's belt buckle. Hu Jing gazed at When Yuro, feeling a rush of heat throughout his body. His eyes darted suddenly. The atmosphere shifted to one of dominance and fervor, once accustomed to this change. He cradled Chinkiki's face and passionately returned her kiss. Chinkiki opened her glistening eyes, gazing intently at Yi Jinxiao, her legs spread as she sat upon his lap, her hands resting on his chest. Yi Jinxiao, captivated by the rosy hue of Chunkiki's cheeks, swallowed hard. His gaze became increasingly hazy as he unbuttoned the first button of his shirt, then the second, and finally the third, each movement prolonged and laced with temptation. Upon touching her body, Yi Jinxiao was abruptly jolted back to reality, questioning whether she was fully aware of her actions. That I cannot allow you to engage with me while you're not in your right mind. You will surely blame me once you awaken. Jinxiao, I like you, and I am willing, she implored, her eyes shimmering with innocence as she looked at him. Are you not desirous of me? With those words, her watery gaze remained fixed on Yi Jinxiao. Yes, I am willing. That I have awaited this day for far too long. Yi Jinxiao, unable to contain himself, leaned in for a kiss. That a sleepless night ensued. Who could have imagined that the seemingly pure and sweet Chinkiki would transform into such a figure when intoxicated? When Yurao awoke, she felt a throbbing headache and an overwhelming fatigue. Reflecting on the previous night's modest indulgence in alcohol, she inquired about what had transpired. Hu Jiheng, feeling guilty, turned his head away while dressing, muttering, "How would I know?" When Yurao strained to recall the events of the night, remembering her intent to remove his trousers and their shared kisses. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "You shamelessly brazen, indecent, and despicable!" She hurled a pillow at Hu Jiheng in a fit of rage. Hu Jiheng caught the pillow with one hand while grasping When Yurao's wrists and lifting them above her head, rendering her unable to escape. "Now that you are awake, I wouldn't mind continuing what we left unfinished last night." When Yurao's heart raced, her face a shade of red reminiscent of ripe apples. Her ears tinged with a soft pink in astonishment. Her mouth parted slightly, unable to articulate her thoughts, and she could only gaze at him in a daze. Hu Jiheng, entranced by the allure of When Yurao, recalled the sensation of her skin beneath his touch, prompting him to spring to his feet, fearful that he might lose control and act recklessly. "All right, if you're feeling unwell, let me massage you," he said shamelessly as he pressed closer. "Humph, you're quite perceptive," she thought, closing her eyes to relish his ministrations. After a considerable time, they finally emerged from their cocoon of intimacy. Chapter 39. In a state of distress, Yi Jinxiao slightly opened his eyes to find the room in disarray. Clothes strewn about haphazardly, and the air tinged with a lingering scent. Turning, he spotted Chinkiki, her complexion radiant. Still in slumber, he tenderly kissed the corner of her mouth and adjusted her blanket before gathering his clothes from the floor and dressing himself. A chill swept through him, revealing that outside, a blanket of pristine snow had fallen. Upon exiting the room, he discovered the others huddled in the living room, discussing their plans. "Jinxiao, we've decided not to leave today. The snowfall is too heavy and poses a danger that we must wait until it melts." "Very well. I'm indifferent," he replied. "Wait a moment. Jinxiao, why is your neck covered in red marks? Did you indulge last night?" Su Duo inquired, her expression brimming with curiosity as she tugged at his collar. Noticing the crimson blotches, Han Lung, with a teasing glint in his eye, remarked, "I heard sounds throughout the night. I assumed it was our boss and his wife." He continued, impressive stamina, Yi Jinxiao raised his collar, chuckling shyly as he turned his back to the group, pretending to cough to mask his embarrassment. Though he did not respond, everyone understood that on the surface, Hu Jiheng appeared unperturbed. Yet internally, he was filled with frustration, lamenting that despite being several years older than Yi Jinxiao, he had yet to experience the pleasures with Yurao, while this young man had beaten him to it. He had endured a sleepless night listening to them. With a sigh, he pondered when he might finally share a similar experience with Yurao. Upon waking, Chinkiki lifted her sore arms, a fiery pain coursing through her. As she surveyed the scene, she noted the chaos on her vanity, remnants of the previous night's wildness, and felt a flush of embarrassment for her actions. Clearing her throat, she called, "Jinxiao, are you there?" As Yi Jinxiao entered the room, he was struck by the suggestive air surrounding Chinkiki, Causing his breath to hitch, he approached the bed and gently caressed her, prompting a startled gasp from her lips. He leaned in, silencing her exclamation with a kiss. When Yurao stood by the window, watching the snowflakes cascade like feathers, she recalled a passage from a book, reflecting on how after the scorching summer, there followed days of relentless snow, freezing the world, leaving ordinary survivors to suffer heavy losses in such a storm. The bitter cold had rendered the zombies sluggish, presenting a rare opportunity for humanity to retaliate. Chun Kiki, cradling a bowl of chicken soup, closed her eyes in satisfaction. "Thank you, Yurao. You're the best." When Yurao observed Chun Kiki's flushed face, remnants of the previous night, and though her features remained unaltered, there was an undeniable allure in her movements. "Did you spend the night with Brother Hung?" Chun Kiki whispered conspiratorially to no, but during the night, the sounds from the adjacent room were quite lively. It was evident they were enjoying themselves. Wen Yurao replied with a mischievous grin. "Stop teasing me. If you continue, I want to talk to you." Chun Kiki retorted, although she added, "But it was indeed quite pleasurable, a sensation akin to ecstasy. You'll understand once you experience it." The two leaned in closer, exchanging whispers, unaware that Huijiheng, now at the 4th level of his abilities, had exceptionally acute hearing and was caught up in their sensitive discussion, his imagination running wild. Chun Kiki concluded with satisfaction. "A good man should seize the opportunity early, especially if he is the one you desire." When Yurao pondered this seriously. Chapter 40. Beauty leads to ruin, desire clouds judgment. Chapter 41. Soaking in the hot springs, the two ventured to a grassy area, where Huijiheng unleashed a bolt of lightning, causing a flurry of panic among the birds. After assessing the situation, he unleashed a thunderous shockwave. The snow provided a conduit for the electricity, incapacitating a significant number of animals. They quickly split up to gather their bounty. Before long, they had collected 5 chickens, 3 ducks, 5 rabbits, and several nests of eggs. Given the frigid temperature, the eggs would likely not hatch, so they stored the animals in their space. Sighing at the abundance of supplies yet to be utilized, the sister-in-law, "Have you found anything good?" Su Duo asked. "At a dozen duck eggs and over 30 chicken eggs that we should have plenty of egg dishes for a while. Then you can prepare a grand egg feast today." Jiang Lu chuckled. "What is so exciting about eggs? We mustn't overlook the ducks and rabbits." Han Lung interjected. Curling up on the couch, he quickly stood to assist with the preparations. The others, seeing Han Lung busy, were spurred into action. The Yi Jinxiao took the rabbit from Chun Kiki's arms. "Kiki, we currently lack the resources to care for it." Chun Kiki looked at him with a pitiful expression. "Please, I want it." She tugged at his sleeve. Seeing her distress, Yi Jinxiao relented. "All right, I will fetch some fresh grass for it. That I knew you would be the best, dear." She rewarded him with a kiss before playfully engaging with the rabbit. Yi Jinxiao sighed in resignation and stepped outside. Before long, Chun Kiki had prepared a feast of 5 dishes and a soup, beckoning everyone to join her. The duck blood and vermicelli soup had a creamy broth, complemented by delicate vermicelli and bright oil bubbles, offering warmth in the chilly weather. The crispy beer duck was arranged neatly on a platter. A bite revealed a rich, aromatic exterior with tender meat and a sweet, savory flavor that was simply irresistible. The mouth-watering chicken, marinated to perfection, was soft and spicy. The tea tree mushrooms stewed with chicken were fragrant and delectable, absorbing the essence of the chicken, surpassing even the chicken's flavor. Even a seemingly ordinary plate of scrambled eggs was exceptionally delicious. As several men drank some white liquor and offered it to Wen Yurao, she declined repeatedly, wary of past experiences. After a satisfying meal, everyone retired to their rooms. "Here, have an apple." When Yurao tossed one into Huijiheng's arms. "Can we enter your space?" Huijiheng leaned against the bed, patting his head, which was still foggy from the alcohol. Moments later, the two entered the space. Huijiheng surveyed the mountain of supplies, a colorful array of goods. The fruit trees at the entrance bore luscious, vibrant fruits, and the fields were lush with green vegetables. The enclosed animals pecked joyfully at the greenery, creating an idyllic scene. The small hot spring could accommodate only 2 people, gently steaming. "Would you like to soak? It will relax you completely," after shedding their clothes and settling into the warm water. She leaned back against the edge of the pool, her eyes half closed as a sigh of comfort escaped her lips. When Yurao lounged on the sofa, indulging in sweet, tangy mangosteen while watching a mindless drama she had downloaded. Laughter bubbled from her, filling the room with joy. Meanwhile, When Jihing opened his eyes, realizing he had forgotten to bring a change of clothes, he turned to call out, "Yurao, please bring me a towel." After several calls with no response, he reluctantly stood and stepped outside. When Yurao, engrossed in her show, remained blissfully unaware of the bear man approaching her. "Why aren't you wearing any clothes? It's too much for the eyes." When Yurao screamed while covering her eyes. After calling for you for quite some time without any response, she had no choice but to venture out by herself. When Jihing walked directly into the bedroom, wrapping a towel around his lower body. Chapter 42. He loves you deeply. The two of them had been cultivating in their space for quite a while outside, barely an hour had passed. As dawn broke, when Yurao had already begun preparing mushroom and chicken porridge. She simmered the porridge over a low flame until it thickened, releasing a delightful aroma of rice, while the marinated chicken pieces mingled with the dried shiitake mushrooms she had rehydrated and chopped finely, adding them to the porridge. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing fragrance, Yu Shanshan from the neighboring house was roused from her slumber, hurriedly pulling the still dreaming Zhao Li awake. Zhao Li, bewildered by the sudden disturbance, exclaimed, "What is going on?" As he anxiously threw off the covers, he found Yu Shanshan perched in the bed, gazing at him with a pleading look. "That I'm so hungry, Zhao Li. I can smell the delicious mushroom and chicken porridge," she said, her eyes fixed on him with longing. "Oh dear, are you a reincarnated starving ghost? We can't always just mooch off others for meals, especially now when food is incredibly precious," Zhao Li chuckled, getting up to dress. "But it smells so good. Can't you find a way to get me a bowl?" Zhao Li, accustomed to Yu Shanshan's dramatic demeanor, found himself easily swayed whenever she looked at him with such pitiful eyes, always agreeing to her requests. "All right, I'll shamelessly go and ask for a bowl," he replied, "but you better treat me a little better from now on, deal." Yu Shanshan beamed with delight, following Zhao Li with a cheerful bounce towards the neighboring house. The tantalizing aroma had awakened everyone else as well. Upon entering the hall, Wu Jiheng found Wen Yurao bustling about alone, that we'll be here for quite some time, so we should take turns cooking. He stated, "What's this, Brother Hung? Are you feeling sorry for sister-in-law?" "Good morning, everyone," Zhao Li greeted as he pulled Yu Shanshan into the living room. "Sister, could you please spare a bowl of porridge for Shanshan? Ever since she tasted your cooking, she's been raving about it, and this morning she was awakened by the aroma of the mushroom and chicken porridge," Zhao Li said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "I won't take it for free. I can pay you with crystal stones." He quickly added an explanation, "That's quite all right." When Yurao replied, glancing at the two of them, her thoughts drifting to their fate as depicted in the book. A tinge of regret clouding her heart. Such a delightful pair of mismatched lovers. If only their ending could be different. "Why are you so kind to her?" Zhao Li turned to Yu Shanshan, feigning innocence. "See, even she knows how well I treat you, yet you still bully me daily. I've had my fair share of beatings from you since childhood," he promptly explained to Wen Yurao. "Our families are neighbors, and we grew up together. That I lost my parents at a young age and was raised by my grandfather. Thankfully, Shanshan's parents never turned me away and often provided for me. When the apocalypse arrived, they all turned into zombies, and I fled with Shanshan to a city that SOU were childhood sweethearts." Han Lung teased. With the addition of 2 more people, everyone received just over half a bowl of porridge, and they cautiously savored the delectable, smooth mushroom and chicken porridge. Zhao Li, seeing Yu Shanshan enjoying her bowl with a satisfied expression, poured the small amount he had tasted into her bowl, with a smile of contentment. Yu Shanshan embraced her bowl and drank heartily. "That I'll wash the dishes," she offered, as girls often find themselves with endless topics to discuss. Chin Kiki inquired, "What is the situation between you and Zhao Li? He seems overly attentive to you, that he always prioritizes me when it comes to food and supplies." She reflected that in truth, he treats me exceptionally well. Whenever he goes on missions, he only collects items suitable for me, never considering his own needs. That I find myself at a loss as to how to repay him. Noticing the naive innocence of the young girl, Wen Yurao decided to shatter her ignorance, saying, "It's evident he loves you dearly." Yu Shanshan stared at Wen Yurao in shock, momentarily speechless. Chapter 43. The space can only accommodate 2 as they walked. Yu Shanshan glanced down at Zhao Li holding her hand, recalling Wen Yurao's words. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip. Zhao Li, sensing the unusual warmth from her hand, looked at her with curiosity, asking, "What's wrong, Shanshan?" When she shook her head without answering, he continued to hold her hand as they walked forward. That night, the cold wind howled, rustling the surrounding grass and filling the air with various sounds. Yu Shanshan turned over, snuggling against Zhao Li's chest as he drowsily opened his eyes, feeling her warmth so close. He said, "Ever since dinner, you've seemed different, but what's going on? Did someone bully you?" Yu Shanshan remained silent, yet she held Zhao Li tightly. Awakened by her sudden gesture, Zhao Li's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Are you cold?" Yu Shanshan, irritated by his obliviousness, huffed and turned away to sleep. How baffling, Zhao Li thought, wrapping his arms around her once more. "Why are you hugging me? Didn't you just say you were cold?" "I'm just trying to warm you up," he yawned, his voice trailing off as he drifted back to sleep, leaving Yu Shanshan tossing and turning, unable to find rest. That was no wonder Zhao Li could still speak so casually in such an ambiguous situation. Since the apocalypse, they had always slept together for safety, but she had never been this close to him before. Whenever he tried to inch closer, Yu Shanshan would become noticeably uneasy, and he never dared to push the matter. They had known each other since childhood, and he had always protected her, while she seemed to regard him merely as an elder brother. Had the apocalypse not brought them closer, they might never have found themselves lying in bed together like this. Outside, a cacophony of sounds erupted, jolting Hua Jihing awake. His eyes sharpened with clarity as he rushed to the window to peer outside. To his horror, he saw a throng of zombies advancing towards them. "Everyone wake up!" he shouted, rousing everyone. Upon looking out again, he found that the other side was also swarming with zombies. "Not good. We've been surrounded," he thought, realizing that such a coordinated attack by the zombies could only mean a powerful zombie king was summoning them. When Yu Rao glanced around, her heart sinking as panic washed over her. How could there be so many zombies? Hua Jihing's cold voice cut through the chaos, filled with rage. "There must be a zombie king controlling them. Damn it! How can we find it? There are so many. It's a sea of black." Su Yan's eyes gleamed with urgency and fear. As everyone gathered to discuss their predicament, the room was filled with complaints, sighs, and cries, creating a cacophony that frayed everyone's nerves. With a loud bang, all noises abruptly ceased. Everyone turned to see Hua Jihing, face twisted in fury, as he raised a gun and fired a shot into the ceiling, creating a visible hole. Regaining his composure, Hua Jihing spoke in a cool, icy tone. "Enough! Everyone listen to me, that I will find the zombie king inside. You all need to fight in one direction if we can break through one corner. The cold weather will prevent the zombies from chasing us." Hua Jihing's rallying cry filled the room. Everyone slowly regained their fighting spirit. Hua Jihing pulled Wen Yureo into his embrace, as if bidding a final farewell. His eyes filled with deep emotion as he whispered, "If you can't fight, hide inside, but don't be reckless. You must survive." Wen Yureo's eyes sparkled with determination as she replied, "No, we should all hide in the space together." She knew he could never abandon his comrades, but it was the only thing she could say. "Have you ever tried to see how many people can fit in the space?" Hua Jihing asked, amusement flickering in his gaze as his tone softened. "That I don't know. I can try," she said, and immediately tapped Han Lung and Jiang Lu on the shoulder, intending to bring them into the space with her. Her eyes widened in surprise when she found they were still in place. Jiang Lu, startled by the sudden contact, turned to her, relieved to see her, and said, "Sister-in-law, why did you scare us? What's wrong?" Han Lung looked equally puzzled, glancing at her in confusion. Ignoring their inquiries, when Yu Rao exchanged glances with Hua Jihing and shook her head, it seemed that only two people could enter the space. As everyone continued to discuss their strategy, the zombies drew ever closer. "You all head towards the northeast," Hua Jihing commanded sternly, his expression serious. The group began to dash towards the northeast, and when they finally faced the horde of zombies, a collective gasp escaped their lips. With the overwhelming swarm of zombies before them, they had no choice but to unleash their abilities in a flurry of attacks. Chapter 44. The zombie-tied Hua Jihing ascended to the rooftop alone, scanning the surroundings with utmost diligence. After several thorough searches, he found it impossible to locate the zombie king amidst the overwhelming chaos of zombies, that he had no choice but to join the battle at the northeast corner. "There are too many zombies, we can't kill them all," Su Yin shouted, using vines to ensnare and strangle the approaching zombies while yelling in frustration. The Yu Shanshan was nearly surrounded by a small cluster of zombies. Zhao Li swiftly unleashed a wind blade, severing the nearest zombies that threatened her, before rushing to her side. "Are you all right, Shanshan? Are you hurt? Get behind me quickly." Yu Shanshan was pulled behind, incessantly attacked and anxiously inquiring. The crowd relentlessly assaulted the zombies, yet the horde continued to surge forward without respite. Zhang Tianlin, his face etched with despair, swung his tang knife fervently, but tragically, an ice-type zombie pierced his calf. The pain caused him to falter, collapsing to the ground. Just as the ice zombie prepared to unleash a barrage of ice spikes, Lin Feng intervened with a gust of wind, saving Zhang Tianlin, that he lifted him by the shoulder. Dragging him behind Yi Jinxiao for Chen Kiki to administer AID, that Yu Shanshan observed a mound of earth spikes hurtling toward Zhao Li. She swiftly unleashed wooden vines to intercept them. However, her adversary's abilities ultimately surpassed hers. As the vines were breached, she lunged forward. Zhao Li turned just in time to see a massive earth spike impaled in Yu Shanshan's chest. He unleashed his most potent wind attack, causing the zombies to scatter, yet he managed to sever the leg of an earth-type zombie. Witnessing the zombie collapse, he seized the knife from Yu Shanshan's grasp and swiftly decapitated it. "Shanshan, please don't scare me," Zhao Li cried helplessly, embracing the unconscious Yu Shanshan as tears streamed down his face. When Yu Rao, witnessing her companions fall one after another, felt a surge of urgency. Scanning her surroundings, she noted only a few buildings behind them and an expanse of grass ahead. An idea struck her. Could the falling snowflakes be harnessed to coalesce into ice needles to pierce the zombies' brains? When Yu Rao raised her arm, fingers outstretched, channeling her abilities towards the snowflakes above. Suddenly, all the snowflakes around her suspended in midair, transforming into countless ice needles that surged toward the zombies, resulting in a substantial number collapsing instantly. "What kind of technique is this? It's incredible!" Su Yin exclaimed in astonishment. "Stop with the idle chatter. You Ri of the wood element. See if you can utilize that patch of grass." When Yu Rao, drenched in sweat from overexertion, gasped for breath, Hu Jiheng glanced over, noticing her exhaustion, that he unleashed a lightning strike that obliterated several nearby zombies. Rushing to protect Wen Yuro, to Tio their astonishment, every zombie in the grassy area was violently decapitated by the grass itself. "Sister, you're brilliant. I can truly control the nearby grass, but it consumes a lot of energy," Su Yin exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. Though his abilities were nearly depleted, but he stood behind Wen Yurao. Panting heavily, as they absorbed the crystal energy, several golden needles suddenly shot towards Wen Yurao. Caught off guard, Hu Jiheng swiftly spun around, shielding most of Wen Yurao from the onslaught. Yet a few needles still pierced his back. Frowning, he retaliated with a bolt of lightning, reducing the metal zombie to ashes. "You re-hurt," Wen Yurao exclaimed anxiously, supporting Hu Jiheng while scanning for Chinkiki. "You mustn't be in peril. Hold on a bit. I'll summon help." Hu Jiheng clutched his chest, unable to speak due to the pain. After unleashing one final lightning strike that felled a swarm of zombies, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 45. Escape surrounded by a sea of corpses, both human and zombie. Numerous bodies lay strewn about, forming small hills. The remaining survivors, utterly fatigued, struggled to carve out an escape route while the relentless zombies continued their assault. When Yu Rao, observing the grim scene before her, felt her eyes redden, whispering, "It seems today may truly be our end." At that moment, Yi Jinxiao summoned a series of fire barriers that erupted, finally clearing a passage. "Everyone, hurry! This way is open," he shouted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li immediately scooped up Yu Shanshan and, utilizing his wind abilities, dashed out. When Yu Rao, disregarding her thoughts, dragged Hu Jiheng's shoulder and prepared to flee in that direction, the Yi Jinxiao unleashed a fire dragon, urging, "Faster! We can't hold out much longer," as others made their way through. When Yu Rao quickened her pace, burdened by Hu Jiheng's weight. However, a cluster of zombies gathered before them, necessitating a swift resolution before proceeding. After dispatching the zombies in their path, they were dismayed to find their hard-won escape route once again blocked by the undead. Wen Yurao, supporting Hu Jiheng, stood helplessly as they continued to fend off the encroaching zombies. At this point, the voices of their companions outside became indistinct. The densely packed zombies encircled them, the circle tightening ominously. In a moment of desperation, when Yu Rao and Hu Jiheng entered the spatial realm, meanwhile, several injured individuals had staggered a few kilometers away, collapsing onto the ground. "Where are the boss and sister-in-law?" Jiang Lu asked anxiously. Glancing at the others, realizing the dire situation, Han Lung and Zhang Lu immediately rose, preparing to return in search of them. "Then I'm going too," Qin Kiki declared, hastily following suit. Yi Jinxiao grabbed their arms, urgently stating, "Going now is tantamount to signing your death warrant. That if you get separated on the way, they will undoubtedly head to city. That if they are surrounded by zombies, it's too late to go back now." Han Lung broke free from his grasp, eyes reddening as he shouted, "Are you just going to let me do nothing? That's our big brother we grew up with together. Our brother who fought alongside us." Qin Kiki resolutely echoed, "Indeed, we owe so much to Yurao and Brother Hua for their care. We can't just abandon them." Yi Jinxiao, filled with helplessness, sighed, "I understand your anger. I feel the same. But it's already a stroke of luck that we managed to escape." He then added, "At the latest, we'll return tomorrow afternoon to see." Zhang Lu, furious at Yi Jinxiao's insistence, retorted, "Please don't meddle in our affairs. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Su Yin, sensing the tension, interjected gently, "We're all brothers. That he is only looking out for you. Don't act this way. Tomorrow, we'll all accompany you to search. Perhaps they merely scattered, and going now would be futile." Zhang Tunlin then stood up, stepping forward. "Exactly, among us, they possess the highest abilities. They should be fine." After several rounds of persuasion, they finally managed to quell the urgency. Yet deep down, they all understood this venture might lead to dire outcomes. Han Lung and Zhang Lu lay defeated on the ground, covering their faces as tears streamed from their eyes. Qin Kiki leaned against Yi Jinxiao, softly sobbing, while Yi Jinxiao, his eyes slightly reddened, struggled to comfort them despite his own heartache. Chapter 46. Retreat into the space suddenly. Zhao Li, weeping as he clutched Yu Shanshan, implored Qin Kiki, "Please, you must save Shanshan. I cannot lose her." "Rest assured, I will do my utmost," Qin Kiki replied, gathering her waning composure. A warm golden light emanated from her hand towards Yu Shanshan's chest, halting the flow of blood and gradually healing the wound, revealing her delicate skin beneath. Exhausted but relieved, Qin Kiki finally managed to heal Yu Shanshan, collapsing weakly into Yi Jinxiao's arms. "She should be all right now," she said, turning to Yi Jinxiao. "I'm so tired. Jinxiao, I wish to rest for a while." Without waiting for a response, her eyes gently fluttered closed. Yi Jinxiao cradled the fatigued Qin Kiki, stroking her face with a hint of tenderness. Yu Shanshan slowly opened her eyes to see Zhao Li weeping over her, his embrace warm yet soaked in blood. Her shirt torn with a gaping hole, frigid air seeping into her. Zhao Li, upon seeing Yu Shanshan's pale face awaken, immediately shifted from despair to joy. "Why are you so foolish? Why did you rush over? Do you not value your life? There must not be a next time." He scolded her gently, yet his eyes brimmed with affection that he unzipped his jacket, enveloping Yu Shanshan within, cradling her as if she were a precious joey in a pouch. Meanwhile, when Yurao prepared her supplies, gently extracting the golden needles with tweezers, applying medicine, and wrapping them in gauze, observing the man before her, she surmised he should be fine. Though feeling sticky and grimy, she decided to take a bath. Upon awakening, Hua Jiheng found himself wrapped like a mummy beside a hot spring. When Yurao approached with toiletries, and upon realizing she might be about to bathe, he felt a surge of anxiety. Squinting his eyes, when Yurao, believing Hua Jiheng would take a while to awaken, unguardedly disrobed and stepped into the water, completely unaware of the man behind her, who was now gushing blood from his nose. Hua Jiheng dabbed at the bandages, finally managing to stem the flow. Just as he caught sight of when Yurao about to turn, he was unprepared for the sight of water rippling over her ample chest. Her long hair cascading down, obscuring much of her body as she washed her slender arms against her silky thighs. Hua Jiheng's heart raced. When Yurao, noticing Hua Jiheng had awakened, gasped and instinctively hugged her chest, submerging herself in the water, leaving only her nose above the surface, staring wide-eyed at him. "This is not my fault. You placed me here," Hua Jiheng teased, smirking, when Yurao, observing the blood staining his bandages and the marks beneath his nose, understood he had seen more than enough. She retorted with a cold laugh. "Then you'd better close your eyes right now." "All right, go ahead and wash," Hua Jiheng replied, turning away, muttering, "It's not like it's the first time I've seen." Listening to the sound of splashing water, memories of what he had just witnessed flooded his mind. "You should wash up too," when Yurao wiped her damp long hair while wrapped in a towel. How can I possibly wash myself in this state? She exclaimed, clutching her chest and feigning great pain. With no other choice, Wen Yurao reluctantly placed him in the hot spring and gently began to clean Hu Jihing's body with a damp towel. As she observed the numerous scars crisscrossing his body, grotesque and chilling, she couldn't help but reach out to touch them. "It must hurt terribly," she said with a tone of sympathy that I've long since lost sensation. Hu Jihing replied nonchalantly. When she wiped his front, her face inevitably flushed, and she lowered her head, squatting down to avoid being mocked by him. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Wen Yurao remarked, "Surely you can manage to wipe yourself now." Hu Jihing raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. "What do you think?" With a sense of helplessness, she reached for his belt, intending to unfasten it, but her trembling hands struggled to find the right spot. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Hu Jihing said, his expression one of restrained amusement. Wen Yurao's face turned from red to crimson as she gasped for breath, too embarrassed to speak, and turned her head to continue wiping. Chapter 47. Utilizing a trap, Wen Yurao sighed, relieved that the arduous task of cleaning was finally over. The two of them consumed the meal they had ordered earlier, utterly exhausted, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the zombie king, gazing at the mountain of corpses, was filled with excitement as it began its feast. "What time is it?" Hu Jihing inquired of Wen Yurao. "The flow of time here differs from the outside world. I'm not quite sure what time it is out there," Wen Yurao replied, patting her throbbing head. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Jihing's dark eyes glinted with a thought. "Could we not exploit this time difference to eliminate that zombie king? But you're still injured. Why must we confront it right now?" Wen Yurao expressed her reluctance for him to venture out, that we're not far from city, and that if we don't take down the zombie king, a mere summoning could endanger the entire base, Hu Jihing said, affectionately stroking her hair. As they exited their space, the sky was still dark, and heavy snow continued to fall. Before them, a zombie that bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to a human was licking at a deceased body on the ground. Surrounded by a multitude of skeletal remains that seemed this was indeed the zombie king. Hu Jihing unleashed a thunderous attack, but the zombie dodged nimbly. Summoning other zombies, it retaliated with a bolt of lightning aimed at Hu Jihing. It possesses lightning abilities as well. Hu Jihing's eyes darkened, revealing a determined glint that he launched another attack. Wen Yurao conjured several ice needles to pierce the zombies blocking their path. Seizing the moment, Hu Jihing unleashed another thunderstrike. The zombie king roared, its red eyes wide with fury, clumsily attempting to evade as Wen Yurao dispatched wave after wave of ability-wielding zombies. A particularly troublesome wood-type zombie unleashed thorny vines towards her. She barely avoided being injured. With a smile, Wen Yurao declared, "Let me show you my prowess." In an instant, she conjured several bombs. Pulling the pins, she hurled two towards the ordinary zombies, who were obliterated in an instant. However, the more formidable ability-wielding zombies easily evaded the explosions. Realizing the bombs were ineffective, Wen Yurao continued to unleash her powers. Taking advantage of the chaos, Hu Jihing slipped behind the zombie king and struck with a thunderbolt. The zombie king's arm was severed, inciting its wrath as it unleashed a massive electric net from above to ensnare the two. Wen Yurao took Hu Jihing into their space to evade the attack. Beneath the electric net, they were hidden from view. The zombie king, with its crimson eyes, searched in vain for any sign of them. Moments later, they re-emerged in the same spot, only to have the zombie king retaliate with another bolt of lightning. The two dodged while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of thunder and ice needles. The zombie king raised its electric net to shield itself, rendering their attacks futile. The retaliated with several more bolts of lightning, and both were struck, retreating into their space. This zombie is undoubtedly above us, and it seems to have the ability to summon others for defense that we cannot confront it head-on, Hu Jihing pondered. What can we do? Firearms and ammunition are only effective against lower-tier zombies. Using them here would be a waste, Wen Yurao remarked, appearing unperturbed as she nonchalantly bit into a slice of watermelon. Hu Jihing furrowed his brow, saying, "If only we had something powerful enough to restrain its movements." Suddenly, Wen Yurao seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes lighting up. "I know," seeing her excitement. Hu Jihing inquired, "What is it?" Wen Yurao leaned in with an air of mystery and whispered, "A chicken trap." Hu Jihing's eyes brightened, a devilish smile forming on his lips. "Yurao, you are truly brilliant," Without hesitation, they set to work, absorbing the crystals before dashing towards the trap. Chapter 48. Slaying the Zombie King behind them. An onslaught of ice pillars, lightning, wooden vines, and golden needles rained down. Wen Yurao formed an ice shield to deflect much of the assault, but still suffered a few hits that she could not avoid. Protected by Wen Yurao, Hua Jiheng retaliated with a series of lightning strikes, watching as zombies fell in droves. Amidst their dodging, they finally reached the grassy thicket, successfully luring the Zombie King along with them. Another round of unleashed powers ensued, but despite their efforts, the Zombie King eluded capture as their abilities began to dwindle. Hua Jiheng, in a moment of desperation, dashed directly in front of the Zombie King, halting just a meter away. The Zombie King, drawn to the nearby fresh prey, lunged forward. Hua Jiheng nimbly evaded its grasp, growing increasingly agitated as it unleashed a flurry of lightning strikes, all of which he dodged with agility. Realizing it was summoning other zombies to assist, Hua Jiheng glanced at the trap not far behind him. In a moment of urgency, he cut his arm with his knife, and the Zombie King, enticed by the fresh blood, followed eagerly. When Yurao took charge of dispatching the zombies surrounding Hua Jiheng, exerting all her strength to shield him from interference, the Zombie King inched closer to the trap. Hua Jiheng swiftly sidestepped, the Zombie King mirroring his movement. Realizing the precarious situation, Hua Jiheng leapt forward, shoving the Zombie King into the trap. Seizing the opportunity, both unleashed a thunderous strike aimed at the Zombie King's forehead. While ice needles pierced its skull, in an instant, they retreated into their space to evade the other zombies. Upon witnessing the fall of their leader, the remaining zombies scattered in confusion, twisting their bodies and fleeing into the distance. After replenishing their strength and appetite, the two jumped into the pit, uncovering a black crystal. Remarkably, it's a 5th-tier crystal. When Yurao exclaimed, utterly astounded, "To have survived its clutches. We are fortunate indeed." The rate of zombie evolution is staggering. With 5th tier already emerging, Hua Jiheng reflected, lost in thought, as they continued to excavate the crystals, several figures approached rapidly from the distance. Why are there so many scattered zombies? Yu Shanshan exclaimed, wielding wooden vines. Indeed, we encountered 4 or 5 groups along the way, but fortunately, they were all low tier, posing little challenge. Another added to the presence of the Zombie King. Such occurrences should not happen. We should hurry and investigate. As they drew closer to their destination, the atmosphere grew increasingly grim. They beheld a sea of zombie corpses and heaps of bleached bones. Desperately, they began to dig through the remains, repeatedly calling out, "Hua Jiheng! Big brother, where are you? Big brother, please be all right. We can't manage without you." Jiang Lu cried, tears streaming down his face. "Yurao, where are you?" Chen Keek's eyes glistened with unshed tears upon hearing the voices. The two stood and walked toward the group. Just as Han Lung and Jiang Lu reached out to embrace a pile of bones, Hua Jiheng's cold voice cut through. "We are not dead yet. Who are you mourning for?" The group turned to find the two standing there, smiling at them. Han Lung and Jiang Lu rushed to Hua Jiheng, bursting into tears of joy. "Big brother, you're alive. Thank goodness." They sobbed, wiping their noses. Hua Jiheng pushed them away with a look of disdain. "Wipe those pathetic expressions off your faces. How could you only care about your big brother's survival and not consider me?" "Of course not. We know that as long as Big Brother is alive, you won't let anything happen to us," they replied, though when Yurao couldn't help but tease them further. "How could you? You should all help gather the crystals. Then burn the corpses to prevent attracting unwanted attention." Chapter 49. Dreaming of the blood moon, the raging fire burned fiercely, showing no signs of abating. "How did you two survive?" Zhao Li asked curiously. Before they could respond, Han Lung interjected proudly. "What else? Our big brother defeated the Zombie King." The two exchanged glances, chuckling and shaking their heads. Finally, when Yurao turned to Jiang Lu, saying, "We owe it all to Jiang Lu's trap." Zhao Li, looking puzzled, asked, "What trap?" "I had no idea she said a trap." Jiang Lu suddenly recalled your mention of the chicken-catching trap. That large pit seemed utterly implausible, as if you were jesting. Your leader lured the Zombie King into it. And with the last vestiges of our powers combined, I barely managed to vanquish that creature. When Yurao patted Jiang Lu's shoulder, her expression conveying a sense of "now, do you believe?" Jiang Lu, brimming with joy, exclaimed that he never expected the contraption he had unwittingly created would save his elder brother and sister-in-law's lives. Yi Jinxiao clapped Hu Jihing on the shoulder, asserting that regardless of the circumstances, being alive is the greatest gift. The group returned to their quarters, where they were greeted by a mountain of crystals spilling from 2 fully packed bags on the floor, leading each person to claim a substantial portion. This was the first time I had ever seen such a plethora of crystals. Once we reach the base, we will be able to exchange them for an abundance of goods, Yu Shanshan remarked, clutching a bag of green crystals with a greedy smile. This is not merely for your indulgence. After enduring this battle, have you not grasped the importance of strength? Zhao Li looked at Yu Shanshan with exasperation. Indeed, everyone should strive to enhance their abilities. The next time danger presents itself, we will have a greater safeguard. Chen Kiki was busy absorbing crystals of various hues. Sister-in-law, I'm starving. Han Lung complained, his eyes red and swollen as he gazed at Wen Yurao. Upon seeing his pitiful state, Wen Yurao pointed at his eyes, unable to suppress her laughter. Just as she was about to agree to his request, someone nearby interjected, If you want to eat, you'll have to make it yourself. We've all been exhausted from a day's labor. If dinner ice and tea prepared when we go downstairs, just wait and see. Having said that, Hu Jihing embraced Wen Yurao and headed upstairs. I've cried for you the entire day, and you haven't shown an ounce of concern for me. Elder brother, do you see my eyes? Han Lung shouted towards the now invisible staircase that he then added. What a heartless individual. The snow outside had ceased, draping the world in a silvery shroud, the ground frozen and the air frigid, yet it appeared stunningly beautiful. At the latest, we shall depart the day after tomorrow. Once the snow melts, we will leave. Hu Jihing leaned against Wen Yurao, gazing out the window. Suddenly, Wen Yurao recalled what she had read. On the 3rd day after the snow stopped, at 1 o'clock in the morning, the moon would transform into a blood moon, casting the entire world in a crimson hue, evoking an eerie and terrifying atmosphere that it was on this night that all empowered beings and zombies illuminated by the blood moon would undergo evolution, while the remaining ordinary humans would face another selection. Chaos would ensue at all bases. Even some smaller safe havens would be swiftly dismantled from within. Contemplating this, Wen Yurao was at a loss for words on how to avert such calamity, opening her mouth but finding herself at a loss for where to begin. What do you wish to convey? Hu Jihing's gaze fixed on Wen Yurao, biting his lip, his mouth opening and closing. Yet no words emerged, his expression a portrait of conflict. After a moment of reflection, Wen Yurao resolved to voice her thoughts. I had a dream, 3 days after the snow ceased, at 1 o'clock in the morning. The moon turned red, and the world was engulfed in a crimson light. All empowered beings and zombies evolved once more, while ordinary people faced a fate akin to that of the apocalypse, marked by survival of the fittest. Some would awaken their abilities, while others would transform into zombies. Wouldn't it become alarmingly easy for the ordinary people within the base to breach its defenses? Hu Jihing astutely pinpointed the heart of the matter, prompting a sense of admiration for his insight. Indeed, the abruptness of the situation caught many smaller bases unprepared, leading them to become fodder for the zombies. Thankfully, it was merely a dream. Do not fear. Hu Jihing gently reassured her, embracing Wen Yurao and soothing her back. Upon seeing that he was not taking her concerns seriously, Wen Yurao hastily pushed him away and, with a serious expression, stated, In the days leading up to the apocalypse, I had a similar dream about its arrival. Anxious, I dismissed the servants and stockpiled supplies, which allowed me to survive. This is not a simple dream. So your dreams can foresee the future. Hu Jihing's eyes flickered with complexity. More or less. However, only exceptionally significant events can manifest in my dreams. I do not possess omniscience. Wen Yurao observed that Hu Jihing was finally beginning to take this matter seriously and casually took a sip of milk tea. She decided to leave the remaining tasks to him. Have you ever dreamed of when the apocalypse will end? Hu Jihing's excited voice filled the air. Wen Yurao chewed on the tapioca pearls in her milk tea. Head lowered, shaking her head. Since such a monumental event is set to occur in a few days, we should depart tomorrow morning. The zombie tide has been significantly reduced, and the nearby zombies have been cleared. The journey should pose little danger, that we must return to the base before the blood moon and notify all remaining humans. Seeing Hu Jihing refrain from pressing her further, Wen Yurao let out a sigh of relief. This way, the chances of humanity's survival would surely increase. That I end the vehicle. Han Lung was visibly excited, exclaiming that they were almost home. He wondered how the old man was faring. Upon their return, he would undoubtedly take a hot bath first. Jiang Lu sniffed, catching a whiff of his own foul odor, and frowned at Su Yin, shivering outside the pickup truck, lamented, "I'm freezing to death. How can you all be in the mood to chat?" The others turned to see the individuals in the truck huddled together. Noses running, all leaning against Yi Jinxiao. "I feel like I'm going to be crushed," Yi Jinxiao exclaimed, clearly displeased. "Who told you to be a fire type? Just radiate a little power and you're like a little heater," Zhao Li said, practically plastered against Yi Jinxiao, looking utterly content that why Yi Jinxiao suppressed the urge to kick them out, continuously reminding himself to remain calm. Chapter 50. Arrival at the base. The group observed the towering walls growing ever closer, eagerly leaning out to catch sight of the bustling pedestrians and vehicles entering and exiting the base. When Yurao gazed at the magnificent structure before her, unable to suppress her admiration, the fact that such a large base could be constructed so swiftly after the onset of the apocalypse was indeed impressive. The entrance buzzed with a throng of people, echoing with various voices, some expressing relief at finally arriving safely, while others mourned the losses of ordinary citizens and empowered beings alike. The guards at the entrance were trained soldiers, and upon spotting Hua Jiheng and his companions, they hurriedly rushed out to greet them. "The commander has instructed us to await your arrival for several days. Please follow me." The resplendent palace boasted grand architecture, with enormous stone pillars flanked by rows of well-trained soldiers that in the training grounds. Empowered beings practiced their abilities, while in the vast conference room, a few individuals were engaged in a meeting. "Old man, we back," Han Lung greeted nonchalantly. "You, as always, cannot change that disposition." An elderly man approached, his expression stern, yet his words laced with affection. Upon seeing Wen Yurao, his eyes widened in surprise before softening into a warm smile. "Hello, I am Hua Jiheng's grandfather, Hua Qibin. Are you Wen Yurao?" "Yes. Additionally, thank you for sending someone to fetch me," Wen Yurao replied earnestly, nodding in appreciation. "It's nothing. This way, I can at least make amends to your grandfather," Hua Qibin remarked, giving her shoulder a light pat. "Grandfather, I will come to your room shortly. I have something important to discuss." Hua Jiheng nodded subtly, revealing little emotion. "Why waste so many words? Have someone prepare food. I am starving." He turned to the others, declaring, "Let us go. Follow me back to the villa." With that, he led the group through the grand hall to the residential area at the back. Jiang Lu rushed to the third-floor room, eager to begin tidying up. Han Lung collapsed onto the sofa, comfortably closing his eyes. Hua Jiheng entered the office, pushing open the door to find Hua Qibin seated at the desk, rubbing his temples. A look of deep concern etched on his face. "Grandfather, at 1 o'clock tomorrow night, a blood moon will occur. All zombies and empowered beings illuminated by its light will evolve, and ordinary people will also witness the emergence of zombies and empowered beings." Hua Jiheng stated gravely. "What? All zombies will evolve? How do you know this? Is the information reliable?" Hua Qibin exclaimed, abruptly pushing back his chair and standing, slamming his hand on the desk in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. "The information is absolutely reliable, but I cannot disclose the source. Allow me to handle this matter," Hua Jiheng replied coldly, preparing to turn away. Hua Qibin, observing his grandson's retreating figure, called out, "Xiao Heng, do you still blame your grandfather?" His tone shifted, tinged with helplessness. "Grandfather had no choice. Her family sacrificed themselves to save me, so I had no option but to agree to your marriage to her." Tears welled in Hua Qibin's eyes as he covered his face in despair. "The reason I insisted on you bringing her back was to ensure her family's survival, to provide for her, and then to dissolve the engagement, granting you your freedom that I simply cannot bear to see you grow distant from me." Hua Jiheng gazed at the elderly man before him, now with a head full of white hair, and a sudden wave of emotion washed over him, that he stepped closer, gently patting his back and softly saying, "Grandfather, I was too headstrong in the past and failed to consider your feelings that I truly love you around now. There is no need for you to feel guilty or to dissolve the engagement." Hua Qibin appeared somewhat taken aback, yet he firmly insisted, "You really do not have to sacrifice your happiness for the sake of your grandfather." The bond they had formed along their journey had already led them to develop feelings for one another. Hua Jiheng's face revealed a hint of a smile as he softly remarked. Hua Qibin approached the window, gazing into the distance, his mind swirling with countless thoughts, uncertain of how to feel. Chapter 51. Re-engagement Xiaohong. Now that the military has detached from national control, everyone below is watching like hawks that if we do not possess a formidable team of supernatural beings, relying solely on your individual powers, it would be quite challenging to intimidate those old foxes like Qin Bing. Hua Qibin sighed helplessly. What does grandfather think of the group of people I brought in? Hua Jihing asked, a profound smile on his lips. These individuals are humble and disciplined, moving with steady steps. Their demeanor in the face of apocalyptic realities is composed. Their abilities should not be underestimated. Hua Qibin nodded repeatedly and praised. One among them possesses healing abilities. Her boyfriend is a fire type and is on the verge of advancing to the 4th tier. The others are also close to reaching the 3rd tier, each with extensive practical experience, united and friendly. Exactly the talents I need. Hua Jihing supported his grandfather as they sat on the sofa, engaging in lively conversation. Really? There's a healing type ability? I've never heard of such a thing. Hua Qibin expressed disbelief, his face reflecting a look of incredulity. And there is something even more astonishing. Did you know your granddaughter-in-law possesses a vast space, capable not only of cultivation but also of raising animals? During the zombie tide, had it not been for us hiding in that space, you would have long lost sight of your grandson, Hua Jihing said with a hint of pride. Moreover, her abilities are on par with mine. Hua Qibin gazed at him in astonishment, his lips moving as if struggling to form words. Before finally speaking, don't tease me. Is what you say truly real? In a situation where 3rd-tier abilities are scarce across all bases, she has actually reached the 4th tier and possesses such a miraculous space. Look, this is a crystal from a 5th-tier lightning-type zombie, Hua Jihing exclaimed, extending his hand to reveal a black crystal. Hua Qibin beheld the crystal, his pupils constricted slightly, and a broad smile broke across his face. The sudden good news dispelling all previous gloom. Hua Jihing led Wenyuro to the first room on the 2nd floor. This is our room. Take a look and see if there's anything you need. I'll have someone arrange it, and I'll stay next door, Wenyuro said, turning to leave. Hua Jihing pulled her back, grinning mischievously. Now that so many people have come to our home, do you think there is still a room for you? Pausing for effect, he added, even if there were, would I give it to you? He fixed his gaze intently on Wenyuro. Wenyuro, her face slightly flushed, retorted, I don't care. We can't sleep together. Outside is one thing, but in your home, we must maintain a good impression. Grandfather adores you. He often mentions wanting to hold a great-grandson, so you need not worry on that front, Hua Jihing said. Pulling her close, brushing his forehead against her cheek, and playing with her long hair. Wenyuro remained non-committal, suggesting they temporarily set the matter aside and go downstairs to eat first. She crouched down. She seized an opportunity to slip out of his embrace and dash down the stairs. A knowing smile graced Hua Jihing's face at the dining table, just as everyone was about to start their meal. Hua Jihing stood up, his face alight with joy as he fixed his gaze on Wenyuro. I have something to say. I kindly ask everyone to bear witness that he produced a diamond ring. Looking deeply into Wenyuro's eyes, our previous engagement was decided by our elders, and I have never formally expressed anything to you. Now, I wish to propose once more. Miss Wenyuro, will you be my fiancée? Suddenly the center of attention, Wenyuro's eyes flickered as she felt the gaze of everyone on her, rendered speechless by the surprise. Just as she was lost in thought, Hua Jihing slipped the ring onto her finger. I haven't said yes yet. Why did you put it on me? Wenyuro exclaimed, blushing as she looked at the ring on her hand. Whether you agree or not, you are already my fiancée. I want to let go, Hua Jihing said, kissing her forehead with a tender smile. Leaning closer, he whispered, please forgive me for not being able to provide you with a grand engagement banquet at this moment. We can have a grand celebration when we marry. Hua Qibin gazed at the sweet exchange between the two, feeling a warmth in his heart as he looked towards the distant twinkling lights. His mind filled with myriad thoughts. Chapter 52. The blood moon approaches the outskirts of the base were in disarray. Makeshift tents were tattered, and some individuals, lacking even tents, huddled against the city walls wrapped in thin clothing. Others, dressed in shirts, were frozen, their vitality uncertain. The fate of the many elderly, weak women and children amid this harsh cold was unknown. Most eyes were filled with anxiety and fear, while some had completely lost hope in the world. Aimlessly wandering toward the base's outskirts, Laborers on the city walls were busy reinforcing their defenses, while soldiers above were instructing the weary workers below, who were forcibly trying to expel stubborn civilians unwilling to leave. Euro had only read of such scenes in books, yet now, witnessing the harsh realities of humanity, her eyes grew misty, her voice choked with emotion. Tonight, a significant event will transpire. I ask everyone to cooperate a little. You cannot rely on your abilities to casually drive us away, that a crowd of individuals shouted frantically in response that we stated, you only need to step outside for one night, and we will dispatch numerous supernatural beings to protect you. Jiang Lu replied, his tone weary. How do we know you won't take this chance to cast us out since we lack powers? You claim to protect us. Do you truly deserve to wear that uniform? I am Huijiheng, the grandson of Huiqibing. Tonight, I will lead a group of supernatural beings and venture out with everyone that I will provide warm clothing and food for all. Please line up at the base entrance to collect. Huijiheng declared passionately from atop the city wall, his words stirring the crowd. His tone shifted abruptly as he coldly stated, for those who remain obstinate, they shall be forever expelled from City A, never to return. Upon hearing of food and clothing, the crowd surged forward, eager to comply. Euro observed Huijing busily directing the crowd, and she too advanced to lend her assistance, that Jinxiao watched the bustling scene. Silently vowing to contribute his share in safeguarding humanity, as night fell, everyone gathered at a nearby open space, awaiting this exhilarating moment that as midnight approached. The sky showed no signs of change. The moon continued to shine brightly, and no abnormalities were observed among the ordinary people. Gradually, mocking laughter, curses, and complaints filled the air. Hung, you've caused quite the commotion in the base. We need to reassess whether you and your grandfather still have the authority to manage the base. Qin Bing stepped forward, feigning anger, his expression opportunistic. Behind him trailed several supernatural beings, clearly in league with him, echoing his sentiments. Witnessing Huijing being criticized by multiple parties, even when Euro began to doubt if she had erred somewhere. Pondering whether the apocalypse could indeed be foreseen, and if the blood moon could be postponed, or perhaps didn't T exist at all, guilt crept into her heart. Huijing glanced at Euro, lowering his head slightly, biting his lip in a sorrowful expression, that he took her hand, softly reassuring her. Do not blame yourself. The absence of a blood moon is actually a good thing. You needn't worry about anything else. Just as Euro lifted her head, her eyes slightly red as she prepared to speak, suddenly, a dark cloud obscured the moon, plunging the world into darkness. The crowd stood bewildered, and as the moon gradually revealed a sliver of itself, they found themselves enveloped in a sanguine glow. Everyone looked up in a it truly is a blood moon. He possesses the ability to foresee the future, they exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the sky that he has come to save us. Under his leadership, we shall surely overcome. Voices of praise for Huijing echoed throughout the crowd, reverberating with admiration for his extraordinary abilities. Qin Bing, observing the blood moon, narrowed his eyes, revealing a fierce expression. This plan had failed once more. Not only had they not seized his authority, but they had also inadvertently bolstered his reputation, making it increasingly difficult to eliminate him in the future. Zhao Li promptly woke the drowsy Yushanshan, urging, don't sleep. There is truly a blood moon. Chapter 53. The grapefruit incident. It turned out that not everyone had trusted Huijing, which explained their astonished expressions. However, following this event, they would likely heed his every word henceforth. The blood moon lasted only a brief moment before returning to clarity. Yet, the majority of ordinary people had already succumbed to high fevers. The supernatural beings experienced a swift advancement. Bind all the ordinary people, Huijing commanded, and numerous wood-type supernatural beings began to weave vines around them. As dawn broke, various bases sent telegrams expressing gratitude for the timely warning, enabling them to prepare in advance. Some smaller bases, which had doubted the warning, were completely dismantled, vanishing from existence. Exhausted, everyone returned home for a meal, and Huijing looked at them earnestly. Are you willing to join me in forming a supernatural team? Of course, Henggu. Following you, we shall be unstoppable. Zhao Li, filled with excitement, pounded the table and rose to his feet. Yushanshan lifted her face from the bowl, exclaiming, I want to join too, as long as we can have such delicious meals regularly. Then, Jin Xiao and I must certainly participate, Chen Kiki added, wrapping her arms around Yi Jin Xiao affectionately, Yi Jin Xiao, with a helpless expression, tenderly stroked Shinki's hair and smiled gently. In that case, I shall take the role of captain, with Yi Jin Xiao as my vice-captain. Since I am often quite busy, he will be fully responsible for the team's affairs in my absence. As soon as the words left his lips, everyone raised their glasses in celebration. The next day, a few of them walked into the task hall, clutching a list to fill out their team member information. Let's come up with a resounding name. How about the Ice Blade Squad? No. The Tyrannosaurus Squad sounds much more impressive. They argued back and forth. Let us go with the Thunder Squad. Hu Jiheng interjected, silencing the group with his declaration. See, our captain is cultured. Han Lung remarked, a hint of pride in his tone. It's certainly far superior to your ridiculous Tyrannosaurus Squad. Zhao Li replied earnestly. Exactly, Tyrannosaurus? It sounds like something a kindergarten child would come up with. The two burst into laughter, while Su Yin wiped away tears of mirth that had streamed down his face from laughing too hard. Frustrated by their relentless teasing, Han Lung chased after them in a fit of anger. Other team members peeked curiously at the playful scuffle among the youths. Upon arriving home, the trio found Hu Jiheng seated on the sofa, delicately peeling a grapefruit with his long fingers, carefully revealing each succulent segment. A few girls chattered animatedly at the dining table, discussing some juicy gossip, their excitement causing them to stomp their feet in delight at particularly riveting moments. Just as Hu Jiheng was about to finish peeling the last segment of grapefruit, Han Lung rushed over, snatching a piece and bringing it to his mouth, only to be jolted by a sudden shock that made his hair stand on end. Everyone turned to look. Captain, you used to love me the most. Han Lung shouted angrily, tugging at his hair. Hu Jiheng shot him a glare, causing Han Lung to instinctively cover his head and fall silent. The others then watched as Hu Jiheng, with a smile in his eyes, placed the grapefruit before Wen Yurao, saying softly, Here, I've peeled it just for you. Wen Yurao felt her cheeks heat under Hu Jiheng's gaze and turned to Qinkiki and Yu Shanshan, suggesting, Let us eat together. Hu Jiheng's smile vanished as he looked at the other two, asking pointedly, Are you sure you want to eat? The two exchanged glances with Han Lung and then with Hu Jiheng, fear evident in their eyes as they shook their heads vigorously, quickly retreating, insisting, No, we'll head back to our rooms. Trembling, they fled before finishing their excuses. Observing the escalating tension, the others quickly sought excuses to retreat as well. Chapter 54. The tease turns back on itself after scanning the living room and realizing only Wen Yurao remained. Hu Jiheng chuckled. Now it's perfect. No one will interrupt us? Wen Yurao stared blankly at the suddenly domineering Hu Jiheng, momentarily at a loss for words. Why aren't you eating? Do you want me to feed you? He teased, bringing a piece of grapefruit close to her lips. Coming back to her senses, Wen Yurao quickly reached out to take it, saying, I can manage myself. You should have some too. It's quite sweet. In her eagerness, she bit into it too hastily, grapefruit juice splattering at the corners of her mouth. Hu Jiheng, his gaze fixed on the juice-smeared corners, leaned forward and kissed her cheek, murmuring, It really is quite sweet. Realizing she had just been flirted with, Wen Yurao's eyes twinkled mischievously as she smiled and stood up. Suddenly, she pushed Hu Jiheng back onto the table and kissed him fiercely, declaring, Not as sweet as you, while smacking her lips playfully, pretending to savor the taste. Hu Jiheng, taken aback by her sultry demeanor, found himself at a loss for words, his ears turning crimson in a most endearing way. He couldn't help but reflect on how, since their engagement, Wen Yurao had become increasingly adept at teasing him. Returning to the present, Hu Jiheng fixed his gaze on Wen Yurao and whispered in her ear, Don't just be sharp-tongued. Show me how capable you really are back in our room. At this, Wen Yurao's eyes sparkled with a seductive smile as she leaned against him, propping her head on one hand, while her other hand trailed from his cheek down to his chest, her voice dripping with allure as she said, What's the rush to go to the room? I quite like it here. She began to slide her hands inside his shirt. Hu Jiheng, alarmed, glanced outside at the passers-by, his cheeks flushing as he grasped Wen Yurao's mischief-making hands. Sensing her successful provocation, Wen Yurao giggled uncontrollably, swiftly rising and retreating, teasingly stating, I'll go check out the trading market first. Realizing he had been played, Hu Jiheng felt a pang of regret and immediately chased after her, tightly wrapping his arms around her shoulders as they moved forward. Let us go together, he declared, avoiding her gaze for fear of being teased. Wen Yurao lowered her head with a smile, thinking to herself how even the most mature and composed man can become flustered when love's spell begins to take hold. Wen Yurao remained silent, wrapping her arms around his waist as they proceeded. The trading market was vast, with all the shops and stalls meticulously organized, showcasing a dazzling array of goods. Occasionally, groups of soldiers clad in military uniforms patrolled the area. Maintaining order, as they walked, they spotted a seafood stall ahead. Pulling Wajihing along, Wen Yurao asked, "How much for these live fish and shrimp?" The stall owner, noticing the duo's clean attire and handsome features, spoke courteously, explaining that 4 large shrimp cost 1 low-grade crystal stone each, while grass carp sold for 20 low-grade crystal stones per pound, and black fish for 25. Isn't that rather expensive? Do you even sell anything at that price? Wen Yurao gasped, feeling a twinge of pain at the thought of spending so much, despite possessing ample crystal stones. Not too pricey. Actually, my 2 brothers perished at the seafood market due to the zombies. The owner quickly added, his voice catching as he spoke, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and it seemed he had touched upon a sore subject, his eyes reddening. "That I'll take all of this," Wajihing declared, indicating the items he needed and providing the address as he took Wen Yurao's hand and exited the stall. Chapter 55. Shanshan is captured days later. "Boss, the old man has sent us to gather supplies. There's a city, to the southeast, where they make clothing that we can bring back for the people in the outer areas to keep warm." Han Lung burst into the room, breathless as soon as he spoke. He noticed 2 pairs of lovebirds cozied up on the sofa, whispering sweet nothings and laughing in a rather suggestive manner. "What an eyesore. Are you all engaging in some shameless activities? Don't you know to keep that in your rooms?" "Ugh, shameless." Han Lung huffed, plopping down angrily between the 4. "You're single. There is no need for everyone to join you on the cold bench," Yi Jin Shao remarked disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance. Infuriated, Han Lung shot up, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Jin Shao. "You have the audacity to say that ever since you 2 moved in next to me, I haven't had a single good night's sleep. You read both shouting all night long. You're not worried about exhausting yourselves, but I fear I'll die from lack of sleep." As soon as Han Lung finished speaking, Chen Kiki blushed furiously, hiding in Yi Jin Zhao's embrace, her eyes darting about in a fluster. "You could always shout back. I never stopped you," Yi Jin Shao replied innocently, tightening his hold on the girl. Han Lung was at a loss for how to respond, standing there with his eyes wide open in frustration. The other 2 watched the exchange with amused exasperation, shaking their heads. "Enough. Everyone prepare to set off," Wajihing declared, having already dismissed his playful demeanor. And he took Wen Yurao upstairs. As they approached the outskirts of Y City, a grim sight met their eyes. A scene of utter devastation, littered with skeletal remains. The towering buildings on either side were in ruins. Cars on the road spewing smoke, while zombies tore into dismembered limbs, blood pooling around them. It was evident that a fierce battle had recently transpired here. As they drew closer, the group took refuge between 2 dilapidated buildings, cautiously peering out in shock. They beheld not only zombies devouring human corpses, but also feasting upon gradually. A sense of exhaustion began to overwhelm them, while the zombie, clutching Shan, receded further into the distance until it vanished from sight. When the others rushed to Zhao Li's side, they found him kneeling on the ground, his eyes glistening with tears, weakly pounding the earth. He rose unsteadily, dragging his weary body toward the place where the zombie had disappeared, murmuring incessantly. The group followed closely behind, advancing into the unknown. Chapter 56. Annihilating the zombies. Shan, filled with terror, glanced around and realized she was in a hotel suite. The entire room was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, casting an ominous and dim atmosphere. The zombie lay on the bed, seemingly in a state of feigned slumber. How could a zombie possibly need to sleep? Aren't they supposed to be tireless? Shan pondered in confusion. Suddenly, the zombie opened its eyes, the crimson orbs locking onto hers. Startled, Shan instinctively curled up on the ground. However, the zombie appeared devoid of any hunger, merely fixating on her with a chaotic gaze before leaping out of the window. Uncertain of when Zhao Li would find her, she recognized this as an opportunity to escape. Cautiously, she approached the door and peered through the peephole, discovering that not a single zombie was in sight. It seemed that this particular zombie was the king of the area, commanding the others to stay away. Just as she reached the hotel entrance, the zombie leapt before her, sending Yushan Shan's mind into a frenzy. Acting on instinct, she flung out her vines, ensnaring it. The zombie, unfazed, grasped the vines with one hand, immobilizing Yushan Shan, who could only scream in desperation. Meanwhile, Zhao Li and his companions, searching the vicinity, suddenly heard the commotion. They swiftly utilized their powers to rush to Yushan Shan's side, shielding her behind them. When Yu Rao noticed that the zombie had changed into a new outfit and appeared surprisingly clean. Aside from its eyes, it resembled a normal human. Instantly gripped by fear, she exchanged glances with Ji Hung, realizing that this zombie could not be allowed to remain. Should it mingle with the crowd, it would spell disaster. Did a bolt of lightning surge forth, but the zombie effortlessly sidestepped, rendering the incoming powers trivial. It seemed the zombie had had its fun, finally deciding to strike back. That a gust of wind sliced toward Ji Hung, who narrowly dodged, yet still sustained a cut on his arm. The group darted around the relatively small hall, evading attacks. Zhao Li concealed Yushan Shan and Qin Kukuo beneath the service counter, urging them to stay put and protect themselves while he joined the fray. The zombie easily neutralized Zhao Li's wind blades, forcing him to retreat in avoidance, indicating its superior abilities. The hall was left marred with deep, unending scratches. Wei Jin Xiao unleashed a fire dragon upon the wall, igniting the wallpaper and curtains, causing flames to engulf the entire hall. Realizing the peril, everyone scattered in haste. In that moment, they remembered Yushan Shan and Qin Kuku still hiding beneath the counter. As Yi Jin Xiao and Zhao Li prepared to rescue them despite the raging fire, when Yu Rao seized them, exclaiming, "I'm ice type. I can form thin ice to get in and save them." She dashed into the hall, choking on the thick smoke, and reached the service counter to pull the two out. Suddenly, a massive crystal chandelier plummeted. Yushan Shan, noticing it in her peripheral vision, swiftly pushed the others aside. With a resounding crash, it fell upon her, burying her instantly. When Yu Rao and Qin Kuku desperately clawed at the debris, ignoring the blood streaming from their hands due to the sharp crystals. They continued to dig, the crystals glistening ominously in the firelight, until they finally unearthed Yushan Shan. With a combined effort, they hoisted her up and stumbled toward the exit. They beheld Su Yin, Lin Feng, and Zhang Tianlin, all lying on the ground, blood seeping from their wounds. The remaining members were also battered, but continued to fight valiantly. The zombie, however, bore only singed patches and a few scratches. While its abdomen had been seared through, its head, crucially, remained untouched, though its new outfit was now tattered and torn. Enraged and humiliated, the zombie ceased evading and unleashed its powers relentlessly. When Yu Rao, setting Yushan Shan down, seized the opportunity to use her ice powers, encasing the zombie's legs in ice. Initially, the zombie attempted to shatter the ice with wind blades, but when faced with the others' attacks, it had no choice but to allow the frost to take hold. Ji Hung, seizing the moment, gathered the last vestiges of his power, and a tightly woven net of lightning enveloped the zombie, sizzling and crackling, until it was reduced to ashes, revealing a purple sixth-tier crystal. At last, the battle was concluded. Chapter 57. Trusting Oneself. Not fate. The group arrived at a small supermarket on a street, securing the door behind them, preparing to rest for the night. Outside, the continuous groans of zombies permeated the air. But they had no time to spare. Observing the blood-soaked packaged food strewn across the floor, Su Duo began to gather what they could to clear some space. Yushan Shan, gravely injured, remained unconscious. Zhao Li, dragging his wounded body, clung to her, refusing to let go. "I'm sorry. Shan did this to save us." When Yu Rao spoke, her voice thick with emotion, though their powers had healed their wounds. Qin Kuku lamented, "I can't be sure she'll wake up," as she knelt before Yushan Shan, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Li remained silent, his face streaked with tears as he tenderly caressed Shan Shan's features. Slowly, he spoke, "Shan has always loved beauty. Please heal her wounds. I thank you on her behalf." Zhao Li kept his gaze fixed on her, unwavering. The group sat in silence for half the night until Yushan Shan finally stirred, her eyes meeting Zhao Li's tearful gaze. Overcome with joy, Zhao Li embraced her tightly, pressing his lips to hers. Yushan Shan, wide-eyed with terror at Zhao Li's fervent display, felt unmoored, although she had long been aware of his feelings. She couldn't help but feel startled. Gently, She patted his back, reproaching Li Go, "I can't breathe." Zhao Li quickly released her, tears glistening in his eyes as he confessed, "You terrified me, Shan Shan. I thought you would never wake again. I was prepared to accompany you to the grave, that don't say such foolish things. Even if one day I am truly gone, you must take care of yourself," Yu Shan Shan softly replied, her fingers caressing Zhao Li's face. Filled with reluctance to at that moment, they both began to confront their emotions. When Yu Rao had never imagined she would witness their love firsthand after stepping into the story, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Recalling their fated end in the narrative, silently hoping her presence could alter their tragic fate. "All right, everyone, let's rest quickly. Tomorrow holds important tasks." Huijiheng urged Su Duo to retrieve sleeping bags. Encouraging everyone to sleep, the two embraced and drifted into slumber, with Zhao Li whispering sweet nothings into Yushan Shan's ear throughout the night, as if nothing could ever part them. Are they truly that beautiful together? Huijiheng whispered close to when Yu Rao's "Ear, do you think a predestined outcome can be changed?" When Yu Rao mused quietly, turning her head with a sigh. Huijiheng pondered her many secrets. Contemplating whether she sensed something ominous looming ahead, he resolutely declared, "I only trust myself. I do not believe in fate." When Yu Rao, seemingly lost in thought, softly replied, "Indeed, the blood moon has already altered many destinies. This time should be no different." Having reached a conclusion, she closed her eyes. However, Huijiheng, troubled by when Yu Rao's words, tossed and turned, fearing their future might not hold a favorable ending, that he also dreaded the grim fate of humanity. Struggling to comprehend the reasons behind her melancholic disposition, he resolved that no matter what the future held, he would never part from her. Even in death, they would remain together. With that thought, no matter how tragic their ending, he felt no fear, that he tightly embraced when Yu Rao, resting his head atop hers, and gradually closed his eyes. Chapter 58. The garment factory. Before the sun had risen, the sky began to brighten slightly, and the group continued toward the garment city. The roads were completely obstructed by abandoned vehicles and collapsed buildings, leaving them no choice but to proceed on foot. Upon reaching the area, they discovered a plethora of garment factories, one after another, seemingly endless. The group divided into smaller teams. Huijiheng and when Yu Rao approached the first and largest garment factory. With the electrical systems entirely down, the interior was dim and unclear, occasionally echoing eerie sounds. They remained vigilant as they made their way to the warehouse. Dozens of female zombies clad in work attire swarmed toward them, all of the lowest rank. Huijiheng swiftly dispatched them with a thunderous strike, enveloping all the zombies in a net of lightning, reducing them to ashes with crackling sounds. When Rao, "Gather all the machines first," Huijiheng instructed, eyeing the vast array of machinery before him as he continued to scout ahead. Soon, they encountered a large iron door, rusted and locked. When Yu Rao stepped forward, declaring, "Watch this," she placed her finger against the lock, channeling her powers to form an icy key that effortlessly unlocked the heavy door. Before them lay a mountain of clothing from various seasons, haphazardly piled and covered in a thick layer of dust, revealing a chaotic scene that appeared to be stock from 2 years prior. And now was not the time to be discerning about whether the styles were new. When Yu Rao waved her hand, and everything was swiftly absorbed into the space. Observing the empty factory, the two departed with satisfaction to rejoin the others. At this moment, Han Lung and Zhang Lu were clearly in distress. The two were panting heavily as they fought against a horde of zombies, seemingly all at the second or third tier. And their numbers made them particularly formidable. The duo struggled, darting around to evade the attacks. Han Lung transformed his entire body into gold to shield himself in front, while Zhang Lu, from behind, unleashed several earthen spikes that struck down a small cluster of zombies. They then switched positions, with Zhang Lu constructing an earthen wall and Han Lung launching golden spikes towards the approaching undead. Upon their arrival, they witnessed the entire ordeal, although the zombies had been completely eradicated. Both were in a disheveled state. Han Lung plopped onto the ground, gasping for breath, and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you must prepare some delicious food for me when we return to recuperate." Zhang Lu, unable to utter a word, simply collapsed onto the ground to rest. With the warehouse now devoid of zombies, when Yu Rao no longer concealed her abilities, and before the two, she began to stow away her machinery. Han Lung sprang up, astonished, pointing as he exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, Are you a dual system user? When Yurao turned back with an enigmatic smile and replied, this space is not the same as that space. Jiang Lu, filled with admiration, remarked, Sister-in-law, you're amazing. This is the first time I've encountered a dual system ability user. Alung, come over and unlock this. Hu Jiheng called out as he approached the warehouse entrance. The door creaked open. Suddenly, an earthen spike shot towards them. Hu Jiheng quickly shoved Han Lung aside, and a bolt of lightning neutralized the incoming spike, followed by another bolt that dispatched a zombie. Han Lung fell to the ground, clutching his backside, his face contorted in pain. Letting out a muffled groan, Jiang Lu, witnessing this, promptly pulled him up with a smile and asked, Is your backside all right? I bet it's bruised. Show me. Han Lung, in jest, turned his back towards Jiang Lu, feigning a desire for inspection. Get lost, he retorted, letting go, causing Han Lung to tumble again onto the ground. Damn, Jiang Lu, you're finished. Han Lung fumed, scrambling to get up, ready to retaliate. All right, enough of the antics. Hurry inside, Hu Jiheng interjected coldly, and the two ceased their playful bickering, hastily entering the warehouse. Chapter 59. The emergence of the space inside. They found at least 10 sets of gnawed bones strewn among the clothing, with blood and feces staining many garments, while a charred Earth-type zombie lay lifeless on the shelf. Jiang Lu, visibly disgusted, remarked, It's evident that during the apocalypse, these individuals sought refuge here, only to be devoured by this mutated zombie, which must have been a third tier given the size of those earth spikes. Clear away the zombies and bones. Let your sister-in-law collect the clothes, Hu Jiheng instructed as he extracted the crystal from the charred zombie. The four of them busily gathered a full warehouse of clothing before emerging. They found Su Duo and Yi Jinxiao discussing something at the entrance. Brother Hong, just as you arrived, we were discussing the need for a few trucks to haul this. There is too much clothing, and my space is limited. It's already full. Yi Jinxiao said anxiously that, no need to worry. Yurao also has space, and it's infinite. Hu Jiheng declared today as soon as he finished speaking. He walked towards the nearby garment factory, leaving the others in stunned silence as they watched when Yurao followed behind him. Sister-in-law, is your space really that vast? Su Duo asked in shock that MY space can only store items. It cannot unleash spatial blades like yours, so there are pros and cons, she replied. When everyone reconvened to report their situation, they realized Su Yin was missing. Who saw him last? Yi Jinxiao inquired nervously. I remember we entered the Morning Dawn garment factory together, but after I finished gathering clothes, I didn't see him. I thought he might have left first, Su Duo recounted, scratching his head in anxiety. All right, let us head to the Morning Dawn garment factory. Su Duo, lead the way. Once the words were spoken, they all dashed forward as Su Yin hid beneath a machine, trembling and covering his mouth and nose. Afraid to breathe loudly, as zombies relentlessly used their lightning abilities to destroy sewing machines, trying to force him out as they drew near, Su Yin dared not breathe. However, his body trembled uncontrollably, causing him to accidentally knock over a nearby thread. Thud! The thread fell to the ground and rolled aside, that a bolt of lightning struck immediately after, and Su Yin's corpulent body rolled on the ground just in time to evade it. Watching as the fabric nearby was seared, his heart raced in fear. Gathering his last remnants of ability, he launched a wooden vine attack, but it barely grazed the zombie, with no strength left to evade. He watched helplessly as another bolt of lightning approached him. Just as he prepared to face his fate, an earthen wall appeared before him, only to be shattered moments later. Turning around, he spotted Hu Jiheng and the others behind him. Realizing he was saved, he quickly ran towards them. Yi Jinxiao was preparing to unleash a fire dragon when Hu Jiheng stopped him, saying, You'll burn everything here. He then released a bolt of lightning, causing a zombie to stumble back. When Yurao swiftly shot a large ice spike, but it only struck the zombie's thigh, allowing it to continue moving. Another bolt of lightning struck, and the zombie retaliated with its ability, engaging in a back-and-forth struggle. After 2 or 3 rounds, the zombies began to falter, forced to evade and gather more of their kind. Suddenly, a horde of zombies surged through the entrance, densely pressing towards them. Yi Jinxiao rushed in and unleashed 2 fire dragons, incinerating the lower-tier zombies in front, while the stronger ones scattered and entered the factory. Han Lung and Jiang Lu began attacking the fleeing zombies. Wen Yurao protected Su Yinyan while simultaneously engaging the zombies near Huijiheng, preventing them from getting too close. Huijiheng focused on battling a high-tier lightning zombie. Chapter 60. Advancement once more in no time. The group was separated by the encroaching zombies. Han Lung, sweating profusely and looking anxious, exclaimed, "Boss, this isn't a sustainable strategy. Even if we deal with that zombie, the remaining ones will be too much for us to handle." Su Yinyan pointed urgently. "Over there, that warehouse. Su Duoduo has already finished collecting. If we can take down this lightning zombie, we can hide inside. Jin Shao stepped forward to help. I'll join you to deal with this zombie. You all head inside first." Huijiheng gritted his teeth as he struggled to counter the incoming lightning, stating, "Can your abilities still endure?" Wen Yurao, dodging, approached Huijiheng with a worried expression, asking, "Are you all right?" "I am fine, Yurao. You all go ahead, Jin Shao, and I will manage." Huijiheng neutralized another bolt of lightning and sent out a lightning net towards the entrance, clearing a path for them. The group retreated while attacking, finally reaching the warehouse entrance, where they stood ready to fend off the zombies around Huijiheng, and Yi Jinxiao, Jin Shao, exasperated, unleashed a towering fire column towards the zombies. Knowing it destroyed several machines, but the lightning zombie countered with a lightning net, leaving the zombies unburned. The lightning zombie then prepared another net to ensnare the two, but Huijiheng was undeterred, quickly launching his own lightning net to block it. Both sides unleashed bolts of lightning, clashing in midair, creating sparks as they neutralized each other. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Jinxiao slipped behind the zombie and launched a fire dragon from its back. Catching it off guard and incinerating it entirely, a black 6-tier crystal emerged from the ashes. Yi Jinxiao rushed to the warehouse entrance, and Huijiheng picked up the crystal, hastily shutting the door. Jiang Lu swiftly erected an earthen wall to block the entrance. The group collapsed onto the ground to rest. Huijiheng's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the crystal, contemplating that absorbing it would elevate him to the 6th tier. Closing his eyes to focus, he felt a powerful energy surging within him, causing immense discomfort. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, veins bulging, his entire being in turmoil. Huijiheng fought against the internal chaos, gradually calming his breath. And after some time, he finally absorbed the crystal. "You've advanced?" "Yes, I'm at the 6th tier." Huijiheng replied, looking fatigued. He had nearly perished while absorbing the crystal. It seemed the leap from the 5th to the 6th tier was a significant turning point, and everyone needed to be particularly cautious while leveling up. Jin Shao resolved to enhance his abilities as well, directly absorbing several crystals. Having just reached the 5th tier a few days prior, he realized it would take some time to reach the 6th tier, feeling a tinge of regret. Wen Yurao waved her hand and produced food she had packed from a mall before the apocalypse. Dishes such as Beijing-style shredded pork, plum ribs, clams with vermicelli, braised intestines, grilled fish, golden soup fatty beef, and several boxes of rice appeared before everyone. She also handed out a portion of Buddha jumps over the wall to each person. The group was astonished. Jiang Lu exclaimed in disbelief, "Sister-in-law, how is it still steaming?" "They say abilities have mutated." Wen Yurao, placing a piece of intestines into her mouth, replied, "Indeed, it's all thanks to the abilities." Xiaoli elegantly presented a piece of fish to Yu Shanshan. Chuckling softly, "Shanshan, didn't you always claim that chicken was your favorite? How come you've had your fill?" Yu Shanshan pouted, her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied, "After indulging in so many delectable treats, who would want to eat chicken every day?" Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Chapter 61. Making milk tea outside the door, the zombies had fallen into an eerie silence. Likely unable to enter and forced to retreat, Huijiheng cast a cold glance at the group and declared, "Since everyone is aware of Rao Rao's extraordinary space, I must establish a rule. Given the uniqueness of this space, no one is permitted to disclose its existence. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding past friendships." The gravity of his words was not lost on the group, who all nodded solemnly. As the last remnants of light in the world faded into darkness, the moon ascended gracefully in the sky. The group returned to their refuge, where they erected 3 or 4 earthen walls at the entrance. "Everyone can rest well tonight," stated Jiang Liu. Jin Shao embraced Chinkiki as they lay in their sleeping bags and turned to Huijiheng, suggesting, "Now that we find ourselves here, why not gather all the supplies from the mall along that road? It has been many days since the apocalypse began, and if we delay any longer, much of it may no longer be usable." This concern had crossed Hu Jiheng's mind as well. He feared that survivors within might discover Rao Rao's vast space. Moreover, the base was still waiting for clothing to keep warm, leaving them no time to waste. Hu Jiheng closed his eyes, resting his head on his arm. Then let's split up tomorrow and check the nearby supermarkets and malls. We can transfer Su Duoduo's supplies to you, Rao, and we will take Su Duoduo along while you accompany Wen Yuliao, Yi Jinxiao proposed. Hu Jiheng frowned slightly, stressing that they needed to leave before noon, or they would be unable to return to the base before nightfall. The why Yi Jinxiao was reluctant to forfeit such a valuable opportunity, insisting, most of the high-level zombies in the vicinity have been eliminated. And I've observed several supermarkets around here, that if we take just one day, we can surely clean them out. His grandfather had warned that a heavy snowfall would arrive tomorrow night, with temperatures plummeting by several degrees. If they could not return in time, countless lives would be at stake. Hu Jiheng furrowed his brow, feeling a deep sense of helplessness as he contemplated the situation at the base. The two exchanged silent glances before turning away. Words unspoken. The fate of humanity loomed heavy on their hearts, leaving them with a profound sense of powerlessness. All they could do was strive to do their best. When Yuliao observed the two. Recalling the description of the protagonist Yi Jinxiao from the book, brave and skilled in battle, the captain of the strongest supernatural team in all the bases, always rushing to assist during zombie hordes. Hu Jiheng's portrayal was more fleeting. He was known as the strongest human with abilities, ultimately taking charge of the entire A city, uniting the people in their fight against the undead. Now, due to her arrival, Yi Jinxiao and Hu Jiheng had formed a team with her as a deputy captain, leaving her uncertain of when Yi Jinxiao would reunite with his original teammates. Han Lung, lying beside Wen Yuliao in his sleeping bag, incessantly mumbled about wanting sweet potato puree milk tea. Frustrated, Wen Yuliao replied, "All you think about is food." "Fine, I'll see what I can find." Darting into the space, she quickly shed her heavy down jacket and enjoyed a refreshing bath before gathering various condiments she had collected from the milk tea shop. She kicked Han Lung playfully, saying, "You want to drink what I make? All the ingredients are right here." Han Lung sprang up eagerly, his eyes sparkling as he addressed the group. "Who among you knows how to make milk tea?" "We have all the ingredients." Yu Shanshan promptly raised her hand, exclaiming, "I used to work at a milk tea shop. It's my specialty." "Just wait, everyone." With that, she began her preparations, mashing the cooked sweet potato into a paste, layering it at the bottom of a cup, adding hot fresh milk along with pearls, coconut jelly, red beans, and a generous assortment of toppings. Han Lung was the first to receive the concoction, taking a sip and declaring, "This is the flavor." Hu Jiheng and Yi Jinxiao seemed less enthusiastic, merely tasting a small amount before relinquishing their portions to Han Lung, that he, however, did not mind their prior sips, for in this apocalypse, waste was not an option. Eventually, he lay back in his sleeping bag, burping contentedly, "I'm stuffed. I can't drink anymore." Chapter 62. Baby supplies. After Jiang Lu dismantled several earthen walls, only a few scattered zombies remained outside. The sun shone brightly, adding warmth to the winter day. Rays of sunlight streamed through the factory's edges, illuminating Wen Yuliao's face. Shielding her eyes, she noted the splendid weather, with a clear blue sky and fluffy white clouds drifting by. There was no indication of the heavy snowfall expected that night. The group wasted no time, swiftly finishing their tasks and heading towards the nearby commercial street. What was once a bustling avenue had transformed into a zombie paradise, filled with grotesque creatures twisting their bodies in search of food. Upon seeing the group, the zombies rushed toward them eagerly. Yi Jinxiao unleashed a towering pillar of fire, incinerating the approaching horde. Chen Kiki, glancing at the charred remnants of the street, remarked, "Jinxiao, your firepower is too intense. After exterminating the zombies, we'll need Zhang Tianlin to extinguish the flames. That there's no choice. We must act swiftly." "All right, everyone, let's split up now," Yi Jinxiao declared, leading several others toward the shops lining the street. In pairs, they watched each other's backs as they cleared out the zombies from each store. Yi Jinxiao and Chen Kiki dove into a bedding store, while Hu Jiheng pulled Wen Yuliao towards a mall. Just as they were about to enter, Hu Jiheng noticed a nearby baby formula store and, without hesitation, veered inside. "What are we doing in here?" Wen Yuliao inquired, preparing to head to the mall. "That we can't let my baby go hungry." Hu Jiheng grinned mischievously, wrapping his arms around her as she attempted to leave. "Baby, can one conceive without a partner?" Wen Yuliao teased. "Just wait. Tonight we shall start making little ones, Hua Jihing declared, having already dispatched the zombies within. Wen Yuliao wasted no time, gathering baby clothes hanging on the walls, baby shampoo and bath products piled on the floor, and shelves stocked with formula and diapers, regardless of whether they had been tainted by zombie blood. Upon entering the mall, they were immediately met with a throng of zombies. Hua Jihing wasted no time, unleashing his strongest abilities to ensnare the advancing zombies in a web of lightning. The air was filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Wen Yuliao covered her mouth and nose, using ice spikes to vanquish the zombies lurking in the corners, leaving the first floor eerily empty. She quickly scanned the clothing stores, which were still stocked with summer apparel. With no time to clear each store methodically, they made their way directly to the basement supermarket. Standing on the dilapidated stairs leading to the elevator, the foul stench assaulted their senses, frowning slightly. When Yuliao retrieved 2 masks from her space, feeling a bit better, as they approached the checkout area of the supermarket, they were met with a ghastly sight. Bodies of zombies and humans lay strewn across the floor. An unsettling silence enveloping the scene, devoid of any high-level zombies. The walls bore deep scratches, and debris cluttered the ground, while many of the cold storage units had been sliced in half. Observing the chaotic state of the supermarket, Hua Jihing approached the wall, tracing his fingers over the deep gouges. The only type of wind-based zombies capable of inflicting such damage must be those we've eliminated. When Yuliao, suppressing her disgust, moved toward the cold storage section, only to find it all spoiled and rotten. Turning her gaze to the vegetable and fruit sections, she noted that everything was moldy and foul-smelling. Hurry and gather anything on the shelves that hasn't been contaminated. I'll check to see if there's a warehouse up ahead, Hua Jihing instructed, dashing forward. Chapter 63, Cold Storage. After some exploration, they discovered a vast cold storage room and a storage area. Without hesitation, Hua Jihing unleashed a bolt of lightning at the padlock, shattering it with a crack that a gust of icy air rushed forth. And as he stepped inside, he was astonished to find all the frozen foods impeccably preserved. How remarkable! After such a long apocalypse, these items are still intact. Hua Jihing called out to Wen Yuliao, his face lighting up with joy, when Yuliao opened a box of hot pot meatballs and skewers. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, this cold storage must have a backup power source. It likely survived the hottest days, just in time for winter to prevent spoilage. Hua Jihing began organizing the scattered items. Wen Yuliao clapped her hands in delight. Lucky for us! Tonight, we feast on hot pot. Upon entering the storage room, they wasted no time collecting everything, regardless of its usefulness. When Yuliao surveyed the walls, adorned with an array of snacks. Feeling overwhelmed, do we really have to collect each one? How long will that take? Can we take the entire wall? She asked. If we could take the wall, you wouldn't have found an empty villa when you visited my home. Hua Jihing teased. Let us first get everything on the ground, then we can gather it all together. Hua Jihing, as he spoke, swept a collection of items to the ground. When Yuliao, imitating him, rummaged through a large pile of things, soon accumulating 5 or 6 small heaps, which he diligently gathered one by one. At the 2, perspiring profusely, made their way to the home appliance section, forgoing any hesitation as they swiftly cleared the shelves and platforms. After finally finishing their task at the supermarket, they glanced at the clock. Noting it was barely past 9, to convince there was still ample time, they decided to clear all the clothing on the first floor, moving house by house while continuing their collection upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they discovered 3 or 4 households selling home textiles, precisely what was needed: blankets and quilts. You gather the items. I'll clear out the zombies inside, Hua Jihing directed, pointing ahead as he dashed off. When Yuliao entered, her expression sour as she surveyed the array of summer quilts before her, lamenting their thinness. She would need to layer several to create a sufficiently thick blanket. Despite her verbal disdain, her actions were resolute. Just as she was collecting the 4th floor's items, Hua Jihing urged, "Let us go. We're out of time, but we can finish the rest later." Meanwhile, Su Duo, trailing behind the group, had already filled her inventory after clearing just 3 stores. Feeling perplexed at the sight of 6 more that had been organized at Ye Jinxiao, having eliminated the last zombie from a home textile store, suggested, everyone focus on clearing. They should be arriving soon. Once they do, Su Duo can hand over the items to Wen Yuliao, and we'll continue collecting. All right, it seems we have no choice, Su Duo gasped, collapsing onto a bench in the street to rest. Observing the others persisting in their zombie extermination despite their exhaustion, she felt compelled to join them. Entering a hot pot restaurant, she unleashed a spatial blade that obliterated 5 employees-turned-zombies in work uniforms before heading to the back room. The restaurant's owner had been reduced to mere bones, his face marred by bite marks, suggesting he had once been quite rotund. The sight sent chills down her spine, and she quickly began rummaging through the area. Chapter 64 flipped to the roof. All the vegetables and fruits were beyond salvaging. Yet upon opening the last cabinet, she found it packed with vacuum-sealed hot pot base. Grabbing a bag, she dragged it to the entrance. Su Yin, drenched in sweat, sat on the steps and exclaimed, "What are you doing with all this? We need to focus on gathering blankets, quilts, and clothing. I noticed you all were collecting those items and thought it would be a waste to leave the other things behind on this street. So I found a store to tidy up. It would make gathering easier for me." Su Duo replied, feeling aggrieved. Just as the two were conversing, Hua Jiheng and Wen Yurao had already sprinted to the street. Su Duo promptly unleashed all the supplies from her spatial storage, laying them out 7 or 8 meters away, right in front of Wen Yurao, who swiftly collected them. "That it's getting late. Where is everyone? We need to hurry," Hua Jiheng remarked coldly, scanning the area for any sign of life. Hearing the commotion, Yi Jinxiao emerged from a neighboring clothing store, stating, "We've cleared several stores but haven't had the chance to collect yet. Let us allow Su Duo and Wen Yurao to gather first before we leave." With that, the two hastened to assist in the collection. Half an hour later, they finally cleared the congested area. Wen Yurao retrieved 2 modified vehicles from her spatial storage, urging everyone to hop in. Han Lung, driving, turned to his sister-in-law and remarked, "You've got such great modified vehicles. You're impressive." Wen Yurao smiled, handing him a bun. "Eat quickly. We need to drive straight to the base without stopping." Hua Jiheng, chewing on the meat bun, reflected on the abundance of good food they had enjoyed over the past few days. Suddenly finding it difficult to swallow the bun, that he managed to finish one before setting it aside. "Sister-in-law, this bun doesn't taste as good as yours," Jiang Lu commented, taking a bite. "Just hold on for now. Once we reach the base tonight, we'll have hot pot," Wen Yurao declared, tossing a large bag of buns into Yi Jinxiao's vehicle. Suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared 100 meters ahead, drawn by the sound of the approaching vehicle. "We don't have time to deal with zombies. Let us quickly veer onto this side road," Hua Jiheng instructed, pointing the way. Han Lung and Zhang Tianlin, at the wheel, executed a sharp turn onto a different road. With the pursuing zombies hot on their heels, that a few agile zombies clung to the car windows, while 2 others leaped onto the roof of Wen Yurao's vehicle. Han Lung swerved the steering wheel vigorously, managing to shake off one, but 2 remained stubbornly grasping the roof, their heads banging against the windshield. Jiang Lu, seeing the zombie's face pressed against the glass, couldn't help but unleash an earthen spike attack. But the rapid movements of the zombies meant none of his strikes found their mark. "Big brother, this isn't working." Hua Jiheng instructed Han Lung to stay focused on driving and not to be distracted. He then flung open the door, climbed onto the roof, and using the trees nearby, propelled himself onto the car's top, kicking off one zombie in the process. Another zombie, standing atop the car, attacked him with its claws. Hua Jiheng hesitated to use his abilities for fear of shocking everyone inside the vehicle. So he drew his tang knife and engaged in a fierce struggle, landing multiple strikes that failed to connect. In speed, he was no match for the zombie. After several exchanges, his arm bore 5 deep claw marks, and the sleeve of his shirt tore, allowing the chilling wind to seep in. Chapter 65 now. Remove it. With the speed zombies grabbing the door handles and repeatedly banging their heads against the glass, Hua Jiheng realized that even the thickest glass couldn't withstand such relentless assaults for long. He unleashed a lightning net at the horde behind them, ensnaring the pursuing speed zombies. Now only the zombies clinging to the door handles and the roof remained. Hua Jiheng continued his relentless assault, but the agile zombies dodged his every move, making it impossible for him to land a successful strike. Frustrated, he realized that only by immobilizing them could he accurately attack. Lowering his gaze to target the zombies' legs, he swung his knife down on the narrow roof. They exchanged blows, but none landed. Suddenly, the zombie moved behind him, and before he could react, it was nearly biting his neck. Hua Jiheng, drenched in sweat and panic, stumbled back and fell off the car, his feet scraping against the ground as he flailed desperately for a handhold. The occupants inside the car held their breath as he barely managed to cling to the roof, Looking down, he gasped, feeling the ground beneath him. With all his strength concentrated in his hands, he struggled to pull himself back up, but the zombie lunged at him again. Caught off guard, Huijiheng slipped down partially. While Wen Yurao, witnessing the scene from inside the vehicle, fearlessly opened a small window and launched an ice spike at the zombie. The creature staggered back from the attack, providing Huijiheng the opportunity he needed. He kicked off against it after finishing her words. She playfully winked at Huijiheng. The two individuals in front wore puzzled expressions, turning their heads to see what had transpired behind them. They beheld their leader with flushed ears, utterly flustered, while their sister-in-law was laughing uncontrollably as she bandaged her wounds, that in a fit of inexplicable annoyance. Han Lung shot a glance at them, muttering a remark before accelerating and departing. Chapter 66. Distribution of supplies. They managed to arrive at the base just before the snowfall, where they found Grandpa and numerous soldiers waiting at the entrance, as soon as they alighted from the vehicle. Grandpa approached and inquired, "How was it? Did you encounter any significant troubles?" "We faced 2 high-level zombies, but we eliminated them," came the reply. "It's truly wonderful that you returned safely. Many ability teams have gone out only to vanish without a trace," Huijiheng said proudly, his voice resonating with a sense of achievement, as if he wished for everyone to know of his exceptional grandson. "Not much. We gathered quite a haul this time," Huijiheng remarked, finding his grandfather's pride rather endearing, and smiled as he spoke. Upon entering the base, they observed that during their absence, a vast expanse of temporary housing had been constructed on the outskirts. Made from metal and earth elements, the sight of homeless individuals sleeping outdoors was no longer visible. Wen Yurao felt a surge of joy, sensing hope for humanity, as she realized she had contributed to the collective effort. Wen Yurao promptly piled the collected items from her space in the villa's courtyard. Huijiheng, glancing at the abundant supplies filling the yard, couldn't help but smile and instructed his subordinates to gather everyone to line up for warm clothing and blankets. He then approached Wen Yurao, laughing heartily, and said, "Daughter-in-law, it's all thanks to you. Now the entire base knows that I have a granddaughter-in-law with dual abilities," upon hearing the praise from the family member of her beloved. Wen Yurao couldn't help but laugh, humbly responding, "It's my duty to contribute to everyone." After exchanging polite words, Wen Yurao followed a few individuals to the living quarters. That evening, they prepared to enjoy a hot pot feast. They utilized the hot pot base of beef tallow found by Su Duo, along with a pot of simmering bone broth. The bubbling red oil pot exuded a robust spicy aroma, while the bone broth, as creamy as milk, released waves of savory fragrance. Yushanshan and Zhao Li swiftly prepared beef rolls, lamb rolls, and black-bone chicken rolls. Han Lung and Jiang Lu arranged frozen duck intestines, beef tripe, shrimp paste, and various meatballs, while Chen Kiki and Yi Jinxiao brought forth an assortment of washed vegetables that Su Duo and Su Yin, however, were sluggishly washing dishes, continuously complaining about the cold water, exclaiming, "My hands are going numb." Han Lung anxiously called out, "We're waiting for your dishes to start eating. Are you going to eat or not?" Finally, everything was ready, and they were set to dine. Wen Yurao briefly submerged the duck intestines in the fiery red oil pot before retrieving them. Crisp and delightful, exuding a fragrant spiciness that elicited exclamations of satisfaction, she also ladled a bowl of bone broth filled with assorted vegetables. Chen Kiki, savoring the tender baby bok choy, remarked, "Thank goodness for Yurao's space. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to indulge so lavishly." Su Yin chuckled, "Indeed, I never lived like this before the apocalypse. Ever since I met you all, well, what a turnaround." Everyone laughed heartily, the heavy snow falling outside. While inside the house, they enjoyed the steaming hot pot, filled with laughter, untouched by the harsh weather. Thanks to the timely acquisition of warm supplies and temporary shelters, life outside seemed a tad more bearable. After dinner, when Yurao slipped into her space, feeling the effects of a spicy meal, and brewed a pot of green tea. She then prepared a steaming hot spring, sipping her tea while watching the animals frolic joyfully. She marveled at how wonderful life was. Chapter 67. Together in the bath at that moment, she heard Huijiheng calling for her from outside the space. Wrapping herself in a bath towel, she hurried out, sneezing as she asked, "What is the rush? Why are you looking for me?" Huijiheng took her hand, stating he wanted to enter the space as well, feeling the outside air was too frigid, causing him to shiver. Without hesitation, she grasped his hand and stepped into the space that I still want to soak for a while. You can rest here in the house, she said, walking away towards the hot spring without looking back. Unaware of the person behind her, she slowly removed her towel and stepped into the water, a soft moan escaping her lips in pure bliss. Meanwhile, Huijiheng also shed his clothes and joined her. And without any warning, he wrapped his arms around her from behind. Startled, when Yurao turned her head, exclaiming, "What are you doing here?" With a faint blush on his ears, Huijiheng whispered, "I wanted to bathe with you." The moment he spoke, he felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness and lowered his gaze. When Yurao felt a rush of warmth from his body against her back, causing her heart to race. Quickly, she masked her flustered state, saying, "You go ahead, I'll step out." But Huijiheng seized her hand, pulling her into his embrace. As they stood there, both naked, their eyes met, igniting a shy spark between them. Huijiheng stammered, "I don't allow you to leave. Let us bathe together." When Yurao couldn't help but chuckle at how adorably bashful he was, feeling a desire to tease him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in to kiss him. Huijiheng, caught off guard, found himself unable to think straight, submitting to Wen Yurao's playful advances. Despite his usual bravado, he was merely a boy who could only boast with words. When it came to action, he became utterly shy. Wen Yurao, captivated by his contrasting demeanor, found herself enchanted by the warmth hidden beneath his cool exterior. Huijiheng, lost in the moment, remained unresponsive, allowing her to ignite the flames of passion. Wen Yurao's kisses trailed downwards, eliciting a muffled groan from him, a sound that resonated in her ears like music. Realizing she was in agreement, Huijiheng felt a wave of joy wash over him. He tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her closer, his hands roaming across her back. When Yurao gazed at Huijiheng, who was blushing fiercely, and caressed his body, feeling his strong muscles subtly twitch beneath her touch. With a dreamy smile, she resembled an enchanting spirit, drawing warmth from him. Huijiheng flipped her over, pinning her against the edge of the hot spring. As he showered her feet with affection, she felt her breath quicken, unable to resist the transformation of this once commanding figure into a needy young man. With her delicate arms wrapped around his broad back, they embraced tightly. When they emerged from the space, the outside world was nearing noon. And when Yurao descended, feeling a bit weak. Huijiheng, however, radiated joy, the two of them appearing as if they were from entirely different realms. Yi Jinshao, who had observed the scene, couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head at the sight. It seemed amusing to him that after such a long time, they finally indulged in their desires. Chapter 68. The teasing Han Lung lounged on the sofa, leisurely snacking, when he spotted the two of them descending the stairs. Their bodies adorned with kiss marks, he immediately sat up, scrutinizing them with a mischievous grin. "So, what's this? Did you two get into a fight last night? Looks intense, but I didn't hear a peep. Out in this freezing weather, were you two having a tryst?" When Yurao couldn't hold it in any longer, turning to flee back to her room without raising her head. Huijiheng, watching Wen Yurao's sudden shyness, wondered how she could change so drastically from her previous boldness that he couldn't help but chuckle. Turning to Han Lung, he remarked, "Didn't you see your sister-in-law run away from you? Aren't you supposed to be doing something else?" Han Lung slumped back onto the sofa, muttering, "What a double standard that you're all allowed to indulge, but I can't even make a couple of jokes. No humanity when there's a female around." Once when Yurao returned to her room, she quickly retreated to the bathroom, shutting the door behind her. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, she tapped her feverish cheeks, which were flushed like peach blossoms, adorned with marks of affection, and oh wonder they were teasing her. Even she couldn't help but chuckle at her own pampered appearance. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she smacked her forehead, realizing she should have worn a turtleneck sweater. She sighed, knowing she'd be the subject of their jokes for quite some time. After rummaging through her wardrobe, she pulled out a white turtleneck sweater paired with a long black down jacket. Though ordinary in itself, it elevated her appearance significantly, and no matter how many times she washed her face, her cheeks remained rosy, and feeling exasperated when Yurao decided not to fuss further. Glancing at her reflection, her fair skin glowed with a rosy hue from the previous night's indulgence, making her look incredibly alluring while exuding a mature charm. Her lips were vibrant and tempting, and her eyes, without any enhancement, were naturally captivating. Having tidied herself up, she steeled her resolve to head downstairs. The living room was empty, and she exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful not to face the teasing gazes of many. She then made her way to the kitchen, lifting the pot lid to find steaming buns and warm soy milk waiting for her. Taking a bite of the succulent and juicy meat bun, and sipping on the rich and flavorful soy milk, I felt a significant chill dissipate that I let out a barely audible sigh. Just as I was about to step outside, I unexpectedly bumped into Hui Jiying. Quick as a flash, he embraced Wen Yurao and, observing her fully revitalized demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. Why are your legs still so unsteady? Once Wen Yurao composed herself and stood upright, she rolled her eyes and playfully retorted, "Well, that's all your fault." Hui Jiheng, struck by her words, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I was being careful. Otherwise, you might have been bedridden for half a month with that." He leaned closer and teasingly nibbled at her ear. When Yurao was reminded of last night, feeling a bit uncomfortable, she retreated slightly and whispered, "There are people around." Hui Jiheng found this aspect of her utterly charming, akin to a fine vintage wine. Intoxicating and addictive to in a low, sultry voice, he replied, "For now, I'll let you off the hook." When Yurao felt that Hui Jiheng's boldness had escalated. Previously, he was merely verbally assertive, but since last night, it was as if a dam had burst, leaving her blushing at every turn. When Yurao adjusted her rapid breathing and inquired, "Where are the others?" "They just went to the outskirts of the base. After last night's heavy snowfall, they are clearing the roads." He responded, without hesitation, when Yurao wrapped her arm around Hui Jiheng's and said, "Then take me to see." As they stepped outside the villa, they were greeted by snow that rose higher than their calves. The two navigated through the paths already tread by others, making their way toward the outer area. Everyone was fervently clearing the snow and, upon seeing Hui Jiheng and Wen Yurao, greeted them with cheerful shouts of gratitude. Initially, she paid little mind to the few remarks, but as numerous greetings came, it felt somewhat peculiar. Observing such a grand display, Wen Yurao began to feel flustered, turning to Hui Jiheng with a puzzled expression. "What is going on?" "It's just that the supplies we brought back yesterday have saved these people. Word is spread, and now everyone recognizes our contributions," he explained. When Yurao nodded, whispering, "This is so embarrassing, with so many people looking at me." Although she was accustomed to being the center of attention, those gazes had often been filled with jealousy or possessiveness, which she could handle with poise. However, now, under the earnest looks of so many, she felt somewhat out of place and extraordinary at the same time. With a smile, she greeted everyone and hurriedly sought an escape, taking small, quick steps away. Hui Jiheng watched her awkward retreat, chuckling uncontrollably, realizing how endearingly charming she had become since they grew closer. Upon reaching the outskirts, when Yurao was already bent over, hands on her knees, panting heavily, Chen Kiki and Yu Shanshan approached her, saying, "The snow is too thick. It won't be cleared any time soon. Let's rest in the room next door." "Everyone is there." As they entered the room, Han Lung immediately noticed Hui Jiheng assisting Wen Yurao into a seat. He teasingly remarked, "I wonder if you even care about her well-being. Look at how injured she is. She can barely get out of bed." He shook his head in mock pity. Hearing this, Wen Yurao turned to Hui Jiheng with a pleading look, hoping for his rescue. Hui Jiheng, seeing her expression, stifled his laughter and shot Han Lung a warning glance, causing him to promptly shut his mouth. Wen Yurao smiled in satisfaction. "Finally, some peace and quiet. Young master." A dark mass is approaching ahead. It's unclear if they are people or zombies. A man in military attire reported at the door. The group immediately shed their playful demeanor and rushed to the city wall. Hui Jiheng took the binoculars and spotted a densely packed mass of unidentified figures moving slowly towards them from the northeast. Faced with the group's inquiries about whether they were humans or zombies, Hui Jiheng could only shake his head in uncertainty. When Yurao recalled a passage from a book that described how, during a heavy snowfall in City A, the people on the outskirts succumbed to desperation, resorting to plunder, resulting in countless casualties and drawing in hordes of zombies, that a chill ran down her spine as she thought, with so many supplies from yesterday, that shouldn't happen, yet here come the zombies. Is there no way to avoid this fate? Resolutely, she shouted, "Everyone, get ready, a zombie horde is coming." Yi Jinxiao remarked, "When I unleash the fire dragon, Zhao Li, you should release your wind blades into the flames. This will effectively conceal your attack and allow the wind to propagate the fire." Their collaboration proved exceptional. Although they did not slay the zombie king, they managed to pierce through its abdomen, igniting the lesser zombies in the vicinity, which then flailed about wildly, engulfed in flames. The towering blaze caught the attention of numerous ability users, prompting a harmonious synergy between the fire and wind elements. At that moment, the Zombie King, enraged and humiliated, roared like a beast, viciously clawing through the skull of a nearby high-tier zombie and consuming a purple wind crystal still oozing with white brain matter. With its eyes wide and red pupils dilated, it unleashed several gold bolts as thick as an arm towards Chankiki. Terrified, Chankiki instinctively curled up and shielded her head, while Yi Jinxiao cried out in alarm. Observing this, Huijiheng swiftly enveloped the crouched Chankiki in a lightning net, effectively intercepting all the golden spikes. The Yi Jinxiao, with eyes ablaze, directed a fiery column towards the Zombie King. Yet the creature effortlessly raised a high-tier zombie beside it to shield itself from the flames. As it glanced at the ashes of the incinerated high-tier zombie, it waved its hand, sending a barrage of golden spikes hurtling towards the group. Chaos ensued as many fell, both zombies and ability users alike. Despite Yi Jinxiao's evasive maneuvers, he sustained a hit to his arm, while Wen Yurao's ice shield barely deflected the golden spike. Tragically, Zhao Li, in a bid to protect Yu Shanshan, was pierced through the abdomen and collapsed to the ground. Yu Shanshan, clutching her bleeding stomach, cried out for Chun Kiki's assistance. Chun Kiki, witnessing the carnage below, where blood flowed like a river and countless ability users writhed in agony, was horrified, ignoring Yi Jinxiao's warnings. She leapt off the city wall to administer her most potent ability, the Holy Light, to Zhao Li, capable of mending bones and replenishing the powers of the injured. Chapter 72. Zombie-Tide Assault on the Base 3. Zhao Li was restored to full health. Albeit weakened from blood loss, he stood up determinedly, doing his utmost to shield Chun Kiki as he treated other injured ability users. When his powers were depleted, Yu Shanshan used vines to envelop him and hoisted him back onto the city wall. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu continued to unleash his abilities, creating pit after pit in the ground below, causing hordes of zombies to tumble into the traps before burying them with his powers. Han Lung, despite being wounded by multiple wind blades, valiantly battled the high-tier zombies, while the zombies were pierced by Han Lung's golden needles, with one spike lodged firmly in its leg joint. Observing this, Huijiheng hurled a bolt of lightning at the zombie, temporarily hindering its movements. Although it managed to evade, the lightning still struck the golden needles, causing it to convulse violently. Han Lung then shot a golden spike into the zombie's head, finally resolving that nuisance. He proceeded to launch several golden spikes at the Zombie King, but each time the creature either shielded itself with other zombies or conjured a golden barrier to absorb the blows. Left with no choice, Han Lung withdrew and joined Jiang Lu in clearing the surrounding zombies for Huijiheng, and when Yi Jinxiao and Zhao Li coordinated several more attacks, yet they still could not land a blow on the Zombie King's head. In a fit of frustration, the four conspired to combine their efforts, when Yurao initiated an ice array towards the zombies. Although it could not immobilize them, it forced them to retreat, creating an opportunity for Huijiheng to unleash an electric net behind them. Yi Jinxiao summoned fire dragons from either side, leaving the zombies with nowhere to escape, compelling them to step onto the icy surface, whereupon they were immediately frozen upon contact as the Zombie King prepared to retaliate with its powers. Zhao Li seized the opportunity to strike its legs with wind blades. The Zombie King, forced to divert its attention to neutralize the incoming attacks, was relentlessly struck by Zhao Li's blade in the same spot. Yet it remained unsevered. Just as Zhao Li gathered strength for a decisive wind slash, a zombie behind him pierced through his shoulder with a claw. Enduring the pain, he still managed to unleash the wind slash, severing the Zombie King's legs as it attempted to break free. Observing this, Yi Jinxiao, Huijiheng, and Wen Yurao pooled all their abilities to strike the creature. The Zombie King conjured a golden wall to deflect the ice spikes and fire dragons, but could not withstand the electrical conductivity of the golden barrier, causing it to convulse and emit black smoke, turning to char the yellow 8th-tier crystal shone brilliantly under the sunlight. The remaining issues were trivial. Zhao Li, let Yu Shanshan assist you. Huijiheng and Yi Jinxiao urged Zhao Li. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Zhao Li replied that he was fine and could hold on to Su Yin and Lin Feng, covered in wounds and leaning on each other for support, approached, stating that the high-tier zombies had been almost entirely eradicated, with only a few sentient ones leading a group of zombies away. After replenishing his energy, Jiheng unleashed a massive lightning net towards the remaining low-tier zombies. Dawei Jinxiao and Zhao Li coordinated their fire, spreading it with the wind, thus concluding the zombie tide that had lasted a day and a night. As the city gates opened, the inhabitants welcomed the victorious warriors with joy. Jiheng entered the conference hall, where all the senior leaders awaited him, with tens of thousands of crystals laid out on the floor. Upon reviewing the report, he noted that 30,000 ability users had perished, over 1,000 were severely injured, and 5,000 sustained minor injuries, with the crystals amounting to over 200,000. Chapter 73. Distribution. Upon seeing Jiheng, Qin Bing immediately stood and declared, "This tremendous victory, with over 200,000 crystals, should be distributed among the various departments." Jiheng raised his hand to signal for calm, stating, "This effort was not solely from the military. All ability users in the base suffered significant casualties. Your personnel merely stood guard on the walls without contributing a single effort. But if we distribute the crystals equally, how can we maintain order within the base?" He then fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Qin Bing. Fuming, Qin Bing slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "What do you mean by that?" Unfazed, Jiheng reciprocated by slamming his hand down, causing the fine mahogany table to splinter. "This is precisely what I mean," he stated firmly. The force of Jiheng's presence made Qin Bing's voice tremble as he asked, "Then how do you propose we distribute it?" "The deceased will receive 6 fourth-tier crystals for their families. The severely injured will receive 5 third-tier crystals, and the remaining crystals will be equally distributed among the lightly injured and those who fought on the city wall. The crystals from the Zombie King and those above 4th tier will belong to my Thunderbolt team, and all injured individuals will receive free treatment." Upon hearing this, Qin Bing stormed out in fury, followed by several of his associates. The man seated beside Qin raised his finger and remarked, "Ahung, you truly are remarkable. You've managed to enrage that old fox Qin Bing to the point where he couldn't even look back. I, Li Yi, have finally seen him humbled. Uncle Yi, you flatter me." "I merely did what was necessary," Jiheng replied, maintaining his composure. Li turned to Qin and said, "Walao, you truly have a fine grandson. With him at the helm, you can rest easy in retirement. We can trust the base will be in good hands under his leadership." That is indeed the case. Meanwhile, Chinkiki tirelessly tended to the critically injured in the base's rescue area, where her abilities restored severed limbs and injuries. When Yurao approached with a cup of water, placing it near her lips and urging, "Have a sip before you continue. There are so many injuries that you'll be occupied for quite a while." After taking a sip, Chinkiki replied, "Yurao, look at how hard I'm working. Could you please get me some fruit and delicious treats?" With a sigh of resignation, when Yurao walked to Jiheng's office. Upon opening the door, she saw Jiheng discussing something with Yi Jinxiao, while Han Lung and Zhang Lu rested on the sofa with their eyes closed. Not wanting to interrupt, she prepared to step into the space. As soon as the door creaked open, Han Lung immediately opened his eyes and inquired, "Sister-in-law, is it time to eat?" "Just a moment. It'll be ready shortly," she replied, vanishing into the space. After a quick shower, she washed and prepared grapes, slicing the cantaloupe and watermelon into pieces while snacking on a few. Observing the array of packaged food before her, she selected spicy hot pot, sauerkraut fish, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, dry pot bullfrog, stir-fried eggs with hot peppers, cumin beef, and corn rib soup. She also prepared a large bowl of rice and a big bowl of baby bok choy, small greens, lettuce, and water spinach, which she briefly blanched before placing them in a bowl and heading out. When Yurao arranged the dishes on the table and brought out chili sauce, mushroom sauce, and beef sauce for dipping vegetables, as she finished setting the table, she called out, "Go and invite them over." After a day and night of hunger, the group devoured the meal, each consuming 2 full bowls of rice before lounging on the sofa to enjoy some fruits. In contrast, Chinkiki had no time to relax. As soon as she finished her meal, she rushed out to assist the injured, with Yi Jinxiao accompanying her to help this moment. When Yurao remarked, "The vegetables and fruits in the space are ripening, and with the previous harvest we have quite a bounty. Tomorrow morning, let us cook everything together, and we can enjoy fresh meals whenever we head out." A few individuals spoke in unison, expressing their agreement before each of them set off to attend to their respective tasks. Chapter 74. Warmth. In order to facilitate matters, when Yurao decided to prepare a hot pot. After a long day, the group finally returned home in the evening, their footsteps heavy with fatigue. Upon arriving at the doorstep, They were greeted by the enticing aroma of spicy beef hot pot. Seated at the table, they were pleasantly surprised to find 4 different flavors of hot pot simmering: tom yum, tomato, seafood, and the richly fragrant spicy beef hot pot. The latter's pungent scent was the most pronounced, so those seated further away could only catch a whiff of its spiciness, gazing at the array of vegetables, meats, and seafood laid out before them. Their weariness dissipated, and they eagerly began to dig into. Su Yin picked up a slice of fatty beef and exclaimed with fervor, "How fortunate we are to have each other." He then prepared to grab another piece of tripe. Just as Su Yin dipped his slice into the pot, Han Lung snatched it away, cheekily saying, "Is it us who are fortunate, or is it your sister-in-law's space that brings happiness?" Laughter erupted among the group, and Su Yin, unable to help but find Han Lung's childish antics amusing, shook his head and stifled his laughter, declaring, "Both are indispensable." He then returned to cooking his tripe. The 3 girls sat closely together. Chun Kiki, with a sorrowful touch to her cheeks, lamented, "The recent inclement weather and late nights have taken a toll on my skin." She sighed deeply. Wen Yurao noticed her pallor and remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall prepare 3 servings of bird's nest and provide you both with a set of red dates." Yu Shanshan picked up a piece of tripe soaked in spicy beef oil and said, "Sister Yurao, you are truly wonderful, that I've never had bird's nest before, let alone with red dates, that it's a blessing that amid this apocalypse life is still more comfortable than before. It's all thanks to you. Having a space is such a blessing." Zhao Li, swallowing a slice of beef, teased, "You 3, in this dire time, still concerned with beauty? Surviving is already a feat. Sister, you have that capability." When Yurao raised an eyebrow, responding, "Indeed. Who do you think you are, Doryman?" Han Lung, with grease smeared across his face and beads of sweat forming on his nose from the spiciness, sniffed and remarked, "You are really disgusting. Hurry to the restroom and clean yourself up. If you don't feel sick, we certainly will." Jiang Lu, sitting beside him, could not help but shift away in distaste. "Humph, the zombie tide is far more revolting. Brains, blood, urine, and feces everywhere. You didn't seem so squeamish then." "Enough discussion of such matters is forbidden at the dining table," Hu Jihing said, his brow furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. Upon hearing his beloved leader's command, Han Lung promptly rushed to the restroom to freshen up. "Sister-in-law, let us have some drinks. Eating alone is rather dull." When Yurao waved her hand, revealing 6 large boxes of white wine. Red wine, soda, juice, beer, and sparkling water stacked on the ground. Zhang Tonlin raised his glass and addressed everyone, "Cheers." The group enthusiastically lifted their glasses in celebration. Zhao Li proposed, "How about we play rock, paper, scissors," amidst the din of laughter and clinking glasses. The men exchanged drinks, with Zhang Tianlin being the first to succumb to drunkenness. Zhao Li supported him as he attempted to return to his room, but Zhang Tianlin waved him away, grinning foolishly. Muttering, "Don't stop me. I can still drink." He then sat on the floor, mimicking a toast to an empty space, declaring, "If you are my brothers, drink with me." Zhao Li, exasperated, had no choice but to pull him along, saying, "All right, let South find another place to drink." The others, having indulged freely, stumbled back to their rooms. When Yurao led Hu Jihing to the space to wash him, asking, "Would you like some hangover soup?" Hu Jihing, gazing at the gentle and considerate woman before him, couldn't he help but wrap his arms around her, saying, "Aren't you my hangover soup?" With that, he leaned in for a kiss. After the kiss, he held the naked Wen Yurao and made his way to the hot spring, water glistening off his muscular form as it trickled down to the sheets. Yet their enthusiasm remained undeterred. Chapter 75, Sharing. After everything concluded, the two nestled together in sleep. When Yurao felt as though she had slept for an eternity, awakening to an aching body. Rubbing her arms, she noticed Hu Jiheng approaching her. Immediately beginning to massage her, she lifted her other leg, signaling for him to switch sides, softly complaining, "Humph, don't you know moderation?" Hu Jiheng, looking at her in a teasing manner, replied, "You know my weakness. I can never restrain myself in your presence. Especially in this regard." He then kissed her forehead, adding, "To make it up to you, your husband will personally bathe you." With that, he scooped her up, carrying her toward the hot spring. Despite their intimate connection, when Yurao felt shy and buried her face in his chest, allowing him to carry her, as Hu Jiheng cleaned and massaged her, he noticed a small mountain of vegetables piled up on the ground and remarked, "Since we've achieved such a great victory, can we share that pile of vegetables with them?" Wen Yurao nodded, stating that the ripe vegetables would suffice for many days. With a thought, she harvested the vegetables from the ground and sowed new seeds, instructing those with wood-based powers to cultivate more seeds. Let us plant cotton. We can use the tools we collected from the garment factory. That works, especially since winter is still quite long ahead. Wen Yurao sighed in comfort as his massage eased her aches. Suddenly, recalling something, she opened her eyes and stared at him. How many women have you massaged to have such excellent technique? Hu Jihing chuckled softly, sniffing his nose. It smells so good. Can you smell it? Wen Yurao clenched her fist and playfully hit his chest, fuming. You better confess. Otherwise, you'll never touch me again. Hu Jihing caught her fist and pulled her into his embrace, declaring, You are the only one. Then how come your massage skills are so proficient? Your husband possesses extraordinary talent, he said, preparing to steal another kiss. Wen Yurao quickly stopped him, pushing against his chest. I don't believe you. Hu Jiheng, unable to hide the truth anymore, admitted, All right, I confess. I have had thoughts about you for a long time that I've read everything about this subject, especially that women often feel sore afterward, so I focused on several massage techniques. His ears turned slightly red, and his voice grew softer. Wen Yurao couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Well, that's nice. You know how to take care of someone afterward. Hu Jiheng, hearing her tone, smirked, Then let me take good care of you. Wen Yurao smiled alluringly, closing her eyes and allowing him to continue his ministrations. Hu Jiheng kissed her cheek and remained silent, continuing to massage her back as Wen Yurao began to drift into a light slumber from the massage. Hu Jiheng carefully cleaned her up, lifting her and personally dressing her. Wen Yurao slowly opened her eyes, murmuring, I wonder what time it is outside. Otherwise, I'd really like to sleep a bit longer. Hu Jiheng placed her on the bed and tucked her in, saying, There's nothing urgent. Continue to sleep here for a while that I'll head out first. After Hu Jiheng left, Wen Yurao glanced around the empty room, tossing and turning with no desire to sleep. She decided to step out of the space, only to find that dawn had yet to arrive and everyone was still resting. Not wanting to disturb anyone, she returned to the space to tidy things up. Do we need to wash all these baby cabbages? Zhang Tianlin asked, pointing at the pile of vegetables on the table. That I no need. That's just a small portion. Let us think of some recipes. Wen Yurao replied, pulling out various seasonings from the space. Since we don't need to wash, the rest of us men can only help you with cutting and packing. Cooking isn't our forte, one of the other men said. What about the others? Yu Shanshan asked, scrubbing the frying pan. Brother were left with Han Lung and Jiang Lu before dawn. I wonder what they're busy with. Chen Kiki speculated that Yi Jinshao must be with her since she is treating the injured, so it's just the four of us men left. Su Yin remarked as he chopped the vegetables. By the way, you all should cut the meat first. Those will take the longest to cook. Wen Yurao instructed, pointing at the large bowl filled with various meats. The men busied themselves, and the room erupted with the sounds of clattering utensils. Chapter 76. Hope. The other two were vigorously chopping with their knives, while Lin Feng and Zhao Li clearly had an easier time, using the wind as their blade to cut the ribs and pork belly neatly and beautifully. Su Duoduo's space blade also worked effectively. When Yurao seized the opportunity to simmer the bird's nest, estimating that it would be ready around noon, she poured half a pot of oil into a pan, frying the ribs and pork belly briefly before heating another pot with oil and rock sugar, completely melting it before adding the pork belly, stirring until it was coated in a rich caramel color. Afterward, she added the prepared seasonings and water, covering it to simmer. After frying, some ribs were made into garlic-flavored ribs, while others were prepared as cumin ribs and braised ribs. That a variety of delicious dishes were being prepared. At noon, Wen Yurao specially set out the meals for the others in Hu Jiheng's office to save them a trip. Chen Kiki, with dark circles under her eyes and looking weary, sipped the bird's nest and sighed. It's delicious, but such a delightful thing. Probably one tea saved me. Just a few more days of hard work, and you'll be able to rest well. Wen Yurao encouraged her. It's not just that. You all are fighting tooth and nail against the zombies while I lack offensive abilities, merely hiding behind the city walls, that if I can treat the injured, then I won't feel like a burden. Chen Kiki reproachfully remarked that Yi Jinshao noticed that Chen Kiki was emotionally unsettled and approached her to offer comfort, saying, Do not be disheartened. You still have me. And in my heart, you will always be the most outstanding. Indeed, now that you have reached the 5th level, you can regenerate from bones and severed limbs. That I believe that in the future, as your level increases. You will surely be able to cure the zombie virus. When Yurao gently patted her shoulder, providing solace, "Is that true? Do you really think I could cure the zombie virus?" Chinkiki exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked up. When Yurao thought to herself, after all, you are the heroine, and your unique healing abilities should make you the hope for humanity. She simply responded with an Chinkiki playfully shook Yi Jinxiao's arm, her face alight with joy, and said, "Jinxiao, did you hear that? I might just save all of humanity in the future." Yi Jinxiao affectionately pinched her nose and teased, "Well, if you become successful, you mustn't abandon me." Chinkiki replied proudly, "Of course. Given how well you treat me, I will reluctantly consider supporting you." The two bantered back and forth, playfully teasing one another. Han Lung, cold and aloof, chimed in, "Have you considered how Jiang Lu and I feel? Haven't you heard that showing off affection leads to swift separation?" Yi Jinxiao quipped back with a smirk, "I've been quite considerate. Otherwise, who knows how carefree things might be now? At least I still have love to flaunt. Unlike you, who hasn't even experienced what love truly is." Han Lung, with a dismissive grin, declared, "With my looks, I could easily find someone willing to be my girlfriend." After affirming his own assertion, he added, "Yes, definitely." Ho Ji Hung, who had been following behind, interjected, "Let's head to the mission hall." Upon hearing this, Han Lung turned back in surprise. "Boss, you're going too?" "Yes, I'm not busy right now." Ho Ji Hung patted Han Lung's shoulder and added, "You and Jiang Lu are no longer kids. It's time to consider finding a girlfriend." Han Lung, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Boss, it's not that I don't want to find one, but in this day and age, finding a suitable partner is harder than climbing to the heavens. The world is so chaotic. It's either the unclean or the utterly unattractive. And for women with abilities, who doesn't have a few suitors?" He sighed deeply. That Ho Ji Hung comforted him, saying, "Don't rush. Take your time, that you'll meet someone eventually." As they arrived at the entrance of the mission hall, acquaintances began to gather around them. That a man pointed excitedly. "You are the metal type Han Lung, and you must be the lightning type Ho Ji Hung, right? I'm Wang Ting, the captain of the AO Long battle team, and I'm also a fan of yours. I'm joining the zombie tide this time." "You read truly impressive." Ho Ji Hung observed the burly man before him, seemingly shy despite his imposing physique, and asked, "The AO Long battle team, ranked 20th in the base?" "That's right. It's an honor that you remember my team." Wang Ting exclaimed, beaming with excitement. Ho Ji Hung, in a somewhat indifferent tone, asked, "Is there any significant mission here?" "We are also preparing to take on some resource-gathering tasks," Wang Ting replied, still bashful, unable to meet their gaze. Han Lung, amused by the man's demeanor and blushing face, laughed heartily. "You are too funny." As Han Lung spoke, Wang Ting's face reddened even further, causing him to bow his head even lower, fearing that further teasing might frighten the man away. Han Lung fell silent and sat down, watching the various tasks scrolling across the display screen. Stretching his neck, he said, "Boss, my neck is sore from looking up for so long. Let us head to the back." He then signaled to the registration desk, instructing, "Take us to the back. I need to search for some tasks." One of the women at the service desk immediately approached with a flirtatious smile, leading them away while subtly trying to catch their attention. While Ho Ji Hung was focused on his computer, the woman leaned over, unfastening a few buttons on her blouse, revealing her curves inching closer. Just as she was about to make contact, Ho Ji Hung turned and coldly uttered, "Get lost." The woman, sensing his hostility and realizing he had a partner, quickly retreated, her attempts thwarted. She then turned her attention to Han Lung, adopting a pitiful expression as she cooed, "He is so scary," stretching the last word dramatically, knowing that if a regular person heard her, they might crumble under the charm. Han Lung, caught off guard and leaning back against the desk, inhaled the overwhelming scent, sneezing from the intensity. Just as the woman leaned in closer, he ducked beneath her arm, distancing himself, and disdainfully remarked, "Then don't set your sights on me." He glared at her defiantly. As the woman remained undeterred, thinking few men could resist her allure, she licked her lips and playfully undid 2 more buttons. Suddenly, she lunged forward, declaring, "I genuinely admire you." Han Lung, startled, shut his eyes and shouted at Ho Ji Hung, "Boss, someone is coveting my beauty and trying to take advantage of me. Why aren't you teaching her a lesson?" Just as she was about to embrace him, the sound of crackling lightning erupted behind her, causing her to freeze in fear and turn pale, retreating hastily. She understood the status and strength of the two men. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to provoke them, hoping to latch onto one for a secure future. As she stumbled back, she accidentally knocked into a chair by the door, but her determination to escape remained unshaken, and she scrambled to her feet that Ho-Ji Hung unleashed a bolt of lightning, sending her hair standing on end, smoke billowing from her mouth as she collapsed to the floor, convulsing. The two men ignored her completely, stepping over her as they moved on. When she finally regained her senses, she found her clothes in tatters, leaving little to the imagination. Grabbing a scrap of fabric to cover herself, she stormed out with a fierce glare. Upon reaching the office, Ho-Ji Hung began preparations for a mission in 1 week to exterminate the zombie mice in City M, 300 kilometers away, while also collecting supplies. Han Lung reclined on the sofa, eyes half closed, yawning and responding lethargically. Noticing Han Lung's lack of energy, Ho-Ji Hung suggested, "Why don't you go rest?" Han Lung accepted without protest and got up to leave. As he entered the living room, he noticed several people sighing as they gazed at the vegetables and fruits on the table. Han Lung squeezed onto the sofa, peeled an orange, and began to eat, asking, "What's wrong? Why the long faces?" Zhao Li sighed, saying, "Brother Heng asked us to distribute the vegetables and fruits to everyone participating in the zombie tide, but with so many people, how long will that take? Plus, he mentioned that fruits and vegetables are precious now, and if we let others handle it, they might not get distributed fairly and could be embezzled. So we must do it ourselves, personally." Han Lung crossed his legs and snorted dismissively. "This is too easy. Yi Jinxiao, aren't you capable? How did this stump you?" Yi Jinxiao, snatching Han Lung's peeled orange and popping it into his mouth, retorted, "Before the apocalypse, I was just a student, lucky enough to gain abilities. Leading troops in a battle is manageable, but this isn't my forte, that if you have any skills, then suggest a solution." Han Lung leaned back, resting his head against the sofa, and casually replied, "Just broadcast to everyone who participated in the zombie tide to line up outside the base for vegetable and fruit distribution. You all can supervise as they weigh and collect their share. After all, those who participated in the zombie tide have their crystal core records. Just swipe their cards to find out, and for family members picking up for the deceased, just swipe the card of the person who has passed." Yi Jinxiao gave him a thumbs up, chuckling, "I didn't realize you were so clever beneath that carefree exterior. Today, you've really impressed me." Zhao Li, enlightened, exclaimed, "Brother Han, you're so smart. Such a simple yet effective method. How did we not think of it before?" As Han Lung saw the awe in their eyes, he couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. Replying somewhat arrogantly, "It's nothing. I was once the head of a publicly listed company. This is childish play." After speaking, he feigned nonchalance and headed upstairs. "Brother Han, aren't you coming with us?" Lin Feng called after him. "Nope." As soon as the words were spoken, all that could be heard was the sound of the door closing. "That I headed to the broadcasting station while you all went to the city gate to ask Wen Yurao to prepare the items." After Yi Jinxiao finished speaking, he also stepped outside. "Upon arriving at the broadcasting station, I saw a man in military uniform organizing documents. The moment he recognized Yi Jinxiao, he immediately approached respectfully, asking, 'Mr. Yi, is there something you need today?' Yi Jinxiao settled onto the sofa and replied, 'Please help notify everyone that, in celebration of our safe passage through the zombie tide, all ability users should gather outside the base. They can come in to swipe their cards and receive 1 pound of vegetables and fruits. But it's only valid for today.'" The man, astonished, inquired, "Are you serious? Every ability user gets a share?" Yi Jinxiao glanced at his watch and insisted, "Yes, hurry up. I'm on a tight schedule." The man promptly seated himself at the microphone, adjusting it and responding, "Oh, understood, right away." He then began announcing the information. Upon leaving the broadcasting station, Yi Jinxiao chose not to engage in distribution duties, but instead went to assist Chinkiki outside the base. A throng of people had already gathered. "Don't rush. Form a line. Everyone gets their share." Su Yin, his plump figure blocking the passageway, directed the crowd. After considerable effort to organize the queue, several middle-aged women forcefully cut in at the front, prompting the crowd behind to surge forward once more. Su Yin found himself pushed and nearly submerged in the throng. Finally managing to extricate himself, he gazed at the chaotic scene akin to a market where people were eager to snatch items. Infuriated, he tossed the loudspeaker aside, plopped down on a chair, and declared, "I've had enough of this nonsense." After a brief nap at home, Han Lung discovered he was wide awake and sauntered back out. Intent on examining the results that he happened upon this scene and raised the loudspeaker, shouting, "Each person in line gets 1 pound, but those who cut in will only receive half a pound. If you report a line cutter, raise your hand and you'll receive 1.5 pounds." He then directed several soldiers at the entrance to note down the names that Su Yin, hands on his hips, marveled at how obedient the crowd had suddenly become. Exclaiming, "You really have a way with people. It's nothing, let's get on with it." Han Lung replied, taking a seat beside the scale and propping his leg up, observing the proceedings. Some individuals, attempting to slyly take advantage of the situation, tried to sneak in extra weight, but Han Lung promptly intervened, ensuring they received only half a pound, adopting a firm stance that allowed no room for bargaining. Those who continued to create a ruckus were met with further reductions. And soon enough, the crowd fell silent and orderly, queuing up to weigh and collect their portions. It was the first time when Yurao had seen such a composed Han Lung and complimented him. "I didn't expect you to be so capable, sister-in-law. After all, I grew up alongside the elder brother. If he is so formidable, how could I be any less?" he replied, fluffing the stray hair on his forehead. Feeling somewhat flattered when Yurao patted his shoulder and said to the others, "Thank you all for your hard work today. I'll cook dinner for everyone tonight." The group echoed in unison. "All right." Chapter 80. Mutated plants a week later. After a busy period, I would finally be able to return home early tonight after treating the last critically injured individual. Kiki reclined in a specially constructed rest area. "All right, my dear Dr. Chun," Yi Jinxiao teased as he helped her sit up, "that you are making fun of me again." Kiki blushed and lightly punched his chest. The Yi Jinxiao beamed with happiness, capturing her delicate fist and planting a kiss on her forehead. "Now, let us discuss serious matters that we have a mission to undertake, and this time, you want to be accompanying us. Stay home and rest well." "What mission? Is it dangerous?" Kiki asked, her expression laden with concern. "We read just exterminating zombie rats and collecting supplies." "That one do, I must go too. What if you all get hurt?" At that moment, Han Lung's voice rang out. "Yi Jinxiao, what nefarious activities are you up to in there? Are you ready to leave, or do you want to save some energy to play with the zombie rats?" Yi Jinxiao kissed Kiki and said, "That has settled then. I'm off. Take care and rest well." He hurried outside while Kiki hesitated, wanting to say something. Upon seeing the group at the door, she shot Han Lung a glare and climbed into the vehicle. Hu Jihing sat at the front of the vehicle, leading the entire team and military soldiers toward City M. That they had scarcely traveled 90 kilometers when they found the road ahead suddenly choked with a dense mass of vegetation. That a soldier was dispatched to scout ahead, but was dragged in the moment he approached. After a few initial whimpers, silence ensued. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, observing the situation, when Yurao hurriedly exited the vehicle, intending to investigate, but Hu Jihing pulled her back, instructing Su Yin, "You try using your wood abilities to see if you can clear a path through the plants." After multiple attempts with no effect, Su Yin could only shake his head in defeat. The Yi Jinxiao unleashed a fire dragon upon the vegetation, causing the plants to writhe in agony. Yet despite scorching a gap, they quickly regrew, leaving no visible openings. "These are mutated plants," when Yurao remarked. "No matter how much we cut or burn, they won't perish, and they'll regenerate swiftly. That it's futile to waste effort." Other ability teams chimed in. "Then why not take an alternate route? Entering would be tantamount to walking to our doom. Wasn't the area cleared of threats 100 kilometers out when the base was established? How could such things appear now?" Jiang Lu also disembarked. Hu Jihing immediately inquired of the soldiers present, who participated in the previous extermination. At that moment, a young boy stepped forward, reporting, "Deputy City Lord, I was fortunate to be part of that operation." "Then why are there still such dangerous plants here?" Hu Jihing questioned coldly. "It was General Qin who led us in the extermination, and we suffered significant losses in this area. Eventually, we had no choice but to retreat as we neared the 100-kilometer mark. I am unaware of how the general reported the situation afterward." Hu Jihing narrowed his eyes, contemplating the cunning old fox involved. After a moment, he declared, "We must eradicate these plants today. Their bizarre nature poses a threat. The base has only been established for a few months, and if allowed to expand unchecked, it could wreak havoc on our operations." That he continued. "For those willing to participate, each will receive 4 third-tier crystal stones as a reward. For those who do not wish to join, you may take another route or return now." Upon hearing the promise of 4 third-tier crystal stones, Everyone eagerly volunteered to participate. Chapter 81. Resolving the ability plants when Yu Rao and Huijing conferred by the vehicle on how to tackle the plants. Clearly, fire and wood abilities are ineffective, so let us try the others. Surely one of them will work. Zhao Li volunteered, I'll give wind abilities a shot. He unleashed a wind blade, witnessing branches snap only to regrow. Unfazed, he launched several more wind blades, but the result was the same, leading him to dejectedly shake his head. Han Lung then attempted to utilize his metal abilities, while Huijing summoned a lightning bolt. Yet all efforts yielded no results. All right, now it's up to my earth abilities and sister-in-law's ice abilities, Jiang Lu said, hands raised in resignation. They both tried, but the outcome was minimal, although when Urao's ice formations froze and shattered the branches. They still broke free from the ice and continued to grow, while Jiang Lu's attempt to dig a trench merely prompted the plant roots to burrow deeper, with no viable solutions. The group decided to rest temporarily. When Yurao chewed on a piece of lettuce, pondering, I wonder what nutrients these plants are thriving on. They remain lush even in the dead of winter. Huijing, struck by a revelation, exclaimed, nutrients. Yes, the zombies that fled during the tide likely headed this way. Could it be that these plants are thriving on the remains of those zombies, which would explain their rapid growth and regeneration? So what? Zhao Li replied, mouth full of beef. The implication is that these plants are sustained by absorbing corpses, that if we can locate that batch of bodies and extract them, we can sever their nutrient supply. Then, if we attack relentlessly, they won't have enough nourishment to recover, as long as we strike quickly, they won't be able to regenerate. Han Lung retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Li. Zhao Li immediately grasped the concept. Hango, you're brilliant. How did you figure all of that out with just a few words? However, finding the bodies and extracting them is a major challenge. The zombies only came a few days ago. Even if these plants grow rapidly, they can't be far from here. Do we need to search for clues in the vicinity? Yi Jinxiao said as he rose. Beginning to explore the edge of the vegetation, the others followed suit, searching in the opposite direction. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Li returned, breathless and excited. I found something. Over there, on the branches, are tattered clothes, and they're stained with blood. Those must belong to the group of zombies. Upon hearing the news, several individuals hastily rushed over. Jiang Lu immediately grasped the situation, using earth-based abilities to excavate one enormous pit after another beneath the vegetation. Sure enough, after digging about 10 meters deep, a multitude of corpses was uncovered. In response, when Yurao quickly initiated an ice formation, encasing the plant from head to toe in frost. Seizing the moment when the plant was immobilized, she directly burrowed inside. When Huijing beheld this scene, his heart skipped a beat, prompting him to follow suit and urgently instruct those outside not to enter. When Yurao felt a firm grip on her hand, startling her. Turning around, she was relieved to see him and, puzzled, inquired, Why did you come in? To protect you. Huijing's succinct response brought her a sense of comfort. Initially, she had indeed felt fear upon entering. But considering that the only feasible way to transport so many corpses would be through spatial abilities, and with the multitude of dangers inside, she dared not risk other spatial ability users. Thus, she had no choice but to venture forth herself. Chapter 82. Absorbing corpses in a space, the pair arrived at the zombie pit, discovering limbs and severed arms scattered everywhere. Fortunately, as it was winter, the stench had not yet become unbearable, though it was still quite unpleasant. When Yurao retched violently, while Huijing, though not as exaggerated, grimaced in disgust. Not wishing to waste time, when Yurao covered her mouth and nose, swiftly absorbing everything into her space. She appeared weak and leaned against him, allowing him to carry her out. Just as they turned to leave, the branches broke free from their icy prison and began to writhe. Huijing sensed the imminent danger and unleashed bolts of lightning to clear their path. Just as the branches threatened to drag them deeper, several wind blades sliced through the nearby foliage, allowing Huijing to leap to safety. When Yurao patted her chest, exclaiming, I thought I was done for. Your timing was impeccable. She gestured for Huijing to set her down, but he disregarded her request, instead placing her in the vehicle and stating, Leave the rest to us. You just need to rest. Without granting her any right to refuse, he laid her down, covered her with a blanket, and shut the door, all in one swift motion. Wen Yurao couldn't help but chuckle, settling comfortably into her rest. Dizziness from her earlier vomiting prodded Wen Yurao, upon hearing his rather clumsy reasoning, chuckled lightly and suggested that everyone should come over for a meal together this evening. As she spoke, she retrieved an array of dishes from her spatial storage, laying out a cloth on the ground to display all the food. Once everything was arranged and everyone had gathered, she noticed that they all arrived with faces covered in soot from the fireworks, making it momentarily difficult to recognize the members of the Thunder team. With a smile, Wen Yurao welcomed them, saying, "You all have worked hard today, so let us eat." As Su Yan and Su Duo were serving food, a boy took a plate and turned to Wen Yurao, saying, "Thank you, Lady Xiao City Master." At that moment, she was enjoying her meal with a few others, and upon hearing this, she unexpectedly choked and coughed for quite a while. Hu Jiheng promptly patted her back to help her recover. The boy, thinking he had startled her, repeatedly bowed in apology, saying, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." He lowered his head in self-reproach, after finally managing to stop coughing with a sip of soup. Wen Yurao turned to the boy and said, "It's nothing, I just choked a bit. And I am not a lady of the Xiao City Master, so please refrain from calling me that." The boy awkwardly bit his lip, preparing to respond when Hu Jiheng interjected, "You are absolutely correct." He then addressed everyone behind him, saying, "She is my wife, so from now on, you shall all refer to her as Lady Xiao City Master." After saying this, he playfully winked at Wen Yurao. Her face flushed with embarrassment at his words, and she shot him a reproachful glance. After receiving her look, Hu Jiheng raised an eyebrow at her. Then a chorus of voices erupted from behind, chanting, "Thank you, Lady Xiao City Master. Thank you, Lady Xiao City Master." Hu Jiheng, pleased with the response, smiled, feeling that even the roasted fish in his mouth tasted more delicious. Hu Shanshan, with her cheeks stuffed, remarked, "Sister Yurao, just accept the title of Lady Xiao City Master. Who knows, you two might already have a child by now, so why are you being so coy?" Upon hearing this, Hu Jiheng also pondered that in all these days without taking any contraceptive measures, it was indeed possible they could be expecting. He chuckled, saying, "If that is the case, I'll inform you at the first opportunity." Wen Yurao was instantly speechless, placing her hand on her forehead as she recalled what she had read. In the post-apocalyptic world, humans with abilities could slow down aging, and as their ranks rose, they could even attain immortality. However, with benefits come drawbacks, and one of the side effects was the difficulty in conceiving. She said, "Have you not noticed how few babies there are in the base? In fact, I haven't seen any newborns at all. What does that indicate? If one cannot even sustain life, how could they possibly have children?" Jiang Lu took a satisfying bite of a tender, juicy lamb chop. Hearing this response, Wen Yurao paused her hand that was reaching for the dry pot cauliflower and shook her head. Han Lung hesitated for a moment, then lifted his head in shock, saying, "If it's not a matter of choice, then it must be a matter of inability." After he spoke, everyone turned to look at Wen Yurao. She nodded but offered no further explanation. Hu Jiheng set down his chopsticks, turning to her with a serious expression, and asked, "What are the reasons behind this?" The others quickly chimed in, "Yes, please tell us. Is it curable? If humanity cannot reproduce, wouldn't that ultimately lead to extinction?" They continued, "Indeed, what if the zombies are gone and humanity follows suit? What is the point in fighting?" This was a matter concerning the fate of all humanity. As the group began to voice their concerns, Wen Yurao contemplated whom to respond to first when Hu Jiheng glanced at everyone, signaling them to be quiet, and then asked, "Is it due to the outbreak of the apocalypse and the unknown substances brought by the meteor shower?" Wen Yurao nodded, saying, "The meteor shower not only brought viruses but also granted us abilities. Although we find it difficult to conceive, as our ranks increase, we can achieve immortality." Han Lung, suddenly elated, stood up with his hands raised to the sky and exclaimed, "That is wonderful. I can remain youthful forever?" The other soldiers and team members, caught off guard by his exclamation, looked at him with puzzled expressions. Noticing their bewildered stares, Han Lung cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment and said, "Never mind. Continue eating." He sat back down. Yu Shanshan, feeling distressed, kicked her legs and sighed, "But I still want a baby. Babies are so adorable." Zhao Li, wrapping his arms around Yu Shanshan, comforted her. "Once we return home, we'll make more effort. Just because it's difficult to conceive doesn't mean it's impossible." Zhang Tianlin, with a curious expression, leaned in and asked, "How do you plan to try? Enlighten us single folks." He then laughed mischievously. Zhao Li pushed him away, saying, "Get lost." Zhang Tianlin, suddenly shoved aside, pouted in feigned sorrow, so stingy. He then stuffed a piece of garlic spare rib into his mouth that Wei Jinshao interjected. "What about in vitro fertilization?" Wen Yirao recalled that in the beginning, when humanity realized they could not conceive, there was mention of attempting in vitro fertilization, but the results were less than satisfactory, ultimately relying on luck. However, the book noted that the main characters did have children. So she replied, "In vitro fertilization won't work, but I know that you and Kiki will one day have a beautiful daughter." Yi Jinshao instantly beamed with excitement and said, "Really? That's fantastic." Kiki mentioned wanting a daughter. When Yirao took a sip of her oatmeal milk porridge and said yes, and she will inherit both of your abilities that I in the future. Any child born will inherit their parents' abilities. Yi Jinshao, seeing the envy in the eyes of everyone around him, felt an overwhelming joy and thought to himself that he had to share this news with Kiki when he returned home. And he happily resumed drinking his porridge. "Will we have children in the future?" Hu Jiheng, standing up with a serious expression, softly asked. When Yirao also stood up, shaking her head as she replied, "I'm not sure." Hu Jiheng then smiled in a flirtatious manner and leaned closer, saying, "It seems we must put in more effort." When Yirao thought about the long nights spent in the spatial realm, or even utilizing time dilation, she could not find rest that if he were to put in more effort, would that leave her any energy to live. She raised her hand in refusal, stating, "You've already worked hard enough. Let fate take care of the rest." Hu Jiheng, unyielding, wrapped his arms around her and led her toward the car, saying, "I do not believe in fate. I believe in taking matters into my own hands." The two then drove off into the distance. As they entered the spatial realm, Hu Jiheng could hardly contain himself that in the end, when Yirao was left utterly exhausted. When she finally regained consciousness, she found him engrossed in some activity on the sofa. Upon noticing she was awake, Hu Jiheng attempted to rise, but ended up collapsing back onto the bed, quickly rushing to help her sit up. "Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" he asked. When Yirao, her voice slightly hoarse, replied, "We still have a journey ahead today. We should head out, or we'll delay our schedule." Hu Jiheng dressed her in her clothes, saying, "Then let us sleep in the car. I made you some century egg and lean meat porridge. Eat before we go." He brought the porridge over from the table. When Yirao allowed him to fuss over her, her eyes narrowed slightly as she covered her mouth to stifle a yawn. Lazily questioning, "You can cook porridge?" Hu Jiheng, blowing on the still warm porridge, lightly tapped her head and said, "Didn't I tell you not to underestimate your man? With my abilities, there's nothing I can't learn. It's just that it might not taste as good as yours." "Then let me taste it. I'm starving." When Yirao leaned forward, opening her mouth, Hu Jiheng sampled the porridge with a spoon, ensuring it was cool enough before feeding it to her. The thick, savory porridge melted in her mouth, its delightful aroma wafting up, and she savored it, saying, "It's delicious." Hu Jiheng fed her another spoonful, smiling indulgently. "If it's good, I'll make it for you often." "You're the best, ahung," she replied, nestling against him in bliss as he continued to feed her. Soon, the bowl was nearly empty, and Hu Jiheng brought over a fruit platter, presenting neatly cut pieces of various fruits that were easy to eat. But he picked up a piece and held it to her mouth, saying with a playful tone, "You worked hard last night. This is your reward." Hu Jiheng, noticing her seemingly frail yet alluring demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems I didn't feed you well enough last night." He then took a bite of the fruit, licking her fingers clean in the process. When Yirao recalled the sensations from the previous night, feeling a bit apprehensive, quickly retracting her finger and saying, "Let us hurry outside, otherwise strangers might come looking and become suspicious." With that, she took the fruit platter and returned to the car. Outside, the snow began to fall heavily. When Yirao rolled down the car window and caught some snowflakes in her hand, only for them to melt away as soon as they touched her palm, leaving behind a puddle of water. Hu Jiheng closed the window, cautioning her against catching cold, and adjusted the car as heating, but he added, "Keeping your hand outside is dangerous. We can never know what might appear next." When Yirao gazed at him, momentarily lost in thought, realizing how much he had transformed from the once aloof and reserved man to someone so chatty, tilting her head with a playful smile. She replied, "All right, my esteemed Shao City Master." Hu Jiheng chuckled softly as he caressed her smooth, delicate face, affectionately proclaiming, "My dear little lord's wife, you are truly obedient." Having said that, he pressed his forehead against hers and bestowed a sincere kiss. earnestly stating, "With a wife like you, what more could a husband desire?" When Euro, feeling a flutter in her heart from his teasing, pouted, "You are quite the charmer. It seems you have not been lacking in practice." After speaking, she blinked expectantly, waiting for his response. Hu Jiheng found her jealous demeanor both amusing and endearing. After a moment, he replied in a tender tone, "In this life, you are the only one for me." Upon hearing this satisfactory answer, when Euro leaned forward and planted a kiss on his cheek, Hu Jiheng, ruffling her hair, continued to chuckle quietly. That moment, both their hearts brimmed with sweetness. Chapter 87. Plant Crystal. When they arrived at the team, the snow had completely ceased. The sun peeked out, rising slowly, dispelling a hint of chill in the air. Ahead, only a few flickering embers remained among the plants, and everyone was preparing to set off in their vehicles. As Hu Jiheng led when Euro over, Jiang Lu approached, saying, "Big brother, sister-in-law, we've been waiting for you for ages. Let's hurry up and go." Hu Jiheng nodded slightly and replied with a simple then gestured for everyone to depart. When Euro settled in the back, resting her head on his lap, burying her face in his embrace, feeling the strength of his heartbeat, and before she realized it, she drifted off to sleep. Jiang Lu, driving, struck the steering wheel in frustration, exclaiming, "That old scoundrel, Qin Bing, left us such a mess. Thankfully, we discovered it in time. Otherwise, if it had spread, the base could have been engulfed." Hu Jiheng pressed a hand over when Euro's ears and murmured, "Lower your voice." Jiang Lu quickly fell silent, not daring to make any sudden movements. "Rest assured, when we return, he will face the consequences," Hu Jiheng said, resuming his playful fiddling with her hair. Her lustrous, silky locks were irresistibly soft to the touch. Almost addictive. Han Lung, casually gazing out the window, noticed numerous green specks glimmering in the sunlight amidst the gray, and after spotting a few more, he immediately called for a stop, startled by his shout. Jiang Lu slammed on the brakes, and fortunately, Hu Jiheng had already wrapped his arms around Wen Euro, preventing her from colliding with the seat. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Han Lung, asking, "What on earth are you doing?" Without time to explain, Han Lung flung open the car door, leaped out, and hurried over. Upon inspection, he discovered it was wood-type crystal. Remembering the multitude of crystals seen along the way, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Quick, come over! This is a treasure." Seeing Han Lung's exuberance akin to that of someone who had struck gold, Hu Jiheng furrowed his brow slightly, but still walked over. Upon seeing the crystals, he too was taken aback. He instructed everyone to collect all the crystals, declaring 90% to the base and 10% to you. The more you collect, the more you share. As everyone gazed at the vast expanse of plants, they realized that even a mere 10% would guarantee a lifetime of abundance. They dispersed, eagerly gathering the crystals. Hu Jiheng calculated the extensive area and estimated that the number of crystals would be staggering. It seemed their journey to M City would be delayed for a while. Zhao picked up a second-tier crystal, astonished, exclaiming, "Even plants can possess crystals." At that moment, Jiang Lu discovered a fourth-tier crystal, proclaiming, "Boss, the plants here even have fourth-tier ones." Hu Jiheng responded quietly and then shouted to the crowd, "Be cautious. Since there are high-level plants, do not be careless. If you see any plants that have been completely incinerated, make sure to coordinate with the earth-type abilities to uproot and eliminate them." After everyone began to split up, Hu Jiheng stepped into the vehicle, remaining by her side. Around midday, when Euro stirred awake, sitting up to find herself still amidst the forest of plants. Turning her head, she noticed Hu Jiheng beside her, who had also just opened his eyes, bloodshot from a lack of sleep over the past few days. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she pulled him into her embrace, now resting his head in her lap, gently saying, "You can continue to sleep." Hu Jiheng had been keeping watch over her, and sitting silently had indeed made him a bit drowsy, so he allowed himself to doze off for a while. However, he remained in a state of heightened vigilance, fully aware of any movement around him, so when she stirred, he was instantly alert. That moment. With nothing pressing at hand, he allowed himself to relax, lying in her embrace with his eyes closed. When Euro gazed out the window, observing many people in the distance bending down to collect items, and realizing that even the anomalous plants bore crystals, she quickly deduced the reason. She merely thought that with such a vast area, it would likely take quite some time to collect everything. Chapter 88. Jiang Lu saves a misfortune at this point. A girl from a small team, ecstatic over finding a third-tier crystal, had strayed from her group to a secluded spot, casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one was nearby. Eager to absorb it, she thought to herself that this way, her brother wouldn't have to toil so hard to protect her anymore, nor would she need to endure the disdainful gazes of others. Lost in her delightful reverie, she remained blissfully unaware of the lurking danger behind her. Suddenly, a branch snatched her into the air, and the girl, frightened, cried out for help. Several branches reached out to impale her. Jiang Lu, who had been nearby collecting crystals, heard her pleas and rushed over, using a soil spike to sever the branch, ensnaring her waist. The girl fell to the ground with a thud, and the attacking branches redirected their assault toward Jiang Lu. Following the branches with his gaze, Jiang Lu found them endless, unable to locate their source. He could only draw his tang knife and chop them into segments. The girl stood up, rubbing her backside, releasing a series of pained sounds as she dashed toward Jiang Lu. "Why didn't you catch me when I fell? I'm not dead from the plants. But you nearly made me fall to my doom. Ouch, my arm hurts too," she complained, massaging her arm. Jiang Lu, seeing the branches attack again, had no time to respond. Just as he prepared to counter, the girl, noticing his silence, patted his back and shouted, "Are you listening to me?" Jiang Lu, exasperated, sidestepped, crossing his arms with a mocking grin, ready to observe her reaction. The girl, indeed, was terrified by the approaching branches, her scalp tingling. And she screamed loudly, instinctively swinging her wooden vines in a haphazard manner. The branches wrapped around her vines and lunged toward her. Tears welled in her eyes. She pouted, giving him a pitiful look. Her tone soft and pleading, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please help me." Seeing she had realized her mistake, Jiang Lu smirked, recognizing the opportune moment, and finally set aside his spectator mindset. The girl, aware that he had done this on purpose, felt a surge of frustration but could only endure, maintaining her innocent demeanor to plead for his assistance. Jiang Lu extended his arm, grabbing a branch, while his other hand relentlessly struck the other branches. The branches recoiled at the stimulus, and he followed them, running forward. After about 5 minutes, they finally located the source, revealing a tree whose crown was mostly charred. Yet the remaining branches exhibited incredible vitality, indicating a high-level anomaly. Spotting other branches closing in, Jiang Lu wasted no time, unleashing his abilities to uproot the tree, exposing its roots, and tossing in a lighter to ignite the blaze. The branches thrashed and twisted, launching a futile assault, compelling Jiang Lu to sever them all and toss them into the flames. Once the branches were reduced to ashes, he picked up a 5th-tier crystal and departed. At that moment, Yang Jia approached from behind, seizing her collar. "Yang Jinjin, where have you been? I've been looking for you." Startled, Yang Jinjin turned to see her brother and immediately leaped into his arms. Pouting with a near cry, "Brother, you scared me. I almost faced eternal separation from you." Yang Jia, noticing the pitiful expression on his sister's face, gently patted her back, comforting her. "What happened? Tell your brother." Unable to hold back, Yang Jinjin burst into tears, her cheeks streaked with tears. "Just now, a plant almost killed me. Thankfully, a fierce-looking uncle saved me." Yang Jia listened, filled with dread, constantly soothing his only relative, fearing she might bear some psychological trauma. Chapter 89. Jiang Lu saves a misfortune too. Meanwhile, the so-called fierce-looking uncle standing behind them was seething with anger, exclaiming, "I'm only 23, and I'm already an uncle. You're only a few years younger than me. So doesn't that make you an aunt?" They turned to see Jiang Lu glaring, his expression menacing, causing Yang Jinjin to flinch and hide behind Yang Jia. Understanding the situation, Yang Jia respectfully stepped forward, extending his hand. "Thank you for saving my sister. That I'm Yang Jia, and this is Yang Jinjin. She is a bit thoughtless. Please don't hold it against her." Jiang Lu took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Glancing at Yang Jia, finding him somewhat reliable, yet baffled at how his sister could be so troublesome, he extended his hand in return, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Yang Jinjin stuck her tongue out at Jiang Lu. Playful and innocent, Yang Jia forcefully pulled Yang Jinjin's cotton jacket hood, bringing her in front of him, admonishing her, "Aren't you going to thank your savior?" Upon witnessing this, Yang Jinjin retracted her previously playful expression, lowering her head and murmuring a barely audible thank you. Yang Jia immediately urged her to speak louder. Reluctantly, the girl lifted her gaze and exclaimed, "Thank you," before scrunching her nose at him and dashing away. Jiang Lu, observing her obliviousness, felt a surge of frustration, but he pointed at Yang Jinjin, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his expression clearly conveying his disapproval of her behavior. Yang Jia, feeling a bit embarrassed, apologized to Jiang Lu, explaining, "My sister has been spoiled by me, that if she has offended you in any way, please forgive her." He then added, "By the way, you're one of the brothers of the young city lord, right?" Jiang Lu replied with a stoicism, and without waiting for further dialogue, turned and walked away. The girl, picking at her bland instant noodles, recalled the meals they had received yesterday, finding her appetite utterly diminished in comparison. Noticing her lack of interest in food, Yang Jia commented, "The man who saved you at noon is indeed a brother of the young city lord, with formidable abilities and striking looks." Yang Jinjin, stifling a few bites, poured the remaining noodles into his bowl, her face a picture of confusion as she asked, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Jia sighed softly at his sister's lack of understanding, shaking his head and replying, "It's nothing," with a mischievous grin. Yang Jinjin teased, "Oh, so you have a crush on him? Should I help you make a connection? It's the end of the world, and there are plenty of same-sex couples. Besides, I have an open mind and wouldn't mind if my sister-in-law happened to be a man." Her voice faded as she ran off several meters away. Hearing this, Yang Jia set down his chopsticks and chased after her, intending to pinch her ear. Yang Jinjin, noticing his approach, scampered away, playfully sticking her tongue out at her brother. Observing his mischievous sister, Yang Jia felt a sense of concern. The men in their group eyed her covetously, and he knew that without his own powers to intimidate them, she might find herself in dire straits. Yet he had offended many, and feared that one day he might be unable to protect her. With a sigh, he finished the remaining broth of his noodles. That I in this world, being able to eat instant noodles was already a small blessing. Many were struggling to find even a morsel to eat. Yang Jinjin, having run off to the side, caught sight of Wen Yurao and others enjoying their meal. Although they were not close, the aroma of the food wafted enticingly toward her. She inhaled deeply, the sense of pickled fish and spicy crab particularly tantalizing, making her mouth water as she yearned to join them. However, conditioned by her brother's long-standing teachings of restraint, she hesitated and ultimately turned back silently. Chapter 90. Speeding in truth, Jiang Lu had sensed her presence the moment she approached. Although he did not look up, he could feel her eager gaze fixed on the food. He had initially thought the little girl might approach him to get closer and perhaps request some food, which would align with her mischievous nature. He had even prepared to refuse her request and lecture her about her behavior. Yet she simply walked away. Piquing his interest, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Han Lung, noticing his smile, nudged him with his shoulder and asked, "What's so funny? Are you lovesick?" It was undeniable that Han Lung had hit the nail on the head regarding certain matters. The others, catching wind of this exchange, began to gossip. When Yurao put down her chopsticks and thoughtfully analyzed, "You rarely speak or smile, so this sudden laughter is quite unusual." Jiang Lu, exasperated, looked at the group and replied, "Is it not reasonable to be happy after acquiring so many crystal stones? Furthermore, I even defeated a 5th-tier plant." He noted the peculiar phrasing, adding that it had only been due to the creature being severely injured. Han Lung, skeptical, questioned, "You didn't smile this much when you killed the zombie king during the last zombie wave. Are you really that thrilled over a mere 5th-tier crystal stone?" Jiang Lu, sensing that further inquiries would likely lead to embarrassment, stated, "I'm full now. I'm leaving," and hastily distanced himself from the gossip. The others, seeing him retreat so hastily, only fueled their curiosity and began to whisper and laugh amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Hu Jiheng, observing his brother's demeanor, couldn't help but laugh, pondering how his friend seemed utterly oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. He sighed softly as everyone resumed their journey. Vehicles sped past them on the highway. They lagged behind, with Yi Jinxiao calling out, "You're really slow," before zooming away. Han Lung, gritting his teeth in irritation, flashed a wicked grin, determined to show them what he was capable of. That he pressed the accelerator to the floor. When Yurao felt her heart leap as if on a roller coaster, the ride exhilarating yet frightening, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Unconsciously, her fingers dug into Hu Jiheng's flesh. He winced at the sudden pain and glanced down to see the girl beside him pale with fear, biting her lip tightly, unsure if she was too frightened to speak or simply holding back. Hua Jiheng trusted Han Lung's driving skills, but seeing his partner so terrified, couldn't help but bark, "Slow down." Han Lung, fully immersed in the thrill of speed, was intent on catching up to Yi Jinxiao. Ignoring Hua Jiheng's plea that in a flash he had left all the cars behind, his face alight with excitement as he surpassed Yi Jinxiao, exclaiming triumphantly, "You're so slow." He seemed unaware that such a remark could be an insult to a man. With a raised brow, he strutted away like a proud peacock. Wen Yurao, puzzled by the comparison of speed, felt her head spinning. Hua Jiheng, however, instantly understood the implication, his brow furrowing deeply as he glared at Han Lung like a wolf ready to pounce. His voice low and threatening, "Slow down." The atmosphere was charged with a sense of danger, as if to suggest that further disobedience would have dire consequences. Han Lung instantly shrank back, watching Yi Jinxiao smugly overtake him again, and could only roll his eyes in resignation as he reluctantly decreased his speed, throwing in an exaggerated turn for good measure. Hua Jiheng instinctively wrapped his arms around Wen Yurao as he was unexpectedly jolted against the car door, though the layers of clothing cushioned the impact. Yet, Han Lung was not spared from the glares of disapproval directed at him. Chapter 91. An unusually quiet city. The entire city lay in ruins. The streets seemingly cleared of zombies, with only a few stragglers wandering about. Wen Yurao gazed at the dilapidated landmark building, now blanketed in ice and snow. From her vantage point below, she could see that the glass was mostly shattered, and the cold wind howled inside, occasionally sending plastic bags and small items tumbling down from above. Han Lung opened the car door and stretched, shaking off the fatigue. "Finally, we've arrived. I'm exhausted." Zhang Lu paced back and forth, surveying the surroundings. "Why is it so deserted here? Wasn't there supposed to be a rat tide?" He remarked that not even a single zombie could be seen. Zhang Tianlin had circled behind the building and reported back. Hua Jiheng maintained a vigilant demeanor as he cautioned, "It's best to remain cautious. The information cannot be wrong. Previous large groups have met their demise in this vicinity." When Yurao peered into the dark interior of the building, unable to discern anything, and then produced a few flashlights to illuminate the area as everyone entered together. After a thorough search, they found not a single zombie. "This is odd," Zhang Tianlin remarked, puzzled. "Why are there no zombies at all?" The first floor still had some clothing in relatively good condition, though a few rows near the entrance were stained with zombie blood and deemed unusable, Tetsu Duoduo commented as she put away the clothing. The rest of the group continued to ascend. They reached the second floor, yet still encountered no signs of zombies, moving up to the third, fourth, fifth, and even the top floor without spotting a single undead. "Something is definitely off." Zhang Tianlin observed the floor filled with bedding supplies. "Why are there no zombies here? Isn't it better without zombies? It allows us to collect things more easily." Su Yinshu lazily reclined on a bed, half closing her eyes as when Yurao gathered supplies. She noted, "Everything here is surprisingly pristine. Aside from the blood on the first floor, the higher we go, the cleaner it gets. During the apocalypse, the stores would have been operational. So how could there be no zombies at all?" Hua Jiheng pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Unless all the zombies were summoned somewhere else, or something has eliminated them all." Han Lung's eyes lit up as he proposed, "Do you think the zombie rats might also eat zombies?" Zhao Li chimed in, "It's not unheard of for zombies to engage in cannibalism. Zombie rats consuming zombies could very well be a possibility. To eliminate all the zombies in the city, how vast must that rat horde be?" Yu Shanshan expressed her astonishment. "All right, everyone, let's not waste any more time, though we should quickly gather whatever we can while it's still safe." After when Yurao had gathered all her belongings, she informed a few individuals. Wherever they went, an eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid of any sound. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, toppled signs, and heaps of refuse. At that moment, a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky, and as the cold northern wind swept through, Wen Yurao shivered uncontrollably. Hua Jiheng, sensing her tremors, turned to her and noticed her flushed cheeks and pale lips. He quickly draped his coat over her shoulders and embraced her to share warmth, seeking refuge in a nearby shop. Inside, the shelves were adorned with an array of exquisite jewelry and jade artifacts, all neatly arranged yet covered in a thick layer of dust. The thought that these treasures would hold no value in a post-apocalyptic world compelled them to abandon the shop and move on. As darkness descended, the group seized the opportunity to clean the street under the cover of safety. Just as they prepared to venture onto the next street, A massive pit suddenly appeared in the roadway. Wen Yurao leaned closer to peer into its depths, only to be met with an impenetrable black void. Hu Jiheng approached her and cautioned, "Be careful." Han Lung suggested to Yi Jinxiao, "Drop a fire dragon inside to see what lies beneath." Such a vast pit cannot just appear without reason. Yi Jinxiao nodded and unleashed a formidable fire dragon that surged into the abyss. Suddenly, countless red eyes opened within, emitting a cacophony of squeaks. While the air was filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh, Hu Jiheng reacted first, exclaiming, "Run!" He seized Wen Yurao's hand, pulling her in the direction from whence they came. Meanwhile, Yu Shanshan, dragged by Zhao Li, turned to look back and was horrified to see a swarm of zombie mice that panic-stricken. She bolted ahead, finding herself at the front of the group. Jiang Lu conjured several earth walls behind them, attempting to create distance from the horde, but the zombie mice scaled them with ease. Just as the rodents threatened to climb up his trousers, Yi Jinxiao unleashed a barrage of fire dragons, managing to eliminate the front wave. Yet, the sheer number of creatures was overwhelming, and their relentless advance seemed insatiable. They had no choice but to continue running desperately to at last. They reached a tall building. But just as they were about to enter, the door was shattered by the ravenous zombie mice. Hu Jiheng released a thunderstorm to obliterate the swarm, urging, "This place is unsafe. We must keep moving." Yi Jinxiao conjured a wall of flames, but the mice, undeterred, leaped over it. Some perished while others escaped. Fortunately, most remained at a distance, unwilling to approach the fire. The group, like headless chickens, frantically ran in all directions to Su Yin. The first to tire, bent over, gasping, "You all go ahead, I would rather be eaten than run any longer." Lin Feng turned back, grabbing him, and urged, "Hurry, don't speak such pessimistic words." With that, he activated his powers, creating a gust of wind beneath their feet to propel them forward. Although Su Yin felt a slight relief being pulled along, he was utterly spent, his hands trembling, and his legs buckled, causing him to collapse heavily onto the ground. Lin Feng, seeing the approaching horde of zombie mice, turned pale and shouted in desperation, "Su Yin!" The others turned just in time to witness the swarm engulf Su Yin. Shocked and disbelieving, they were left reeling at his sudden sacrifice, leaving not a single word behind. Hu Jiheng unleashed a thunderstorm in retaliation, and as masses of zombie mice fell, only a skeleton remained visible amidst the chaos. However, before they could investigate further, the mountain of rodents surged forward once again. With no other choice, the group abandoned the idea of checking on Su Yan Yi Jinxiao. With reddened eyes, summoned a wall of fire to buy them time. Lin Feng unleashed several wind blades, cursing, "I'll wipe out this wretched horde." Yi Jinxiao pulled him along, insisting, "There's no time. Our priority is to run." After several minutes of frantic escape, Han Lung and Jiang Lu collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Jiang Lu shook his head, gasping, "Boss, you all go on without me." Han Lung could only manage to wave his hand weakly, panting heavily. Hu Jiheng strode forward, grasping their hands to help them stand. His stern expression softened slightly as he sternly admonished, "We promise to face this together. You must get up." Just as Han Lung felt hopeless, he looked up into Hu Jiheng's deep, intense gaze, as if wanting to etch him into his memory, with red-rimmed eyes. He vowed, "In the next life, I want to be your brother." Hu Jiheng smacked his head lightly, warning, "Try talking back again and see what happens." Han Lung's head tilted sideways from the light below, shivering in fear, feeling as though even the zombie mice had become endearing in comparison. Yet he retorted, "I'm saying my final goodbyes, and you still hit me. You could at least leave me with a good impression." His voice trembled as he added, "Su Yin is gone. We probably won't last long either." Hu Jiheng frowned, taking a deep breath to steady himself, that we are all devastated by Su Yin's loss. But now is not the time for such discussions. Jiang Lu's spirit reignited. "Yes, let us think of a solution." At that moment, the military and accompanying teams had already suffered significant losses. Hu Jiheng felt a sense of urgency as he pondered their next move. Wen Yurao conjured an ice barrier, freezing a large number of zombie mice and creating an impeccably smooth ice wall. The mice continued to scramble up the wall, only to fall back down repeatedly. Undeterred, some were gnawing at the ice wall, seemingly unable to breach it for the time being, thus buying them some precious moments. She sat down, catching her breath, and urged everyone to think of any particularly safe buildings nearby where they could take refuge. Han Lung lay despondently on the ground, panting. The teeth of the zombie mice are incredibly hard. Unless it's a government-built shelter, it's nearly impossible to withstand them. Jiang Lu gritted his teeth and called out. Did anyone spot a shelter on the way here? The group fell silent in contemplation. Yang Jinjin, nestled in Yang Jia's arms, suddenly broke free, unsteadily walking towards Jiang Lu. I visited here before the apocalypse. I remember there's a bank at the end of Landmark Street. I don't know how safe it is, though. Jiang Lu looked at the pale-faced Yang Jinjin with utmost seriousness. Is it still standing? We can't afford to waste time going back and forth. If we don't find that bank, we'll all perish here tonight. Yang Jinjin bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. For she could not ascertain whether it still existed. Hu Jiheng felt the tension mounting, his brow furrowed in concentration, veins throbbing at his temples. He closed his eyes, steeling himself, then opened them with determination. Regardless of whether it's still there, we must take the gamble that we have no other options. Let us take the chance. He then called out to Yang Jinjin, lead the way. Just as his words fell, the ice wall was breached by the relentless gnawing of the zombie mice, and they surged forward. The group, startled, regained their composure and unleashed their powers. Hu Jiheng conjured a lightning net to block their path. Shouting run, they all took off at once, running for about 10 minutes until they finally reached the end of the street. Surveying their surroundings, they indeed spotted a bank nearby. Yang Jinjin sighed in relief, pointing there, and the group rushed inside. Yi Jinxiao took charge of securing their rear, erecting a wall of flames to contain the swarm, while Han Lung hastily called for him to come in, sealing the heavy door behind them to temporarily fend off the mice. After a thorough search, they finally located the vault, only to find they lacked the access rights to open its door. There was no way in. Hu Jiheng fumbled with the lock for what seemed an eternity. But as his energy waned, frustration mounted in a fit of rage. He slammed his fist against the door, triggering a piercing alarm that echoed through the building, stirring the zombie mice into a frenzy. Han Lung unleashed several golden blades, striking towards the doorframe, while the others fought valiantly against the zombie rats behind him, buying him precious time to breach the entrance. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as the door, thicker than the city walls, finally fell. Those who had just been weeping in despair hurriedly rushed inside, and Hu Jiheng quickly instructed the others, you all go in first. I will hold the rear. When Yuro, casting him a tender glance, declared, I will accompany you, she then urged the others, hurry inside. Hu Jiheng smiled and nodded at Yuro, and the group, no longer hesitating, followed suit. Yi Jinxiao conjured a final wall of fire before retreating inside. Hu Jiheng summoned a lightning net to shield the entrance, while Yuro unleashed ice spikes to eliminate any remaining zombie rats that had scurried into the house, exclaiming to Hu Jiheng, it is safe for now. Let us hurry inside. Grasping his hand, she led him into the storeroom. Upon seeing the two enter, Han Lung immediately directed everyone to lift the heavy metal door and block the entrance. 1, 2, 3, lift. Everyone gritted their teeth and exerted their utmost strength to raise the massive door, managing to secure it just before the lightning net dissipated completely. Han Lung swiftly reinforced the door's seams with metal. And as he surveyed the now airtight room, he felt a surge of relief wash over him, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath while the unsettling sounds of zombie rats gnawing at the iron door echoed from outside. Hu Jiheng covered Yuro's ears, embracing her protectively. The group felt immense gratitude, realizing how perilous their escape had been. After resting on the ground for a while, Lin Feng and Su Duo stood up, seething with anger as they confronted Hu Jiheng. Brother Hu, I'm rested now. I'm going out to avenge Su Yin. The other members of the Thunder team immediately stood up, attempting to restrain them. Observing the two, Hu Jiheng felt the already confined space become even more chaotic and sensed his irritation rising, shouting, calm down. Going out now is tantamount to seeking death. The atmosphere fell silent, with everyone turning to look at him. Realizing they were all brothers wanting to avenge their fallen comrade, he softened his tone, saying, let us eat first and recover. We will surely avenge this grievance. The book made no mention of Su Yin, Lin Feng, or Su Duo, leaving him unable to predict their fates. With Hu Jiheng's command to sit, the group complied, their heads hanging low in defeat. Chapter 95. The dispute once the most eager to claim their dishes. Han Lung and Yu Shanshan now appeared disinterested following Su Yan's demise. Noticing their lack of appetite, he decided to simply prepare a few dishes for a quick meal to AT that moment. Yang Jinjin softly suggested. Could we have some spicy chicken? Jiang Lu retorted sarcastically. You really are heartless. Several from your team have died, yet you show no sorrow. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over her. Yang Jinjin shot back fiercely. They were not good people. I couldn't be happier that they are gone. Jiang Lu found it unfathomable that the girl before him, having experienced such trials, could utter such words about comrades in arms. However, he chose not to pry any further, thinking, it's none of my business, and resumed eating. Without hesitation, Wen Yuro placed the spicy chicken in front of Yang Jinjin, who then regained her composure and sweet demeanor. After the meal, Yang Jiao approached Hu Jiheng, expressing gratitude. If it weren't for you all, we might not have survived. She then pulled her sister over to thank the group. Hu Jiheng's expression remained cool. His tone indifferent as he replied, it was nothing. We owe much to your sister for leading us here. Otherwise, we would have struggled to find it. This was the first time Yang Jinjin had been so close to Hu Jiheng, and she inexplicably felt her cheeks flush, thinking to herself, how handsome. Just my type. Upon noticing the person in his arms, she lamented silently that he was taken. She quickly concealed her infatuated expression, diverting her gaze. Just then, she caught Jiang Lu's disdainful glance, to which she returned a look of equal contempt. Jiang Lu smirked. Look at my brother. You're practically drooling. Yang Jinjin's thoughts were laid bare, and realizing the attention she had drawn, her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, What is it to you? I wasn't even looking at you. Jiang Lu retorted mockingly, I have a sister-in-law. Not just anyone can be my sister-in-law. Big Aunt. Upon hearing herself called Big Aunt, Yang Jinjin stomped her foot, protesting, I merely called you Big Uncle. Is that worth holding a grudge? The others perked up at this exchange, and Han Lung immediately pulled Jiang Lu aside, inquiring, What do you mean by Big Uncle and Big Aunt? Did you two know each other before? Jiang Lu replied irritably, Just saved a white-eyed wolf. That is all. Yang Jinjin pointed at Jiang Lu, demanding, Say that again. Jiang Lu, fearing she might not hear him, enunciated each word, White-eyed wolf. Yang Jinjin retaliated by swinging a vine at him, but Jiang Lu effortlessly caught it, remaining calm and unyielding, his expression one of triumph. Yang Jinjin tugged at the vine desperately, but upon realizing she couldn't break free, she pouted and called out, Brother, why aren't you helping me? Just watching me being bullied. Yang Jiao rubbed his hands together, laughing as he approached, saying, Don't mind her. My sister is a bit unruly. I apologize. He then turned to Yang Jinjin, adopting a slightly stern tone. You should apologize. With your meager abilities, if someone wanted to bully you, you'd be gone before you even knew it. Hearing this from her brother, Yang Jinjin felt wronged and on the verge of tears. Ultimately, recalling her conflict with Jiang Lu, the tears flowed freely. Jiang Lu, alarmed, tossed aside the vine, his expression turning anxious as he asked, Why are you crying? I didn't hit you. Seeing her continue to weep, he approached her, his tone softening. All right. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please stop crying. Yang Jinjin, upon witnessing his flustered demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, wiping her tears away and retreating to the corner. Han Lung, sitting beside Hu Jiheng, chuckled softly. Looks like spring has come for him. Wen Yuro, having listened to their exchange, found it amusing as well. She had long observed how the girl gazed at Hu Jiheng with admiration and awe. When she turned her gaze to Wen Yuro, she quickly averted her eyes, knowing he was taken, thus refraining from lingering glances. Jiang Lu, it seemed, had met his match. The girl had effortlessly put him in a fluster, a far cry from the aloof Jiang Lu they knew. Hu Jiheng's typically cold expression softened slightly, as he silently observed the unfolding scene. Jiang Lu, noting the whispered conversation between the three, occasionally glanced at himself, knowing they were likely discussing him, that he wanted to explain, but found no words to do so. Let them think what they want, he decided. Chapter 96. The little lazy pig. After a considerable time spent huddled in the storeroom, the cacophony outside finally began to subside. When Yuro elegantly stifled a yawn, slowly rising from Hu Jiheng's embrace, her voice husky as she remarked, After listening all night, I simply couldn't fall asleep. Han Lung, exhausted, lay on the ground, discarding the cotton he had stuffed in his ears, declaring it ineffective and causing him discomfort. Noticing the somber expressions of everyone around him, Hua Jiheng, who had also endured the night, with bloodshot eyes and a hoarse voice, said, "Everyone, rest easy now. Let us gather our strength and devise a plan to deal with the zombie rats." The dimly lit storeroom was utterly devoid of any sense of day or night, and the group began to adjust their positions, falling into a deep slumber. Hua Jiheng, hearing the sounds of snoring and grinding teeth around him, found no inclination to sleep. Leaning close to Wenyuro's ear, he whispered, "Bring out a tent." Wenyuro, still groggy from the night, didn't question him and stood up, moving to a corner to set up a small tent. Hua Jiheng nudged Jiang Lu awake, who blinked in confusion and asked, "What is going on?" Hua Jiheng pointed towards the tent and whispered, "Your sister and I are going into the space. You and Han Lung will guard the entrance. Make sure no one approaches." Jiang Lu nodded weakly, standing up and nudging the still sleeping Han Lung. Han Lung jolted awake, his eyes wide as he realized he had been disturbed from his slumber. Groggy and disoriented, he glared at Jiang Lu, exclaiming, "Are you crazy?" Jiang Lu, noticing the others stirring, quickly covered Han Lung's mouth and made a shushing gesture. In a hushed tone, he explained, "We're guarding the tent. The boss and his sister-in-law have important matters to attend to." Misinterpreting the situation, Han Lung suddenly became alert, muttering, "What time is it? And we're still being tasked with guarding. He really doesn't treat us like outsiders." As the conversation intensified, his excitement grew, causing a faint blush to bloom on his cheeks, portraying a vivid expression of keen interest tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Hua Jiheng naturally absorbed every word, his cold, unfeeling gaze briefly flickering towards the bashful figure before him. The implication was unmistakable. "If you dare utter another word, you shall not see the light of tomorrow." Han Lung, jolted awake by the piercing chill of Hua Jiheng's stare, found his drowsiness dissipating in an instant. Lowering his head, he averted his gaze, silently retreating to lie beside the tent. After a brief slumber in the tranquil space, Hua Jiheng awoke early as usual, preparing a pot of fish-slice porridge for Wenyuro, alongside a few boiled eggs and other small snacks to stave off hunger. The enticing aroma of the fish porridge roused Wenyuro from her slumber. Having barely eaten the night before, she found herself quite hungry. Rubbing her eyes, she noticed Hua Jiheng diligently blowing on the porridge and inquired, "Why do you always wake up so early?" Hua Jiheng approached her bedside with the porridge, affectionately responding, "I've been accustomed to waking after a full 6 hours of sleep since childhood, before assisting her into her clothes." Wenyuro pouted, her voice still laced with sleepiness. "Haven't you ever slept in?" Hua Jiheng chuckled softly, his expression one of playful exasperation. "Do you imagine everyone shares your penchant for laziness?" He then pressed a tender kiss to the corner of her lips, teasingly calling her his little lazy pig. "Hurry and wash up, we must eat." Wenyuro felt a warm flush creep across her cheeks at his endearing moniker, playfully retorting, "You are the pig," as he gazed at her charmingly blushing face. Her coy tone radiated an alluring innocence, his pupils constricted, momentarily entranced, filled with a yearning to draw closer. Yet, just as he resolved to do so, she darted into the bathroom, leaving him with nothing but the lingering desire. Chapter 97. The seizure of power upon entering the bathroom. When Wenyuro caught sight of her reflection in the mirror. "Why is my face so flushed?" she mused, realizing it bore the unmistakable semblance of a bashful rejection, which surely explained Hua Jiheng's increasingly profound gaze upon her. Meanwhile, Qin Bing, upon receiving news, promptly summoned Pan Run to his presence. Sitting at his desk, he wasted no time, stating directly, "Dr. Pan, might I inquire if your research institute is solely dedicated to the study of zombies? Or do you also have an interest in researching supernatural abilities?" Pan Ren's expression darkened at the unexpected summons, fearing that their clandestine studies of supernatural beings had been uncovered. However, he quickly reassured himself, recalling that all experimental subjects had been thoroughly destroyed, leaving no trace. "Rest assured, we are a legitimate research institute." "Surely, General, your words are not intended to provoke me." Qin Bing scoffed lightly, reclining in his chair with a casual demeanor. "Not at all. I merely wish to propose a trade." Pan Run, now at ease, chuckled softly. "You jest, General. What sort of trade could we possibly engage in?" Qin Bing produced a cigar, offering it to Pan Run. "Are you interested in dual-element abilities?" Pan Run accepted the cigar, lighting it and exhaling a puff of smoke, leaning back in his chair as he replied, "I dare not meddle with the commander's granddaughter." Qin Bing's eyes narrowed slightly. According to my information, her space is no ordinary one. The fruits within are not only immense, but also possess the ability to replenish supernatural powers. Pan Rin's nonchalant demeanor vanished as he sat upright. Intrigued, though, I was unaware. I knew her space was vast and preserved indefinitely, but I had no idea it could yield mutated fruits. Qin Bing observed him intently, rising to pour a glass of red wine. Swirling it before downing it in one gulp. Did I hear you have developed a machine for the transfer of abilities? Realizing that all his secrets had been laid bare, Pan Rin ceased to conceal anything and met Qin Bing's gaze confidently. Indeed, although it can only facilitate the exchange of abilities. Qin Bing's expression hardened. Then let us exchange my fire abilities for her spatial powers. Pan Rin crossed his legs, snorting derisively. Assisting you would mean incurring the wrath of the base leaders and could cost me my life. My intent is not to oppose her. He then shifted his tone, laughing heartily. However, if I report your words today, I might earn a sizable reward. Even if you disclose my previous actions, I can offset the consequences. Qin Bing shrugged, gesturing invitingly, his eyes glinting like a serpent's as he coldly remarked, "Feel free to try your luck. Let us see if your legs are swifter than my bullets." Sensing the tense atmosphere and realizing Qin Bing was not jesting, Pan Rin quickly grew anxious, yet feigned calmness, his voice trembling as he cautiously ventured, "If you wish for my assistance, surely you must offer some benefits." In response, Qin Bing drew his gun and, without a moment's hesitation, shot him in the forehead. Without granting him a moment for reconsideration, he coolly remarked, "You have been given a chance, yet you chose poorly. Asking for favors is an affront to my generosity." He kicked the lifeless body, stating, "Now that the machine has been developed, your presence or absence matters not." He then called out to the door, "Wang Hai, enter," as Wang Hai opened the door and laid eyes on the corpse. He furrowed his brow in confusion, but advanced without hesitation, bending slightly as he reported, "Your subordinate is present." Qin Bing waved his hand, still clutching the cigar, that go fetch Pan Rin's assistant. "Yes, I shall do so immediately." Wang Hai replied respectfully before exiting that moment. Assistant Wang Li was abruptly dragged from his slumber by Wang Hai, who covered his mouth and whisked him away in a vehicle. Terrified, Wang Li fell to his knees. Trembling and whimpering, Wang Hai shot him a warning look. "Behave yourself, or you may lose your life." After dragging him from the car, Wang Hai led him upstairs and instructed him to enter. Wang Li hesitated at the door, prompting Wang Hai to give him a swift kick inside. In a twist of fate, he landed directly atop Pan Rin's corpse. Having been shielded and engaged in research throughout the apocalypse, Wang Li had never encountered such a scene. Upon realizing it was his superior, he shrieked and scrambled away. Qin Bing, satisfied with his reaction, chuckled, "Fear not. He met this fate for disobeying me, that if you comply, you shall fare much better." Hearing this, Wang Li, before Qin Bing could elaborate on his orders, fervently nodded, I agree. Please spare me." Qin Bing crouched down, patting his face. "Excellent. From now on, we are allies. To ensure your safety and that of your family. During our missions, you must entrust your daughter to us." Upon hearing this, Wang Li's eyes widened in terror as he frantically shook his head, pleading, "Please, my daughter is too young to be separated from me. I will obey. I promise. Whatever you ask, I will do. Just do not take her from me." Qin Bing's gaze turned icy as he restrained his patience, stating, "We will take good care of her. This is for your protection." When Wang Li attempted to protest further, Qin Bing signaled to Wang Hai. Immediately, Wang Hai dragged him away, leading him to the underground private research facility that we will obtain the transfer machine, and you can focus on your tasks while we ensure your daughter remains safe. Just as Wang Li opened his mouth to speak again, the heavy door slammed shut. Leaning against the door, he slowly sank to the floor, removing his thick glasses to wipe away his tears. Choking out, "My precious daughter." Chapter 98. Seeking solutions, the group gathered in a circle, deliberating on how to subdue the zombie mice. Yang Jiao proposed, "I suggest we throw bombs into that deep pit." Han Lung shook his head, countering, "No. If the zombie mice are eliminated, we will likely be buried beneath the rubble of the buildings. In that case, we should seal the pit, pour in gasoline, and set it ablaze." Jiang Lu suggested earnestly. Yang Jinjin regarded him with a look of incredulity. "The mouse holes are undoubtedly interconnected. Your method won't eradicate all the zombie mice, that we may even find ourselves cornered." Frustrated, Jiang Lu retorted with a sarcastic laugh. If you're so clever, why don't you come up with a plan? Yang Jinjin, equally exasperated, joined the fray, and soon their bickering escalated, filling the air with a cacophony of voices. When Yuro, observing the commotion, gently intervened. All right, enough, Jiang Lu. I once thought you mature and composed, but now you seem increasingly childish. Jiang Lu pointed at her, exclaiming, sister-in-law. She was the one who stared at me with that dim-witted expression. Yang Jinjin promptly stuck out her tongue, retorting, you were just asking for it, and pranced away with a smirk that as Jiang Lu prepared to follow her for clarification. Wu Jihing's cold voice interjected. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Set aside the trivialities. Jiang Lu halted, reluctantly taking a seat, casting a resentful glance at Yang Jinjin, who found amusement in his plight. With a fierce glare, he silently vowed revenge. Yang Jinjin raised an eyebrow, unafraid, signaling her indifference to AT that moment. Yi Jinxiao suggested, I propose we set up bombs in a secluded area, douse it with gasoline, and lure the mouse horde in for a comprehensive extermination. Han Lung gave him a thumbs up, declaring, that sounds promising. I believe it could work. Wu Jihing glanced at the others and inquired, if there are no better suggestions, shall we proceed with this decision? Zhao Li approached and asked, so, who will be the one to lure them? Silence enveloped the group, as everyone exchanged knowing glances in his direction. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Zhao Li exclaimed, why are you all looking at me? Do you expect me to be the one to lure them? In unison, the group nodded their heads. Zhao Li cursed under his breath. If I had known, I wouldn't have spoken up. Being pursued by such grotesque creatures would surely haunt my dreams for nights on end. The group drove to a remote patch of farmland, where Wen Yurao set down 3 boxes of explosives and a barrel of gasoline, and they began to arrange everything. Once all was in order, Zhao Li hesitantly approached, stammering, Brother Hung, I fear that my abilities won't last over such a distance, and I might perish. Wu Jihing chuckled softly and replied, Rao Rao and I have already devised a plan. All you need to do is run with the blood-soaked garment until you reach the entrance of Xinghua Supermarket. Rao Rao will pull you into the space, and Lin Feng will handle the remainder of the task. Upon hearing that he wouldn't have to run the entire distance alone, Zhao Li's spirits lifted immediately. He let out a sigh of relief and said, given the trap is set so far away, I thought I was expected to run solo. Now I feel much more at ease. He then chuckled to himself. Yu Shanshan rolled her eyes at his lack of fortitude and retorted coldly, coward. Zhao Li, laughing, pressed his forehead against Yu Shanshan's and explained, I was merely concerned about delaying your important mission. Besides, if I perish, who will protect you? She lightly bumped his head and scolded, who needs your protection? Then she urged, hurry up, stop dawdling. Deep down, Yu Shanshan was also filled with anxiety, but she didn't want to distract him, so she feigned nonchalance that in order to eliminate the zombie rats, they had no other choice. She impulsively leaned in and kissed his cheek, then shyly stood to the side with her head bowed. Zhao Li gazed at her with lingering affection, sighed helplessly, and walked away, glancing back 3 times. Chapter 99. Zhao Li enters the space after parting ways with Wen Yurao at Xinghua Supermarket. Zhao Li assumed he wouldn't return soon and instructed Lin Feng to wait at the entrance while he entered the supermarket. After wandering around, he observed that the items appeared untouched. He rested his hand on a shelf filled with snacks, delicately brushing off a thick layer of dust, and found that everything was relatively intact. Could it be that the rat infestation erupted at the onset of the apocalypse, leaving this food untouched? What could possibly account for the overwhelming number of rats here? After pondering for days without resolution, Wen Yurao shook her head, deciding to focus on gathering supplies instead. Meanwhile, Wu Jihing surveyed the prepared location and instructed Su Duo to lead everyone back to the bank to await further news. Han Lung and Zhang Lu were tasked with erecting massive walls on 3 sides of the open area to encircle all the zombie rats. Wu Jihing and Yi Jinxiao concealed themselves behind the metallic walls constructed by Han Lung, patiently awaiting the arrival of the rat horde to deliver a decisive blow. Zhao Li stood 10 meters from the pit, his legs trembling in fear, glancing around for inspiration. Seizing a stone, he hurled it into the pit and waved the blood-soaked garment, instantly mobilizing the entire swarm of zombie rats. Seeing the dark mass of rats charging towards him, Zhao Li was gripped by terror and fled, using his powers to move with the wind as if he were flying. Yet he still could not distance himself from the horde, that a quick glance over his shoulder revealed the zombie rats were less than half a meter away, causing his heart to race and nearly trip him. Steadying his nerves, he recalled Su Yin being overwhelmed by the rats, reduced to nothing but bones, which jolted him into alertness. Internally, he urged himself, "Zhao Li, hold on. Shan Shan cannot be without you," with a surge of energy. He unleashed a wind blade, severing the heads and bodies of the first wave of zombie rats, but they were quickly swarmed by the following horde. With no choice left, he summoned all his strength and sprinted onward. Sweat drenched his forehead, trickling into his eyes, but he barely registered it as he gasped for breath. Another glance back revealed the rats closing in, prompting him to unleash another wind slash, toppling a large number of them. Just when he thought he could catch a breather, the mountain of rats surged forth like a locust swarm, leaving destruction in their wake, compelling him to press on. Finally spotting the supermarket ahead, relief washed over him upon seeing two figures waiting at the entrance. Summoning the last of his strength, he rushed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng snatched the blood-soaked garment and dashed away, when Yurao pulled Zhao Li into the space. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. Exhausted, Zhao Li collapsed onto the grass, staring in astonishment at the serene surroundings of the space. Marveling at the wonders around him, "Sister-in-law, your space is truly magical. It not only has rivers and trees, but can also grow fruits and vegetables." When Yurao handed him a bottle of water with a smile, "The fruits and vegetables you ate before were all grown here." After quenching his thirst, Zhao Li stood up and began to explore. When Yurao noticed his fascination with everything, as he touched this and asked how to harvest that, pointing out the surprisingly large items, and exclaiming in astonishment at the fish and shrimp swimming in the newly created river. Throughout the entire exchange, when Yurao remained silent, as he posed one question after another, leaving her to shake her head in amusement, she sliced a watermelon and said, "Let's eat some fruit to replenish our energy first." Zhao Li entered the room and sat on the sofa, munching on watermelon while watching downloaded television shows, casually remarking, "This space is so vast. Why didn't you bring us in during previous dangers?" When Yurao shook her head helplessly, "It can contain everything, but the maximum capacity for living beings is just 2. Zhao Li ceased speaking and began to play games on his tablet, when Yurao tended to the vegetable garden, harvesting ripe produce, some of which she fed to the animals. She was pleasantly surprised to find several chicks and ducklings had hatched. Zhao Li approached the enclosed area, inhaling the fresh air. This place is truly a paradise. Before the apocalypse, Shan Shan and I lived in a town surrounded by mountains and rivers. When Yurao's eyes sparkled with longing, "Once the apocalypse is over, let us find a paradise to settle in together, where we can enjoy laughter and joy every day." But how could the apocalypse end so easily? Zhao Li, playfully engaging with a small rabbit, remarked, "For now, I am quite content that I have friends, a beloved, and comrades by my side, all working together with unwavering resolve. The memories of these days will remain etched in my heart for a lifetime." Seeing him so optimistic, when Yurao felt reassured, she recalled the conclusion of their tale in the book, which was set to unfold in just 6 months. Then she cautiously probed, "What would you do if Shan Shan were not by your side?" Zhao Li waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "She could never leave me." His gaze deepened, and his tone turned resolute as he added, "I would never allow her to leave me." When Yurao turned to study his youthful face, contemplating how cruel it would be for such a young boy to face the death of a beloved. Unable to voice the unfinished thought, she instead smiled and changed the subject. "Lin Feng should be nearing the open area by now. Should we go and take a look?" Zhao Li returned the rabbit to its spot and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "Let us go." Chapter 100. Resolving the zombie rat tide upon exiting the space, the two heard a series of explosions in the distance, the ground shaking beneath them, suggesting that their plan had succeeded. However, they waited until the sound subsided completely before driving towards the open area. As they approached, they beheld a scene of devastation. Walls lay toppled and crumbled, with only a few remnants standing. The ground was littered with the dismembered corpses of zombie rats, with a few stragglers attempting to flee. Without wasting time, they disembarked and began to eliminate the escaping zombie rats, when Yurao immediately conjured an ice barrier, the thick frost stretching for dozens of meters, immobilizing the fleeing rats. Zhao Li unleashed a flurry of wind blades, dispatching the zombie rats attempting to sneak away around the corner. observing Huijing, covered in blood and with singed hair. When Yu Rao approached, anxiously brushing the charred strands of hair from his forehead, asking, "Are you all right?" Huijing smiled faintly, shaking his head as he enveloped Wen Yu Rao in an embrace. "I am only a bit worried about you. Everything else is fine." At that moment, the rest of the group emerged from behind the walls, revealing that Huijing appeared to be the cleanest among them. The sight of Han Lung, smeared with blood and with eyes blinking in disbelief, and Yi Jinxiao, charred and blackened, elicited laughter from the group. Zhao Li, tears of laughter streaming down his face, finally managed to ask, "Where's Zhang Lu?" At that moment, Zhang Lu sheepishly emerged from behind a remaining fragment of the wall. The laughter erupted anew as everyone beheld his tattered clothing, barely covering him, while he covered his chest with his hands and approached. Seeing the group laughing uncontrollably, Zhang Lu felt embarrassed. His face turning crimson beneath the soot, he whispered, "Sister-in-law, could I please have a change of clothes?" The moment when Yu Rao laid eyes on him as he emerged. She was instantly enveloped in Huijing's embrace, her face obscured. Thus, all she could perceive was a dark silhouette. However, the boisterous laughter of the crowd was unmistakable, and coupled with his demand for clothing, she could effortlessly conjure the scene in her mind. Stifling her laughter, she hastily extracted a down jacket and pants, which she handed over to Huijing as Zhang Lu received them. He cast an awkward glance at the others before retreating behind the wall to change. Huijing surveyed the multitude of corpses strewn about, a thick layer of remains piled high, while the air was thick with a pungent stench of decay that he covered his nose and furrowed his brow slightly. Numerous bodies had been obliterated beyond recognition, with putrid flesh and blood splattered everywhere, rendering the entire scene both gruesome and revolting. Han Lung fought back the urge to vomit, his face darkening as he remarked that an abundance of crystal shards could indeed be a source of vexation. There was so much that collecting supplies would become unnecessary, yet leaving it unmined felt like a waste. When Yu Rao recalled how the corpses of zombies had been directly absorbed into the space, revealing crystals in the process, and wondered if the zombie rats could be treated similarly. Without hesitation, she collected a small patch of zombie rats into her space and slipped in herself. Upon observing the bodies closely, she noted that the ground was continuously absorbing the corpses of the zombie rats, gradually revealing clusters of crystals. Meanwhile, in the distance, the newly planted vegetables had already begun to sprout, filled with joy. When Yu Rao quickly exited the space and handed each person a shovel, instructing them to gather the scattered corpses into one pile so she could absorb them one by one, Huijing immediately grasped her intention and began to push aside the scattered bodies into a heap. The others followed suit, and as when Yu Rao looked at the mountain of zombie rats contained within the three high walls, her fingers brushed against them, causing them to vanish without a trace. She then proceeded to collect the bodies from their pile, swiftly resolving the massive mound of corpses. With the rat horde eliminated, it was likely that within 2 days, the nearby zombies would start to wander over. Therefore, Zhang Lu returned to notify everyone to gather supplies without delay. The remaining individuals began to scatter in search of useful items and marking their findings, while Yu Rao took charge of the collection. Just as Huijing finished speaking, he drove off. The others, not daring to waste any time, hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 101. What are you anticipating? Zhang Lu arrived at the vault and called out for everyone to come out, announcing that the rat horde had been dealt with and urging each team to quickly venture out to collect supplies. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into cheers, each person eager to exit. Yang Jinjin, amidst the throng, thought her brother was likely behind her, thus she didn't rush to leave. Just as she turned to look back, she was unexpectedly bumped by someone, losing her balance and teetering dangerously close to falling. Her pupils dilated, and she instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for impact. After what felt like an eternity, the anticipated pain never came, and instead, she found herself cradled in a warm embrace, her small face scrunched up in tension. She squinted to discern the situation that moment. Her gaze met Zhang Lu's, and his face loomed larger before her, as if the world had come to a standstill. Yang Jinjin's heart raced unexpectedly, akin to a fawn's frantic leaps. Upon closer examination of his features, she realized he was exceptionally handsome. Unlike the youthful charm of others, he exuded a mature, rugged masculinity, his simple crew cut radiating a strong aura. She found herself momentarily entranced. Observing her dazed expression, Jiang Lu's lips curled into a sly smile, prompting him to tease her. Gradually, he leaned closer to Yang Jinjin, watched his face draw nearer. She felt breathless, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She remained fixated on him. Just as Jiang Lu seemed poised to kiss her, she slowly closed her eyes. Noticing her bashful demeanor, Jiang Lu suppressed a laugh, thinking how adorably charming she appeared in such a state. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his amusement, nearly dropping her in the process. Once he regained his balance, he leaned in and whispered playfully, "What are you anticipating?" Startled awake by his deep, magnetic voice, Yang Jinjin opened her eyes to find him shaking with laughter. Regaining her composure, she recalled his earlier words, and her expression shifted to one of embarrassment and irritation as she retorted, "I merely felt a bit dizzy." Realizing her own lack of conviction, she stood up, pushed him away, stomped her foot, and walked off. Yang Jinjin slapped her flushed cheeks in frustration, lamenting how she could be so weak-willed, allowing herself to become infatuated with him. She felt utterly humiliated, her pride shattered. Biting her lower lip, she furrowed her brow in annoyance and slapped her forehead heavily. Yang Jia had been waiting outside the bank for quite some time, and upon seeing his sister's flustered appearance, he immediately questioned, "What is wrong? Your face is so red." Yang Jinjin glared at him, realizing he had already emerged if she hadn't been waiting for him. This embarrassing situation wouldn't have occurred. She shot back, "It's all your fault," and stormed ahead in a huff. Yang Jia, perplexed by his sister's sudden ire, scratched his head in confusion and turned to the still-laughing Jiang Lu, asking, "Do you know what just happened?" Jiang Lu, shaking with laughter, shrugged his shoulders and silently shook his head, then pursued Yang Jinjin. Yang Jia remained baffled, uncertain of what he had done to provoke his sister's wrath, and decided to enter the neighboring milk tea shop to gather supplies. As Yang Jinjin stepped into a clothing store, she sent someone following her and quickly ducked behind a rack. When Jiang Lu entered, he noticed her sudden disappearance and began to scan the area. Yang Jinjin re-emerged before him, exclaiming with a hint of annoyance, "Why are you following me?" With a grin, Jiang Lu replied in a serious tone, "Naturally, it's to protect you. After all, you are the weakest among us." Yang Jinjin was momentarily speechless, exhaling sharply in frustration, her eyes widening in indignation. "Thanks, but you hardly seem like a good person, so I'll manage on my own." With that, she turned to leave. Jiang Lu followed her, teasingly asserting, "Is your temper flaring because things didn't go as you wished earlier?" Yang Jinjin froze at his words, turning to face him, her complexion alternating between red and pale as she stammered, "I just don't think you're particularly handsome, yet you seem to think quite highly of yourself." Seeing her flustered expression sent Jiang Lu into fits of laughter. Shaking with mirth, he realized that if he continued, she might retreat even further, which would be rather dull. He gently tapped her forehead with his finger, saying, "I was just teasing you. Now, let us gather supplies." With that, he strode deeper into the clothing store. Chapter 102. Han Lung's embarrassing moment. The group had been collecting supplies for an entire day and night, bustling with activity. Hu Jihing glanced at his watch and noted it was already past 9 o'clock. Turning to Wen Yurao, he suggested, "Yurao, why don't you take a break?" He then lifted her onto a nearby shelf to sit. Wen Yurao cupped his face in her hands, their foreheads touching, before resting his head on her shoulder and saying, "You should rest too." Their embrace created a warm atmosphere, as Hu Jihing nestled into her neck, inhaling her fragrance contentedly with his eyes closed. Just then, Han Lung's voice broke the moment. "Big brother, don't hold her too long. Let us have some late-night snacks." Hu Jihing opened his eyes, his gaze icy as it landed on Han Lung, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Forcing a smile, Han Lung quickly made himself scarce. "I am a bit hungry too," Wen Yurao said, gently pushing Hu Jihing away and rubbing her stomach. Hu Jihing's expression shifted, and he said tenderly, "Yurao, you need to eat more. You're too thin." He then called out to everyone, "Let us all have late-night snacks together." Han Lung, hiding behind a shelf, observed their flirtatious antics and muttered, "These two are heartless." He then bounded over to Wen Yurao, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, I want barbecued skewers." They spread a tablecloth over the shelf and placed a pot of pig stomach chicken soup, garlic oysters, garlic eggplant, and a large bowl of spicy crayfish, finishing off with 2 hefty trays of barbecued skewers. As Han Lung dug into the skewers, all previous discomfort faded away, and he cheerfully declared to Wen Yurao, "You re the best sister-in-law. Love you." He then shot a playful glare at Hua Jiheng. Wen Yurao chuckled at Han Lung's endearing demeanor, nearly choking on her soup. Hua Jiheng had been peeling crayfish for her. But upon hearing her cough, he paused, gently patting her back with his arm. After a couple of coughs, Wen Yurao waved her hand, indicating she was fine. Han Lung, fearing Hua Jiheng's wrath, quickly retreated with a plate of skewers, saying, "Thank goodness I stayed far away. Otherwise, with how he dotes on his wife, I might not have made it out unscathed." Wen Yurao laughed at Han Lung's quick escape, asking, "Why are you sometimes so afraid of him?" Hua Jiheng pushed a bowl of peeled crayfish toward her, explaining, "Among the three of us, he was the most mischievous growing up, so I often had to discipline him." Wen Yurao inquired further, "What makes your bond so strong?" Hua Jiheng began reminiscing. His and Jiang Lu's parents were both comrades of my grandfather. The harshness of war took them from us, and Han Lung was the last to join our family. He was only 5 then, fearless and impudent, lacking manners and always stirring up trouble. Even my grandfather found him a headache, so, whenever he misbehaved, I would discipline him. There was one time when he was 8, and some classmates teased him about being parentless, which led to a fight. Jiang Lu chuckled, jumping in, "You have no idea." Han Lung returned home, his face bruised and swollen, his clothes in tatters, tears and snot streaming down his face as he limped along. The sight was both amusing and heart-wrenching. His elder brother immediately seized him and inquired about the situation, to which Han Lung pouted defiantly, insisting it was none of his brother's business. Yet as he uttered those words, tears threatened to spill once more, though he remained stubbornly obstinate. Subsequently, his brother dragged him to school just as the group of children who had tormented him were still lingering. Upon seeing Han Lung, they mocked him yet again, prompting his brother to spring into action without hesitation, despite being only 9 years old himself, displaying remarkable ferocity. Seeing this, I rushed to his aid, and ultimately, the 4 children were left weeping and wailing, forced to kneel before Han Lung and apologize. From that moment on, Han Lung was completely subdued by his brother. Chapter 103. Han Lung's embarrassing incident 2 when Yurao nudged Hua Jiheng with her elbow. Chuckling, "I never realized you were such a fierce child." At that moment, Han Lung, who had been lost in thought in the corner, stepped forward and said, "Jiang Lu, all you do is bring up my dark past. You should address me as second brother." Jiang Lu arched an eyebrow, scoffing, "You're only 2 months older than me. Calling you that would be beneath my dignity." Han Lung pouted, and after finishing a skewer of lamb, he added, "He helped deal with those kids too. Why isn't there any gratitude for that?" When Yurao looked at him, bemused, Han Lung snorted in indignation. "When we were kids, he reported me to our elder brother every day. Otherwise, how could I have endured so many beatings?" Laughter erupted among the group, and when Yurao shook her head at Han Lung's childlike antics, Jiang Lu added with a helpless smile, "You all have no idea just how annoying he was as a child." Zhao Li, intrigued by the unfolding drama, urged, "Oh, do tell us more. I was in the same grade as him, and he never did his homework, even hiding mine so I couldn't submit it either. Once he even set my alarm clock an hour late, making me late too, and we both got punished. The list of his mischief is endless." He sighed dramatically. Han Lung quickly retorted, "Who didn't have their rebellious phase as a child? Besides, he reported me daily. I was beaten 3 times a day by our elder brother." He feigned a pitiful expression. "Do you know how painful that was? He would take off his slippers and smack my backside. Now, whenever I see him remove his shoes, I tremble all over. It has left a psychological scar." After saying this, he cast a timid glance at Hua Jiheng and leaned toward Wen Yurao, seeking comfort. Yet, Hua Jiheng shot him a glare, causing him to retreat and instead focus on the eggplant he was eating. After their meal, the group made their way to the staff accommodation behind the supermarket. As Hua Jiheng wrapped his arms around Wen Yurao and prepared to close the door, Jiang Lu appeared, eagerly exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, Zhao Li told me your space is like a paradise. I want to see it too." He then turned to Hua Jiheng, raising a finger, "Just a quick peek, old boss." Hua Jiheng patted his shoulder, "Go on in with your sister-in-law." Jiang Lu was overjoyed, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the space, marveling at the vibrant life before him. The sister-in-law, this truly resembles the spaces described in fantasy novels. Zhao Li wasn't lying. When Yurao ignored him and approached the area where the zombie mice had been stored, all the mice had been absorbed, leaving behind a vast pile of crystals, which she estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Jiang Lu squatted down, touching the crystals and asked, Are these all crystals from the zombie mice? Wen Yurao nodded. Indeed. What happened to the bodies? Did they all just vanish? Jiang Lu inquired, puzzled. Wen Yurao picked up a few crystals to absorb them, explaining the space absorbed the bodies, allowing the fruits and vegetables in the garden to grow exceptionally fast. She then used her mind to harvest the ripe fruits and vegetables, clearing the grass beside the woods to plant cotton. Jiang Lu was left in awe by her series of actions. His eyes filled with admiration as he said, "Sister-in-law, your abilities are truly extraordinary." Wen Yurao smiled, waving him to follow her out. Upon returning to the room, Jiang Lu remained in shock, still marveling at what he had just witnessed. Han Lung, feeling a pang of curiosity, sat up from his bed, exclaiming, "I want to see too. You can look when we get back. There won't be anyone in the room now. Even if there were, you might interrupt something important, and it could ruin your chance." Jiang Lu replied, closing his eyes. Han Lung's enthusiasm waned instantly. Realizing the truth in Jiang Lu's words, he lay back down, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Ultimately, he resolved that upon returning to the base, he would be the first to enter the space. Chapter 104. Temptation. After Hajihing finished his shower, he stood up wrapped in a towel. Droplets of water cascading from his hair, soaking the dry towel and pressing it against his chest, where he could feel his muscles taut beneath. Wen Yurao, acutely aware of this, felt a warmth in her cheeks. Swallowing hard as she averted her gaze, Hajihing, oblivious to her heated glance, looked out at the lush green shoots sprouting in the distance. "What did you plant this time? Weren't you supposed to plant cotton?" "Yes, I planted it all." Wen Yurao turned to dry her freshly washed hair. Hajihing took the towel from her and began to dry her hair, gesturing towards the grassy area beside the hot spring. "Why don't we plant cotton there as well, and surround the hot spring with roses? That would be beautiful." With that, he focused his mind to make it happen. Hajihing tenderly used a hairdryer on her semi-dry hair. Wen Yurao, feeling extremely drowsy, rested her head on the makeup table, lulled to sleep by the sound of the dryer. Eventually, she felt herself being lifted, likely Hajihing carrying her to bed, and she rolled over, sinking into a deep slumber. Hajihing, however, rose to the adjacent room to prepare bird's nest soup, setting it to keep warm after half an hour, but he then returned to their room, slipped under the covers, and embraced her as he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when Yurao awoke to find the flowers outside in full bloom, the nearby roses appeared vibrant and alluring, instantly uplifting her spirits. Turning to see Hajihing still asleep beside her, she delicately grazed her fingers over his exquisite features, playfully tapping his nose and tracing his sensuous lips, just as she was enjoying this playful moment. Hajihing stirred awake, his eyes barely open, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips as he spoke in a voice thick with allure, with such enthusiasm so early in the morning. Why not indulge in a little exercise? Before she could respond, he pinned her down. The sudden weight pressed her deep into the mattress, her fingers gliding from his chin to his chest in slow circles. With seductive eyes, she leaned in, offering her lips in a soft, sultry voice. "This time, let me take the lead." Hajihing felt a shiver run through him at her touch, his breath quickening as he gazed at her enticing demeanor. Feeling a surge of desire. Yet, he restrained himself, eager to see her next move. When Yurao flipped over, pinning him down, her delicate fingers trailing downwards. Eventually, she melted into a soft puddle, lying on the bed, while Hajihing remained invigorated. A smile playing on his lips, relishing the moment, that he began to spoon-feed her the bird's nest soup, feeling a twinge of regret. He had intended to seduce her, but the latter half of the encounter had spiraled out of his control. Soon, he mused, she might not even be able to walk, let alone gather supplies. It seemed Hajihing could read her troubled thoughts, as he gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, saying, "I'll carry you later." He then leaned in and planted a playful kiss on her lips. Wen Yurao, sipping the silky soup, shot him a reproachful glance but said nothing. The two exited the space and made their way to the supermarket from the previous day, which was now completely empty. Just as they were pondering where everyone had gone, Su Duo stumbled in, gasping for breath. "Sister-in-law, my space is full. You need to take some supplies." After saying that, he leaned against the door, struggling to steady himself as he unloaded the goods, immediately feeling a rush of relief wash over him. That's so. When your space is full, your body also feels the effects, Wen Yurao asked, waving her hand to collect everything. Su Duo, feeling rejuvenated, stood up. It's like that feeling when you overeat, but not in your stomach, pointing to his head. When Yurao chuckled softly, "You've worked hard." Hu Jiheng patted his shoulder, acknowledging his efforts to soothe Duoduo, then led the two to another street, where Han Lung spotted them and jogged over, whispering, "Sister-in-law, when we get back to the base, let me see your space too." When Yurao smiled and walked to a nearby shop, responding with a casual Chapter 105. Falling into the mouse hole, as when Yurao stepped into the dimly lit back kitchen, intending to scout for usable items, the ground suddenly gave way beneath her, causing her to exclaim in surprise as she fell. Han Lung, standing by the door, was the first to hear the commotion and immediately shouted, "Sister-in-law, what happened?" Upon hearing the piercing cries, the others swiftly darted into the shop. Upon entering the kitchen, Hu Jiheng discovered a vast, pitch-black hole in the floor that a wave of deep concern washed over him, and an ominous premonition engulfed his body. Without a second thought, he leaped into the abyss. "Boss!" Han Lung and Zhang Lu exclaimed in unison, exchanging a fleeting glance. "You all wait here. We'll go down to take a look." Without waiting for a response, they both jumped in succession. Meanwhile, when Yurao felt the disorienting sensation of weightlessness as she stepped onto the void, to prevent a fatal fall, she conjured an ice sword, plunging it into the wall of the pit, gripping it tightly. After sliding for several meters, her arms felt as if they would tear apart before finally coming to a gradual stop at the bottom. After shaking off the ache in her arms and surveying her surroundings, she realized that despite her powers allowing her to see in the dark, it was utterly pitch black here, rendering her unable to discern her own fingers. She had no choice but to close her eyes and take a moment to compose herself. When she reopened them, the dim light offered slightly better visibility, yet it remained profoundly dark. When Yurao gazed upward at the hole above, which now appeared as a mere white, amplifying her sense of dread. Instinctively, she curled into herself and vanished into her spatial realm. Upon finding herself in a well-lit space, she exhaled in relief, her expression relaxing. "A hang will surely come to rescue me." She then focused intently on her surroundings. At that moment, Hu Jiheng had also reached the bottom, struggling to acclimate to the darkness, finally grasping the situation. The area was a labyrinth of interconnected passages, some barely wide enough for two people to squeeze through. Hesitant to venture deeper, he stood at the entrance, brow furrowed, and called out anxiously, "Rao Rao, where are you?" Han Lung and Zhang Lu landed one after the other, and Hu Jiheng quickly darted into a passage to avoid being struck. When Yurao finally sensed their presence, her delicate face breaking into a smile as she hurriedly exited her space. The moment Hu Jiheng saw her, he enveloped her in his arms, exclaiming, "You scared me to death." When Yurao felt slightly breathless from the tight embrace and gasped for air, she patted his back, signaling, "Okay, I can't breathe." Hu Jiheng instinctively released her, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Rao Rao, are you all right?" After taking a couple of deep breaths, when Yurao noticed a foul, acrid odor and covered her nose, replying, "I'm fine now." Hu Jiheng had already sensed that the air here was off, but his worry for her overshadowed his concerns. Now that he had calmed down, the noxious smell made him wrinkle his nose. At that moment, a voice echoed from above, filled with worry. "Are you all okay?" It was Yi Jinxiao. Han Lung shouted back, "We're safe for now. Then I'll pull you up." Hu Jiheng, lost in thought as he surveyed the inside, remarked, "The presence of such a vast swarm of zombie rats here is highly suspicious that I wonder if it's man-made or a result of some event. This place isn't far from the A-City base. And since the rat problem has been dealt with, we should investigate further, and if there are any hidden dangers, it's best to extinguish them beforehand. Let them gather supplies and leave quickly that we'll regroup at our base." Han Lung nodded in agreement, calling out to Yi Jinxiao above, "We're going to check the source of the zombie rat congregation. Once you've collected the supplies, leave as soon as possible." Yi Jinxiao, who was in the process of lowering a rope, paused and replied, "Oh, all right, just be careful." When Yurao distributed several flashlights among them, illuminating their surroundings before leading the way down the largest passage. Inside, it resembled a labyrinth, with the group meandering for what felt like an eternity, either retracing their steps or reaching dead ends, unable to find their way back. Eventually, they had no choice but to rest for a moment. Exhausted, Zhang Lu plopped down on the ground, grumbling, "Why is it so complicated here?" Han Lung fanned himself with his hand, remarking, "It's freezing outside, but it's stifling in here. I can hardly stand it. When Yurao handed him a bottle of water, which he gulped down in large swigs. Hua Jiheng, gazing at the various exits, felt a headache coming on. Taking a deep breath, he realized the air was growing thinner and said helplessly, "We can't delay any longer. The oxygen is depleting, and we don't know if any toxic gases might be produced. Let's search for clues quickly." Reluctantly, they resumed their exploration, and suddenly, a pile of bones appeared before them. When Yurao smiled alluringly, saying, "It seems we've taken the right path. This route must lead to the zombie rat's lair." After collecting the bones, the group felt reinvigorated and pressed onward. Suddenly, they were blocked by another pile of bones, this one completely obscuring their path with no visible gaps. Hua Jiheng stepped aside, allowing Wen Yurao to move forward and collect the bones. Just after she finished, another pile appeared just steps away, forcing her to continue her task. Jiang Lu, exasperated by the constant obstruction, lamented, "How many of these are there? When will it end?" Wen Yurao sighed, "We've collected at least 20 piles by now. My spatial realm is probably overflowing with them." Jiang Lu contemplated her ability to absorb corpses for her land to yield more fruits and vegetables, and his frustration vanished, wishing for even more bones. As they continued down the passage, they encountered a final pile that turned out to be the bones of zombie rats. Suddenly, an enormous zombie rat appeared before them, its eyes the size of oranges, glowing red and fixated on the group, sending a chill down their spines. Finally, they understood why so many zombie rats congregated here. They were relieved to have discovered it. Without this creature, the other zombie rats would continue to be summoned to this place. Its immense size blocked most of the passage, rendering it impossible to pass. The zombie rat emitted a frantic, high-pitched screech and lunged at them with its short forelimbs. Wen Yurao, terrified by the sight of a creature larger than a fully grown man, instinctively moved closer to Hua Jiheng, that he wrapped his arms around her, directing a lightning net to isolate the creature. The other three began their assault as well. Who could have anticipated that this zombie rat possessed incredible speed? It vanished from one entrance only to reappear at another, evading their attacks effortlessly. The only area it dared not approach was the one ensnared by the lightning net, that as they searched for its whereabouts. The zombie rat suddenly appeared behind them. Jiang Lu reacted swiftly, raising a wall of earth, but the zombie rat crashed through it, baring its gaping maw and lunging at them. They had no choice but to scatter in all directions, ultimately becoming separated. Wen Yurao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had an intense fear of darkness, especially in such a foul-smelling and terrifying confined space. She felt as if she were suffocating, unable to make a sound lest she attract the zombie rat. Clutching her flashlight tightly, she leaned against the wall, scanning her surroundings to that moment. Han Lung and Jiang Lu found themselves cornered by the zombie rat in a dead end, with nowhere to escape. Seeing this, Han Lung hardened his body, using himself as a shield. The rat's claws scraped against him, producing a screeching sound and even sparking. Yet, Han Lung did not flinch, determinedly carving a path for Jiang Lu. Once Jiang Lu managed to escape, he pulled Han Lung along, dodging as they moved. Thanks to his smaller stature, he could maneuver better around the narrow passages. Despite the zombie rat's speed, its massive size caused it to crash into walls while navigating the labyrinthine tunnels. Once Han Lung glanced back and noticed the rat had vanished, he sighed in relief. "Finally, we lost it." Jiang Lu helped Han Lung sit down, tenderly touching the scratches on his face. Concerned, "Are you all right?" Han Lung shrugged it off, trying to wave him off, but the moment he lifted his arm, he winced in pain. Jiang Lu quickly supported his other arm, asking, "What happened to your arm?" Han Lung gritted his teeth. "Enduring the agony. I think it might be broken from the rat's assault." Jiang Lu carefully helped him stand. "We need to move quickly and find the boss. In your condition, encountering another zombie rat could be fatal." Han Lung's head was cold, and he broke into a cold sweat as he nodded and moved forward, supporting his injured arm. In that moment, Wen Yurao, fearing what she dreaded most, was anxiously scanning her surroundings, hoping for Hua Jiheng to find her. However, instead of him, a zombie rat appeared before her. The sight of the grotesque creature, with its red eyes, razor-sharp fangs, tattered fur, and blood-soaked body emanating a foul stench, sent a shiver down her spine. Instinctively, she unleashed a flurry of ice spikes, but the zombie rat deftly dodged between them, its form becoming almost ethereal, leaving only fleeting afterimages. when Yurao's heart raced with terror, fearing that it might suddenly materialize right before her, catching her off guard. She forced herself to steady her nerves and conjured an ice barrier centered around herself. The icy tendrils spread outward, enveloping everything in their frigid grasp, causing the zombie rat to hesitate, clawing helplessly while retreating repeatedly. Outside the icy perimeter, it bared its fangs and emitted a shrill cry. Yet, when Yurao continued to hurl ice spikes at it, shouting, "Where are you?" her voice echoed through the labyrinthine passages, reaching everyone's ears. Huijing, his face etched with frost, was anxious about her safety. Unable to discern from which passage the voice originated, he hurriedly made his way toward it. After navigating several turns, a bright light appeared ahead that a flicker of joy crossed Huijing's face as he mistook it for a flashlight and rushed forward recklessly. The light grew increasingly blinding, causing discomfort to his eyes. He shielded his face with his hands and squinted against it. Suddenly, he found himself in a clearing with a river at a height of 1 meter beneath him. It seemed he had reached the exit. Just then, he heard Han Lung's cries for help echoing from within the cave. Without pausing to assess the terrain, he tore his clothing to shreds, marking his path back into the cave. After searching for over 10 minutes, he finally spotted Wen Yurao and Han Lung, noting their sorrowful expressions as they fought against the zombie rat. The moment when Yurao saw Huijing arrive, a sigh of relief escaped her. Chapter 108. Jiang Lu, severely injured Huijing, could not waste time asking what had transpired. He unleashed several lightning strikes, all of which the rat evaded. In frustration, he cast an electric net to contain it. Observing this, Wen Yurao quickly erected a thick ice wall to seal the cave entrance. Once they felt temporarily safe, Huijing turned to Wen Yurao and inquired, "What happened to you two? Haven't you encountered Jiang Lu yet?" With red-rimmed eyes, Han Lung staggered to the corner of another passage, his voice choked with emotion as he uttered, "He was injured while saving me." His head was crushed, his words broke into sobs. Huijing stepped forward, and his gaze widened in shock as he beheld Han Lung sitting on the ground, cradling a bloodied figure in his arms. Jiang Lu's chest had a gaping wound, blood pouring from his 5 orifices. Huijing's eyes burned with anguish. He rushed over, trembling, and lifted Jiang Lu's unconscious body, his voice shaking as he urged, "We need to go, quickly." With that, he followed the trail of torn fabric, sprinting until he leaped into the river. Huijing trembled uncontrollably while holding Jiang Lu. The water only reached his knees, yet he felt utterly drained. As if all his strength had been sapped from him, in a hoarse whisper, he called out to Wen Yurao, "Get the explosives and throw them inside," as Wen Yurao retrieved the bombs and pulled the pins. The zombie rat had already reached the cave entrance. She hurled all the explosives inside, and just as the rat prepared to leap down, the bombs detonated. The violent explosions obliterated the zombie rat, causing the cave entrance to collapse, leaving it with no escape as it was instantly engulfed. The aftershocks caused the very ground beneath them to tremble. Huijing carried Jiang Lu to the riverbank, his heart heavy with concern as he carefully bandaged him, his icy gaze directed at Han Lung as he coldly demanded, "What on earth happened?" With tears brimming in his eyes, Han Lung gazed at Jiang Lu's pale face, fearing he might never awaken again. His body shook as he spoke in a trembling voice, "I was trying to save him. No, he was saving me." And then his words became jumbled and incoherent. Seeing Han Lung in such a state, Huijing's brows furrowed, and he sternly commanded, "Calm down." Han Lung bowed his head, unable to meet Huijing's gaze, his heart aching with each breath. Struggling to catch his breath, he recounted, "On our way to find you, we encountered the zombie rat, and we started to fight it, but it was too fast. We could only see its afterimages. Just when it seemed to be right in front of us, it suddenly appeared behind me. Before I could react, it was about to bite me when Jiang Lu lunged in front of me to block the attack. His chest was pierced by its claws, and he fell heavily to the ground. He was still conscious at that moment that I tried to reach him, but the rat struck his head with its paw. I couldn't break free. He fell silent. Fortunately, my sister-in-law arrived and drove the rat away. With that, he began to pound his chest in regret, crying out in anguish, "How I wish it were me lying here. I caused my elder brother's downfall." At that moment, Huijing slumped helplessly to the ground, his eyes reddened with tears streaming down his face. filled with overwhelming sorrow as he gazed at Jiang Lu's lifeless form, utterly distraught. Wen Yurao felt a wave of grief wash over her, recalling how the book had described Jiang Lu and Han Lung as companions who survived through the apocalyptic decade. He was not meant to die now. Yet uncertainty loomed over whether her presence had altered fate. Suddenly, she remembered the time dilation in her space. If she could place him inside, they could quickly return to find Cuckoo for treatment. She stepped forward, grasping Jiang Lu's hand, and said to Hu Jiheng, "I'll put him in the space. We need to go back and find Cuckoo." With that, she summoned a vehicle. Han Lung, realizing what was happening, wiped his tears and exclaimed, "Right? Cuckoo will surely be able to save my elder brother. Let us not waste any time. We must hurry." Chapter 109. Jiang Lu severely injured too, Hu Jiheng drove the vehicle at breakneck speed, not daring to delay for even a moment. The 300-kilometer journey was completed in just 3 hours, filled with reckless driving and collisions, as they reached the entrance that as soon as they disembarked, when Yurao rushed upstairs, pounding on Chen Cuckoo's door, silently praying for her to be home. Chen Cuckoo, awakened from her midday slumber by the frantic knocking, initially thought it was Yi Jinxiao returning. Unable to contain her excitement, she sprang from her bed. However, before she could see who it was upon opening the door, when Yurao seized her hand, and together they dashed downstairs. Upon seeing Jiang Lu, lying on the sofa, wrapped in bandages and devoid of life, Chen Cuckoo immediately inquired, "What happened?" Hu Jiheng, his eyes bloodshot, coldly replied, "Don't ask, just treat him." Realizing the urgency, Chen Cuckoo activated her most potent ability, Sacred Light. The visibly sunken wound in Jiang Lu's chest gradually began to heal, the flesh filling in the gap, and the bleeding ceased. Han Lung paced anxiously, unable to contain himself as he asked, "How long until he wakes up?" Once Chen Cuckoo finished her treatment and retracted her energy, she shook her head helplessly, saying external wounds are easy to heal, but he has bleeding from all 5 orifices, and I can't be certain. The final 3 words were uttered with great difficulty. Hearing this, Han Lung's hope dimmed, and he collapsed beside Jiang Lu, weeping uncontrollably. "Elder brother, please wake up." At that moment, Hu Jiheng, upon hearing the grim news, could no longer contain his emotions. His heart shattered as he slumped onto the sofa, his head resting against the back as he stared blankly at the ceiling, tears trickling down without a word. Hu Jiheng entered upon hearing the dreadful news, and upon seeing Jiang Lu, pale and unconscious on the sofa, he was instantly overcome with tears. "What happened? How could this be?" he murmured, choked with emotion. With tear-streaked cheeks, Han Lung lifted his head, sobbing before he managed to say, "Elder brother is like this because he saved me." Wen Yurao, witnessing the sorrowful scene, felt her heart ache. She was engulfed in guilt. "If I hadn't fallen, you wouldn't have gone to look for me, and Jiang Lu wouldn't be like this." As soon as she finished speaking, tears streamed down her face. "It's my fault." Hu Jiheng gently caressed Jiang Lu's face, lamenting, "Jiang Lu came to my family when he was 3. He was always so well-behaved and obedient. Now, in this state, how can I face his deceased parents?" Hu Jiheng, weakly rising to his feet, grasped his grandfather's trembling shoulders, his voice hoarse as he comforted, "Grandpa, please don't be too heartbroken." While he spoke words of consolation, his heart ached to the point of suffocation, and more tears fell in that moment. The entire hall was filled with the sounds of weeping, sobs, and wails. After a long while, Han Lung rose, seemingly forgetting the pain in his arm as he stumbled back to the room. Cradling Jiang Lu, Hu Jiheng instinctively reached out to stop him, but when Yurao held his arm, shaking her head to signal him not to interfere, Hu Jiheng paused, allowing his arm to drop, no longer blocking Han Lung. Han Lung tenderly cleaned Jiang Lu's body, laid him on the bed, and covered him with a blanket. Gently brushing Jiang Lu's brow, he murmured, "Yuan Si is gone, and you've ended up like this for me." The Thunder Squad has lost 2 members in an instant. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to dispel the bitterness within, but his eyes grew increasingly sore. The fragile calm he had finally achieved shattered once more as he pounded the bedside, crying out, "Wake up! Please wake up!" Standing at the door, Chen Cuckoo witnessed the heartbreaking scene and inhaled deeply before gently knocking on the door. "Don't be sad. I'll come over to replenish his energy." Han Lung wiped his tears and responded to the person at the door, "Oh, okay. Hasten to supplement the matter." After speaking, Chen Kiki quietly retreated to the side, waiting in silence, once she had completed her healing process. She turned to Han Lung and said, "Brother Hua mentioned that you too have been injured. Allow me to treat you as well." Han Lung, lifting his sorrowful visage to meet her gaze, rasped a grateful "Thank you." He sat up feebly, his head drooped, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of desolation, which stirred a wave of compassion within Shinkiki. Having done all she could, she chose not to intrude further upon the two and exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Before she had ventured far, the sounds of muffled sobs emanated from within. Chapter 110. Buried together, the grandfather and grandson arrived at the office, where Huachibin listened intently to the details of the recent mission. Upon hearing of Su Yan's demise, a heavy sigh escaped him, and he lightly patted Huajihing on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Do not let sorrow overwhelm you. I understand the bond you three have forged since childhood is profound. Yet there remains much to be accomplished. You must not falter." Huajihing's eyes reddened, his once vibrant countenance now tinged with a hint of despair. In a hoarse voice, he replied, "Grandfather, please take care of your health. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." With that, he lowered his head in exhaustion and exited. Huachibin observed the once spirited trio, now laden with gloom, a sight that pierced his heart. Wen Yurao sat on the edge of her bed, striving to recall the narrative in hopes of uncovering useful information. After much contemplation, she found herself at a loss, releasing a weary sigh. She reflected on the days spent with Jiang Lu, realizing he was a man of few words, honest and straightforward. How could it be that he had just encountered a girl who piqued his interest, only to find himself in such dire straits? Wen Yurao lay back on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The following day, everyone who had journeyed to M City returned at Yi Jinshao rushed to the door and, upon spotting Shinkiki cooking, enveloped her in a swift embrace. With a dejected tone, he asked, "Have Brother Hua and the others returned?" Shinkiki sighed and replied, "Yes, they have returned." Sensing something amiss, Yi Jinshao quickly inquired, "Why do you also seem disheartened? Has something else transpired?" Shinkiki remained silent, her gaze lowered. Huajihing descended slowly from upstairs, prompting Yi Jinshao to inquire about the situation once more. The others, sensing the shift in atmosphere, began to question as well. With dark circles under his eyes, Huajihing, his gaze clouded with anguish, spoke in a hoarse whisper. "Jiang Lu is in trouble." The Yi Jinshao dashed upstairs, only to find Jiang Lu's room empty, and quietly asked, "Where is Jiang Lu?" Han Lung's raspy voice faintly echoed, "He is here." The group entered Han Lung's room to find sunlight spilling onto Jiang Lu's pallid form on the bed, his face devoid of color. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one might have believed he had already departed this world. Zhao Li's eyes glistened with moisture as he lamented, "Su Yin is gone, and now you too are in peril." He was soon choked with sobs that Yi Jinshao sat beside the bed, gazing at Jiang Lu's wan visage, his own eyes reddening as he murmured, "How could this happen?" After Han Lung recounted the events leading to this calamity, he began to berate himself, his emotions spiraling out of control as he choked out, "It's all my fault." The others, hearing his lament, felt a pang of sympathy and began to offer words of comfort. The Yi Jinshao exhaled a heavy breath, collecting his thoughts before saying, "We have brought Su Yan's remains back. If you have the time, let us lay him to rest together." The group proceeded to a secluded spot at the northernmost peak of the base that a gentle breeze brushed by, causing the flora to sway gracefully, while the trees offered a cool shade. Wen Yurao stood there, gazing into the distance at the base, her thoughts drifting far away. Zhao Li, gritting his teeth, labored diligently at the task. "This place is quite suitable. In the future, let us brothers all rest together." At that moment, the group paused, their hands holding shovels faltering as they stared at him, one of them scolding, "Get lost." Zhao Li rolled his eyes, pouting in reluctance, yet faced with the fierce expressions of the others. He could only mumble silently, unable to voice his thoughts. Considering the closeness of Lin Feng and Su Yan, it was decided that Lin Feng would personally inscribe the epitaph, with tears streaming down his face. He trembled as he used his powers to carve the words "Thunderbolt Team, Su Yan's grave," beneath which he noted the date, December 28, 2030, marking the first year of the apocalypse. Chapter 111. Yang Jinjin's visit days later. News of Jiang Lu's predicament spread like wildfire. The thin vendor selling clothes cast furtive glances around him, his expression tense as he whispered, "I heard that the brother who grew up alongside the young lord has been gravely injured and has fallen into a coma." It is likely he will never awaken. The kitchenware vendor feigned sorrow, shrugging his shoulders. Alas, how could this be? Those formidable individuals are either dead or wounded. How are we to survive? Indeed, the two engaged in a serious discussion. Yang Jia, while exchanging items at the market, overheard their conversation and swiftly seized one man's arm, urgently asking, "Which brother are you referring to? Is it the one surnamed Han or Jiang?" Startled by the unexpected confrontation, the clothing vendor stammered, "I think it was someone with the surname Jiang." Yang Jia's grip tightened instinctively, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. The vendor's pallid face grew even more as he gasped. "Ouch! You're hurting me." Yang Jia, still deep in thought, momentarily returned to the present upon hearing his cry. She noticed the imprint left on the vendor's arm from her grasp and quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I lost my focus for a moment. By the way, do you know what happened?" The vendor rubbed his arm, wincing in pain, yet dared not offend her. He merely recoiled slightly, his gaze evasive as he mumbled, "It seems he got into some trouble with the Rat King or something." Yang Jia, as if struck by a revelation, hurriedly departed. The vendor, watching her retreating figure, spat in frustration. "After being harmed like this, he doesn't even think to compensate me for my medical expenses." Upon reaching home, Yang Jia gulped down a large glass of water from the table, panting heavily before addressing Yang Jinjin. "You know Jiang Lu, right? The one who saved you." Yang Jinjin's demeanor shifted instantly at the mention of his name, her casual curiosity turning into concern as she asked, "Why bring him up? Last time he fell into a hole and was nearly killed by the zombie Rat King, and now he remains unconscious." Yang Jinjin suddenly sprang to her feet, incredulity lacing her voice as she exclaimed, "What did you say?" Yang Jia, startled by her reaction, questioned, "Why are you so agitated?" "You scared me." After catching her breath, she added, "Come with me to see him." Without allowing for further discussion, Yang Jinjin grasped his arm and pulled him towards the door. Yang Jia, bewildered by her urgency, protested, "What does this have to do with us? He saved my life. We can't just ignore it." Yang Jinjin insisted fervently. Realizing the weight of her words, Yang Jia acquiesced, acknowledging that it was indeed right to check on someone who had risked their life for his sister. Thus, they arrived at the heavily guarded villa, only to be stopped at the entrance by soldiers who sternly declared, "No unauthorized personnel allowed." "I know Jiang Lu. He saved me. I heard he is in trouble. And we came to see him," Yang Jinjin pleaded. The guards remained unmoved, their tone unyielding as they replied, "We have regulations. No entry without prior registration. You may register and await notification." Yang Jinjin, feeling helpless, resorted to persistent persuasion. Yet the guards remained resolute that moment. Yu Shanshan was about to leave when she arrived at the entrance and noticed the commotion. Recognizing Yang Jinjin, she approached them anxiously. "Hey, I know you. We fought together against the zombie rats." Yu Shanshan pondered for a moment, her voice tinged with surprise. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Could you let us in? I want to see Jiang Lu. He saved my life." Yang Jinjin's voice trembled with sincerity. Yu Shanshan gestured for them to enter, and seeing their familiarity, the guards relented and allowed them passage. Chapter 112. Captured arriving at Jiang Lu's bedside, they noted his significantly diminished frame compared to just days prior. The drip causing his arms to swell. Yang Jinjin whispered through her tears, "How did you end up like this?" Yang Jia, a grown man, felt a pang of sorrow witnessing the transformation of the once vibrant individual. Lamenting, "It's true, life is unpredictable. How can someone be thriving one moment and in such a state the next?" Yang Jinjin's sobs grew louder in response. Chen Kiki, coming to replenish her powers, looked on in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" Yu Shanshan quickly pulled Chen Kiki aside, whispering as they stepped outside, "She is the girl Jiang Lu saved." Chen Kiki's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape as she murmured, "The one Jiang Lu is interested in." Upon receiving a nod from Yu Shanshan, she added, "She is indeed quite charming and adorable. If Jiang Lu hadn't encountered this misfortune, perhaps we would have gained another sister." Yu Shanshan sighed softly. Who could argue otherwise? Over a month had passed, yet Jiang Lu lay motionless in bed. Han Long tended him daily, personally caring for his needs, yet he had grown noticeably thinner. Dark circles under his eyes and a stubbled visage betraying his distress. Every day, Hu Jihing would attend to matters at the base before coming to keep him company. Witnessing his childhood brother in a state of unconsciousness and Han Lung's despondency left him feeling utterly powerless. The initial hope surrounding Jiang Lu's condition had gradually morphed into despair among the crowd. During this period, when Yurao pondered Jiang Lu's predicament, feeling utterly perplexed that he had seemed perfectly fine until the end. There had been no indication that he would encounter such a fate. Could it be that my arrival from another world inadvertently altered his destiny? Sensing a sense of oppression at home, she decided to step outside for a stroll through the bustling marketplace. Observing the throngs of people and the vibrant atmosphere of the market, she wandered aimlessly, unsure of what she truly needed. After a fruitless circuit, she found it rather dull and concluded it was best to return home. That moment, a little girl of 5 or 6 approached her, sweetly saying, "Sister, you are so beautiful. Why not buy a flower?" When Yurao looked at the girl, who was barefoot in the cold, her bright red cotton coat faded to a deep crimson with patches and repairs. The child's cheeks were flushed. Her small nose was red from the chill, and her hands, marked with sores, held a bunch of daffodils seemingly picked from nowhere. When Yurao crouched down to meet the girl's gaze, leaning closer to the flowers to inhale their faint fragrance. Accepting the bouquet with a smile, she gently inquired, "How much do they cost, little one?" The girl, taken aback by Yurao's beauty, shyly lowered her head and whispered, "Just 1 crystal stone will do." When Yurao handed her 3 crystal stones and walked away with the flowers in hand. Just as she turned the corner, she felt a sudden sharpness in her leg, as if pricked by something. Looking down, she was startled to see a syringe. Before she could think further, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. A man with a cart appeared from behind, seizing the opportunity to drag her away while the area was deserted. The daffodils scattered across the ground, their petals drifting away. Around midday, Hua Jihing returned home, searching for Wen Yurao. "Where's Rao gone?" he asked. Yu Shanshan, looking bewildered, replied, "Wasn't Yurao with you every day?" Hua Jihing furrowed his brow slightly. "That I haven't seen her since Jiang Lu was brought down." "Did she not inform you where she was going?" The others shook their heads, indicating they had no knowledge of her whereabouts. That moment, Chinkiki emerged from upstairs, her soft voice chiming in. "I saw her leave this morning, but I don't know where she went. She still hasn't returned after such a long time." A sense of unease crept into Hua Jihing's heart as he realized she had never missed mealtime at home. Growing anxious, he urged, "Everyone, please split up and help look for her." Chapter 113. Abduction 2. When Yurao slowly regained consciousness, her head throbbing painfully as she prepared to raise her hand, she discovered she was bound to an examination table. Her pupils dilated in alarm, realizing the gravity of her situation. Turning her head, she spotted a frail man tinkering with some instruments. Noticing her awakening, the man adjusted his glasses and spoke in a hoarse voice. "So you're awake." When Yurao narrowed her enchanting eyes, contemplating for a moment, with parched lips, she demanded coldly, "Who are you, and why have you bound me?" The man trembled in fear, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. His gaze wavering, he stammered, "My name is Wang Li. I was coerced by Qin Bing to replace your abilities." "Replace what abilities?" she inquired sharply. "That he knows you have a powerful spatial ability. With Pan Reness recently invented soul-snatching machine. He intends to swap his powers for yours." When Yurao grasped the situation, observing the suffocating whiteness of the basement, the only way to escape seemed to be through her spatial powers. Seizing a moment of distraction, she attempted to extract a crystal stone. Clutching it tightly, a hint of a smile graced her lips. "I shall meet this Qin Bing after all." Steadying her nerves, she asked, "Where is Qin Bing? I demand to see him." At that moment, a hidden door opened, and the sound of clicking heels echoed. "Eager to see me, are we? Have you any last words to share?" When Yurao turned to find herself staring into his snake-like eyes. With a disdainful smirk, she retorted, "I expected you to be a person of honor. Yet here you are, resorting to such despicable acts." Qin Bing merely chuckled, tightening his grip on Wen Yurao's face, leaving red marks in his wake. "How amusing. You'll soon find out. Once I acquire your powers, I'll ensure your demise is swift and clean." Releasing her face, he added coldly, "At least I'll leave you with a complete corpse. After all, there are so many at the base who go without meat. We cannot afford to waste." A chill ran down Wen Yurao's spine, her eyes blazing with fury. "You dare to lay a hand on me? You shall pay dearly for this." Closing her eyes to temper her rage, she opened them again, her expression now clear and resolute. Qin Bing scoffed, commanding Wang Li to initiate the machine as he expressed his eagerness. Wang Li, mopping his brow, nervously stammered, "General, I wish to see my daughter first." Qin Bing shot him a disdainful glance, barking at the man by the door, "Bring her in." As the hidden door creaked open, Wang Li beheld his daughter, bruised and battered, her face swollen. His heart twisted painfully as he asked, "Didn't you promise to take care of her?" "Why is she like this?" the man behind Qin Bing jested. "It's because your daughter is unruly. Always clamoring to see you that a good beating was the only way to make her behave." The girl trembled, seeking refuge in her father's embrace, weeping loudly. Wang Li felt a surge of heartbreak, clenching his fists as his teeth ground together in rage. After a moment, he released his fists and held his daughter close, tears streaming down his face. Qin Bing, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. The man stepped forward, dragging the girl away. She struggled and protested, but ultimately, she was taken from him. Qin Bing, satisfied with the silence that returned to the laboratory, remarked, "Why the tears? Once the task is complete, you'll be reunited with your daughter." Wang Li, filled with rage yet powerless, glared at Qin Bing with bloodshot eyes before lowering his head, weakly stating, "I will administer the anesthetic. Please lie down on the examination table." When Yurao couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy within her. It seemed an opportunity had arisen. As the anesthetic was injected into Qin Bing, his eyes slowly closed. Just as when Yurao prepared to retrieve something from her spatial realm for her escape, Wang Li suddenly knelt before her, saying, "I know you are formidable. I will not assist him in his wickedness. I will also release you, but I implore you to save my daughter. She is still so young." Without waiting for a response, he pressed the switch, freeing Wen Yurao. Wen Yurao, taken aback, relaxed her posture, a cold smile playing on her lips. "How fortunate for you to have seen the light. Otherwise, I might have had to eliminate you as well." Wang Li gazed at the composed woman before him, feeling an immense sense of relief. Chapter 114. Abduction 3. Wen Yurao approached Qin Bing, drawing a dagger with silent resolve, and swiftly slashed it across his throat. Watching the blood pour forth, she wiped the blade on his clothing, her smile wickedly enchanting. "How fortunate for you to die so swiftly." Wang Li, horrified, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, stammering, "What do we do next?" Wen Yurao settled herself on the examination table, gripping the dagger as she glanced at her watch and surveyed her surroundings, casually stating, "Why this sudden change of heart? In truth, I know that once you die, he will stop at nothing to cover his tracks, and he won't spare us. It's better to take a gamble." When Yurao regarded the timid man before her, who, despite his cowardice, was willing to bear humiliation for his daughter. A devilish smile crept across her face. Clapping her hands lightly, she raised an eyebrow, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "Wait. Lock the door. I'll take you out shortly." With that, she kicked the door open and stepped outside. The men waiting outside were momentarily taken aback at her appearance. Wang Hai was the first to recover, immediately pressing a gun to the girl's head, shouting, "Where is the general? Why are you here?" The girl trembled violently, her body shaking uncontrollably, forgetting even to cry. When Yurao raised her chin, exuding confidence as she strolled forward, Wang Hai, seeing her approach, felt his voice quiver as he warned, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her." When Yurao scoffed, dismissively curling her lips, "Kill her? What concern is that of mine? But you, what will you do now?" In the room, Wang Li felt a chill run down his spine. Trembling as he forced himself to sit up, he reminded himself, "I cannot go out. It would mean death. Better to place my hopes on her. Just hold on a little longer. Just a little longer." Wang Li, upon gaining clarity, exhaled a heavy breath, closed his eyes, and forced himself to continue listening. Wang Hai maintained a facade of composure, fully aware of her formidable prowess, yet concealed his unease behind a mask of coldness as he glared at her with malice. Wen Yurao's sharp gaze swept over the crowd, her smile reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, her tone laced with venom as she declared, "You dare to kidnap me and covet my abilities. How many lives of your dogs are you willing to sacrifice for this folly? While I could easily send Qin Bing to his doom, you are no exception." With that, she nonchalantly seated herself on a nearby chair, retrieved a bottle of water from the void, slightly parted her crimson lips, her gaze still sweeping over the assembly, and took a refreshing sip. The sight of her demeanor sent shivers down their spines, intensifying their fear, prompting a previously unfamiliar man to suddenly kneel in terror. Trembling, he cried out, "This is all Qin Bing's doing. It has nothing to do with me. I beg you, young lady, spare me." He then began to prostrate himself fervently. When Yurao leisurely observed the blood streaming from his forehead, her smile enchanting yet devoid of any mercy, Wang Hai, now thoroughly panicked, his eyes flickering, finally resolved to act shrewdly. He tossed the girl aside and hastily knelt, banging his head against the ground, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, it's all Qin Bing's coercion. We are innocent." Realizing the moment was ripe, when Yurao swiftly sprang up, grasped the girl's collar, and hurled her into the laboratory. "Catch her," she commanded. Wang Li, upon hearing this, immediately regained his focus, sprang to his feet, and distanced himself from the doorway. The hidden door burst open, and Wang Li skillfully caught the girl, slamming the door shut in one fluid motion. Subsequently, when Yurao's allure intensified, as she disdainfully remarked, "At last, I can deal with you all without distraction." With that, she unleashed a flurry of ice spikes, silencing any attempts at protest. Wang Hai, realizing he had been duped, seethed with rage as he beheld the raining ice spikes. He acted on instinct, grabbing the man beside him as a shield. The man screamed as the ice spike pierced his heart, blood gushing forth. Wang Hai, discarding the lifeless body, recognized he was no match for her and scrambled away in desperation. However, just as he rounded a corner, when Yurao lazily waved her hand, sending a massive ice spike straight into his leg, as he writhed in agony, clutching his wounded limb, he cursed, "You wretched woman, may you meet a vile end." When Yurao's eyes flared with murderous intent, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips, with a flick of her wrist, 3 more ice spikes shot forth, severing his hands and feet. The anguished cries echoed throughout the laboratory as Wang Hai writhed on the floor in torment. When Yurao kicked aside the corpse obstructing her path, slowly approaching him, looking down from her elevated position, she placed her foot upon his chest, pressing down with force, scoffing, "With such pathetic skills, you dare to threaten me? You overestimate yourself." Wang Hai, gazing at the woman before him who seemed possessed by a deity of death, trembled uncontrollably. Fear etched across his face as he groaned, "I beg you, spare me. I cannot die." Before he could finish, an ice spike plunged into his throat, silencing his pleas forever. Wang Li, peeking through a crack in the door, witnessed the horrific scene unfold. His pupils dilating in shock, he observed the others struggling, their bodies contorting on the ground. Some, despite their injuries, attempted to rise and flee, clinging to walls in a desperate bid for escape. When Yurao unleashed another barrage of ice spikes, all resistance ceased. Witnessing their demise, he shielded his daughter's eyes and embraced her, following closely behind. When Yurao took the elevator upwards, finally reaching the exit, only to be confronted by a throng of individuals, all unleashing their abilities. With a cold smirk, she instantly conjured an ice wall, deflecting all assaults. Subsequently, a storm of ice spikes rained down, plunging the living room into a chilling silence. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air. When Yurao waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of disgust. This stench is even more repugnant than that of the undead. After traversing a short distance, she finally stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air and surveying her surroundings. To her astonishment, her home was merely a wall away. Disregarding any detours, she declared, "You are safe now. You may leave." With that, she leaped, effortlessly scaling the wall into her home. Overwhelmed by the scent of blood, she promptly turned and entered the void. Wang Li, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, tightly grasped his daughter's hand and fled. Meanwhile, Hu Jiheng and his companions, having searched for Wen Yurao in vain for what felt like an eternity, were on the verge of despair. They broadcasted a message to alert everyone to search for her, distributing copies of her photograph. The flower-selling girl instantly recognized her, her starry eyes sparkling as she informed the soldiers. "Big brother, I've seen her." The soldier relayed the message, and soon Hu Jiheng rushed from the vehicle, demanding of the little girl, "What do you know? Speak quickly." The girl, gazing at the fierce man before her, slightly pouted, her expression a mix of sorrow and fear, truly pitiful. Finally, she stammered, "That beautiful sister bought my flowers and even gave me 2 extra crystals. I was going to thank her, but then I saw all the flowers scattered on the ground." Hu Jiheng's heart sank at the girl's words, that he continued to reassure himself, "It's fine. Yurao's abilities are remarkable. She'll be all right." It's fine. It's fine. After repeating this mantra thrice, he finally managed to catch his breath. Easing the tension in his heart, as he anxiously arrived at the site of her disappearance, he found nothing but the trampled remnants of daffodils. The soldiers cordoned off the entire trading market, interrogating individuals one by one. Yet no useful information surfaced. As dusk approached, Hu Jiheng's heart grew colder, and by evening, no one could provide any leads on her whereabouts. Observing Yi Jinxiao and others, who had accompanied him tirelessly since noon without sustenance, he hoarsely said, "You all should return. I will continue searching." The others, unwilling to comply, insisted, with Zhao Li being the first to proclaim, "You should come back with us. She might be waiting at home," Yi Jinxiao added. "Indeed, she possesses the skills to protect herself. She must be fine. Let us check home first." Hu Jiheng weakly waved his hand, his gaze unfocused, and murmured, "You all go. I wish to remain here alone for a while." Seeing that their efforts to persuade him bore no fruit, the others settled beside him, declaring, "Then we shall continue searching." Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over with news. "Young lord, multiple murders have occurred at General Qin's residence, and there is a laboratory beneath their house." Upon investigation, General Qin was found dead on the operating table, along with several of his associates. Blood was everywhere in the laboratory. Hu Jiheng's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the gravity of the situation. "Quickly, let us head to Qin Bing's house." Meanwhile, Wen Yurao, blissfully unaware of the chaos outside as she leisurely tended to her flowers, continued to nurture her rabbits in the void. Upon arriving at Qin Bing's residence, Hu Jiheng was met with a horrifying sight. In the living room lay over a dozen corpses, ice spikes still protruding from their wounds. Descending further into the laboratory, he found bloodstains marking the walls and floors, remnants of the desperate struggles of the dying. Wang Hai, with shattered limbs and wide-open eyes, lay lifeless, a ghastly sight. The bodies lay sprawled in disarray. Hu Jiheng's intuition told him that such formidable power could only belong to Wen Yurao. Nervously approaching the laboratory, he opened the door to find Qin Bing peacefully resting on the operating table, a deep wound on his neck revealing bone. After searching for a while without catching a glimpse of Wen Yurao, he surmised she had likely escaped. The burden in his heart lifted. He exhaled deeply. Realizing she would undoubtedly return home first, he hurriedly made his way back. The others, confused by his sudden change, questioned, "Where are you going?" "Home." Wen Yurao, having prepared everything, found her house still empty. She ascended the stairs and knocked on Han Lung's door. "Where has everyone gone? Why haven't they returned yet?" Han Lung, astonished, leaped from his chair, exclaiming, "What, sister-in-law? How are you here?" Wen Yurao, perplexed by his reaction, replied, "Why can't I be here, damn? Your brother has been frantic searching for you. Why are you at home? The broadcast is calling for everyone to find you. It's utter chaos outside." A sense of dread washed over Wen Yurao as she realized that having been out since morning, he must have thought something terrible had happened to her. Just as she was about to turn and descend to find Hu Jiheng, she was suddenly enveloped in a tight embrace. Struggling to breathe, she turned slightly to see him, his eyes red with worry as he held her tightly. Hu Jiheng's deep voice resonated, "It's such a relief to see you safe. You need to loosen your grip a bit. I can't breathe." Hu Jiheng relaxed his embrace and exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death. They captured you because of your spatial abilities, right? It's all my fault for not protecting you properly." Before she could respond, a few others joined them. Yu Shanshan gave a thumbs up, her eyes wide with excitement, and remarked, "Sister Yu Rao, you are truly incredible. You've essentially taken down the Qin family. How can you be so extraordinary?" Wen Yurao waved her hand dismissively and replied, "This is nothing special. That group of people collecting rations lacked any real combat prowess." After saying this, she humbly smiled. Chapter 117. Jiang Lu awakes at that moment. Everyone was gathered at the door, discussing the recent kidnapping with Wen Yurao. Unbeknownst to them, the person on the bed slowly opened his eyes, confused. He glanced around, feeling overwhelmed by the noise, as if they were chattering incessantly about something. Jiang Lu cracked his parched lips and hoarsely said, "Could you all quiet down for a moment?" The group fell silent, startled, and turned their attention to the source of the voice. Jiang Lu, now awake, smiled at them. Han Long was the first to rush forward, grasping his hand, tears welling in his eyes. "Brother, you're finally awake." Jiang Lu, caught off guard by the address, furrowed his brow in confusion and pulled his hand away in disdain. "Who are you calling brother?" Han Lung looked at him, his gaze still hazy, and suddenly embraced his head, looking closely as if to discern the truth. "What's wrong? Have you lost your memory?" Hu Jihing stepped forward. Halting Han Lung's actions with a cold voice, "He is just awakened. His mind is still recovering. Your actions could cause him further harm." Han Lung immediately stopped, regaining his composure, and collapsed against Jiang Lu in tears of joy. Hu Jiheng, observing the frail Jiang Lu, gently patted his head, sighing in relief that you're finally awake. Jiang Lu managed a faint smile, then looked down to comfort the person clinging to him like a stubborn adhesive. "Han Lung, don't be sad, see. I'm awake now." He weakly raised his arm to push Han Lung away. "Let go. Two grown men shouldn't be embracing like this." Yet Han Lung stubbornly clung on, ignoring Jiang Lu's attempts to push him off. Hu Jiheng's eyes glimmered with amusement. "Just let him hold you. After all these days, he has cared for you, washed you, and kept you company in silence, eagerly waiting for you to awaken." Upon hearing how much Han Lung had done for him, Jiang Lu could not help but allow the childlike behavior, his hand that had been pushing now gently stroking Han Lung's back. "Lung, you've worked hard." Han Lung sniffled, his eyes red. "What are you talking about? We are brothers. You would risk your life for me, so doing a few small things for you is nothing." Everyone gathered around the bed, exchanging words of joy, eager to recount all that had transpired during the time of Jiang Lu's absence. Han Lung then stood up, saying, "Brother must be hungry. Let sister-in-law cook you some nourishing food." Hu Jiheng lightly kicked his leg, his voice cold yet warm, "That you're being disrespectful. My woman is not someone you can command." Han Lung pouted, looking aggrieved. "I sent it for brother's sake. Now you call him brother. Why didn't you ever call him that before?" When Yurao teased, raising an eyebrow. "That's because I was younger and didn't know better. Brother risked his life for me. I will be grateful for a lifetime." Jiang Lu pushed him away with a frown, feeling a chill. "Who asked for your love? Go away. You're making me nauseous." Han Lung, taken by surprise, fell to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief. "All right, everyone has been busy all day. So let us have Yurao prepare something for us to eat." Hu Jiheng then turned to Jiang Lu, saying, "I'll go prepare some nourishing food for you." Afraid of further teasing, he hastily left. Han Lung, watching him go, called out, "Boss, you're biased. I haven't had any yet." Hu Jiheng glanced back at Han Lung's tearful, unkempt appearance and coldly remarked, "You look like a wild man. Clean yourself up and wait." Han Lung, pouting, said, "Boss, you're really nice." Hu Jiheng felt a shiver run down his spine, his cold gaze piercing Han Lung until he shrank back, finally retracting his icy stare. Chapter 118. Inheriting the position of city lord when Yurao observed Han Lung, who had regained his carefree demeanor, and felt a sense of relief as the three brothers returned to their usual banter, embracing their reckless days once more, while the others were downstairs dining. Hu Jiheng elegantly brought up 3 bowls of vegetable and minced meat porridge. Han Lung stirred the thick porridge with a spoon, his expression grim. "Did I ask this what you're feeding us?" Hu Jiheng snatched the spoon from him, his tone frosty, yet his words warm. "That he has just awakened, and you haven't eaten much lately. You can't have anything too greasy." Han Lung's gaze fell to the extra bowl of porridge. "Who is this bowl for?" When Yurao, just arriving at the door, heard this and chuckled softly, "That don't let his imposing demeanor fool you. He has cried countless times for you two in secret while lying in bed. He hasn't eaten much either. I had to force him to take a bite." Hu Jiheng, witnessing their barely contained laughter, felt his carefully cultivated aloof elder brother persona crumbling, that he coughed lightly and rapped the spoon against the bowl. Feigning sternness, "Eat." The two immediately stifled their laughter and quietly consumed their porridge. Under Hu Jiheng's strict guidance over the years, they had become obedient and understanding to this moment, when Yurao raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she casually remarked, "I wonder if anyone knows a girl named Yang Jinjin. She has been visiting here frequently." Han Lung burst out laughing, while Hu Jiheng's amusement vanished, replaced by a frosty glare directed at her. Han Lung instantly reverted to seriousness. Upon hearing the name, Jiang Lu paused with his spoon in hand, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he awkwardly responded, "Oh." When Yurao, lounging on the sofa with her chin resting on her hand, blinked innocently, "Did I ask that all you have to say?" Han Lung smirked, "Sounds like a love debt." Hu Jiheng stood up, patting Jiang Lu's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. then shot a glance at Han Lung, clearly indicating that it was his turn. Han Lung scoffed, "I'm not in a hurry." The matter with the Qin family turned out to be a blessing in disguise, taking several months to resolve all the hostile factions. Hu Qibin directly passed the position of city lord to Hu Jiheng, retiring with honor, while the Thunder Squad assisted in managing affairs that on the day of the transfer of power. The entire base celebrated, and leaders from other bases attended the event that on this day, when Yurao was busy adjusting the bow tie of the dashing man before her, carefully styling his tousled hair away from his forehead, revealing his smooth and mature countenance that as she traced his brow and chin. She marveled at his exquisite features, reminiscent of a heavenly being that it was astonishing to think that just a year had passed since she had entered this world. Witnessing every step of his journey and growing alongside him, feeling an immense sense of pride in having such an extraordinary man as her own. Hu Jiheng noticed her distraction and, with a flirtatious glint in his eye, pulled her towards the safe that he retrieved a white wedding gown adorned with 8th-tier ice blue crystals. When Yurao gasped in astonishment, incredulously pointing at the gown, "Were those blue things on the dress?" Hu Jiheng's face, once filled with amusement, turned completely serious. Chapter 119. The ceremony of bestowal. I took this out. Shouldn't your first thought be whether it's a wedding dress or a gown? When Yurao forced a small smile, her expression almost painfully exaggerated as she replied, "Wedding dress or gown? Can you tell me if this is diamond or crystal?" Hu Jiheng's breath became uneven, his head pounding slightly from frustration. He rubbed his throbbing temples, exasperated, and pushed her towards the fitting room that in a clear, irritable voice, he stated, 7th-tier gown. Upon hearing this, when Yurao felt a pang in her heart, her face falling as her forced smile vanished. Filled with questions, for a ceremony of bestowal. Why am I dressed more extravagantly than him? Once in the fitting room, she touched the star-cut 7th-tier ice blue crystals, feeling a sense of loss. Such extravagance. Even after being cut in such a manner, it remains uncertain whether it can still be utilized. However, gazing at the skirt adorned with a myriad of sparkling gemstones, twinkling brilliantly, I cannot help but feel a sense of affection, prompting me to eagerly don it. As I look at my reflection in the full-length mirror, the off-shoulder design reveals my delicate, fair shoulders, while a delicate circle of tiny gemstones arranged at the neckline emits a faint blue glow. The fitted bodice complements my figure, with the sleeves crafted from sheer lace and the voluminous skirt embellished with glittering stones. The soft blue gemstones are scattered across the entire dress, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. When I step out with my hair cascading down, I find myself perfectly positioned against the sunlight. The eyes of Hu Jiheng. I resemble an angel descending to earth, approaching him bathed in divine light. Hu Jiheng's pupils constrict slightly, and he involuntarily swallows hard. With a charming expression, when Yura playfully remarks, "It's your ceremony of bestowal. And here I am, dressed like this without knowing why. I thought it was a gift to me." Hu Jiheng gazes at her with affectionate eyes, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Feeling unsatisfied, he then kisses the corner of her mouth, his smile radiant. "You will know soon enough," he declares, then calls out to those waiting outside, "Come in, make sure she looks splendid." The doors swing open, and several individuals rush in, bringing her to the makeup table, fussing over her hair, applying makeup and selecting accessories. A few dark lines appear on Yura's forehead, leaving her momentarily speechless. Observing Hu Jiheng, who is grinning with bright eyes, she playfully nudges his leg with her delicate foot peeking out from her slippers. "What about Coco and the others? I haven't seen them since this morning." Hu Jiheng, amused by the sight of her rounded toes moving across his leg, responds ambiguously, "You will find out soon enough." As the microphone announces the commencement of the bestowal ceremony, Hu Qibin strides onto the city walls clad in military attire, addressing the crowd below with fervor. "Thank you all for taking the time amidst your busy lives to attend my succession ceremony. It has been a full year since the apocalypse began. This past year, I have largely relied on my grandson Hu Jiheng and his companions to resolve one crisis after another. They have not only brought vitality to the people, but also hope to our base. Now, as our nation falters and our homes crumble, I find myself too old to continue. Thus, I must cede my position to him. Though he is only 24, he is already an 8th-tier lightning ability wielder. I believe that under his leadership, humanity will ultimately triumph over the zombies and embrace a new dawn." Chapter 120. The Wedding. Hu Jiheng, accompanied by a group, strides confidently to the forefront, stepping onto the city walls. Dressed in a sleek black suit, he stands gallantly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he accepts the seal. The applause from below resonates like thunder. Once the clapping subsides, Wajihing's cool voice rises. Today, I wish to seize this opportunity to propose, when Yura, who was applauding on the city walls, suddenly finds herself pushed forward, caught off guard. She glances around at the sea of faces, all eyes upon her. The sensation of being under such scrutiny is truly overwhelming that a hint of embarrassment washes over Yura as she lowers her gaze, nervously tugging at the corner of her skirt. Wajihing, observing her demeanor, cannot help but smile warmly. His gaze filled with affection as the crowd beholds the stunning woman in a pristine white diamond-embellished wedding gown, with captivating peach blossom eyes. A hint of confusion dances in her eyes. Her delicate oval face is fair and radiant, featuring a petite nose that is both elegant and prominent. The fitted design accentuates her figure, presenting a silhouette of ample bosom and slender waist. Her shoulders and arms devoid of any excess flesh. Standing atop the city walls, she resembles a celestial being. Even a mere smile from her can leave the crowd entranced. The men below exclaim in awe. Wow, she is breathtaking. Even more beautiful than in photographs. A young man, eyes wide with astonishment, adds, if she weren't the Lordess' wife, I would surely whistle at her. He trails off, glancing around furtively to ensure no one is watching before exhaling slowly. With the heavy guard present, even a mere whistle could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, women and children eagerly anticipate the sweet treats that will soon be distributed. Wajihing's lips curl into a brilliant smile, his gaze brimming with love as he approaches her slowly. That wasn't this supposed to be a bestowal ceremony? How did it turn into a proposal? This isn't even in the novel, Yura thinks. Feeling utterly embarrassed as she realizes the multitude of eyes upon her, wishing to sink through the city walls. Just then, Wajihing kneels before her, ring in hand, his eyes shimmering with emotion as he gazes at her alluringly. This time, without asking for her consent, he firmly takes her right hand and slides the ring onto her ring finger. That a fleeting moment of shyness crosses Yura's enchanting face as she softly chides. You didn't even ask if I'm willing. His commanding tone responds. You have no choice. Afterward, he tenderly kisses the spot where the ring now rests, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he gazes up at her with sultry eyes. Yura, taken aback by his audacious demeanor, feels a wave of speechlessness wash over her. Once more, he teases her. Avoiding his gaze, she looks at her own attire, contemplating the peculiarities of the day, and, without further ado, pulls him to his feet, whispering, I do. From a nearby hand, she takes a ring and slips it onto his left ring finger. Completing the gesture, she offers him a genuine smile from the depths of her heart. Instantly, applause erupts like a tidal wave. Below, soldiers distribute sweet treats to everyone, and the crowd finally reaches the long-awaited moment. After taking a bath, Yura lies languidly on the festive bed, her limbs weak and exhausted. Staring at the ceiling with a sweet smile gracing her lovely face, it is both a beautiful and tiring day. After completing all the tasks, she feels utterly spent. Suddenly, Wajihing leaps onto her. Chapter 121. The return of heat. Thus, 2 months pass, and the weather suddenly becomes overwhelmingly hot, even more so than at the onset of the apocalypse. With the enhancement of abilities, the ability wielders can endure. But ordinary people suffer greatly, with daily reports of those succumbing to thirst. Some, discovered days later, have been scorched to a mere jerky-like state, even becoming food for others. When it comes to food, relationships become selfish and self-serving. Yura's space offers an endless supply of water, and thus far, no such phenomenon has emerged in Base 8. However, upon receiving telegrams from other bases, the extent of human suffering becomes painfully clear. As the foremost of the 4 major bases, Base A bears the responsibility to assist all afflicted refugees. Since taking over the base recently, Wajihing has been overwhelmed with responsibilities that on this day. He receives distress signals from the other 3 cities, pleading for assistance. Upon reading the reports, he is struck by the staggering number of daily deaths in H City, which reaches tens of thousands, while the other 2 cities report over 1,000 heat-related deaths within a single day. Wajihing leans wearily against his chair, closing his cool eyes as he listens to the reports from his subordinates. Though it does not directly concern Base A, The plight of humanity weighs heavily on his mind. Yi Jinxiao, upon hearing such alarming figures, feels a tightening in his chest, that if this continues, we will either be devoured by zombies or perish from the heat and thirst. The future looks grim. Han Lung, standing by the air conditioning unit, lifts his shirt to expose his pale belly to the cool breeze, his face a mask of impatience as the heat remains unbearable. The air conditioning, which has been ineffective since the early days of the apocalypse, now serves merely as a makeshift fan. Zhang Tinlin leans against the sofa, breathing heavily, a thin sheen of sweat coating his forehead. His face flushed. I can barely tolerate this weather. I can't fathom how ordinary people are surviving. Yu Shanshan, slumped over the table, speaks listlessly. Is there any solution? Their bases can't possibly distribute drinking water at the low prices we do here. Zhao Li stands beside her, tirelessly fanning her, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, and tidying the strands of hair that have stuck to her temples. Meanwhile, he sweats profusely, allowing moisture to trickle down his face. Yet he continues to fan her without pause. Yu Shanshan resembles a contented cat, her eyes half closed as she sighs in relief. Zhao Li, smiling affectionately at her, intensifies his efforts to provide her with a refreshing breeze, even infusing his fan with traces of his ability to enhance the coolness. Sighs of resignation escape the group. Yet in this moment, Yi Jinxiao casts a deep, contemplative glance at Han Lung, teasingly asking, "Aren't you usually the one with the most sensible ideas? What's wrong with you today?" He raises an eyebrow, challenging him. Han Lung glances back, dismissively retorting, "Believe it or not, I actually have a plan." The crowd instantly became alert, sitting up straight and listening attentively. There sat Han, wearing a sardonic smile, casually toying with an apple, tossing it up and catching it, only to repeat the act. Finally, with a nonchalant gesture, he nudged Yi Jinxiao, who was comfortably reclined on the sofa. Aside to Yi, blissfully shutting his eyes and remaining silent despite the inquiries thrown at him, exuded an air of someone intent on driving others to distraction. The others regarded Han's cryptic demeanor with a hint of disdain. Unperturbed, Han turned over comfortably. Moments later, Hu Jiheng lost his patience, narrowing his eyes and directing a piercing gaze at him, his voice low and laced with menace as he commanded, "Speak up." The instant Han heard this, he opened his eyes wide, locking onto Hu's icy stare, which startled him into springing upright from the sofa, anxiety etched across his face. Hu Jiheng, with his right leg draped over his left, leaned back, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the table, brow furrowed as he scrutinized Han. Chapter 122. Seeking benefits for brothers. Han was acutely aware that this was a signal of Hu's growing impatience, and he hastily responded with gravity. "The reason so many people have perished at our base is primarily due to the issues surrounding water and ice prices. My plan is to redirect most of our water and ice resources to other bases, disrupting the market with the lowest prices. Over time, those who sell at higher prices will inevitably have to lower their rates." He then cast a pitiful glance at Hu Jiheng, lamenting, "I simply wanted to maintain a bit of suspense. Why must you glare at me so fiercely? You're scaring me." Hu Jiheng shot him another cold glare. The others observed Han's discomfiture and couldn't help but chuckle that if he had voiced his thoughts sooner, they wouldn't have had to endure this spectacle. Yi Jinxiao playfully patted Han's sulking face. Han glared back, swatting his hand away, exclaiming, "Get lost." Yet, Yi Jinxiao only became more animated, the two playfully jostling one another. At that moment, Zhao Li, fanning himself, paused as if struck by a thought and glanced around the room, inquiring, "Where's Jiang Lu gone? He has been out all day and night, and we hardly see him." Han resumed his usual flippant tone, retorting, "He's busy trafficking people. What else could he possibly be doing?" Zhao Li furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Trafficking whom?" Just then, the door swung open, and a voice rang out, "He is trafficking my sister." The group turned to see Yang Jia, panting, as he grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table and gulped it down. Yi Jinxiao stepped forward to reassure him. "Jiang Lu has likely taken Jinjin out for some fun. It's been like this for over a month, so there's no need to be alarmed." Yang Jia sighed, worry etched on his face as he replied, "I have no objection to them dating, but with the heat outside, it's a danger, with people collapsing left and right. I can't help but worry." Wiping the sweat from his brow and catching his breath, he looked at the others, who remained silent, and urgently asked, "Where's my sister? I need to bring her back." Han assured him, "Rest easy, she will be fine." Yang Jia hesitated, but before he could speak, Hu Jiheng's cool voice interjected, "With Jiang Lu around, your sister will not encounter any mishaps." Yang Jia glanced at the city lord, who had now spoken, his mouth moving indecisively as he struggled to find words. Finally, he resignedly said, "Understood, city lord," lowering his head as he prepared to leave. Behind him, a voice called out, "Yang Jia." He turned in confusion toward the sound, asking, "What is it?" Hu Jiheng's gaze was clear and composed as he spoke. "Jiang Lu mentioned that the place where you and your sister reside is too chaotic and unsafe. It would be prudent for you to move in with me." Those present, recognizing Hu Jiheng's nonchalant yet earnest offer to provide for his brother, couldn't help but stifle their amusement. Yang Jia, visibly shocked, halted in his tracks, his eyes sweeping over his companions. Considering the conditions of their living space and the food they consumed, he then thought of the environment he shared with his team. Suddenly, he beamed with joy, as if he had just sold his sister, cheerfully adding, "Thank you, city lord." With that, he skipped away, brimming with excitement. Zhao Li watched Yang Jia fade from view, and once he was completely gone, remarked, "I don't recall him ever saying such a thing." Yi Jinxiao, with a playful smile, chimed in, "If you rely on Jiang Lu's gradual approach, without giving him a push, the opportunity will surely slip away." Hu Jiheng reclined in his chair, seemingly amused by some thought, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smirk as he quipped, "Living together will mean fewer trips outside every day." Chapter 123. The Big Brother-in-Law in the Early Morning. As the first light began to grace the horizon, the temperature was at its most pleasant due to the drastic day-night contrasts, and a gentle breeze wafted in, lifting the white curtains in the room. On the bed lay a beauty with skin as smooth as cream, who kicked off the covers and unconsciously turned over. One long, slender leg was tucked under the blanket, revealing a tantalizing lace nightgown, hinting at the allure beneath. Her bare shoulders were exposed, silky smooth and white as milk. With her arms wrapped around the blanket, she held on tightly. Her rosy lips were slightly puckered, taking soft breaths, while her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows over her face, which was now tinged with a hint of pink, reminiscent of a tempting apple ready for harvest. Hu Jiheng, stirring from his slumber, was greeted by this alluring sight. His eyes filled with tenderness as he couldn't help but lower himself for a kiss. Still lost in her dreams, when Yurao sensed the disturbance and furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes fluttering open to find her nightgown torn to shreds, and a certain someone's hands exploring her body freely. Hu Jiheng, lifting his gaze from her chest, was met with when Yurao's sleepy eyes, which only heightened her languid charm. He grinned wickedly and resumed his previous actions. When Yurao, taken aback by the suddenness of his movements, felt her skin tingle. She let out a soft gasp, her eyes narrowing as a seductive expression graced her features, her hands roaming over his back. Hu Jiheng nibbled at her neck, his warm breath cascading over her elegantly long neck, eliciting a series of soft sighs from her. While the two were lost in their passionate entanglement, the kitchen downstairs was already bustling with activity. Chen Kiki, mimicking Wen Yurao's typical cooking style, first sought Ed to have crabs and shrimp with seasonings. Adding a suitable amount of water, she then tossed in the washed rice, and soon the fragrant seafood porridge filled the air. Mindful that it was too early for overly oily dishes, she also stirred up some shredded pork with asparagus, spicy baby bok choy, and garlic stir-fried water spinach. Yang Jinjin, having just arrived a few days prior, felt too shy to oversleep and woke up early to help in the kitchen. Looking at the expansive kitchen, with 3 large refrigerators, one for meats, another for vegetables, and the last stocked with various fruits, she couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of fresh ingredients. Knowing they lived well was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand left her in awe. Without further ado, she swiftly prepared 2 batches of crispy, savory pancakes using an electric griddle. Noticing that Chinkiki was making vegetarian dishes, she decided to whip up a steamed base and sweet and sour pork. With a crunch, Chinkiki tasted the fragrant pancake, her eyes lighting up with delight as she exclaimed, "Not only does she look adorable, but her cooking skills are impressive too. Jiang Lu is truly fortunate." Yang Jinjin, feeling a tad uncomfortable under her sincere praise, replied in a soft voice, "I just happen to enjoy good food." She followed up with an awkward smile. Just then, Jiang Lu wandered into the kitchen, grinning as he approached Yang Jinjin from behind. wrapping his arms around her waist. His voice, still husky from just waking, whispered in her ear, "Why didn't you rest a bit longer? I looked for you in your room, but couldn't find you." The low, melodic tone sent shivers down her spine, and when she turned her head, she was met with his affectionate gaze. Her cheeks flushed as Jiang Lu leaned in for a morning kiss. But cough, cough. Yang Jinjin quickly pushed him away, busily returning to her tasks in the kitchen to mask her fluster. Turning back, Jiang Lu noticed Yang Jia standing at the doorway, scratching his head in embarrassment. Recalling Han Lung's advice from the previous night, that to win Yang Jinjin's heart, he must also charm her brother. He stammered, "Be big brother-in-law, gee good morning." Yang Jinjin paused mid-action, slowly turning her head away, biting her lip to stifle her laughter, refusing to glance at him. Chinkiki, blushing furiously, trembled like a leaf. Suddenly, the others in the living room erupted in laughter, some collapsing onto the sofa, others slapping the coffee table, while a few stifled their giggles behind their hands. Jiang Lu, bowing his head, awaited Yang Jia's response. Upon hearing laughter, he slightly tilted his head, his gaze cutting through the air like a blade as it darted among the people in the living room. Chapter 124. The Suppression of Water Prices. Yang Jia stared at him, her face a mask of terror, yet she struggled to utter a single word. The mention of big brother-in-law left her utterly flummoxed. After all, Jiang Lu was the brother of the city lord and the second in command of the base. This phrase felt like a double-edged sword, neither to be embraced nor dismissed, that a flush of red and white crossed her face. Her expression awkward, and her voice barely a whisper as she replied with an "at" that moment. Jiang Lu, hearing her response, felt his own cheeks warm slightly, that he gripped the doorframe tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Although his face betrayed no emotion, he harbored a desire to crush Han Lung. What sort of nonsense is this? How did I let myself be swayed by his whims? I am a year older than him. Engulfed in embarrassment, he listened to the relentless teasing from those around him. To alleviate the tension between the two, Yang Jinjin chimed in with a hint of laughter. "Dinner's ready." Jiang Lu seized upon her words as if they were a lifeline. Hastily turning away, his mind racing with thoughts of leaving this wretched place, he wished to linger not a second longer. Yet he managed to say, "I'll go fetch my brother and sister-in-law to join us for dinner." Thus, he strode out of the kitchen with purpose that in no need. Came a calm voice from the staircase, and soon after, Hu Jihing appeared, looking radiant and thoroughly satisfied as he descended the stairs. Following behind him was Wen Yurao, who looked charming and alluring. Hu Jihing drew her close, seating her beside him, and addressed the gathering with a nonchalant, "Let us eat." He then meticulously extracted crab meat, peeled shrimp shells, and brought them to his lips, gently blowing on them to cool before offering spoonfuls to her. Wen Yurao, languidly reclining in his embrace, accepted whatever he fed her without hesitation. Observing this atmosphere, Yang Jia felt increasingly awkward, unsure of how to navigate the situation, ultimately shifting restlessly in her seat. Jiang Lu, noticing her discomfort, leaned closer and quietly remarked, "They often do this. You'll get used to it." Yang Jia then saw Yi Jinxiao across from her, continuously serving dishes to Chinkiki, his eyes occasionally sparkling with affection for her. These men truly treat women well. Her gaze then shifted to Yang Jinjin and Jiang Lu, realizing that proximity to virtue breeds virtue. Jiang Lu, in such an environment, would surely dote on his sister. With this thought, she felt reassured and no longer feeling self-conscious. She looked at the bountiful feast before her, smiled, and joyfully began to eat. With each bite, her spirits lifted. Her sister had chosen well, and she was reaping the benefits as well. Days passed peacefully, and Hu Jihing observed news from other bases indicating a marked decrease in fatalities. The ability users no longer seize the opportunity to exploit water prices, and various bases began to develop their economies on a small scale. Ordinary people in the bases could manage to meet their basic needs through work. The rampant deaths in other bases were primarily due to the inability to rein in ability users, who, in response to enforced water prices, would either migrate to other bases or unite in strikes, refusing to sell at a loss. Over time, to retain these ability users, bases dared not impose further restrictions, especially with the endless supply of water backing them from a city, preventing any price inflation. Hu Jihing's lips curled into a slight smile. His gaze was no longer as piercing as before. And he spoke in a still calm tone. Han Lung, this time, you did well. Han Lung smiled smugly in response. After all, I am the third in command. It is my duty to alleviate the base's troubles. The others exchanged glances at his self-satisfied demeanor. Utterly speechless, Wen Yurao truly sparkled when given a little sunshine. Thus, days passed in this tranquil manner. Wen Yurao sighed, lounging on the living room sofa, her arm draped over the armrest, chin resting on her hand. If this dullness continues, I feel I might wither away. She then turned to Yi Jinshao, her tone devoid of enthusiasm. I say, Deputy Captain Yi, haven't you checked for any missions lately? Yi Jinshao, reclining in a massage chair, rose lazily, stretching his back and yawning. Just some minor tasks. I won't compete with other teams for them. Clang. Everyone turned to see Zhang Tianlin slowly descending the stairs. Did you discover anything interesting during your trip to City H? It is by the sea, and there should be abundant marine resources, but I've heard the waters have mutated, making it quite dangerous. Wen Yurao instantly perked up at the thought, having lived 2 lives without visiting the seaside. She was determined to see it this time. Her previously vacant eyes brightened with excitement. She glanced around the living room, her mood lifted, and cheerfully proposed, Shall we take a trip? Han Lung, shaking off his lethargy, sprang up from his chair and dashed outside, calling back, I'll go inform my brother. Wen Yurao followed closely behind, her face radiant with delight. Let us go together. At that moment, Jiang Lu was engrossed in a tender moment with Yang Jinjin. Completely oblivious to their conversation, the two were in the kitchen, where she sliced fruits while he lovingly fed her, exuding affection. Chapter 125, Experimental Results. Hu Jiheng was currently convening a meeting in the laboratory, presiding over a table surrounded by various personnel. Researcher Wu Ji was reporting on their latest advancements. This is our newly developed communicator. It simply needs to be placed behind the ear, where it will secure itself automatically. A light touch allows for silent communication with anyone you think of. Hu Jiheng examined the transparent ship, no larger than a mung bean, yet as thin as paper, and inquired, What material is this made from? City Lord, it's crafted from 5th-tier crystal stones. So far, we've only produced 5. Hu Jiheng sat at the head of the table, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface, his expression inscrutable that he coldly remarked. I recall that during this period, your laboratory received a total of 10 5th-tier crystal stones. Why have only 5 been produced? Where are the others? His voice grew increasingly frosty, sending chills down spines. Wu Ji's demeanor visibly darkened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Clad in an oversized white lab coat, he nervously wiped his forehead with his sleeve, stammering. They were all rendered unusable, stealing a glance at Hu Jiheng's face. He noticed it growing increasingly severe. Just as Hu Jiheng was about to erupt, Wu Ji instinctively dropped to his knees, speaking rapidly. However, I am currently attempting to use 1 crystal stone to create 10 or even 20 communicators. I should have results soon. His tone grew increasingly uncertain. Hu Jiheng cast a cold glance, his voice laced with menace as he enunciated, You have half a month. Otherwise, you know the consequences. That Wu Ji swallowed hard. Nodding, wiping the sweat from his brow, adjusting his glasses, and preparing to return to his seat. Hu Jiheng's steely gaze swept over the other department heads, his voice devoid of emotion as he asked, Is there nothing else to report? The group lowered their heads in silence. Hu Jiheng leaned back, narrowing his eyes, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the quiet individuals. After nurturing you for so long, UVE received plenty of crystal stones, yet there is not an ounce of progress. He glanced at the documents before him, his displeasure palpable as he surveyed the room before settling on the nearest man to his left. Zhou Baifeng, is it? Upon hearing his name, the man was so startled that he dared not breathe, quickly rising to his feet, bending slightly at the waist, and offering a subtle nod. Chapter 126. The City Lord's Wife 2 months ago. You began to incessantly claim 30 batches of first-tier crystals under the pretext of research, totaling 1,000 first-tier crystals, 500 second-tier crystals, dozens of 4th-tier crystals, and even a 6th-tier crystal, all in the name of improving seed genetics. Yet, after such an extended period, there has been not a whisper of progress. With seemingly nonchalance, Hu Jiheng parted his thin lips, though his tone carried an unmistakable edge of severity. Zhou Baifeng's hands trembled uncontrollably, his heart pounding fiercely as he stammered, Return to the City Lord. I have made some progress. The rice currently measures about the size of a broad bean. It's just, Hu Jiheng's brow furrowed, his patience appearing to dwindle as he barked, "Speak quickly. It's just that the yield is still not particularly high. However, it surpasses the previous yield of rice by several dozens of pounds per mu." His voice dwindled to a mere whisper, his head bowed even lower. Hu Jiheng's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping him. After all this time and the expenditure of so many resources, this is the extent of your progress? He kicked the chair aside, slowly rising, his hands pressing against the conference table as he glared at Zhou Baifeng with a fierce intensity, exuding an aura as if he were about to devour him whole. Zhou Baifeng, paralyzed by fear, could only apologize profusely. The few others who had remained silent trembled in unison. Upon catching their fearful glances, he could only plead, "City Lord, please grant us a bit more time." Suddenly, with a loud bang, Han Lung burst through the door, exuberantly shouting, "Boss, I'm here. Take me too." However, he quickly sensed the tense atmosphere within, raising his gaze to meet Hu Jiheng's fierce and domineering glare. His heart sank as he swallowed the unfinished words back down, trembling in fear as his eyes darted around. Witnessing the others too cowed to lift their heads that in a swift mental pivot, he raised his thumb towards the back, stating in an overly serious tone, "Sister-in-law is here to see you." He then lowered his head and stepped aside, revealing Wen Yurao behind him. Hu Jiheng, already displeased, was about to retort when his gaze fell upon Wen Yurao, who was adorned in a striking red dress that accentuated her alluring beauty, gracefully advancing in her high heels. The atmosphere in the previously tense conference room shifted with each of her steps, echoing like a heartbeat as she approached him. The men in the meeting room were momentarily taken aback by her proximity. With a cold glance from Hu Jiheng, they instantly reacted, standing up and bowing in unison, exclaiming, "City Lord's wife." Wen Yurao offered a polite smile, nodding slightly as she gestured for them to sit. "Please, everyone, take your seats." Hu Jiheng watched them with an icy gaze, as if it were a knife slicing through the air, causing the others to stiffen and quickly return to a more subdued demeanor, lowering their heads. The anger that had lingered on Hu Jiheng's face dissipated the moment he laid eyes on her. A gentle smile broke through, his eyes shimmering with warmth as he hurried over to grasp her hand. "What brings you out on such a hot day? You're sweating profusely." He brushed his palm against her forehead, noticing beads of sweat forming on her nose, and carefully cupped her face, tenderly wiping away the perspiration. Wen Yurao's cheeks flushed from the heat, her enchanting eyes glistening with moisture, her lips a deep red, gasping softly as the fragrance enveloped them. Dressed in that fitted red dress, she appeared irresistibly alluring, prompting Hu Jiheng to swallow hard, but a surge of desire washed over him, compelling him to disregard everything and kiss her sweet, panting lips. However, noticing the presence of others in the conference room, he coldly commanded, "All right, you all may leave. For those projects with no progress, you have half a month. If there is still no news, consider yourselves dismissed." The crowd scrambled to gather their reports, each one vying to escape as if pursued by some great beast. That a collective, barely audible sigh echoed among the silent few, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. Zhou Baifeng, however, wore a troubled expression. Chapter 127. Whining Hu Jiheng shot a sidelong glance at Han Lung, who remained foolishly standing in the doorway, and slowly uttered, "Get lost." Han Lung's eyelids twitched, and he scowled. What an inconsiderate guy with no sense of respect for women. He cast a glance at Hu Jiheng before turning on his heel to leave. "Close the door." As Han Lung heard this command, his teeth ground in frustration. After a moment's contemplation, he forcefully slammed the door shut, producing a resounding bang. In that instant, Hu Jiheng pressed Wen Yurao down onto the table, kissing her fervently. What had begun as a simple kiss escalated uncontrollably, igniting an insatiable hunger within him. Afterwards, Wen Yurao found herself languidly draped across Hu Jiheng's lap, idly toying with a handgun on the table. "What is this? The color is quite appealing." Hu Jiheng embraced her tightly, burying his face in her neck, his warm breath brushing against her skin as he replied softly, "It's a newly developed model, meant solely for your protection. And it was crafted by that Wang Li you saved." "Him?" "Yes, I looked into him and discovered he had previously been compelled by circumstance to work under me, that I learned of his expertise in weaponry, and welcomed him into my ranks, and no sooner had he finished speaking than his hands began to wander restlessly once more." When Yurao rolled her eyes at the man behind her, who had just been sated and was now becoming overly familiar again. Glancing at the tiny chip resembling a green bean, she queried. And this? He continued to nibble at her neck, responding, "A communicator." She pushed away the clingy man behind her, playfully scolding, "Enough, you've left my neck in such disarray that I can hardly leave the house now. And my legs are still trembling." Hua Jiheng held her close, observing her glistening eyes and slightly swollen lips, which seemed to protest in silence that he yearned to kiss her but restrained himself, instead leaning closer to inhale her scent deeply. With an innocent gaze, he spoke in a slightly petulant tone, his voice a sweet melody. Unable to suppress a giggle, when Yurao's charming face lit up with joy. Since their marriage, she felt he had transformed entirely. His previous flirtations had evolved into moments of endearing vulnerability, consistently softening her heart. It wasn't that Hua Jiheng had drastically changed. Rather, the old tactics of seduction had proven ineffective, prompting him to adapt his approach to their interactions. After much contemplation, he discovered that a mere display of affection would invariably elicit her yielding response, allowing him to have his way. Although when Yurao appeared helpless in her acquiescence, her heart brimmed with delight, practically radiating from her countenance, for she had developed a fondness for this dynamic. Outwardly, he exuded an aura of cold detachment, yet when facing her, he was tender and considerate, often expressing an insatiable yearning for her affection. What could she do but succumb to his advances? At that moment, her gaze was so tender it seemed it could produce tears. Hua Jiheng, witnessing his objective achieved, flashed a wicked smile that in truth, both were relishing the moment. When Yurao, fatigued, closed her eyes and sank into his embrace, her red dress disheveled from their earlier escapades. Her neck, arms, and ankles bore the marks of their passionate entanglement. From the space, she retrieved a pair of long pants and a long-sleeved shirt, relying on him to carry her back the entire way. Upon entering the living room, they were met with the gaze of many onlookers. Having experienced such situations before, it was no longer mortifying for Wen Yurao. She buried her face in his chest, pretending not to notice, while Hua Jiheng held her with an affectionate grin, exuding a sense of pride as they ascended the stairs without a hint of discomfort. It was a peculiar sense of pride indeed. What could be so commendable about incapacitating one's own partner? Such strange thoughts only multiplied. Though when Yurao found herself lost in contemplation, she remained silent, merely rolling her eyes at him from the safety of his embrace. That as soon as she was placed on the bed, Hua Jiheng commenced his post-service, kneading and massaging her with meticulous care, ensuring her utmost comfort, which made her squint in bliss. Her eyes, slightly narrowed, her hand delicately covering her mouth as she stifled a dainty yawn. She flipped over, signaling for a massage on her back as well. To Hua Jiheng, Hua Jiheng took a sip of lukewarm tea, leaning back against the sofa. Was it Rera and Han Lung who came to inform me about this matter? He mused. So, I wonder if you have time to join us. As soon as Yi Jinxiao finished speaking, the others straightened up, eagerly awaiting his response. Hua Jiheng furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before slowly stating. Several groups have been dispatched from the Z City base to D City, yet all have gone and not returned. Fortunately, there are the most advanced and precise instruments there, so we must pay a visit. Then let us collect the instruments before heading to the seaside. He continued, all right, let's prepare to depart tomorrow. Just as they concluded their discussion, Jiang Lu returned from outside, embracing Yang Jinjin, without lifting his gaze. Hua Jiheng tossed a chip towards him. Just as Jiang Lu held the chip, a look of confusion on his face, about to speak, Hua Jiheng casually remarked, it's a communicator. Wear behind your ear and tap it to initiate a conversation. Simply think of the person, and you can communicate telepathically. He then tossed one to Han Lung and Yi Jinxiao as well. Currently, only a few have been developed, so we can't provide one for everyone just yet. But it will be widespread in the future. With that, Hua Jiheng strode away purposefully. Han Lung and Yi Jinxiao, intrigued, examined the communicators under the light when the expressions of the others turned decidedly less friendly. Chen Kiki stretched out her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips as she uttered a soft HMM, while Yi Jinxiao obediently placed it behind her ear for her to toy with. The others could only gaze enviously at Han Lung's communicator, their expressions akin to those afflicted with green-eyed envy. Han Lung, however, raised an eyebrow dismissively at the onlookers before sauntering off nonchalantly. Greedy, a voice chimed in, though Han Lung paid no heed, boldly retreating to his room. When Yurao awoke, the sky had fully darkened. Descending the stairs, she found everyone bustling in the living room. Zhao Li, spotting her, inquired, "Sister Yurao, where's your communicator? I want to take a look." When Yurao, perplexed, furrowed her brows and asked, "What communicator? It's just a tiny chip." Recalling the research lab, when Yurao suddenly understood, "Oh, is that what you mean?" Zhao Li nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, exactly." When Yurao's expression turned neutral as she shook her head, "No, how could it be missing?" Zhao Li, incredulous, circled behind her, his hand brushing against her ear. After feeling a slight protrusion, he quickly retrieved the communicator from her ear, displaying it in his palm with a resigned tone. "Isn't this it?" When Yurao stared at the transparent chip in his hand, her mind racing with questions, finally concluding that he must have placed it on her while she slept. Zhao Li teased, "Brother, who wouldn't deny you this?" When Yurao, still puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Li imagined Jiang Lu with the communicator by his ear, but found himself unable to connect. His expression tightened as he deduced that he had likely given it to Yang Jinjin, and soon envisioned her instead. "What's wrong?" A feminine voice inquired from the other end, causing Zhao Li to subtly halt his actions. That he then removed the chip, his eyes wide with astonishment. This thing really allows for thought-based communication. When Yurao's lips curled into a slight smile, suddenly intrigued, she placed it behind her ear, tapping it while thinking of Hua Jiheng. "What's the matter?" His deep voice resonated in her mind, prompting Wen Yurao to hurriedly respond. "Oh, it's nothing, just testing it out." He, truly adorable. Hearing his voice laced with amusement, Wen Yurao felt her heart flutter, and upon hearing him call her cute, her smile deepened. After a prolonged silence, Hua Jiheng uncertainly asked, "Are you still there?" Wen Yurao's voice, soft and sweet, replied, "Come back for dinner." Before he could respond, she severed the connection. Hua Jiheng, touched by the playful tone of her last words, rubbed the chip between his fingers. A sweet smile unconsciously gracing his face. When Yurao emerged from the kitchen, carrying the remaining dishes, she beheld the squirrel-shaped fish and volcano-like spicy ribs on the table. "Who prepared this? The presentation is impeccable." Jiang Lu, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course, it's my beloved Jinjin." When Yurao glanced at Yang Jinjin, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, and gave her a thumbs up, Yang Jinjin, bashful yet grateful, responded, "Thank you, sister-in-law, for the compliment." Han Lung interjected with a mischievous grin. "Brother too has been teaching sister too well. It's only been a few days, and she already calls you sister-in-law." Yang Jinjin's face turned a deeper shade of crimson as Jiang Lu playfully pushed Han Lung's head aside, admonishing, "Your sister-in-law is shy. Don't tease her." Han Lung widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at Yang Jinjin. "She is shy? Her face is thicker than a city wall." Having only just integrated into this circle, Yang Jinjin felt a lingering sense of alienation and humility around them. Jiang Lu, fully aware of this, pointed at Han Lung and commanded, "Go. Get lost." Han Lung, dejected, took a seat at the table, waiting for the meal to begin. "You only know how to praise her. I worked hard too. Why don't you compliment me?" Chen Kiki remarked, rolling her eyes as she entered with dishes. When Yurao observed the vibrant, spicy hot pot in her hand, her eyes sparkling as she rubbed Kiki's cheeks playfully. "Kiki is the best, the most amazing." Chen Kiki rolled her eyes dramatically, her mouth twitching involuntarily as she quickly pulled Wen Yurao's hands away, gazing at her in exasperation. Chapter 129. Sea of Flowers. Upon returning home, Hua Jiheng found everyone gathered in the living room, his closest comrades and beloved family awaiting him for dinner, his demeanor softening. At the dining table, Hua Jiheng glanced over the spread and immediately picked up a piece of spicy rib with his chopsticks. His long fingers, defined and elegant, twisted the bone effortlessly. After blowing on it, he held it to Wen Yurao's lips. Wen Yurao opened her rosy mouth and took a bite, a few drops of oil escaping the corners. Hua Jiheng set down his chopsticks and extended his hand to wipe her mouth. She playfully licked it clean with her delicate tongue. His hand, suspended in midair, froze as he gazed at her with longing. Wen Yurao blinked innocently and asked, "What's wrong?" Hua Jiheng's fingers brushed against her mouth, gently stroking it. His voice was slightly unsteady. "It's nothing now." He then glanced at the others at the table, wearing an expression of mild disdain, as if to say, "You're all quite bothersome." A wave of sympathy swept through the group as they silently lamented their predicament. But they feigned ignorance, bowing their heads to devour their meals. Hua Jiheng savored the rich flavors of the braised pork, its tender texture melding harmoniously with the salty pickled vegetables, an exquisite delight. He relished 3 large pieces before feeling satisfied. His attention shifted to the cold dishes, the cilantro beef salad wafting an aromatic scent, the beef tender yet resilient, leaving a lingering taste on the palate. Wen Yurao thoroughly enjoyed this dinner, feeling pleasantly full as she ascended the stairs. The two entered the space, surveying the vast expanse that had transformed from a forest into fertile fields of golden rice and wheat. Previously, she had cleared everything for the construction of the base, and now there were no more homeless individuals. After her bath, she stood by the river, gazing at the distant mountains, pondering what lay beyond, having never ventured there before. Hua Jiheng, freshly bathed and wrapped in a towel, noticed her contemplative expression. "What are you thinking so deeply about?" She pointed towards the towering mountains in the distance, shrouded in mist. "I wonder what lies up there." Following her gesture, Hua Jiheng peered into the hazy expanse, unable to discern anything. "Why not take me there and find out?" She grasped Hua Jiheng's hand, and with a thought, they instantly teleported to the mountaintop. Here, towering trees surrounded them, each trunk thick enough to require at least 2 adult men to encircle it with their arms. The canopies above obscured the sun, casting a dimness over the area that made standing beneath them feel almost surreal. She then transported him to the foot of another mountain, where the scene suddenly brightened. Before them lay an endless sea of flowers, a riot of colors with blooms of various shapes and sizes vying for attention in a splendid display. Wen Yurao was rendered speechless by the breathtaking sight. She plucked a nameless flower, closing her eyes in serene contemplation as she inhaled its fragrance. Unbeknownst to her, in Hua Jiheng's eyes, the myriad flowers lost their vibrancy, their beauty overshadowed by hers. His gaze followed her, and the enchanting flower merely served as a backdrop. Feeling Hua Jiheng's fervent gaze upon her, she turned to meet his eyes, finding him captivated by her presence. A playful smile danced upon her lips. The allure of her mischievous expression paired with her enchanting peach blossom eyes was utterly beguiling. She advanced towards him, tilting his chin upwards, rising on her toes to kiss him. The man, still in a daze, felt as if a sprite from the flower sea had flitted before him, kissing him while gently pushing him to the ground. When he finally regained his senses, he beheld her curvaceous form, her delicate waist and graceful legs, her eyes shimmering with charm, a radiant beauty that dazzled. Perched atop him, her fingers ignited sparks upon his chest. "Aheng," she called out seductively, her voice laced with desire, her gaze a tantalizing blend of coyness. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, draping over his neck and chest, exuding an allure reminiscent of a captivating fox spirit. Hua Jiheng had long since succumbed to this enchanting spectacle, gazing at her with a foolish admiration, allowing her to toy with him. She was well aware that this reserved Hua Jiheng was utterly enamored with her appearance. Every time she initiated a flirtation, his mind would grow sluggish, unable to keep pace with her advances. Hua Jiheng watched her, unwilling to miss a single movement or glance, as if wanting to etch every detail into his memory. Wen Yurao observed the man beneath her, who, while commanding and assertive before others, displayed a tender vulnerability towards her. With the slightest provocation from her, he would become flustered and could only accept her advances shyly, a powerful sense of satisfaction blossoming within her heart. No wonder he always appeared unabashedly delighted whenever she would collapse into his embrace or faint outright. Perhaps it was the same exhilaration she felt now, having rendered him utterly speechless. Chapter 130. Towards D City the next day, just as dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise, the group set out. They walked intermittently, and when they were still a few kilometers away from the city center, they encountered a horde of zombies before they could even exit the vehicle. The speed-based zombies charged forward with astonishing velocity. When Yurao raised a wall of ice, and the speed zombies collided with it. Their faces flattened, blood streaming down as they crumpled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, she produced several Tang swords and distributed them among the group. The others wasted no time, activating their abilities that a fierce exchange of powers erupted between both sides. Hua Jiheng curled his fingers into claws, channeling a massive net of lightning that descended from the sky as it enveloped the area. Sparks flew, and clouds of smoke filled the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. The speed zombies darted around them, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Hua Jiheng realized that using powers against speed-based zombies would be futile, so he drew his Tang sword, his eyes glinting with cold determination, and slashed at them. Despite his efforts, he failed to strike even a single one after several attempts, frustration evident as dark lines formed on his forehead. He had no choice but to continue using his powers to fend off the other zombies while defending against the encroaching speed zombies. One of the zombies behind him seized the moment and lunged. Just as Hua Jiheng was unleashing his lightning, he sensed a gust of wind behind him and inwardly cursed, just as the zombie prepared to bite him. He dropped to the ground. Rolling to the side, as he looked up, he saw the zombie's decayed lips and skeletal features, its fangs bared as it missed its target. The zombie, spotting him on the ground, lunged again, pinning him beneath its weight.